The Great Xia Kingdom, Nanjing City. Jiangbai woke up on the sofa, his head throbbing, and found the environment unfamiliar. The surroundings were a mess, women's clothes and personal items strewn everywhere. On the floor, a pair of lace panties with a hole in the back caught his eye. The floor was also cluttered with piles of empty cans and beer bottles. Jiangbai was puzzled. Wasn't I swimming on the beach? How did I end up here? Shouldn't I be in the hospital? Memories rushed back. He had transmigrated into a world called Blue Star. In this world, there was something known as void energy, capable of driving people insane. The only way to protect oneself was by forming a contract with a beast girl. Forming such a contract required knowledge of the beast girl's origin and species, and this information could only be purchased from official sources, often at a steep price. 3 years ago, the original owner of this body had spent 150,000 yuan to purchase information about a fox beast girl and to secure a spot at a sacred mountain. This eventually allowed him to successfully bind himself to a white fox beast girl. However, yesterday, the white fox beast girl had requested to terminate the contract. Following an argument, she left home. The original owner, drowning his sorrows with alcohol, drank himself unconscious, and Jiangbai's soul took over his body. Scanning the purple lace panties on the floor, Jiangbai understood the hole was for the tail of a beast girl. Rubbing his aching forehead, he grumbled about the aftereffects of fake alcohol. Grabbing a chilled bottle of water and gulping it down, he checked the phone. The original owner had been relentlessly texting Xiaobai the previous night, all pitiful, fawning messages begging the beast girl to return. Void chickens, as it turns out, were a kind of void realm creature humans bred for food. Not long after, Jiangbai looked at the phone's banking app. There was only 56.68 yuan left in the account. He was completely speechless. Can't even support himself, and he wants to raise a beast girl? No wonder she ran away. Jiangbai tossed the phone onto the coffee table and slumped back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, thinking about his next steps. First, he needed to make money. After all, safety was paramount in this dangerous world. Surveying the chaotic room, Jiangbai sighed and began cleaning up. He stuffed the cans into garbage bags, shoved the clothing into storage bags to dispose of, and by the end of it, he was covered in sweat. Next, he decided to check out the bedroom. It was his room now. The bedroom was neat and tidy. On the desk were several books on advancing beast girls. Women or beast girls? What's more important, continuing the family line or choosing beast girls? Jiangbai shook his head, feeling the original owner wasn't entirely serious about life. On instinct, he glanced at the trash can to make sure there were no suspicious tissues. Opening the drawer, sunlight filtered through the curtains and illuminated him as he held a diagnosis report in his hand. Dissociative identity disorder. The memories came rushing back again. The original owner had lived with his grandfather since childhood. His grandfather passed away when he was 5, plunging him into a breakdown that led to hysteria. He coped by fantasizing about living with his parents. It wasn't until Xiaobai appeared that he was forced to face reality. The white fox must have been the original owner's sole emotional support, Jiangbai muttered, crumpling the diagnosis report and throwing it into the trash. He pulled back the curtains, letting sunlight flood in. Jiangbai closed his eyes, basking in the glow of this new world sun. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiangbai got up to open it, only to see a curvaceous, seductive woman with white hair, fox ears, and a tail standing at the door. From the memories, he recognized her immediately. It was Bai Yuan, the white fox beast girl who had lived with him for 3 years. Jiangbai instinctively glanced at her tail, thoughts immediately straying to inappropriate places. He coughed. "Why are you back?" Bai Yuan asked worriedly. "Jiangbai, are you okay?" When they first made their contract, Bai Yuan had been a frail and skinny young girl. It was Jiangbai's bonuses and part-time job money that had raised her into her current glamorous state. That level of dedication was extreme, though only directed at himself. Jiangbai rolled his eyes. "What does it have to do with you?" Honestly, he could understand why Bai Yuan wanted to dissolve the contract, but it still annoyed him. Hearing his cold response, Bai Yuan's eyes turned red. "How can you talk to me like this?" Jiangbai smirked. "Oh, do you still expect me to coddle you? Pamper you? Who do you think you are?" He was no longer the original owner, that pitiable simp. Tears welled in Bai Yuan's eyes as she called his name softly. Jiangbai snapped impatiently. "Stop calling me. You're driving me nuts. Say what you came to say, or get lost." At this moment, a man in a suit suddenly appeared beside Bai Yuan. Jiangbai finally noticed him and instantly recognized him as Zhang Yu, a wealthier student from the same school. Zhang Yu was infamous for throwing money around to snatch up beast girls. His proclivities were well known. Jiangbai wondered how Bai Yuan, who rarely left the house, had attracted Zhang Yu's attention. The original owner had little connection to him. Whatever the reason, though, it didn't matter now. Bai Yuan's wish to leave already made her stance clear. Jiang Bai stared calmly at Zhang Yu. If you want a contract with her, fine. Just pay me back the money I spent, 150,000 for the purchase, plus her living expenses over the years. That's a total of 500,000. A sole contract required mutual agreement. Neither party could terminate it unilaterally. Bai Yuan froze, staring at Jiang Bai in disbelief. Am I only worth 500,000 to you? Jiang Bai tapped his temple mockingly. Come on, don't be like that. You can't even compare to 500,000. Back then, it was just 100,000. Bai Yuan fell silent, and even Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless. Zhang Yu offered a polite smile. Jiang Bai, let's not joke around here. Just name your price. Jiang Bai remained unmoved. 500,000, not a penny less. Not a single penny less. Worst case, he'd apply for a contract adjudication to send Bai Yuan back to the sacred mountain. Jiang Bai, looking every bit like a money-hungry mother-in-law demanding dowry, stated unapologetically, fine. I'm dropping the act. All I want is money. The moment the words contract judgment were mentioned, Bai Yuan panicked, her tear-filled eyes darting toward Zhang Yu. In this world, individuals who formed contracts with beast companions were called beast masters. When there was an issue with a contract, one could apply for a contract judgment. If the beast companion was at fault, she would be sent back to the sacred mountain, never to return. If the beast master was at fault, they would lose the qualification to form contracts with beast companions for life. Once the judgment process started, both the sacred mountain and the great Xia kingdom would investigate jointly. Now, it was evident that Bai Yuan was the one at fault, so Jiang Bai wasn't worried at all. Note, this fox isn't the main character. She's just a narrative setup. The protagonist will later have a nine-tailed demon fox. Zhang Yu frowned and said, Jiang Bai, I know you're short on money. You initially spent 150,000 yuan, and now you're asking for 350,000 yuan to cover 3 years of living expenses? Isn't that a bit excessive? He didn't believe that Jiang Bai, a college orphan, could afford to spend 110,000 yuan annually. Jiang Bai shrugged and gestured toward Bai Yuan. She should have told you, right? She's about to ascend from the mortal rank to the silver rank. She's already level 15. Doesn't this math check out? When Jiang Bai first signed the contract with Bai Yuan, she was at the lowest mortal rank. Due to scant documentation, her ranking could have been even higher if more detailed bloodline records had been available. The only way for a beast companion's bloodline to advance was through the beast master's efforts, researching and uncovering the heritage of her bloodline. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Bai had scoured every library in Nanjiang City, poring over ancient texts. Finally, he identified the heavenly snow fox breed based on a fragment of an old manuscript. The method of ascension was simple. Help the beast companion rediscover her racial traits and awaken the resonance of her bloodline, and she would break free of the shackles holding her back. Bai Yuan, once pale yellow in color, had her fur turn snow white after learning of her identity as a heavenly snow fox, which signaled the awakening of her bloodline. A beast companion's bloodline level determined her growth potential. For instance, Bai Yuan's original bloodline allowed her to only achieve a maximum of level 20. After ascending to a heavenly snow fox, her potential ceiling increased significantly. A beast companion's skills also had to be deduced by the beast master through relevant study. For example, the thought of a rabbit beast companion using tiger-like pouncing techniques might seem absurd, but theorizing that she excelled at movements involving arching her back might actually trigger her innate instincts. After mulling over the situation for a moment, Zhang Yu said, I need you to promise not to seek out Xiao Bai ever again. Jiang Bai laughed, realizing he had won. Deal. Also, publicly dissolve your contract. Jiang Bai nodded. 2 for 1. How fortunate. Zhang Yu immediately transferred 500,000 yuan to Jiang Bai. Let's get started. In truth, Zhang Yu wasn't interested in Bai Yuan's appearance at all. He cared about her bloodline. The Zhang family had a secret technique capable of sensing bloodline strength. Zhang Yu was certain that after Bai Yuan's ascension, her bloodline would reach at least the gold rank, potentially even the diamond rank. At this level, documentation on beast companions became a lucrative commodity. Gold rank information was officially valued at 2 million yuan, while diamond rank info was only available in auction houses. Most importantly, Zhang Yu had no interest in women, and Bai Yuan appealed far less to him than Jiang Bai ever did. Once the money was received, Jiang Bai's expression transformed into a grin. He stepped aside and gestured toward the doorway. Come on in. Anyone who pays is a friend. Bai Yuan muttered. How did your face get so thick? Zhang Yu. Inside the room, Jiang Bai and Bai Yuan sat cross-legged facing each other. Their gazes locked, the atmosphere tense and silent. Jiang Bai grew impatient. Why are you just sitting there? Give me your blood. Dissolving a contract required the blood of both parties to draw the runic patterns that communicated with the sacred mountain. Bai Yuan hesitated for a moment, her gaze toward Jiang Bai growing more complex. What are you staring at? Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. Haven't you seen someone who's afraid of pain before? Feeling aggrieved, Bai Yuan reluctantly cut her palm, letting the blood drip down. She thought to herself, Jiang Bai really has changed. He used to be scared of me getting hurt. Jiang Bai dipped his finger into her blood and used it to trace the runic pattern onto his palm. This was a basic skill of beast masters, the simplest design for communicating with the sacred mountain. After finishing the drawing, he wiped his hands clean, snapped a photo of the rune, and posted it to his social media. Congratulations to me for dissolving a contract. After putting his phone away, Jiang Bai began to chant. With blood as the medium, with the pattern as the guide, under heaven's witness and the sacred mountain's oversight, the contract, dissolve. After finishing the incantation, he pressed his palm to his forehead. A scarlet light flashed in the room, and half a gray-white rune appeared on both of their foreheads. When pieced together, it represented the soul contract's original content. Confirmed. The voice of the sacred mountain echoed in their minds. The floating contract dissolved into golden sparkles before vanishing entirely. Jiang Bai stood up, his face betraying zero emotion, as if he couldn't care less. Oh, by the way, we're celebrating today. Here's a parting gift for you. He placed a storage bag on the floor in front of Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan sat there, staring blankly at the bag, her heart in turmoil. She couldn't fathom it. Jiang Bai had truly chosen to dissolve their contract. Why was he so heartless, showing no trace of lingering attachment? In truth, dissolving a soul contract required mutual consent from both parties. If one party disagreed, it was impossible to break. Jiang Bai had encountered plenty of people like Bai Yuan, fragile in appearance, but ruthless at heart. Seeing her look heartsick and devastated only annoyed him further. Stop pretending. Save the act for someone else, and stop deceiving yourself. Now get lost. Tears streamed down Bai Yuan's face. When Zhang Yu arrived to escort her away, Bai Yuan stole one last glance at Jiang Bai, as though he were some scumbag, making him feel a bit irritated. Inside a Porsche, Zhang Yu noticed Bai Yuan's sorrowful expression and offered words of comfort. Don't take what he said to heart. You're perfect in my eyes. Truthfully, Zhang Yu had always planned for Bai Yuan to become his second beast companion. Bai Yuan shook her head. It's not because of what he said. Zhang Yu was puzzled. Confusion. Why is that? Bai Yuan. I don't want to terminate the contract with him. Zhang Yu was stunned. Bai Yuan wiped away her tears. Managing to advance, even once by following him, is already good enough. His cultivation is stuck at level 9, his abilities are lacking, and he can't sign a contract with a second beast maiden. Maiden. My younger sister is still in the sacred mountain. If I don't get her out soon, there won't be another chance. Zhang Yu felt a bit displeased. He thought to himself, even Jiang Bai has decisively terminated his contract, yet Bai Yuan is still thinking about him. So what if it's 50,000? After the two had left, Jiang Bai noticed a message from his close friend Wei Xiaohu. Before he turned 18, the two of them had shared study materials, skipped classes, gotten kicked out of massage parlors, and even smashed storefront windows together. They had gotten into all sorts of trouble together. But after Jiang Bai met Bai Yuan, he had neglected his best friend. Wei Xiaohu's message read, Husband, have you gotten yourself a vixen outside? Are you dumping me? Bah. Scumbag. Wei Xiaohu followed up. Lao Bai, why did you terminate your contract with Bai Yuan? Jiang Bai calmly responded. Couldn't afford to support her. Wei Xiaohu was shocked. Weren't you two doing fine before? What happened? Are you okay now? Jiang Bai remained silent. Was it sudden? Not really. Every departure had always been premeditated, just no one else knew. Jiang Bai said, I'm fine. I sold her and made 50,000. Wei Xiaohu was taken aback. Are you being serious? You monster. Then he inquired, what about the National University tournament? Are you not planning to participate? Jiang Bai paused to think. The tournament's results were tied closely to future prospects, and even interviews considered its ranking. It didn't matter what university you were from. Jiang Bai replied, I'm planning to go to the Sacred Mountain and contract with another beast maiden. Do you have any suggestions? Aren't you planning to contract a second beast maiden too? Have you seen the official materials? Wei Xiaohu responded, Yeah, I've seen them. They're mostly common level. We can't afford the silver level ones. I'll send you the info to take a look. Soon, Wei Xiaohu sent the materials over. The picture showcased a beaver beast maiden, with numbers below indicating accuracy levels. Jiang Bai glanced at it, and immediately recognized her as the beaver from his previous life. Jiang Bai asked, Beavers are good at construction, right? Wei Xiaohu replied, Are you sure about that? Jiang Bai said, Not entirely certain. After all, this wasn't his previous life. Who knew if the beavers here liked building dams like before? In his previous life, there was even news about beavers building dams faster and cheaper than the government. Wei Xiaohu urged, Hurry to campus. This year's tournament is about to start. You can still make it. Soon, Jiang Bai arrived at Nanjiang University. Standing before the campus gates, he was hit with a wave of nostalgia. Before he had time to reminisce further, a handsome young man approached with heavy dark circles under his eyes, holding a ragdoll cat in his arms. As the young man drew closer, the cat leapt to the ground and transformed into a beast maiden clad in a maid's outfit, complete with cat ears. She nodded as a greeting. Her name was Mimi, and she was Wei Xiaohu's beast maiden. Everyone around was accustomed to such transformations, but this was Jiang Bai's first time witnessing the morphing of a beast maiden. He found it rather fascinating. Lao Bai, move it. The sacred mountain is about to open. Wei Xiaohu tugged Jiang Bai into the school, with Mimi trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the gymnasium. It was packed with people. They squeezed their way to their class's designated spot to wait. The sacred mountain's opening had two methods. One was the large-scale contracting tournament, held annually and free of charge. It was open to all adults nationwide. Many new beast maidens, or those who had failed to be successfully contracted, would be present inside. 2. The other was the small-scale official opening held monthly, which required an entry fee of 50,000. Participants could only choose from the beast maidens listed in the provided materials. Such tournaments were live-streamed to encourage people to discover new beast maidens. At this moment, Jiang Bai could feel someone watching him. Following the gaze, he discovered Bai Yuan, with Zhang Yu seated beside her. Someone nearby teased Jiang Bai. Hey, I heard your beast maiden ran off with Zhang Yu. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Bai, then shifted their gaze to Zhang Yu and Bai Yuan seated in the audience. Jiang Bai said calmly, I sold Bai Yuan to Zhang Yu. The surrounding beast tamers and beast maidens all displayed disdainful expressions. Once a contract was signed between a tamer and a beast maiden, they were supposed to support each other. Most beast maidens valued their bonds deeply. People like Jiang Bai who betrayed that trust were rare. Someone sneered, selling your own beast maiden? Your character speaks volumes. What a disgrace to beast tamers. The one who spoke was Yang Rong, a classmate of Jiang Bai. Her beast maiden was standing by her side. Yang Rong came from a poor background and had once sold herself just to purchase materials. Jiang Bai said, if you could sell yourself, why can't I? Yang Rong sneered, I'm not as low as you. Selling myself is one thing, but selling a beast maiden? That's something else. Jiang Bai nodded indifferently. I wasn't talking about beast maidens. His words struck a nerve, and Yang Rong's face darkened with embarrassment. She scoffed coldly. Most people here are looking to contract their second beast maiden. I wonder how someone like you dares show your face among us. Jiang Bai replied simply, you sold yourself. Yang Rong's expression grew uglier. She threatened, just wait until I meet you at the national tournament. Jiang Bai remained unfazed, repeating, you sold yourself. Yang Rong was so furious she couldn't even respond. Inside the sacred mountain, countless beast maidens were gathering at the spiritual platform in response to a call. Two beast maidens stood beneath the platform. One was mature and alluring, her long blue hair reaching her waist. Azure horns grew from her head, and a massive tail covered in blue scales extended behind her. Her aura was one of noble coldness. The other had a petite figure with silver-white ponytailed hair, round white ears, and clear eyes brimming with vitality. A university student appearance. The silver-haired girl looked conflicted, her face full of reluctance. Sister, are you really going? Can't you stay here? They had no beast masters, nor did they have names. The woman shook her head. Staying here would also mean death. I've been stuck at level 20 for over 100 years. This was her 10th time stepping onto the stage. If she failed again, the sacred mountain would abandon her, and her intelligence would disperse. No one had been able to identify her race for the past century. Her bloodline heritage was unclear, and she had no desire to make a contract. This was her last chance. The girl lowered her head and sighed. Second sister is angry, and our youngest sister is sleeping. Neither came to see you off. The woman patted her head gently, comforting her. As long as you came to see me off, that's enough, little third. The girl suggested, why don't you just find a random beastmaster to make a contract with? The woman countered, would you sign a contract randomly? The girl shook her head. The woman smiled as she looked at her projected silhouette. Our bloodline is noble and pure. It shouldn't be defiled. Even if others don't recognize it, we must maintain our pride. The girl nodded, her eyes red. She reached out, her voice choked. Hug me. The woman pulled her into an embrace, comforting her. It's all right. Maybe it'll work out this time. Go back now. It's time for me to leave. From now on, you all have to rely on yourselves. The girl refused to let go, fearing that this final goodbye might become their eternal parting. The woman urged gently, little third, go back. Finally, the woman resolutely walked toward the spiritual platform. The girl stayed behind, crying alone. Nanjiang University Gymnasium. Soon, a host in a suit took the stage and gestured for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, please calm down. The sacred mountain will begin shortly. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Within the thick clouds, the faint silhouette of a mysterious giant mountain appeared. Just as the sacred mountain was about to manifest fully, a surge of violet energy assaulted the mountain's phantom. The atmosphere grew tense. Someone in the leadership seats exclaimed, "What's happening? Why is the void realm appearing? An unknown force is obstructing the sacred mountain's descent. Damn it, what do we do now?" A middle-aged man dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, Zhou Zetian, the guardian of Nanjiang, sighed and instructed someone to notify key individuals to take action. A dozen beams of radiant light shot into the sky, transforming into ferocious beasts as they began to battle against the violet energy. Eventually, all those presences disappeared and the obstruction was cleared. The phantom of the sacred mountain solidified, and a golden light descended. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the plaza vanished, transported into the sacred mountain. Jiang Bai, who had initially been there just to spectate, blinked as his surroundings changed to a strange new world. The skies were dim, and the horizon was nowhere in sight. No one knew the actual size of the sacred mountain, though it existed within every nation in the world. The grand spectacle was live-streamed even into Xia, and the online scene was explosive with fast-scrolling comments. The skies over Nanjiang's sacred mountain actually went dark? Was the void realm interfering with the covenant ceremony? Will the participants be in danger? The authorities will handle it. Back in Nanjiang University's gymnasium, Zhang Yu and Bai Yuan stared intently at the large screen. Bai Yuan was anxious. What's going on with the sacred mountain? My younger sister and Jiang Bai are still in there. Zhang Yu called his father. What's happening with Nanjiang's sacred mountain? His father replied, this is serious. We don't know how many casualties there will be. After explaining, Zhang Yu looked back to Bai Yuan. Her eyes were teary. Is Jiang Bai in danger? Zhang Yu said coldly. You chose me, so you should forget about Jiang Bai. Only I can save your sister. Jiang Bai is not enough. In the leadership seats, Zhou Zetian set his phone aside and returned to his place. A group of people surrounded him and pressed him for information. Zhou Zetian answered, a void-eroded overlord has entered the sacred mountain. The entire room fell into shock. Creatures from the void realm in their lower levels existed solely to kill, but once they accumulated enough power, they gained intelligence and could manipulate the void's authority. Among them, the void-eroded overlords were the 10 most powerful beings, each unimaginably dangerous. Zhou Zetian remained calm. Don't worry, it's not too big of a problem. Everyone immediately understood his unspoken intention. Zhou Zetian planned to enter the sacred mountain himself to hunt down the void overlord. Should we wait for approval from higher authorities? Someone questioned, clearly concerned. Zhou Zetian shook his head. There's no time. This happened in Nanjiang, and we'll deal with it ourselves. Many of Nanjiang's youths are inside the sacred mountain right now. They're our future. We can't abandon them. Yang Feng, while I'm gone, you're in charge of Nanjiang temporarily. Yang Feng silently nodded, accepting the responsibility. Inside the sacred mountain, Wei Xiaohu walked next to Jiang Bai. Gilbert Bai, something's off this time. You don't even have a beast companion yet, so you should stick close to me. Jiang Bai nodded. Typically, the covenant ceremony in the sacred mountain always occurred in daylight, but this time, the skies were unnaturally dim. Still, the ceremony continued. In the skies, 10 white jade platforms descended slowly, resembling enormous talent show stages, each divided into separate zones. Jiang Bai's attention was drawn to the first platform, where hundreds of beast companions were already standing. Most of them were beautiful creatures, though there were some with overwhelming muscles. He suspected those muscular beasts could crush him with a single punch. Above their heads, their true forms were projected as holograms, tigers, elephants, and more, familiar to him. The second platform descended, and Jiang Bai froze for a moment in shock. A saber-toothed tiger? Isn't that an animal that went extinct tens of thousands of years ago? Next, there was a titanoboa, a hell pig, a terror bird, a mammoth. He couldn't help but wonder if these creatures were really the extinct species from Earth's history. Zhong, was it really necessary? You scared me. Wei Xiaohu pouted, while Jiang Bai sighed to himself. Wei Xiaohu rolled his eyes. In the live stream outside, viewers were eagerly taking screenshots, especially of the new species of beast girls. Everyone wanted to find out their identities and forge new contracts. The live chat was abuzz. The one on the second spiritual platform looks similar to the one on the first, just with longer teeth. No need to elaborate, we all saw it. This beast girl seems really powerful. Inside the sacred mountain, tensions ran high. A young man dressed in black, wearing a bandit cap that revealed only his wolf-like eyes, scanned the surroundings. His name was Wang Long, a member of the Zhang family. His main mission, contract the second beast girl, and as a side task, eliminate Jiang Bai. Wang Long was seasoned and had done his homework on Jiang Bai. Level 9, no beast girl companion. Meanwhile, Wang Long himself was level 20 and had a level 21 silver-ranked beast girl, giving him a crushing advantage. He approached Jiang Bai's class and spotted Jiang Bai's back from a distance. However, he didn't make a move yet, because Jiang Bai was talking to Wei Xiaohu, who was standing by his side. Wang Long hadn't anticipated Jiang Bai's close friend constantly guarding him. This was an unexpected variable. He hesitated. Should he take the risk to eliminate Jiang Bai in one swift move and then make a run for it? Just then, the fifth spiritual platform descended. A pterodactyl beast girl appeared, instantly putting Wang Long on high alert. He once possessed a torn page with an illustration of this very pterodactyl. He'd always believed it would never appear, but after waiting for 2 years, he witnessed it today. Beast girls not yet catalogued by the nation were rare and elusive. They appeared only 10 times before vanishing altogether. Right now, forming a contract with a new beast girl was more important than killing Jiang Bai. Wang Long had no choice but to abandon the idea of striking, hoping for another chance in the future. Jiang Bai had no idea he had just escaped death by a hair. He was entirely focused on the descending spiritual platforms. The 6th and 7th platforms soon followed. Jiang Bai exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, it's a T-Rex!" On the 7th platform stood a Tyrannosaurus beast girl. The aura of her phantom form exuded unrivaled dominance. The 8th and 9th platforms didn't feature any particularly unusual beast girls. It wasn't until the 10th platform descended that a stunningly beautiful beast girl emerged. She wore a cyan robe, a green horn crowned her head, and her blue hair flowed like waves. A tail covered in icy scales trailed behind her. Her expression was cold, her eyes devoid of emotion. The moment she appeared, a black mark surfaced on her forehead, adding an enchanting allure to her icy demeanor. Jiang Bai was utterly taken aback, staring resolutely at the phantom above her, a true azure dragon exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy. The azure dragon was surrounded by swirling stars, gazing down upon all beings with an air of absolute power. Jiang Bai's mind was thrown into chaos. Could this possibly be the mythical azure dragon? He couldn't comprehend this world, the surreal virtual realm, the disappearance of animals, the reappearance of extinct creatures, and now the emergence of mythical beings. Wei Xiaohu noticed something was off with Jiang Bai and whispered, "What's up with you?" Jiang Bai steadied his breathing and asked seriously, "Wei Xiaohu, do you trust me?" Wei Xiaohu nodded and went so far as to point at his tabby cat beast girl, emphasizing that his preferences were straight. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. "I'm straight too," Jiang Bai instructed. "In a bit, you head to the 7th platform and contract the T-Rex." Wei Xiaohu was taken aback. "What T-Rex?" Jiang Bai pointed it out and gave a brief explanation of the T-Rex beast girl. Wei Xiaohu was skeptical. Jiang Bai could only shake his head. The world was so different now compared to his previous life. After giving it some thought, Wei Xiaohu replied, "All right, I'll give it a shot. It's not like I know much about the other beast girls anyway." Jiang Bai nodded slightly before redirecting his full attention back to the 10th platform. Meanwhile, the tabby cat beast girl tugged at Wei Xiaohu's hand, but Wei Xiaohu motioned for her to stay quiet. The person on the 10th platform set the internet ablaze. "Quick look. The beast girl on the 10th platform is gorgeous. Every glance feels like a blessing. This is the only one of her species. If no one contracts her, her kind will go extinct." In an opulent mansion in the imperial capital, a dashing young man was glued to the live stream, staring intently at the cyan-robed beast girl on the 10th platform. He had seen her a decade ago during the contract gathering in Nanjiang, and had even given her a name himself, Qing Yi. Even though he hadn't succeeded in contracting her, he still couldn't suppress his fury. Grabbing a chair, he hurled it at the wall, which collapsed on impact. How could this happen? Why didn't she wait for me? Servants rushed in. As soon as they entered, they found their young master in a fit of rage. "Young master, please calm down." The servants knelt trembling, afraid to even meet his gaze. "You're all useless. A whole decade, and you couldn't gather even a shred of information about her," he roared. After a few moments, he forcibly composed himself and made a call. "Father, I need to go to Nanjiang." On the other side of the line, a cold voice immediately declined. "Absolutely not." Back at the sacred mountain, the 10th spiritual platform descended. 1. Everyone understood the signal to begin. Someone stepped onto the first platform. Most chose the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th platforms. Some people had gathered intel on the new beast girls. Jiang Bai spotted Yang Rong on the 4th platform at a glance. On the 5th platform, the black-clad figure ascended. Jiang Bai muttered to himself that this outfit would make him a prime suspect in any foreign nation. As the 6th and 7th platforms descended, Wei Xiaohu nodded at Jiang Bai and stepped forward. "Tiger, didn't you say you had intel on a new beast girl?" Why are we here? Mimi asked in a low voice. The reliability of the info is questionable, but Jiang Bai is a brother. I trust him. Worst case, we come back next year. Wei Xiaohu shrugged. But this could cost us a year of cultivation. Just a year doesn't bother me, Wei Xiaohu said indifferently. Mimi sighed helplessly, then brightened up and asked, So, does this mean we don't need to go out for a few days? Wei Xiaohu's face turned pale. He sneaked a glance at Mimi's long legs and felt a sense of despair grow in his heart. If they went back and she squeezed him dry again, what then? He could only hope Jiang Bai wasn't leading them into a trap this time. The 3 spirit platforms at the back remained unchosen, skipped over entirely. Platform 10. Jiang Bai took a deep breath and began walking toward the 10th spirit platform. But someone moved even faster, so he could only follow at the end of the line. Spectators watching on the live stream commented nonstop. Has anyone found any info on that beast maiden yet? My first love is gone. Meanwhile, some cooler heads were analyzing. Relax. None of these people will succeed in forming a contract. Why not? Have you heard of the imperial capital's Li family? Young Master Li Lingtian from the Li family has been throwing fortunes into finding that beast maiden for 10 years. No luck. If even he couldn't find her, nobody else will die. Then why are so many people rushing toward the 10th platform? Because the beast maiden can only show up 10 times. Rumor has it that a beast tamer randomly picked her out of desperation during her last appearance, and she signed a contract to survive. That beast tamer's bloodline then evolved directly into King Realmda. So everyone is trying their luck. Who wouldn't want to hit the jackpot? Li Lingtian sat on his sofa, smirking at the live chat comments. Luck? If luck worked, he would have succeeded 10 years ago. Talent and destiny are equally important. Li Lingtian had once vowed to use the Li family's resources to help Qing Yi find her purpose. But Qing Yi never paid attention to him. Only he truly understood how proud she was. On the sacred mountain, atop the 10th spirit platform, Qing Yi stared coldly at the beast tamer before her, who was making endless promises. The tamer laid out pros and cons, insisting it was her last chance. She simply spat out one word: leave. The beast tamer turned pale and walked off the platform in humiliation. What's that red thing on the ground? Oh, it's your dignity. Next clown, step up. At the end of the line, Jiang Bai grew anxious. His strength was too weak, which had made him late. Suddenly, people in the queue ahead started shuffling back, evidently vying to be the very last in line. In the chaos, Jiang Bai found himself moved a few places forward. The last spot has the best odds. This guy's smart. Qinglong, Azure Dragon, observed the queue, her heart heavy with disappointment. She had seen this scenario 9 times before. Not a single person had been able to articulate her true identity. One middle-aged man had returned year after year, waiting for her, only to face rejection every time. Online chatter boiled over. Here comes an experienced one, playing this sentimental card. Please, enough. One young man blushed fiercely and stammered. It's huge. Qinglong froze for a moment. Then the commentators erupted. No way. Someone dig up his info. Qinglong felt despair but refused to give up entirely. There were still more people. She still had a chance. What should have been a contracting ceremony now resembled a matchmaking event, as participants began introducing their family backgrounds and romantic qualifications. Qinglong shook her head, remaining silent. Finally, it was Jiang Bai's turn. This guy, what outrageous thing will he say? No beast mating contract yet. Is he going to try a backflip? Qinglong narrowed her eyes, waiting for Jiang Bai to speak. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, determined to gamble everything on this moment. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You're a dragon. You're an actual dragon. The words were barely out of his mouth when Qinglong's blood began to surge, igniting her senses to the truth of her identity. She froze on the spot, murmuring, So, I am a dragon. Brilliant azure light erupted around her, and Qinglong revealed her true dragon form. The sight was majestic, shaking everyone to their core. Those standing on the spirit platform were thrown off by its sheer energy. Chaos ruled the scene. Someone asked the person standing behind Jiang Bai, What did he just say? That person was dumbfounded. I couldn't hear it. The crowd was stunned. The fact that they couldn't hear meant the sacred mountains wall had blocked the sound. It confirmed he had identified her correctly. Online streams also showed Jiang Bai's face entirely obscured, a distorted blur. He pulled it off. Turns out the clown was me. Find all his personal info now. 1 minute, no excuses. Unbelievable. A guy who hadn't even contracted a beast maiden somehow formed a contract with what seems to be a top-tier bloodline. Does anyone have his contact info? I need to ride this wave. Let me handle it. I can do anything. Back in the imperial capital, Li Lingtian sat motionless on the sofa, emotions warring within him. Relief that Qing Yi was alive mingled with frustration and anger at her being contracted by someone else. After a long pause, he sighed and picked up his phone. Investigate Qing Yi's new contractor. At the 10th spirit platform, Jiang Bai still seemed frozen in place, utterly speechless. He had just witnessed a real dragon with his very own eyes. It was only when the azure dragon reverted to her human form as a stunning woman that he finally snapped out of his daze. And what else do you know? The azure dragon asked carefully. Jiang Bai unloaded everything he knew. The leader of the four divine beasts, the symbol of wood virtue, and dominion over clouds, rain, lightning, and thunder. He spilled it all. The azure dragon closed her eyes, sensing the awakening of her bloodline's inheritance. The dragon pattern on her forehead shifted colors: gray, white, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, finally settling into a radiant multicolored glow. A surge of energy spread outward. Jiang Bai stared at her forehead. He could recognize the golden hue, but the red and multicolored ones left him puzzled. The azure dragon opened her eyes, glancing at Jiang Bai curiously. You're really that weak, aren't you? She was about the same height as Jiang Bai, wearing a form-fitting suit of dragon-scale armor that exuded a close, palpable presence. Jiang Bai's face flushed as red as a monkey's behind. The azure dragon chuckled. Still able to get embarrassed? How amusing. Her demeanor shifted entirely from earlier. The icy coldness was gone, replaced by warmth. Pointing to the dragon mark on her brow, she asked, "Do you know what this is?" Jiang Bai shook his head. "Mythical tier bloodline," the azure dragon said with a gentle smile. "This means I have no bottlenecks in my cultivation. Even without a beastmaster, I can reach the peak." Jiang Bai was stunned. Could it be she wasn't interested in forming a bond? Unexpectedly, the azure dragon posed another question. "For someone as weak as you, would you be willing to become my beastmaster?" Jiang Bai didn't dare hesitate for even a second. He nodded fervently. "I'm willing. I'm willing. Life and soul as one, stepping forward together. By the spirit within me, I pledge my vow. Contract, commence." The two recited the vow in unison. A colorful page descended from the heavens, splitting into two radiant streaks of light that merged into their foreheads. The bond was formed, and a connection established between them. The azure dragon smiled warmly. "From now on, please take care of me, my beastmaster." Jiang Bai scratched his head with a goofy grin. "Let's help each other." Seeing Jiang Bai's silly expression, the azure dragon couldn't suppress a laugh. This person might be foolish, but he had saved her life. If she broke the pact, he wouldn't even have a place to cry about it. Finally, the azure dragon tilted her head. "Shouldn't my master give me a name?" Jiang Bai froze for a moment, then took a deep breath before answering. "Then let's call you Ao Qing." Ao was the surname of the dragon clan. Ao Qing, the azure dragon being named Ao Qing, made perfect sense. "But why is your surname Ao instead of Jiang?" Ao Qing asked, puzzled. After forming the soul contract, she had a clear understanding of Jiang Bai's background, as well as some human customs. Jiang Bai found it difficult to explain. He simply said, "Just trust me on this. Ao Qing it is." Ao Qing mulled it over for a moment. "I've heard that among humans, siblings with different surnames can marry. If you're trying to give us different surnames, does that mean you want to marry me?" Jiang Bai was taken aback, quickly waving his hands. No, I didn't mean that. Don't overthink it." Ao Qing smirked. "Why are you in such a hurry to deny it?" "I was only joking." Jiang Bai stammered. "I'm not in a hurry." Ao Qing replied. "Oh, you're definitely in a hurry." Jiang Bai grew flustered. "I'm really not." Ao Qing laughed. All right, you're not in a hurry." Jiang Bai sighed in relief and nodded. "That's right, I'm not." But then Ao Qing suddenly leaned in mysteriously. "Actually, if you really wanted to marry me, it's not impossible. You just have to." She left the sentence unfinished. Jiang Bai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Have to what?" Casually, Ao Qing replied, "Well, since you said you don't want to marry me, why ask?" Jiang Bai was speechless. All of a sudden, Ao Qing froze, her expression changing. Without warning, she scooped Jiang Bai into her arms and dashed toward the depths of the sacred mountain. Caught off guard, Jiang Bai was completely stunned. Three thoughts swirled in his mind amid the chaos. So big, so soft, and so fragrant. The contract selection ceremony was nearing its end, with many participants already stepping off the stage. Wei Xiaohu descended as well, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. Beside him were two beast girls. One of them, Mimi, cautiously sized up the other. The other returned the look with a meaningful smile, even licking her lips. Startled, Mimi averted her gaze hastily and, thinking of her own treats, licked her own lips. Wei Xiaohu was brimming with excitement. Holy crap, Jiang Bai wasn't exaggerating. This beast girl really is a king-tier Tyrannosaurus. His second beast partner was unexpectedly king-tier. Jiang Bai isn't just a buddy, he's like a godsend. Skipping generations isn't just reasonable, it's necessary. Looking up to the 10th spiritual platform, he He saw it enclosed by a blue energy barrier. Jiangbai was nowhere in sight, so he continued watching the platform instead. To turn down a king-tier beast girl, incredible. Could the 10th platform's partner be emperor tier? Suddenly, the barrier shattered, and a stunning figure emerged, carrying Jiangbai in her arms as she dashed out. Wei Xiaohu froze in astonishment. Wait, isn't that Jiangbai? His gaze shifted to the mark on Ao Qing's brow, the color gray. Huh? Jiangbai's beast partner has a common tier bloodline? So this is what skipping generations means. Wait, what? Why are they running? How can a common tier move this fast? Wei Xiaohu quickly chased after them. Online discussions flared up as well. Look, the 10th platform just opened. A beast partner with just a common tier bloodline. Aren't bloodline upgrades tied to collecting rare sources? But that beast girl is ridiculously fast. Maybe speed is her specialty. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, Li Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the gray mark. It seemed he still stood a chance. In the audience at Southern River University, Bai Yuan felt a pang in her heart upon witnessing Jiang by being carried by Ao Qing. But when she noticed the gray mark, she just pouted. Common tier? I'm nearly at silver tier already. What good was beauty anyway? Zhang Yu, observing Jiang Bai's beast partner, couldn't help but marvel. Though Jiang Bai's beast partners weren't of high rank, they were all stunningly gorgeous. Bai Yuan was already considered the most beautiful woman at Southern River University, yet compared to Jiang Bai's new partner, the difference was stark. On the sacred mountain, many directed their attention to the 10th spiritual. The platform was open, waiting for the end of the conference and for the eventual teleportation out. But no movement occurred. Why haven't we been transported yet? While still puzzled, strange noises started coming from the distance. People spotted a large shadow sweeping across the horizon, and purple mist dyed the sky a foreboding crimson. Run! It's the beastkin infected by the energy of the void realm. Beastkin in a frenzy were everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. Wherever they passed, trees and rocks were destroyed, everything crumbling in their path. Their speed was incredible, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Panic broke out. The crowd began a mad scramble to flee deeper into the sacred mountain. Some, in their desperation, even attacked one another, hoping to delay others and slow the pursuers. Those caught were shredded instantly, blood spraying in all directions. The scene was unbearably horrific. Some beastkin, blessed with unique abilities, tried to hide people underground. But as the purple mist swept past, even they were infected, joining the attacking horde. All of this was broadcast live to the outside world, shocking millions in the Great Xia. What's happening on the sacred mountain? Is the void realm truly this terrifying? Why hasn't anyone been teleported out yet? In Nanjiang City, Yang Feng was pacing anxiously. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Zetian dumping all responsibilities onto him before heading into the sacred mountain himself. Just then, the office phone rang. Zhou Zetian, don't panic. The Elders' Council is on their way. Leader, I'm Yang Feng. Zhou Zetian has already entered the sacred mountain, leaving all affairs in my hands. The voice on the other end grew sharp with anger. Who does Zhou Zetian think he is? To dare confront the Void Devourer alone. The lives of everyone in Nanjiang City wouldn't be enough to trade for the life of a Void Devourer, and even at that price, Zhou Zetian wouldn't survive. Yang Feng fell silent, finally understanding why Zhou Zetian had such a heavy expression earlier. It all became clear. The higher-ups in the sacred mountain had already reached a deal. The plan was to sacrifice the lives of the contract tournament participants in exchange for the Void Devourer's death. Nanjiang's delayed teleportation was a deliberate stalling tactic to hold the Void Devourer at bay. I don't believe sacrificing young lives is the answer, Yang Feng said in a low voice. You don't understand anything. Zhou Zetian is a cornerstone of stability, and the Void Devourer is a near-peak sovereign. Why should Nanjiang's sacrifices be off-limits? After a brief pause, the voice on the other end softened with resignation. You should make your preparations. At this moment, Jiang Bai, cradled in Ao Qing's arms, was slowly regaining his senses and asked softly, What's happening? Why are we running? Ao Qing replied, I don't know. The will of the sacred mountain urged me to flee. Jiang Bai felt something wasn't right. He realized the situation had escalated dangerously. Even after the events seemed to end, they had not been teleported out. Suddenly, continuous rumbling noises echoed from behind them. Jiang Bai's feeling that something catastrophic had occurred on the sacred mountain grew stronger. They kept running until the sounds faded away. Only then did Ao Qing put Jiang Bai down. Her face was flushed, her breathing labored, her hair disheveled. Sweat dripped from her forehead. She was clearly exhausted. The green dress she wore, formed from dragon scales, pressed her body closely against Jiang Bai's during the entire run, making her blush even deeper. Ever since her bloodline awakened, she couldn't shake a certain restless feeling in her heart. Ao Ching took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and asked with concern, "Let's rest for a bit. Are you all right?" Jiang Bai shook his head, indicating he was fine. He then noticed the dragon mark on Ao Ching's brow had turned gray and asked curiously, "Why has your bloodline downgraded to a mundane level?" Ao Ching smoothed her hair and replied, "The color can be switched at will. I changed it to gray to avoid trouble." She even demonstrated it for Jiang Bai on the spot. Jiang Bai, like a set of holiday lights. At that moment, a flash of cold light streaked by. A black shadow descended from a tree, lunging straight at Jiang Bai. Just as a blade was about to pierce Jiang Bai, Ao Qing raised her hand to intercept. The knife struck her hand without leaving the slightest mark, and with a clang, the dagger broke apart. Wang Long was shocked and hastily retreated, but Ao Qing's tail swept out, striking Wang Long's body with a heavy blow. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. Immediately afterward, a pterosaur with a 20-meter wingspan swooped in from above, aiming straight for Jiang Bai. Ao Qing transformed into her green dragon form, soaring skyward. Her sharp claws pierced the pterosaur instantly, tearing it in half. The creature's shattered corpse plummeted to the ground. Ao Qing reverted to her humanoid form and stood by Jiang Bai's side. Everything had unfolded in mere seconds. Jiang Bai hadn't even processed it yet. He stared at the blood-spitting Wang Long and shouted, "Hey man, who are you, and why are you trying to kill me?" Wang Long was terrified. He hadn't expected Jiang Bai's contracted beastkin to be this strong. Despite leveling up to 24 with the aid of his pterosaur and even possessing a diamond-tier beastkin, he'd been utterly defeated. His heart sank into despair. Rushing to explain, Wang Long said, "Dude, I've got the wrong person. Honest mistake. Can't you believe me?" "Jiang Bai, you think?" Trying to maintain his composure, Wang Long racked his brain for a way out. "Big bro, I swear this was just a misunderstanding. I heard you'd contracted the mysterious beastkin from the 10th Spirit platform and thought we could have a friendly spar." In truth, Wang Long had already contacted a hidden beastkin of his for a potential escape plan. Jiang Bai considered for a moment and realized he had no personal enemies. The only possible explanation was Zhang Yu. He directly asked, "Did Zhang Yu send you?" Wang Long froze, realizing that Zhang Yu had indeed tacitly approved this operation. Without hesitation, he ratted Zhang Yu out, confessing, "Yes, it was Zhang Yu who sent me. Dude, I'm just a guy doing work for money. Here, take all the money I got. Spare me, and I swear I'll never show my face around you again." Ao Qing turned to Jiang Bai, awaiting his decision. Jiang Bai shook his head. "You've already attacked. Do you think you can just walk away? The world isn't that forgiving." Panic-stricken, Wang Long yelled, "You can't kill me. If you do, the officials will hunt you down. The tournament is being broadcast live." So Jiang Bai wore a mask, aware that the outside world was watching. Drawing upon his memories, he confirmed the situation, not overthinking it, but feeling slightly conflicted. The Grand Xia Kingdom strictly prohibited beastmasters from killing each other. Wang Long let out a sigh of relief. In reality, this place wasn't even being live-streamed. "Brother, you gain nothing from killing me and may even face an investigation. How about this? I'll give you 2 million. Let me go, and neither of us takes a loss." Seeing Jiang Bai hesitate, Ao Qing suddenly spoke up. "I possess a soul enslavement secret technique." Jiang Bai's eyes gleamed. "Then why are we wasting time? Do it." Ao Qing stepped forward barefoot, the jingling of bells ringing out. Jiang Bai momentarily paused, trying to suppress errant thoughts, then forced himself to focus. Wang Long was terrified. Being enslaved was worse than death. Silently, he commanded his beast girl companion in the shadows. Ao Qing stood before Wang Long's soul seize. Wang Long was suppressed by an immense power, his consciousness gradually fading. Sweat beaded on Ao Qing's forehead, and it was clear the secret technique was draining her greatly. Suddenly, Jiang Bai felt danger looming behind him. Before he could react, a force struck him violently, sending him crashing into a tree. Blood spurted from his mouth as his consciousness dimmed. Summoning all his strength, he croaked, "Kill him." Panicked, Ao Qing coughed up blood from the backlash of her technique, but she still struck Wang Long in the chest. Wang Long's torso caved inward as he collapsed to the ground. Ao Qing quickly ran to Jiang Bai's side, cradling him and administering urgent healing. A stream of life force flowed from her palm into Jiang Bai, working to repair his injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Long's corpse was dragged into the forest by his beast girl companion, disappearing among the trees. Xiao Ling trudged through the forest with Wang Long in her arms, finally collapsing to the ground. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You promised to show me the most beautiful scenery. How did it end like this?" She lifted her gaze toward the direction of Jiang Bai's attacker, her eyes filled with searing hatred. She must seek vengeance. At that moment, A mesmerizing voice echoed. Ah, such delightful despair. Xiao Ling looked up, only to see a young man emerge from the forest. The tangled undergrowth seemed to part naturally for him. He wore a black evening suit, his violet eyes glinting with eerie malice, and atop his head were black scales and horns, a being from the void realm. Overwhelmed with terror, Xiao Ling instinctively tried to flee with Wang Long, but found herself immobilized, helpless against the overwhelming force that bound her in place. Panic gripped her heart. The youth approached Wang Long's lifeless body, lowered his head, and flicked his tongue through the air, savoring it before licking Wang Long directly. A look of satisfaction crossed his face as he murmured, "Delectable, simply exquisite." Void realm energy seeped into Wang Long's body, rapidly restoring it. Under this influence, Wang Long awoke, staring dumbfounded at the figure before him, a void entity in human form. The youth coldly demanded, "Whose blood is this?" Wang Long didn't answer. Instead, he shouted to Xiao Ling, "Run." Xiao Ling struggled to activate her inherent skill and flee, but to her horror, she realized her powers were completely nullified, rendering her motionless. The young man chuckled darkly, reaching out to caress Xiao Ling's head. Disobedience deserves punishment. In an instant, Xiao Ling's head exploded, her lifeless body falling to the ground. The man turned back to Wang Long with icy indifference. "Now, keep talking." Wang Long trembled uncontrollably as he stammered a question. Who are you?" The youth flashed an ominous smile. "You may call me Zhu." Elsewhere, Zhou Zetian hastened through the sacred mountain forest, a sense of urgency in his steps. Detecting the void realm energy emanating from its depths, he raced toward the source. He knew that only by uncovering the presence of the void devourer sovereign could the plague of purple mist over Lingtai be resolved. Jiangbai struggled to open his eyes, his body racked with pain and his complexion ashen. Seeing him stir, Ao Qing anxiously asked after his condition. Jiangbai acknowledged that she had saved him. "Thank you, Ao Qing." Though relieved that Jiangbai was conscious, a lingering concern darkened Ao Qing's expression. Sensing her unease, Jiangbai asked what was wrong. Ao Qing hesitated before admitting the stark truth. "Your spiritual veins have vanished." Jiangbai was shocked. Memories surged forth. Beastmasters required spiritual veins in order to cultivate power. Yet, he had been born without them. The mystery of his cultivation and inability to advance now had a heartbreaking answer. Overcome with despair, Jiangbai felt hollow. Recognizing his disappointment, Ao Qing clasped his hand with firm resolution. "You saved my life, and I vow to protect yours. As someone with a god-tier bloodline, I have the means to restore your spiritual veins. Don't be troubled." Suppressing his emotions, Jiangbai forced a faint smile of gratitude. Deep down, he resolved to find a way to solve his cultivation crisis. "Thank you, Ao Qing." Ao Qing simply shook her head, dismissing the need for thanks. Unyielding in her convictions, she had decided she would stand by Jiangbai's side no matter the cost. At that moment, a rumble echoed through the surroundings as the earth began to quake. The sacred mountain shook violently, prompting Ao Qing to frown. "What's happening?" There's an intense energy clashing ahead. Ever since attaining a god-tier bloodline, her sensitivity to such forces had heightened considerably. Taking a deep breath, Jiangbai said decisively, "Whatever it is, we should leave. Let's go." He glanced at Ao Qing's fair neck with slight embarrassment. "I'll have to trouble you again." Ao Qing nodded, lifted Jiangbai onto her back, and dashed toward the inner depths of the sacred mountain. As Jiangbai rested against her back, his hand unconsciously encircling her, Ao Qing felt a ripple of unease in her heart. Yet, she focused and advanced without hesitation. The deeper they went, the brighter the skies grew, and the more ancient the towering trees became. As Jiangbai gazed at the massive trees, a thought crossed his mind. In his previous life, these would have fetched a fortune, as long as the cops didn't catch him. Just then, a childlike voice cried out from the woods, "Sister?" A white tiger appeared. As it approached, it transformed into a young girl, clad in a flowing dress, with white ears atop her head and a tail swaying back and forth. Her clear eyes exuded a comforting warmth. "Elder sister, are you okay?" Her voice was light and cheery. Ao Qing was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. "Why are you here?" The young girl pouted plaintively. "I was planning on returning home, but then I encountered a crazed beastkin who attacked me. In the end, I got lost." She glanced curiously at Jiangbai and asked, "Elder sister, is this your beast master?" Ao Qing nodded, carefully setting Jiangbai down and steadying him. "Hello, I'm Jiangbai, Ao Qing's beast master." "Is Ao Qing really your name, elder sister?" The young girl's eyes sparkled as she eagerly sought confirmation. Once she received a nod, she lowered her voice and asked Ao Qing while still staring at Jiangbai, "Does he know your true identity?" Ao Qing silently nodded, revealing the pale coloration of the dragon pattern on her forehead. The young girl seemed to understand and became both excited and envious. That's wonderful. Elder sister, I'm so glad you're okay, she exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace Ao Qing and nuzzling her head against Ao Qing's chest. After a brief moment of sobbing, the young girl suddenly jumped back and turned to Jiangbai. Brother Jiangbai, can you guess my true form? With those words, she transformed into a massive white tiger. Black and white striped fur rippled across her body, her fangs gleamed menacingly, and her tiger tail swept powerfully in a display of dominance. Jiangbai was momentarily stunned by the imposing aura of the white tiger's true form. Just as he was about to speak, Ao Qing gave his arm a gentle pinch, signaling him to understand, though he didn't know exactly what to say. Jiangbai, just say whatever you think, Ao Qing encouraged. After fumbling for a moment, Jiangbai had a sudden inspiration and said, "You're a white tiger." The moment his words fell, the white tiger's blood seemed to boil within, filling her mind with the roaring cascade of ancient lineage information. The character Wang on her forehead kept changing colors, gray, white, blue, purple, black, before finally settling on a dazzling gold. Imperial class. As the rushing bloodlines settled, the white tiger returned to her human form, glowing with excitement. She eagerly asked Jiangbai, "Do you know anything else about me?" Jiangbai shook his head. "For now, that's all I know." The young girl looked slightly disappointed but quickly recovered and shouted joyfully to Ao Qing, "Elder sister, my bloodline shackles are broken. I've reached level 21 and it's emperor rank." Her vibrant laughter resonated through the forest. Ao Qing gently patted the young girl's forehead, a trace of guilt in her expression, as she tenderly said, "Xiao-san, you're amazing." Yet in her heart, she thought, once you become Jiangbai's beastkin, only then will you learn everything. She speculated that Xiao-san might be a divine-level beastkin, and until Xiao-san was contracted, the matter needed to remain contained. The young girl took Jiangbai's hand, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Brother Jiangbai, does that mean I'm your beastkin now?" Jiangbai's heart leaped with joy, but he quickly realized that as someone only at level 9, he didn't have the ability to contract another beastkin. A sense of helplessness arose within him. Ao Qing explained, "Jiangbai's strength isn't sufficient yet to contract a second beastkin. Xiao-san, wait until next year's contracting ceremony. Head to the spirit platform, and Jiangbai and I will come to retrieve you." She harbored hope that she could help Jiangbai recover his spiritual veins by then. Upon hearing this, the young girl's initial disappointment was quickly replaced with determination as she nodded. "Brother Jiangbai, you must come for me. I'll wait for you." "You." Seeing her radiant face, Jiangbai didn't disrupt the cheerful atmosphere. Inwardly, though, he resolved, if I still haven't reached level 20 by next year, I'll ascend the sacred mountain myself to tell her not to go to the spirit platform. "All right, I'll come for you next year." The young girl then asked, "Brother Jiangbai, can you give me a name?" Jiangbai thought for a moment. "Bai Linger." Bai Linger was elated, skipping and twirling around them in delight. Seeing her joy, both Ao Qing and Jiangbai couldn't help but smile along with her. "Elder sister, what exactly happened to the sacred mountain? Why has virtual realm energy been pouring in?" Bai Linger asked Ao Qing. Ao Qing shook her head. She didn't have an answer. Jiangbai followed up with a question. "Linger, has the sacred mountains will said anything to you?" Bai Linger hesitated briefly before replying. "No, the sacred mountains will has never communicated with me." Jiangbai nodded and exchanged a glance with Ao Qing. They concluded that the sacred mountains will likely didn't communicate with all beastkin. It might be related to the divine grade bloodline in Ao Qing's body. As the situation on the sacred mountain stabilized, people began organizing to fend off the attacking beastkin. Wei Xiaohu's Tyrannosaurus beastkin revealed her true form, her body covered in wounds and blood streaming down her form. Yet, undeterred, she ferociously bit through the attacking beastkin. Mimi also shifted into her true form. Her white fur dyed in red as she stood firmly by Wei Xiaohu's side. Wei Xiaohu was losing hope. The infected beastkin seemed endless, unyielding like a tide. A massive beastkin lumbered forward, toppling trees in its path and crushing smaller beastkin into paste under its colossal feet. Its sights locked onto the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus beastkin was formidable, but she was utterly exhausted. The monstrous beastkin collided into her with overwhelming force, sending her crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. She snarled fiercely, trying to rise, but her body had reached its limit. As the massive beastkin prepared to stomp her into the earth, Wei Xiaohu shouted in desperation, "Shrink down, quickly!" In response, the Tyrannosaurus disappeared in an instant, reverting back into her wounded, humanoid beastkin form, collapsing onto the grass. Summoning all his strength, Wei Xiaohu leveraged stones and trees to just barely resist the colossal foot from driving down onto them. Sensing resistance, the massive beastkin increased its pressure. Blood spurted from Wei Xiaohu's lips as he roared at Mimi. Mimi, take her and run. The Tyrannosaurus, nicknamed Bao Bao, was Wei Xiaohu's contracted beastkin. Upon hearing his command, Bao Bao pushed Mimi away despite her tearful protests. She let out a deafening roar and forced herself to transform back into her true form, straining to support the colossal beast's descending foot. Blood seeped continuously from her mouth, staining the ground below. Bao Bao! Wei Xiaohu roared in anguish, turning to Mimi with urgency. You must. Go quickly, I'll rescue Bao Bao. Mimi was crying like rain, shaking her head desperately. I'm not leaving. Wei Xiaohu was about to lose his temper when, suddenly, the huge claw vanished, leaving only an unconscious beast girl in its place. Wei Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up Bao Bao, and dragged Mimi deeper into the sacred mountain. All the infected beast girls in the vicinity had collapsed, leaving no one to block their path. In the forest, Zhou Zetian staggered forward, his face filled with pain, his clothes soaked in blood. Blood dripped onto the overgrown weeds. He had searched for Zhou, fought fiercely alongside several beast girls, but Zhou had been severely injured, and Zhou himself gravely wounded. Zhou had disappeared into the forest. Sustained solely by his willpower, he was determined to deliver the Void Lord's true goal beyond the sacred mountain and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Elsewhere, the white tiger was racing at full speed, carrying Jiang Bai and Ao Qing on its back, skillfully dodging obstacles. Upon hearing a loud noise, they decided to venture further into the sacred mountain. Jiang Bai was injured, and Ao Qing was exhausted, so Bai Linger willingly reverted to her original form to lead the way. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, leaving no time to stop. Ao Qing struck the ground hard with her dragon tail, using the recoil to propel the white tiger into the air, successfully leaping over the figure. Bai Linger returned to her human form, standing with her hands on her hips, glaring. How dare you block the way? Do you have a death wish? The man collapsed upon seeing them, fainting immediately. Bai Linger froze, quickly explaining that they hadn't touched him. Ao Qing pulled her aside, shaking her head helplessly. Jiang Bai, regaining the ability to move thanks to Ao Qing's energy, approached and turned the man over. With one look, he recognized him. It was Zhou Zetian, the director of the Nanjing City Administration Bureau and honorary president of Nanjing University, a figure he once idolized. Jiang Bai hurriedly helped Zhou Zetian sit against a tree, calling out to him softly, but getting no response. He looked to Ao Qing for assistance. Ao Qing nodded and stepped forward to inject Zhou Zetian with life energy. Zhou Zetian coughed twice. Zhou Zetian suddenly spat blood and awoke, his consciousness gradually clearing. Jiang Bai rushed up in concern. President, are you all right? Hearing the familiar title, Zhou Zetian asked if Jiang Bai was a student of Nanjing University. Jiang Bai nodded, introducing himself. Zhou Zetian glanced at Ao Qing and Bai Linger standing behind Jiang Bai. When his gaze fell upon the golden mark on Bai Linger's forehead, his expression turned to shock. A royal class? How had he received no news of this? Are these two your beast girls? Jiang Bai nodded. Although he hadn't officially formed a contract with Bai Linger, there was little doubt it would happen. Zhou Zetian was visibly excited, saying, good, good, twice, only to cough violently again. Jiang Bai quickly urged him, President, please don't speak anymore. Once the teleportation gateway opens, I'll take you to the hospital. Inwardly, Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement. This was a chance to secure a powerful ally. But Zhou Zetian fell silent for a long moment, then finally stated, I won't be able to leave. Jiang Bai was puzzled and hurriedly asked why. Zhou Zetian explained, a Void Lord had infiltrated the sacred mountain. Initially, the higher-ups had planned to cancel the Nanjing City Contract Conference and send the 10 elders to hunt the Void Lord. However, as the director of the Administration Bureau, he couldn't let it go. Sensing a conspiracy behind it, he decided to investigate personally. Now, he had uncovered that the Void Lord's real purpose was merely a distraction, while the Void Society's true objective was to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire Nanjing City. Jiang Bai was stunned. Zhou Zetian looked at Jiang Bai seriously. If you manage to get out alive, find Deputy Director Yang Feng and tell only him. He'll know what to do. Finally, he handed Jiang Bai a jade Buddha. Deliver this to Zhou Qingya for me, and tell her I'm sorry. When Zhou Zetian mentioned Zhou Qingya, a complex look flashed in his eyes, and his voice became hoarse. Holding the white jade Buddha in his hand, Jiang Bai couldn't believe the renowned cold beauty of Nanjing University had any connection to Zhou Zetian. Zhou Qingya was one of the university's most celebrated figures, a gifted prodigy. Zhou Zetian suddenly looked up again, his tone calm. You should leave now. Remember to tell Yang Feng the Void Society's target. He'll reward you for it. With that, Zhou Zetian started walking toward the distance. Where purple energy was rising and destructive, bloodthirsty power was about to become a storm. The Void Lord had revealed itself. Jiang Bai felt a heavy knot tighten in his chest. He glanced back at Zhou Zetian but didn't say a word. He understood that Zhou Zetian was never coming with them. Following Zhou Zetian would mean confronting the Void Lord directly, and the risk was far too great. Linger, let's go. Jiang Bai shook his head, dismissing his distractions, and had Bai Linger transform back to her original form to carry him and Ao Qing away swiftly. Sitting on Bai Linger's back, he could hear the constant roar behind him. He looked back frequently, knowing Zhou Zetian had already engaged in combat with the Void Lord. Ao Qing could feel Jiang Bai's unease. She wrapped her dragon tail around his neck. Jiang Bai understood her gesture of comfort and smiled, patting her tail. I'm just worried he won't last long. His opponent is the Void Lord, after all. Ao Qing's ears turned red from Jiang Bai's gentle action. We'll definitely make it out safe, she said, holding his hand firmly. Jiang Bai suddenly noticed something unusual. Ao Qing's body felt very hot. Ao Qing, why are you burning up? Ao Qing blinked and held her forehead wearily. I think I'm exhausted. With that, her body fell backward. Jiang Bai quickly moved to catch her. Stay. Bai Linger sensed the situation and prepared to stop, but Jiang Bai stopped her. Linger, keep running, don't stop. Jiang Bai pressed his fingers to Ao Qing's temples, gently transferring a calming energy. Ao Qing closed her eyes and leaned against him, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Jiang Bai noticed her ears turning red and burning hot. Could it be a fever? He wondered. He said to Bai Linger, find a safe spot to stop for a moment. Something seems off with Ao Qing. I'm fine. Let Linger keep running. I just need a little rest, Ao Qing said weakly. Jiang Bai nodded and adjusted Ao Qing's posture to make her more comfortable. Ao Qing let out a barely audible leaving Jiang Bai momentarily stunned. He wondered if she was feeling shy, but he quickly returned his focus to their escape. He couldn't help but admire Bai Linger's skill at carrying them so steadily. As Bai Linger ran, the sounds behind them gradually faded. Jiang Bai cast one last glance at the rear, worried about Headmaster Zhou's safety. The teleportation hadn't activated yet, which meant the Void Devourer was still alive. Suddenly, Bai Linger came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Bai was nearly thrown off and instinctively grabbed onto something. It felt soft. Once Bai Linger steadied herself, Jiang Bai opened his eyes and realized his hand had landed on Ao Qing's chest. He quickly pulled back and stammered, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, it wasn't intentional. Ao Qing lowered her head and softly said, It's okay. Jiang Bai regained his composure and noticed the atmosphere had shifted. Bai Linger was as alert as a bristling cat, staring intently at the forest ahead, growling lowly. She felt a deadly threat. Jiang Bai dismounted Bai Linger and asked Ao Qing, What's wrong with Linger? By now, Ao Qing had calmed down and was gazing seriously ahead. In the dense forest, vigilance was etched on the girl's face. The tension was palpable, and no one spoke. A breeze brushed past Jiang Bai. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from deep within the woods. I can smell it, the delightful scent. A swaying figure emerged, horns on his head, dressed in tattered black formal wear, a massive wound on his chest leaking purple blood. The grass and trees it touched withered instantly. His arrival turned the sky a deep purple, and a suffocating aura enveloped everyone. Jiang Bai's eyes filled with terror. The Void Devourer, the legendary monster, had appeared. He couldn't even think to flee. He knew in his heart this was his end. The man's voice was weak as he muttered to himself. Just a small fry, yet it managed to break my ethereal form. Truly aggravating. But the thought of savoring 2 beast maidens, now that lifts my mood. Bai Linger glared fixedly at the Void Devourer. Her teeth clenched as she muttered, Elder sister, you take Brother Jiang and leave first. This bastard is heavily injured. I'll hold him off. Even though hopelessness crept into her heart, she tried her best to appear resolute. Ao Qing hesitated, looking at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai shook his head firmly, refusing. No, we can't leave Linger behind. He knew very well that even if the Void Devourer was gravely injured, none of them stood a chance against him. Abandoning Linger wouldn't save the rest of them. Their only option was to fight. Bai Linger looked at Jiang Bai, her heart filled with both emotion and guilt. Grinding her teeth, Bai Linger said, Brother Jiang Bai, you and elder sister go now. Come back to Sacred Mountain next year and get me. From afar, the Void Devourer clapped and sneered. How touching, sacrificing for each other. Such a shame no one else will witness this scene. Scratching his chin, he suddenly suggested, Kid, why don't you leave the 2 beast maidens here with me, and I'll let you go. How about that? The moment he finished speaking, Ao Qing and Bai Linger turned to gaze at Jiang Bai. The pressure on Jiang Bai's mind was immense. but recalling his past promises, he shook his head with determination. Your idea sounds interesting, but I don't agree. Just as he finished speaking, Ao Ching transformed into a green dragon and launched herself at the enemy, while Linger followed closely behind, aiming for the Void Devourer's wound. The Void Devourer blocked their attacks with mockery in his eyes. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared behind Linger. Kid, do you realize? Before finishing his sentence, he kicked the white tiger squarely in the back. Linger was sent flying, crashing into a group of trees, instantly flattening an area of the woods into a clearing. The monster sneered and casually grabbed the dragon's tail, slamming Ao Ching hard into the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth. Linger coughed blood but gritted her teeth and charged at him again. A golden glow enveloped her body as she activated the white tiger's sacred armor, her aura growing fiercer. She engaged in close combat with the Void Devourer, but his attacks were overwhelming. Despite the golden glow shielding her, Linger endured excruciating pain in her organs. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she lunged and bit into his arm. The monster glanced at Jiang Bai and smirked. I despise the hypocrisy of humans. You're just as scared of death as anyone else. He seized Linger by the head and shoved her violently into the ground. In that moment, Ao Ching seized an opportunity. Her claws tore into the Void Devourer's wound, ripping it open further. His tattered suit shredded completely, and blood poured freely from his body. Already gravely injured, the Void Devourer looked worse than ever. He coughed blood, his face dark with fury. The worst wound, however, was the final slash dealt by Zhou Zetian. That strike had wounded the Void Devourer's very core. A mysterious force within it continued to corrode his body. Twisted in pain and madness, he let out a maniacal laugh. Your struggles are so delicious. I will savor tearing you all apart bit by bit. Purple energy began to surge from Zhu's body, his form swelling and transforming into a massive, two-horned lizard-like creature. His aura exuded an unparalleled sense of danger. Behind him, a rift leading to the Void Realm appeared, leaking dark purple energy, and the fissure was slowly expanding. Ao Ching quickly rescued Linger, who had been crushed into the ground, and placed her beside Jiang Bai. With Jiang Bai's weak abilities, his involvement would only cause more trouble. Carefully, Jiang Bai caught the severely injured and unconscious Linger, his expression heavy as he contemplated their next move. Once Zhu's transformation was complete, his menacing aura grew even stronger. Ancient trees withered in his presence, and the oppressive atmosphere became nearly unbearable. The rift to the Void Realm, a topic once confined to elementary school textbooks, now manifested starkly in reality before them. In that instant, Jiang Bai understood. Zhu was preparing to flee the Holy Mountain. The Void Beings could not possibly launch a large-scale invasion against the Holy Mountain. Humans alone were already a daunting challenge for them. Jiang Bai quickly warned Ao Ching to be cautious. He realized that Ao Ching's divine bloodline might have drawn the attention of the Void Lord. With the Void Lord poised to leave, Ao Ching was undoubtedly in great peril. The surrounding purple mist condensed into a fully formed void creature, its body as colossal as a small mountain. Ao Ching's true dragon form seemed childish and insignificant before this giant. The Void Lord spoke, his voice so thunderous that Ao Ching's head ached violently. Gritting her teeth and enduring the discomfort, she charged forward but was effortlessly struck down, her form almost disintegrating. Suddenly, beams of multicolored light descended from the sky, illuminating the Void Lord as though searing flames burned his body. However, he only laughed maniacally, shouting, "The Holy Mountain cannot keep me here. Before I leave, another 2 prime targets will die." At that moment, a blinding light shot down from the heavens, aiming directly at the Void Lord. However, the powers of the Void Realm surged forth from the rift behind him, blocking the attack. 2 energies, one radiant and one dark, intertwined, anchoring the Void Lord in place. Jiang Bai recalled something his teacher once explained. Only spatial attributes could break through the Void Realm rift. Desperately, he shouted for Ao Ching to attempt attacking the rift. But Ao Ching, gravely injured, had reverted to her beast maiden form. Her blood-soaked clothes clung to her, and her gaze was icy as she replied, "I don't have any spatial attribute abilities." In his panic, Jiang Bai suddenly remembered the sky-splitting claw, the ultimate technique of Dragon King Ao Run from an anime in his past life. Ao Ching's eyes lit up at the mention, revealing that the move indeed existed in her lineage, but her cultivation was too low to fully unleash its power. Jiang Bai urged her to attempt it regardless. Ao Ching's dragon markings turned multicolored, and a phantom of a true dragon materialized behind her, her aura spiking substantially. With a great roar, she unleashed the sky-splitting claw, a dazzling green dragon claw tearing toward the Void Realm rift. Though its power was immense, the rift merely trembled slightly before restoring itself. Ao Qing coughed up blood and plummeted from the sky. Jiangbai rushed forward, catching her just in time. Zhu laughed uproariously at the sight, mocking the duo. Yet suddenly, the Void Realm rift silently vanished, leaving Zhu in stunned bewilderment. Without the protection of the Void Realm, radiant energy instantly pierced Zhu's forehead, spraying purple blood into the air. Utterly confused, Zhu could not comprehend why the rift had disappeared. Jiangbai stood equally dumbfounded. Had the Void Lord been abandoned by the Void Realm? Feeling his life force ebbing away, Zhu finally panicked. For so long, his reliance on the Void Realm had rendered him invincible. Now, with the rift gone, death loomed over him unexpectedly and irrevocably. Having outsmarted countless threats with the intelligence of a void creature, Zhu had ascended to become the Void Lord. Yet now, his demise seemed inevitable. In his final moments, the Void Lord cast his gaze toward the three worn-out figures of Jiang Bai and his companions. My origin will never be destroyed. I will return, Zhu murmured. He then reached into his chest with his bare hands, pulling out a mass of dark purple energy before flinging it to Ao Qing. Shortly after, his massive body collapsed lifelessly. Sensing danger, Jiang Bai instinctively shielded Ao Qing. Yet Zhu's essence directly merged into Jiang Bai's body, beginning to corrode his will. Arg! Jiang Bai's eyes turned an unnerving shade of purple, as if torn apart by the influx of energy. The overwhelming force threatened to shatter him before he finally succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto Ao Qing. Uncertain how much time had passed, Jiang Bai awakened to find himself inside a shopping mall. Where am I? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, he noticed another version of himself, not far away, drenched in sweat and trembling in fear as he repeated under his breath, "Void creatures. How are there void creatures here?" The shopping mall was in chaos, people running in every direction, cries and screams blending into a cacophony. The other, Jiang Bai, stood frozen in terror. From a rift on the top floor emerged grotesque, purple-skinned beings that slaughtered anyone in sight. Finally snapping out of his stupor, the other Jiang Bai avoided the fleeing crowd and climbed into a ventilation shaft, carefully making his way upward. As void creatures prowled below, he held his breath, terrified of being discovered. Through the slits, he witnessed a familiar female shop assistant being torn apart and devoured. Fear consumed the other Jiang Bai, his body shuddering uncontrollably. Watching this unfold, Jiang Bai was utterly puzzled. What is this, a movie? Suddenly, a long, snow-white leg extended from the rift, followed by the arrival of an enigmatic, horned woman. She entered a nearby boutique, donning a purple gown and high heels while concealing her horns. Though she appeared human, her cold demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding carnage. Click-clack, click-clack. She walked toward the ventilation shaft, stopping and gazing upward with an eerie smile. "Ah, there's still a little mouse hiding up there," she remarked. The moment the other Jiang Bai locked eyes with her, he lost consciousness instantly. Jiang Bai's perspective went black as well. Much later, "Captain, over here. We've found a survivor." A distant voice rang out near Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai woke up groggily, his head aching, unable to remember what had happened. "Hey, this kid's pretty cunning, hiding in here and not coming out. If he'd gone out, he'd be dead for sure." A burly man with a scruffy beard chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, while behind him stood a cold-faced beast made holding a blade. Jiang Bai didn't respond. He mumbled softly to himself, "I'm level 9 now. I can start cultivating." Jiang Bai only felt his head spinning, disoriented, just like when he had first transmigrated. Big sis, he's awake," an excited girl's voice exclaimed. Jiang Bai opened his eyes to see Bai Linger approaching with an eager expression, repeatedly calling out, "Big sis." Jiang Bai Gidge, "Big brother, are you okay?" The girl crouched beside him, mischievously touching his forehead and poking his cheek. They were in a cave, the space small and filled with a heavy, earthy smell of mud. Jiang Bai awoke to find himself lying on a straw bed. Ao Qing walked in from the cave entrance, gently asking if he felt unwell. Jiang Bai struggled to sit up, his body aching, so Ao Qing supported him with her tail. Jiang Bai asked how long it had been and what had happened to the Void Devourer's sovereign. Ao Qing wasn't sure, only knowing that when they woke up, everyone had been unconscious, and the Void Devourer's sovereign's corpse wasn't far away. Bai Linger blinked proudly, saying she was the one who had dug Jiang Bai into the cave. Ao Qing patted her head, expressing gratitude to Linger. Bai Linger smugly declared she would protect Ao Qing in the future, though she looked a little upset, wishing Jiang Bai would work harder on cultivating so that they could visit the human world. Ao Qing sighed, saying Linger should wait 2 more years before they'd take her out. Hearing this, Bai Linger looked disappointed and said the holy mountain was boring, with no one left to play with her. When the topic turned to cultivation, Jiang Bai suddenly remembered the event 3 years ago when the Void Realm had invaded a shopping mall. After waking up, he discovered his spirit vein was gone, but strangely, he had reached level 9. Thinking back, he suspected it had something to do with the last strike from the Void Devourer's sovereign, or possibly the interference of a Void Realm entity in the mall. Jiang Bai inspected himself and was astonished to discover he had reached level 20. He quickly called out in surprise. Ao Qing hurried to check, thinking something was wrong with his body again. As she examined him, she was startled to find that Jiang Bai's body still lacked a spirit vein, but his cultivation was indeed at level 20, with a remnant energy of the Void Realm lingering inside him. Ao Qing's expression grew grave. She explained that Jiang Bai's body was now highly dangerous. If the energy within him lost control, he could either explode or transform into a being of the Void Realm. Jiang Bai remarked that he had always lacked a spirit vein. Was he still salvageable? Both Ao Qing and Bai Linger were taken aback. Jiang Bai began recounting everything that had happened 3 years ago in the shopping mall. Ao Qing pondered for a moment, suspecting that Jiang Bai's body might contain a remnant that the Void Realm entity had left behind, but her cultivation level was too low to discern it clearly. At that moment, Bai Linger timidly spoke up, asking if Jiang Bai, now at level 20, could form a soul contract with her. Jiang Bai was startled and looked in her direction. Could she really refuse to form a contract with him? Jiang Bai glanced at Ao Qing, seeking her opinion. Ao Qing looked between Jiang Bai and the innocent-looking Bai Linger before saying, Linger isn't a child. She can make her own decisions. Jiang Bai explained the risks to Bai Ling. Linger, I'm extremely dangerous right now. I could explode at any moment. Bai Linger blinked her wide eyes, seemingly unconcerned. It's okay. I want to go to the human world. If you do explode, I'll just find someone else to form a contract with. Jiang Bai felt a little moved, understanding that she said this so he wouldn't feel pressured. Beast mates typically lived longer than their beastmasters. When a beastmaster died, the beast mate usually had 3 choices: stay in the human world, return to the holy mountain, or form a new contract. Tears welled up in Bai Linger's eyes as she softly said, Besides, you're the one who gave me my name. Don't you want to form a contract with me? Jiang Bai raised his hands in defeat. Fine. I'll do it, okay? Yay! Bai Linger cheered in delight. Ao Qing went out, saying she needed to process the Void Devourer's sovereign's meat to help strengthen Jiang Bai's body. Here, there were no ordinary animals. The meat they ate came from Void Realm creatures, which was both nutritious and capable of replenishing energy. Bai Linger sat across from Jiang Bai, her small face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Jiang Bai Gij, this is my first time. I'm nervous. Don't be nervous. It'll be over quickly. I have experience. Will it hurt? No. Should I prepare? You don't need to. You're so cold. Am I? Yes. Bai Linger pouted. With life and soul as one, bonded and united, with my soul as proof of my will, the contract is sealed. Jiang Bai had become Bai Linger's second contracted beastmaster. Linger. Bai Linger was feeling the changes in her body. I'm sorry. For what? I lied to you. Bai Linger tilted her head and wagged her tail. I knew that. Jiang Bai couldn't help but pat her head. Her hair was silky smooth. No wonder Ao Qing loved petting her. Bai Linger looked pleased, even leaning into his hand to rub against it. Jiang Bai doted on her as he asked, What do you know? Didn't you already look me up before? Jiang Bai was surprised. How did you know? Bai Linger moved her head away, sulking slightly. I'm smart too, you know. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. Linger is the smartest. She stood up. Up. So, can you give it to me now? Bai Linger quickly grabbed his arm. Jiang Bai subconsciously glanced at her. The young girl was full of vitality, not as intellectual as Ao Qing, but just perfect in her own way. Ahem, fine, I'll give it to you. Bai Linger looked at him strangely. Are you thinking something inappropriate? Jiang Bai was embarrassed. Of course not. It felt like he had been caught red-handed peeking at a beautiful woman. Doesn't matter. Hurry and give it to me. Give you what? The information, of course. You didn't say you wanted it. I do want it. Hurry and give it to me. Bai Linger rubbed against him playfully, acting coy. Jiang Bai coughed twice, feeling the softness from her touch. All right. I was just teasing you. White Tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts, the guardian of the Western 7 mansions, symbolizing slaughter, warfare, and law. It governs over killing, weapons, and strength. Jiang Bai recited long passages of records about the White Tiger in one breath. Bai Linger's bloodline surged, energy almost spilling out of her. Arg, that's enough. She quickly ran outside, unable to suppress the overwhelming power within her body. Jiang Bai, was she doing this on purpose? He promptly chased after her, and saw Bai Ling had already. Jiangbai revealed his true form, standing atop a massive boulder. The roar of a tiger echoed through the heavens, shaking the entire holy mountain, as if declaring, "The king has returned." Bai Ling reverted to her beast woman form. Her cheeks flushed as she excitedly jumped beside Jiangbai. She pointed to the colorful king mark on her forehead with exhilaration. Ao Qing approached with a gentle smile and asked, "Your bloodline has leveled up?" Feeling wronged, Bai Ling dove into Ao Qing's arms. "Big sis, you tricked me." Ao Qing comforted her by patting her back. Bai Ling quickly bounced back, hands on her hips, declaring, "I'm so magnanimous, so I'll forgive you." Ao Qing suggested they eat first, taking Bai Ling with her. Jiangbai nodded and followed along. By the fire, a gigantic log was roasting. Jiangbai initially thought it was barbecue, but upon getting closer, he realized it was just a charred piece of wood. "What are we eating?" he asked, puzzled. Ao Qing pointed to the wood. "Barbecue." Jiangbai was stunned. Was this thing even edible? Ao Qing looked proud. "Don't humans love eating cooked food?" Jiangbai could only awkwardly nod in agreement. Ao Qing began educating Bai Ling on adapting to human diets. Bai Ling, however, was resistant. "I prefer raw food." Jiangbai chimed in. "Actually, eating raw meat occasionally isn't too bad. Sashimi, for instance, is quite delightful." Ao Qing grew suspicious. "Are you two implying my cooking is bad?" Jiangbai laughed nervously, quickly changing the subject. Determined, Ao Qing decided to eat the cooked food herself, leaving them with the raw meat. She pointed toward the eviscerated corpse of the Void Erosion sovereign nearby, and noted that its missing leg had been the barbecue ingredient. Jiangbai, intrigued, wondered aloud why the corpse of the Void sovereign appeared so small. Ao Qing explained that any Void creatures dying on the Holy Mountain would have their energy absorbed by the mountain, leaving only skeletal remains. Bai Ling grumbled indignantly, saying that previously, the Void beasts they had captured would often be drained by the mountain as well, forcing her to go hunting on battlefields for food. Jiangbai asked, "On the battlefields against the Void Realm?" Bai Ling nodded and nudged him over to eat. Meanwhile, Ao Qing stared at the blackened barbecue, unsure of how to approach it. Should her beast woman form just take one big bite? No, in the human world, she couldn't eat like that. Bai Ling used her paws to slice off a piece of the sovereign's meat. The slice was tenderly white, gleaming faintly, and even emanating a pleasant aroma. Although the fragrance tempted Jiangbai, he still hesitated. "Jiangbai Gij, why aren't you eating?" Bai Ling asked, her cheeks puffed out adorably as she chewed. Jiangbai glanced at the munching Bai Ling before looking at the conflicted Ao Qing. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up a stone to create a makeshift grilling tool. He laid the sliced meat on the hot stone and walked over to Ao Qing. "How about I give it a try?" Ao Qing, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it already cooked?" "It's burnt to charcoal, you can't eat that." Jiangbai sighed, finding a slab of stone to place over embers and heating the meat slice to a golden brown on both sides. "It's ready. Give it a taste," he said, handing it to Ao Qing. Despite the lack of seasoning, the meat was exceptionally fresh and flavorful. Ao Qing's eyes lit up after trying it. So, cooked food could be this delicious. Jiangbai took a bite as well. The enriched energy filled his body, banishing fatigue. Ao Qing, still unsatisfied, nudged him, and Jiangbai grilled a few more pieces. While grilling more meat, Ao Qing kept glancing at the charred barbecue. Eventually, she took a bite, only to grimace and mutter under her breath, "The taste really isn't great." Noticing the black smudge on her lips, Jiangbai couldn't help but burst out laughing. The three of them quickly ate their fill, with Bai Ling and Jiangbai patting their stomachs in satisfaction. No wonder sovereign meat is so rich in energy, and it tastes great, too. Jiangbai marveled. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. "Back when I ate lower-tier void beasts, they neither tasted good nor filled me up." Looking at the large chunk of leftover meat, Jiangbai sighed. "Shame we can't take it all with us." Bai Ling's eyes sparkled. "I just awakened a new ability. I can store meat in this small space I have." Jiangbai was elated. What a treasure she was turning out to be. The void beast meat disappeared into Bai Ling's spatial storage. "Jiangbai Gij, don't forget to roast meat for me when we get back," Bai Ling said excitedly. Jiangbai readily agreed. But upon thinking about returning, he started to sink deep into thought again. The Void Lord was dead, and the teleportation hadn't activated yet. Did that mean they had to go to the contract summit? His rapid leveling would surely arouse suspicion, and not having enough spatial storage for beast girls was another problem. When he shared his worries with the two women, they quickly provided a solution. The mark of the Beastmaster. "What's a beast mark?" Jiangbai asked, hearing about it for the first time. Bai Ling chuckled. A flash of white light enveloped her, and then she disappeared. Jiangbai suddenly felt a wave of warmth spread through his body. "Hey, Brother Jiangbai, can you hear me? Bai Linger's voice echoed. Jiangbai froze. Linga? Where did you go? I'm right here. On you. Jiangbai hesitantly patted himself on the body. Stop touching recklessly. Linger sounded a little annoyed. Jiangbai lifted his shirt and saw a white tiger tattoo newly etched across his chest and back. This is you? Jiangbai asked incredulously. Yep, this way no one can find me, Linger replied smugly. Jiangbai couldn't help but praise. Linger, you're really amazing. At this moment, Ao Qing smiled and explained. Beast marks can enhance cultivation speed and hide your strength. However, after becoming a beast mark, beast girls lose their ability to perceive the outside world and can only communicate with their beast masters. Can it mask one's aura? Jiangbai inquired. Ao Qing nodded. That's right. A beast mark can simulate an aura, but the maximum level it can mimic is limited to the original power level of that beast girl. Jiangbai seemed a bit disappointed but continued. Can Linger still hear us now? Ao Qing shook her head. Most likely not. Only the contracted beast master can communicate with a beast girl in her beast mark state. Jiangbai nodded approvingly. Then he said, all right, let's head to the White Jade Spirit platform. Ao Qing responded softly. Do you need me to carry you? Remembering how she carried him at top speed before while escaping, Jiangbai shook his head after a moment of thought. I'm already level 20, my speed should be sufficient. Besides, there's no danger now. Ao Qing agreed with a nod. At the White Jade Spirit platform, the surviving Beastmasters and official teams had gathered. Wei Xiaohu blended into the crowd, carefully leading his beast girls as he searched for Jiangbai. Behind him, both of his beast girls looked pale, and Wei Xiaohu's heart was heavy. He suspected Jiangbai might have already perished. But then again, he was the fastest runner. Maybe he was still alive and just hiding somewhere deeper. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. Wei Xiaohu turned around and, to his great relief, saw Jiangbai. Overcome with emotion, he grabbed Jiangbai's hand tightly. Lao Bai, I just knew you were okay. Jiangbai, is this the beast girl you just contracted? Wei Xiaohu's gaze fell on Ao Qing, evidently taken by her beauty. Her name is Ao Qing. Jiangbai introduced her briefly. Ao Qing, this is Wei Xiaohu, my good brother. Wei Xiaohu greeted Ao Qing, who responded with a slight smile. Then, Jiangbai glanced at the girls standing behind Wei Xiaohu. What about your new beast girl? She's called Bao Bao, Wei Xiaohu whispered in Jiangbai's ear. Her bloodline is at king level. What's the quality of your new beast girl? Wei Xiaohu asked curiously. Glancing at the gray dragon pattern on Ao Qing's forehead, Jiangbai replied, Mortal tier. What? Why didn't you contract Bao Bao instead? She's a king-level beast girl. Wei Xiaohu exclaimed in shock. Jiangbai blinked and answered, She's too big. Wei Xiaohu was momentarily speechless. Spotting a line forming in the distance, Jiangbai quickly changed the subject. What's happening over there? Not far away, government officials were questioning the crowd. A senior figure from Nanjing City had gone missing at the Sacred Mountain, and an investigation into eyewitness accounts was underway. Wei Xiaohu had already been questioned and informed Jiangbai that his turn would come soon. Jiangbai speculated that the missing figure might be Zhou Zetian. He considered whether or not to mention Zhou Zetian's instructions to find Yang Feng, but ultimately decided to keep it a secret. He suspected there might be moles from the Void Society among government officials. At that moment, a tall, striking woman wearing black stockings and a white blouse approached. She introduced herself as Shun Tong, the captain of the 3rd Unit of Nanjing City Civil Affairs Department. She revealed her identity and began questioning Jiangbai. First, Shun Tong nodded at Wei Xiaohu, signaling him to leave with his beast girls. Then, noticing Ao Qing's presence, Jiangbai explained that she was his contracted beast girl. Shun Tong's demeanor turned serious, and she began by verifying basic information and asking Jiangbai to identify faces in a set of photos. One of the photos was indeed Zhou Zetian, but Jiangbai feigned ignorance. She probed his whereabouts during the infection beast's attack. Jiangbai said his beast girl had taken him deep into the Sacred Mountain. The rest of her questions were answered briefly but carefully. Upon finishing, Shun Tong reminded him to stay safe. Afterward, Shun Tong reported to an elderly man that only Wang Long had seen the bureau chief. The others didn't have direct contact. The old man, one of the revered 10 elders of the Great Xia Nation and Zhou Zetian's mentor, appeared forlorn as he left with a sigh. When the questioning concluded, Jiangbai found himself back at the Nanjing University Gymnasium. The building was eerily empty. Less than a third of the survivors remained. Wei Xiaohu sighed, lamenting that although many had entered, only a few had made it out. Jiangbai's class of 14 students had dwindled to just 5 survivors. Yang Rong, who gave her life to save her beast girl, perished on the Sacred Mountain. Jiangbai felt a pang of sorrow and an even stronger determination to become powerful. He couldn't afford to die a silent death like so many others. The school principal, looking visibly exhausted, took to the stage in an effort to rally the remaining students to fight against the Void Realm. Jiang, I learned that the entire trip into and out of the Sacred Mountain had taken 2 days. The whole process was live-streamed online, sparking nationwide outrage and mourning. In the bullet comments, some vowed to hunt down creatures of the virtual world, while others speculated that Jiang Bai was simply lucky to survive. After the principal finished speaking, Jiang Bai left with Ao Qing. As Jiang Bai walked toward the school gates, curious glances kept coming his way, making him feel uneasy. Suddenly, a blushing girl blocked his path and stammered, "Senior, can I take a picture with you?" Jiang Bai was stunned. "I'm not some kind of celebrity, so why does she want to take a picture with me? Could it be she's attracted to my good looks?" He smiled and agreed. The girl was overjoyed and asked a beast-eared little lowly to help take the picture. Although she clearly wasn't thrilled, the little lowly still took the phone. The girl held on to Ao Qing's arm as the three stood together for the photo. Click. A picture was taken. "Thank you, senior." Similar requests happened several more times along the way, and only then did Jiang Bai realize that the popular one was actually Ao Qing. "Who would have thought you're so famous in the Grand Xia Kingdom?" Jiang Bai teased. Ao Qing gave a bitter smile. "I have no idea either." Being photographed and stared at made Ao Qing increasingly uncomfortable, and her expression grew colder and colder until the crowd finally left them in peace. Jiang Bai patiently introduced Ao Qing to the human city as they walked. Before long, the two arrived at Jiang Bai's home. The moment Jiang Bai stepped inside, he collapsed onto the couch with a sigh. "I didn't expect the contract convention to be so dangerous. It left me so frustrated." Ao Qing smiled and comforted him. Jiang Bai wanted to look up why Ao Qing was so well known, but just as he was about to search, he noticed Ao Qing sitting right beside him, making him nervous. Once he confirmed there was nothing strange in his search history, he finally relaxed. He quickly found the reason. The internet was filled with posts and trending topics about Ao Qing and the Li family's Li Lingtian. There were comments condemning Jiang Bai for stealing a beast girl coveted by the peerless genius, Li Lingtian. Some boldly put up million-yuan bounties to force Jiang Bai to return Ao Qing. However, others sided with Jiang Bai, arguing that contracts relied on ability, and since Li Lingtian failed to secure one, he had no grounds to complain. The more Jiang Bai read the comments, the angrier he got, his mood growing heavier by the second. TCH, what if Ao Qing just wanted to survive? Jiang Bai probably just got lucky with the contract. Didn't you watch the live stream? Everything he said was muted. So what? She's just a lower-tier bloodline. Knowing her name might be the extent of it. Even so, that makes her better than Li Lingtian. Angrily scrolling through Douyin, Jiang Bai found dozens of private messages, all accusing him of stealing Li Lingtian's beast girl. Some even sent friend requests, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. Ao Qing grabbed Jiang Bai's trembling hand and softly reassured him, "I don't even know who he is." Jiang Bai sighed. "I know, but that's not the issue right now." Someone had doxed him, revealing his photos, home address, and school information online. Ao Qing's face grew cold, and she said, "If anyone dares come here, I'll kill them outright." After a moment of reflection, Jiang Bai decided, "Let's just move to a new place." Li Lingtian was handsome, came from a good family, and had a massive fan base. Who knew if there might be some deranged fan planning to target him? Suddenly, Jiang Bai turned to Ao Qing. "Ao Qing, help me record a video." All right. The video was quickly uploaded with the title, "My name is Ao Qing. Haters, stay back." In the video, Jiang Bai sat on the couch looking wronged, as though he was on the verge of tears. Ao Qing, dressed in a green robe, sat gracefully beside him, her long legs crossed, exuding a gentle and doting aura. Jiang Bai lamented, "Big sister, they're all bullying me and calling me names." As he spoke, he burrowed into Ao Qing's embrace, even rubbing against her clothes a couple of times. Ao Qing gently patted his back and said, "Be good, Xiao Bai. Just think of them as clowns." Jiang Bai looked up. "You won't ever leave me, will you?" Ao Qing smiled warmly and replied, "Never, even in death." Jiang Bai beamed. "I knew you were the best." Jiang Bai started looking into renting a house. "It's inconvenient to bring you along, Ao Qing. Turn back into your beast tattoo for now." Ao Qing ignored him and even teased, "You should call me elder sister. I'm older than you." Jiang Bai glanced at her chest and gave in. "Fine, sis, just come on to me already." A flash of azure light later, Ao Qing transformed into a beast tattoo. Jiang Bai looked at the azure dragon tattoo on his left arm and the white tiger on his right, unable to resist smiling. Once he put on his clothes, complete with a cap and mask, Jiang Bai set out to look for a rental. The subway was packed, suffocatingly so, and he only felt some relief after getting off the train. Suddenly, The ground began to quake, tree leaves rustling wildly, as electric scooters toppled over one by one. Jiangbai clung to a tree to barely stay standing, and after a short while, the tremor subsided. The people around him seemed entirely unbothered. He spent the whole afternoon hunting for apartments and finally chose Jinxiu Mansion, an upscale residential district with tight security, but at a steep price of 6,000 yuan per month. The apartment was 120 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, fully furnished. Jiangbai summoned Ao Qing and Bai Linger as he settled in. The moment Bai Linger appeared, she was fascinated by her new surroundings. She looked, touched, and leapt around, eventually bouncing on the couch a few times before settling beside Jiangbai to act coy. Big brother Jiangbai, when will you take me out to play? Though Jiangbai's heart wavered briefly under her flirtation, he rationally rejected her request. Jiangbai was in a dangerous situation. He needed Bai Linger to help him conceal his presence, so he could only have her stay hidden temporarily. He was doing this to turn Bai Linger into a secret weapon while also covering up his own level information. Recently, Jiangbai had caught the attention of Li Lingtian's fanatics. Having known in his previous life how insane these fans could be, he had to act cautiously. Bai Linger seemed a little displeased upon hearing this. How long will this take? Jiangbai thought for a moment and replied, at most, 1 year. 1 year was sufficient for those top-tier geniuses to cultivate to level 20. He decided to pretend to be a genius himself. By doing so, he would gain more school resources and attention, and it would be much safer. That evening, the trio still feasted on the flesh of the Devourer Lord. With added seasoning, everyone ate a lot. Bai Linger consumed so much that steam seemed to rise from her head, and she could no longer endure it. Eventually, she transformed into her white tiger beast form and clung to Jiangbai's body for relief. Only Ao Qing appeared pale and muttered that she might have eaten too much. The next morning, Jiangbai groggily reached out to turn off the alarm clock, got dressed, and headed out. In the kitchen, Ao Qing, wearing the white dress he had bought her the previous day along with an apron, radiated beauty. She greeted Jiangbai cheerfully, saying that breakfast was almost ready. Jiangbai froze for a moment, then went to freshen up. When he returned, he saw the dining table adorned with piles of charred meat slices, bread, and fried eggs. Speechless, Jiangbai suppressed a chuckle and sat down. This is the result of staying up all night to learn, Ao Qing said with an expectant look. Try it, Xiaobai. Caught in her earnest gaze, Jiangbai felt compelled to call Bai Linger over to eat. Bai Linger shuffled drowsily to the table. Jiangbai placed a piece of burnt egg on her plate. Instantly alert and wearing an expression of shock, Bai Linger put on a facade of enjoyment, quickly swallowing and responding mechanically. Delicious. So good. Bai Linger even helped Jiangbai by placing a few pieces of meat on his plate, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Ao Qing then solemnly instructed, this is a burger. It needs to be paired with bread. Bai Linger nodded enthusiastically, made a sandwich with the bread and meat, and handed it to Jiangbai. With no other choice, Jiangbai took a bite under Ao Qing's eager anticipation. Brother Jiangbai, isn't sister's breakfast delicious? Bai Linger asked with a mischievous smile, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Brother Jiangbai, today's your turn to suffer. Serves you right. Grinding his teeth, Jiangbai took a few more bites of the burger and faked enjoyment. Linger, why don't you eat more? Here, let me make one for you. Bai Linger pulled a sorrowful face. Seeing how enthusiastically the two of them seemed to be eating, Ao Qing became suspicious. Is it really that delicious? Jiangbai handed her a piece of fried egg. Why don't you try it? Excited, Ao Qing took a bite. The next second, she froze in place, her face turning red. Yet, she forced herself to swallow it. Both Jiangbai and Bai Linger stared at her, dumbfounded. After a while, Ao Qing said earnestly, I'll work harder to improve. Jiangbai and Bai Linger were speechless. Once breakfast ended, both Bai Linger and Ao Qing reverted to their beast forms. Jiangbai asked, Sister, I have to go out. Do you want to come with me? After some hesitation, Ao Qing replied, I'll cultivate in my beast form too. Jiangbai nodded in agreement. The Southern Jiang City Management Bureau was heavily guarded. Jiangbai went there hoping to meet Yang Feng, only to be told he needed an appointment. He was promptly turned away. A quick search revealed that Yang Feng was a deputy director. Recalling another task, Jiangbai decided to head to Southern Jiang University to find Zhou Qingya. The campus gates were relatively quiet, and Jiangbai made his way toward the Combat Academy. Southern Jiang University had several colleges, and the Combat Academy exclusively consisted of geniuses. Students were required to be above level 15 before enrollment. After contracting beast companions, students were further divided into classes. The curriculum not only covered combat, but also emergency response training. Jiangbai's original level was low, and his beast companion skills leaned toward support. As a result, he had been placed in the support academy, where the training was akin to the healer role in games. Although his past self was only level 9 and lacked skills, his theoretical knowledge was strong. He had relied on scholarships to scrape by, which caused others to resent him. After all, why should someone with lousy talent qualify for scholarships? The moment he stepped into the combat academy, Jiang Bai drew attention. People whispered to each other, "Isn't that Jiang Bai? The guy who openly challenged Li Lingtian in that video yesterday. He's gutsy for going against Li Lingtian. If I had such a rare beast companion, I'd be brave too." Li Lingtian recently hunted a level 50 virtual beast at the border, and the capital city's been singing his praises. Killing a level 50 virtual beast at only 29? That's a bona fide genius. Jiang Bai frowned, surprised at how strong Li Lingtian was. Beastmasters capped out at level 80, with every 20 levels marking a major threshold. Advancing got increasingly difficult the higher one went. Beyond level 80 came the king rank, and above that was the emperor rank. The intense battle between Zhou Zetian and the Devourer Lord, which ended in mutual defeat, showcased the terrifying strength of a peak king rank. Jiang Bai casually stopped an average-looking girl and asked, "Excuse me, do you know which classroom Zhou Qingya is in?" The girl's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the handsome boy, but her expression soured upon hearing Zhou Qingya's name. "She's probably running on the track right now." "Thanks." Jiang Bai nodded politely and left. The girl pouted as she watched him walk away, muttering, "Another one courting death." Measured effort. On the sports field, Zhou Qingya, being a celebrity in school, attracted a swarm of male students running laps around the perimeter. They were all running clockwise. Who in their right mind runs clockwise? Jiang Bai instantly saw through their intentions. Wasn't it just so they could get a better view of the girls running toward them? Disgusting. Jiang Bai disdained those lustful guys in his heart, but still joined the clockwise running crowd. Don't get the wrong idea. He was just going along with the flow. Soon, the pace of the crowd slowed, and Jiang Bai knew Zhou Qingya had arrived. Zhou Qingya was dressed in gray sharkskin leggings and a white tank top, a blue towel draped around her neck, her black hair tied up in a high ponytail. Youthful and eye-catching, especially those long legs. As they passed each other, a whiff of fragrance hit Jiang Bai. He immediately turned around and followed Zhou Qingya. The people around were stunned. What a creep, they thought. But no one dared to confront him, instead quietly observing the scene. "Senior Qingya, do you have time to talk?" Jiang Bai approached her. Zhou Qingya stopped, frowned, and asked, "It's you? What is it?" Jiang Bai looked into Zhou Qingya's eyes and said, "This isn't really the place. Can we go somewhere else? I have something important to discuss with you." Zhou Qingya seemed visibly impatient but still politely declined. "Sorry, I don't have the time." She turned to leave. Jiang Bai lowered his voice and said, "It's about Bureau Chief Zhou." Zhou Qingya froze, her gaze fixed intensely on Jiang Bai. "What do you know?" Jiang Bai smirked lightly. "I'll be waiting at the cafe just outside the school." With that, he turned and walked away. Zhou Qingya watched his retreating figure, her expression pained. Finally, she grabbed her jacket and followed. The group of male spectators erupted upon seeing Zhou Qingya leave with Jiang Bai. What the hell? Inside the cafe, Zhou Qingya and Jiang Bai sat across from each other. The steaming coffee filled the air with its rich scent. Jiang Bai took a slow sip, thinking to himself that it's expensive for a reason. Zhou Qingya couldn't hold back and pressured him. "What exactly do you want to say?" Jiang Bai set down his cup and asked, "First, a question. What's your relationship with Bureau Chief Zhou?" Zhou Qingya's face turned cold. "No relation." Jiang Bai chuckled. "No relation? Then I found the wrong person. Consider the coffee my treat." Zhou Qingya's gaze bore into Jiang Bai. "Senior, don't look at me like that. The person I'm looking for isn't you." Bureau Chief Zhou's final words. "I can't share them with you." Hearing the words, final words, Zhou Qingya froze. Her eyes welled up instantly. What did he say before the end? Jiang Bai pushed a jade Buddha figurine toward her. "He said he's sorry, and he asked me to give this to you." Zhou Qingya could no longer hold back. She clutched the jade Buddha tightly, tears streaming silently down her face. Jiang Bai said nothing and waited for her to compose herself. Soon, Zhou Qingya calmed down. Her eyes remained red as she choked out, "Thank you. Senior, there's one more thing Bureau Chief Zhou entrusted me with." "What is it?" "You're familiar with Yang Feng, right?" "Yang Feng? From the Bureau?" "Yes. There's something the Bureau Chief wanted me to share, but only with Yang Chief. I haven't been able to meet him, so I was hoping you could arrange something." Zhou Qingya nodded. "No problem. Let's add each other's contact info to stay in touch." The two exchanged WeChat information. Jiang Bai stood and smiled. "Well then, I'll take my leave." "Take your time." Zhou Qingya stared quietly at the jade Buddha in her palm, her expression forlorn, filled with memories of Zhou Zetian. "Yaya, do you want to go to the amusement park?" "Yaya, now that you're grown, you'll have to learn to sleep on your own." Scenes of her past with her father came flooding back. Until one day, Zhou Zetian returned home looking utterly defeated. After that, she never saw him again. Her mother had already passed away. From that day forward, her relationship with her father sharply deteriorated, eventually to the point of complete estrangement. She pocketed the jade Buddha, murmuring softly, "It's too late to control me now." Leaving the cafe, Zhou Qingya headed to the door. A staff member hurried after her. "Miss, you haven't paid yet." Zhou Qingya paid the bill expressionlessly, oblivious to the curious stares from those around her. By the time she returned to the university, it was already past 9 o'clock. Many students were hurrying to attend their second class. Due to the presence of beast companions, Nanjing University did not provide dormitories. Students with wealthier backgrounds usually bought or rented apartments, while most opted for renting, since university was merely a temporary phase. When Jiang Bai entered the classroom, only a handful of students were scattered across the seats. He spotted Wei Xiaohu, who had prominent dark circles and looked utterly drained, sandwiched between two beast companions. Mimi, the ragdoll cat beast companion, clung to Wei Xiaohu's arm, alternating between talking to him and pointing toward Bao Bao. As soon as Jiang Bai stepped inside, Wei Xiaohu hurried over and pulled him to a seat. Jiang Bai, come sit over here." Jiang Bai glanced at him and asked, "You look terrible. Did you not sleep last night?" Wei Xiaohu looked miserable. "Sigh, last night my two companions nearly tore the house apart. Mimi wanted to sleep with me, but Bao Bao wasn't having it. Mimi flared up, and the two started arguing. I offered to sleep on the couch and let them share the room, but in the middle of the night, Mimi sneaked over, and then Bao Bao caught her. What followed was a huge fight, and Bao Bao wanted to hit her again. I was worried Mimi would get hurt, so I stepped in to stop him, but Bao Bao ended up hitting me too." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a row of teeth marks. Jiang Bai gave a thumbs up. "Your catgirl partner has some serious combat power." Wei Xiaohu sighed. "This won't last. Your partner is better. She looks gentle and kind." Jiang Bai thought of Ao Qing, nodded in agreement, but then his stomach churned as he recalled breakfast. He thought to himself, I need to find a way to stop Ao Qing from cooking again. The class bell rang, and an elderly professor with glasses walked in, carrying a mug of goji berry water. He glanced around the classroom, sighed, and when he saw Jiang Bai and Wei Xiaohu sitting together, he frowned and asked, "Wei Xiaohu, why aren't you sitting with your beast girl partner? Jiang Bai, where's your beast girl? Why didn't you bring her today?" Wei Xiaohu quietly returned to his seat. Jiang Bai stood up and explained, "Professor Lin, my beast girl got injured on Sacred Mountain. She's resting at home today." Professor Lin nodded. "If you've bonded with a beast girl, treat her well. Don't bother with those negative discussions online." The professor then asked, "Where's Qianyu?" Silence filled the room. Qianyu was the class beauty, stunningly attractive with an excellent figure and formidable strength. But everyone knew she was involved with a rich sponsor and was likely spending time with him elsewhere. Professor Lin jotted down some notes on the attendance sheet, then turned to the blackboard and wrote large characters, "How support-type beastmasters and their beast girls survive on the battlefield." He turned back to the class and asked Jiang Bai, "What's your take on this?" Jiang Bai froze and tentatively replied, "Kill all the enemies?" The entire class burst into laughter. With a stern face, Professor Lin responded, "That's one method, but I don't recommend it. As a support-type beastmaster, the first thing you need to do is..." The lecture quickly came to an end. Wei Xiaohu ran over, thrust his phone under Jiang Bai's nose, and said, "Jiang Bai, the National Championship qualifiers open for registration at 12 noon. Are you signing up?" The National Championship had 3 stages. Finish in the top 100 at the city level, top 50 at the provincial level, and then the final top 50 nationwide. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai nodded. "I'm signing up." Participating in the National Championship would earn him the Genius label and came with fantastic rewards. Huh. And your first beast girl is a mundane grade 1. Watch out for an instant elimination, and don't forget the medical bills for your beast girl, teased a male student from the back row. Jiang Bai shrugged. "No worries." Wei Xiaohu looked concerned. "Do you think your fallout with Li Lingtian online will affect you?" Jiang Bai smiled. "He's not even in Dongjiang province. What's there to be afraid of?" Wei Xiaohu relaxed, thinking Jiang Bai probably wouldn't run into him. At noon, Jiang Bai promptly registered, filled in the required information for grouping, and received a confirmation text, registration successful. In the afternoon, they had 2 more classes. During the break, Zhou Qingyang messaged Jiang Bai, informing him that Yang Feng had agreed to meet. Bored, Jiang Bai killed time on his phone until the battery died. At the east gate of Nanjing University, Qianyu was dressed in a short leather skirt and a white crop top, paired with fishnet stockings and high heels. When she saw Jiang Bai, she subconsciously straightened her posture, hoping to flaunt her figure in front of the handsome man. A red Porsche pulled up right in front of Jiang Bai. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai got in, leaving Qianyu stunned as she wondered whether he might be some kind of high-end businessman. At the Namboan Grand Hotel, Jiang Bai stepped out of the car and couldn't help but praise the comfort of luxury vehicles. Zhou Qingya also got out, her curled hair cascading over her long dress. Her demeanor appeared much more mature, and she wore a blue energy bracelet on her wrist. Uncle Yang will be a little late. Let's head up first, Zhou Qingya said, leading the way. The three had reserved a small private room. Its warm, homey atmosphere made it feel like a family gathering. Jiang Bai understood that Director Yang and Director Zhou had a particularly close relationship. Since Director Yang was delayed, Jiang Bai went to the restroom, only to unexpectedly run into Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan froze. What are you doing here? Calmly, Jiang Bai replied. Why wouldn't I be here? His attention was drawn to the markings on Bai Yuan's forehead, and he was surprised to realize she had elevated her bloodline to diamond grade. Bai Yuan spoke coldly. So this is how you spent that 50,000? Jiang Bai frowned. How I spend my money is none of your business. Get lost. Bai Yuan's eyes turned red as she snapped. Jiang Bai, you should use the money to enhance your cultivation, not squander it like this. Jiang Bai's voice hardened. Our contract ended long ago. We're strangers at best, or enemies at worst. You have no right to meddle in my affairs. He hadn't forgotten the suspicion that Zhang Yu might have hired people to kill him. Bai Yuan trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Bai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Unshed tears glistened in her gaze. Whether you meant it or not, you've already done it. You need to deal with the consequences. Now move. I've got things to do. I won't move. Did you come here for dinner with your new bonded beast girl? She'll never understand you. Bai Yuan's tone was stubborn and unyielding. The private room was lavishly decorated. Tonight's gathering was a celebration for Bai Yuan's successful promotion to diamond-level bloodline. Zhang Yu hadn't expected her to achieve this milestone. Everyone surrounded him with flattery and praise. Brother Yu, as the heir of the Zhang family in Nanjing City, and with a diamond-class beast girl, you're guaranteed a spot in the national top 100. Zhang Yu smiled and raised his glass. Beside him, a handsome man toasted him. Zhang Yu sipped his drink and quietly asked, Did you bring the oil? Yes, I have it. At that moment, someone chimed in. Brother Yu, why isn't Sister Yuan back yet? Zhang Yu frowned and ordered, Xiao Wu, go check on her. Zhang Xiaowu turned into the corridor and immediately saw Bai Yuan being stopped by Jiang Bai. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Xiaowu, this has nothing to do with him, Bai Yuan quickly explained. And who are you? Why are you stopping Sister Yuan? Zhang Xiaowu pointed at Jiang Bai. I told you, it has nothing to do with him. Bai Yuan interrupted. Jiang Bai, why aren't you back yet? At this moment, Zhou Qingyao approached. Uncle Yang is arriving soon. I came out to check, Zhou Qingyao said. Jiang Bai briefly explained, and Zhou Qingyao turned toward Bai Yuan. Since you've already terminated your agreement, why are you still pestering Jiang Bai? Bai Yuan retorted coldly. And what is your relationship with Jiang Bai? Zhou Qingyao shot Bai Yuan a glance. That's none of your business. Now move aside. Being ignored, Xiaowu grew increasingly angry. You little slap. The sound of a slap echoed, and Jiang Bai delivered a firm hit across Xiaowu's face. Watch your mouth. Zhou Qingyao unexpectedly glanced at Jiang Bai. Xiaowu's face burned hot with pain, and with humiliation beneath his rage, he became furious. Gathering his strength to strike, Zhou Qingyao simply kicked him, sending him flying. Bang! Xiaowu stumbled back to his feet, glancing nervously at Zhou Qingyao while wiping the blood from his lips. Sister Yuan, let's go. Bai Yuan cast a glance at Jiang Bai, but said nothing, eventually leaving with Xiaowu. Zhou Qingyao fixed her gaze on Jiang Bai. Your cultivation might not be that advanced, but you're quick to act. Jiang Bai scratched his head. They weren't prepared, that's all. He changed the subject. Has Director Yang not arrived yet? Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open. A middle-aged man with a crew cut and dressed in a Zhongshan suit stepped inside. Zhou Qingyao immediately wrapped herself around his arm. Uncle Yang, what took you so long? He flicked her forehead in jest while sounding slightly exasperated. You little troublemaker, when was the last time you even called your Uncle Yang? Yang Feng looked down at Zhou Qingyao affectionately, memories flashing through his mind. Back in the day, this noisy little girl always wanted to play outside. Zhou Qingyao's mother, being busy, had often left her with her father, who in turn had passed her off to him. He had practically raised her himself. Thinking about Zhou Zetian, a pang of sadness flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Bai spoke up as well. Director Yang. He stood and nodded politely in greeting. Yang Feng glanced at Jiang Bai. You must be Jiang Bai. Take a seat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu stared at a battered and bruised Zhang Xiaowu, his expression dark. Who did this? Zhang Xiaowu looked over at Bai Yuan, who kept her head lowered in silence. Zhang Xiaowu replied, A man and a woman I didn't recognize. The woman was incredibly strong. She defeated me with a single move. The man was weak, only at level 9. I think his name was Jiang Bai. Bang. Upon hearing the name Jiang Bai, Zhang Yu smashed his fist onto the table, breaking it into pieces, and then locked his glare onto Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan kept her head down, remaining silent. Zhang Yu's voice was low and heavy. Care to explain? Bai Yuan replied tersely. We just ran into each other on the road and chatted a bit. Zhang Yu considered her words before speaking again. Xiaowu, take me to them. Bai Yuan raised her head to look at him, but didn't say anything. Zhang Yu's expression grew even darker, and he snorted coldly. I'm not going to cause trouble for him. In truth, he knew Bai Yuan cared about Jiang Bai. If he acted directly, it would backfire. Still, he had to understand who Jiang Bai was associating with, because Jiang Bai had to die. Otherwise, Bai Yuan would never align herself with him. As they exited, Zhang Xiaowu whispered, Brother, Jiang Bai and his group are in private room 666. Zhang Yu nodded and headed toward the room. Turning a corner, he spotted 2 people standing near the door to room 666. Once he got closer and recognized them, his expression changed dramatically, and he immediately turned into the nearby restroom. Brother, you went the wrong way. Zhang Yu shot him an icy glare, and Zhang Xiaowu immediately shut his mouth. Inside the restroom, Zhang Yu stared at himself in the mirror, deep in thought. Ever since Zhou Zetian had gone missing in the Sacred Mountain, things had become tense between his father and Yang Feng. The position of director of the Nanjiang Municipal Bureau was likely going to be decided between his father and Yang Feng. But why would Jiang Bai have any connection with Yang Feng? He didn't have that kind of background. Quickly, Zhang Yu came to a realization. Jiang Bai must have met Zhou Zetian at the Sacred Mountain and brought news back to Yang Feng. As for the specific message, he didn't know, but it had to be important enough that his father needed to know. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, Yang Feng, and Zhou Qingya chatted casually before eventually getting down to business. Yang Feng asked, Tell me what happened when you encountered Zhou Zetian in the Sacred Mountain. Jiang Bai recounted the events, leaving out the details about Ao Qing and only mentioning how his beast spirit possessed healing abilities, aligning with the specialization of his school. Upon hearing about the Void Association targeting Nanjiang City, Yang Feng seemed only mildly surprised before asking Jiang Bai, why? After learning this information, did you go to Qingya first instead of directly coming to me? That girl isn't exactly easy to deal with. Jiang Bai gave a small smile, explaining that he did try to meet Yang Feng, but got turned away. Additionally, he mentioned that Zhou Zetian had entrusted him to deliver something to Zhou Qingya. What item? Yang Feng asked. Jiang Bai glanced over at Zhou Qingya. She hesitated for a moment, but then took out a jade Buddha. After examining it, Yang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know why Zhou Zetian ventured into the Sacred Mountain? Jiang Bai cautiously guessed. For the future of Nanjiang City? Yang Feng nodded before asking another question. Do you understand the concept of the world's momentum? Jiang Bai froze, caught off guard. Yang Feng explained. The world's momentum, to put it simply, refers to fortune and destiny. This momentum can affect how many people in a particular region are able to cultivate. For example, here in Nanjiang City, the momentum has been gradually depleting over the years. The number of people capable of cultivation was steadily diminishing. Sparse. The total amount of luck is constant, but it's redistributed. The national championship is an opportunity. Fortunes across regions will also be rearranged. Zhou Zetian ascending the Sacred Mountain is also due to this. Jiang Bai and Zhou Qingya fell silent after listening, digesting Yang Feng's words. Yang Feng looked at Jiang Bai and asked, You're graduating soon, aren't you? Jiang Bai nodded. What are your plans after graduation? Jiang Bai shook his head, only focusing on achieving good results in the championship. Yang Feng asked if he knew about the major forces in the country. Jiang Bai appeared confused, so Yang Feng continued. Besides the official ones, there are 2 major private organizations, Majin Gate, a group that focuses on exploring relics. They're spread across the country and love teaming up to hunt for treasures. Jiang Bai joked. Do they all carry shovels on their backs? Yang Feng looked puzzled as Jiang Bai chuckled awkwardly, prompting him to continue. The other is called Immortal Palace, a group of lunatics. They believe the Sacred Mountain and the Void Realm are dangerous. They don't form contracts with beast maidens and rely purely on their own training. Jiang Bai had heard of them because beast maidens and humans can't have children. While the soul contract is equitable, beast tamers and their beast maidens often develop feelings for each other, and many only form a bond with one. Yang Feng took a sip of his drink, speaking with disdain. Not evil, but mentally unhinged. He then brought up the criminal forces. The big one is the Void Association, which you're probably aware of. Then there's Dark Night Withered Blossoms, entirely composed of beast maidens. There used to be the Night God's Temple. Back in the day, the Night Emperor was formidable. Even the human emperor avoided him. Jiang Bai grew curious. Was the Night Emperor truly that strong? Even the human emperor was afraid. Yang Feng replied. The current human emperor had just ascended. The previous human emperor immediately abdicated after confronting the Night Emperor. Later, the Night Emperor fought against the Eastern Suppression King and was killed, which led to the downfall of the Night God's temple. Many say the leader of the Dark Night Withered Blossoms is the Night Emperor's Beast Maiden. Jiang Bai wondered aloud if the Eastern Suppression King was stronger. Yang Feng wasn't sure, stating it might have been that the Night Emperor was already badly injured, making it an opportunistic win for the king. Getting down to business, Yang Feng straightforwardly asked, "Interested in joining the bureau? I have an internal recommendation slot. Consider it my reward for bringing you the news." Jiang Bai was delighted and gratefully agreed, toasting to express his thanks. Yang Feng advised him to report quickly, assuring him that the school would give approval. Jiang Bai left merrily. After Jiang Bai departed, Zhou Qingya couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Yang, are you giving such a valuable slot to Jiang Bai just like that?" Yang Feng chuckled. "Don't you know your father's skills by now? He could have easily delivered the item himself, but made Jiang Bai take it. That means he values Jiang Bai greatly." Zhou Qingya thought about it and nodded in agreement. Yang Feng joked, "Your father's probably scouting a son-in-law for himself." Blushing with embarrassment, Zhou Qingya hit Yang Feng in frustration. Uncle Yang laughed, then asked, "Qingya, what do you think of Jiang Bai?" Zhou Qingya thought of one of Jiang Bai's Douyin videos and recalled the scene in the cafe that morning. She shook her head and said, bold and thick-skinned, "I really don't see anything special about him and have no interest in him." Yang Feng grinned. "Haha, don't regret it later." Zhou Qingya stuck out her tongue. "I won't regret it." Jinxiu residence. As Jiang Bai arrived home, he ran into a drenched woman emerging from the door across the hall. The woman had a great figure and nervously asked, "Are you the new neighbor?" Jiang Bai nodded in confirmation. With a trembling voice, the woman explained that her home's drainage had clogged, her place was flooded, and her phone was damaged. She asked to borrow his phone to make a call. Jiang Bai replied, "My phone's dead and needs charging. Want to wait inside my place?" The woman declined, saying she'd wait at the door instead. Soon, Jiang Bai contacted the property management and informed her that a repairman was on the way. The woman thanked him repeatedly. Back at home, Jiang Bai realized that neither Ao Qing nor Bai Linger had eaten yet, so he went into the kitchen to cook. In no time, he whipped up a few dishes and cleaned up the kitchen afterward. As he prepared to take out the trash, he noticed the neighbor's door was slightly ajar and faint cries could be heard from inside. On alert, Jiang Bai knocked. With no response, he kicked the door open. Inside, a man in work clothes was covering the woman's mouth while her clothes were torn. The man raised a hammer to attack upon seeing Jiang Bai, but he was knocked unconscious in one swift move. The woman was terrified, shrinking into the bed, trembling. Just then, a little girl in a dinosaur onesie appeared at the entrance, clutching a teddy bear. She timidly entered the room and placed the bear in her mother's arms, patting her back. "Don't be scared, Mommy. Meng Meng is here." The woman clutched her daughter tightly and broke into tears. Satisfied the woman was safe, Jiang Bai dragged the attacker into the hall and called the police. The bureau quickly arrived and took the man into custody. It turned out the woman's name was Bai Jia, an ordinary person whose husband had passed away. She had been kicked out of her in-laws' home and lived here with her daughter. The attacker was her brother-in-law, who had orchestrated the pipe clog to create an opportunity for assault. At the door, Bai Jia held her daughter's hand, tearfully thanking Jiang Bai. The little girl, Meng Meng, raised her hand and said, "Thank you, big brother." "Big brother hug." Jiang Bai scooped her up and playfully pinched her nose. By the time he got home, it was already past 10 and the food had gone cold. Jiang Bai reheated the dishes and called Bai Linger and Ao Qing to eat. At that moment, Bai Linger yawned comfortably. Catching the scent of the food, her ears perked up and she shot toward the table. But just as she reached out, her hand was ensnared by Ao Qing's tail. "Open." Ao Qing smiled and said, "Linger, go wash up first." Bai Linger snorted, dashed into the bathroom, and shouted, "If I take too long, there'll be nothing left to eat." After breakfast, Bai Linger curled up on the sofa with a bag of chips, watching TV and laughing like a little hamster. Her silver hair was tied into a ponytail, and her tail swished incessantly. She wore ultra-short shorts, her legs resting on Jiang Bai's lap, breaking into laughter from time to time. Bai Linger had a low threshold for humor. Even the smallest things would make her laugh to the point of spasms, leaving Jiang Bai restless as he was jostled by her laughter. "Bai Linger, ha ha ha." Jiang Bai hiss. Sitting gracefully on the other side of Jiang Bai was Ao Qing, her long hair draped over her shoulders, carrying a faint fragrance. She turned to Jiang Bai and asked, "Xiao Bai, is something wrong with you?" Jiang Bai suppressed his discomfort, pretending to be fine, and pulled out his phone to scroll through TikTok. A video he'd posted yesterday had gone viral with over 5 million views, and the comment section was filled with scorn and teasing. Scoundrel Jiangbai, move aside and let me do it. Liling Tian, your wife got snatched. Look quick, I'm from Nanjing City. Crowdfunding to buy spirit liquid and smash Jiangbai in a match. Ao Qing doesn't look good, does she? That Bai can't get his sister, take care of my wife. Jiangbai glanced at Ao Qing but couldn't detect anything unusual. He asked, sis, are you feeling unwell? Ao Qing brushed her hair aside and softly replied, I'm fine really. The next morning, Jiangbai was woken by a knock at the door. Standing there were Bai Jie and Ming Ming. Bai Jie wore a red dress and carried breakfast, while Ming Ming held up a food container. Big brother Jiang, I brought you breakfast. Bai Jie chuckled and said. She insisted on carrying it. Jiangbai took the items and invited Bai Jie inside, but she declined, saying she needed to take Ming Ming to kindergarten. Ming Ming said in her chirpy voice, bye-bye, big brother. The breakfast portions weren't enough, so Jiangbai quickly cooked up 2 more servings. Calling Bai Linger to rise and eat, she groggily asked where the food came from. Then, Jiangbai went to call Ao Qing, but there was no response from her room. Pushing the door open, he found Ao Qing's face deathly pale, unconscious. Jiangbai quickly carried Ao Qing on his back, knocking on Bai Linger's door. Linger, something's wrong with Ao Qing. Bai Linger hastily opened the door, still dressed only in underwear. She immediately transformed into her beastly form, her runes attaching to Jiangbai as they rushed to Nanjing City's first hospital. At the emergency room door, Jiangbai waited anxiously. Soon, the female Dr. Lin Jia exited, a beast girl assistant behind her looking utterly drained. Lin Jia's expression was grim as she questioned, how have you been taking care of a beast girl? She's this injured, and you only bring her in now. Jiangbai asked nervously, how is she? Dr. Lin shook her head with a sigh. Did she forcefully activate her power? Jiangbai recalled the Sacred Mountain ordeal when Ao Qing had been severely injured by the Void Demon Overlord, but pushed herself to perform the sky-splitting claw. He nodded. Dr. Lin confirmed, forceful activation causes severe damage to her spiritual channels. She can't be treated in Nanjing City. Jiangbai asked softly, what kind of consequences will it have? Dr. Lin replied, it'll cause issues with her future cultivation. Jiangbai entered the room. Ao Qing had already woken up, but her face was still pale. Seeing Jiangbai, she forced a smile and patted the bed, signaling him to sit down. When Jiangbai saw her pallor, his guilt deepened. Ao Qing held his hand gently and comforted him in a soft voice. It's all right. My bloodline isn't that fragile. There'll be a solution. Jiangbai stroked her face and said earnestly, Ao Qing sis, we're partners. I will find a way to heal you. Ao Qing stayed silent. Enduring pain had long become a habit for her. She wasn't one to show vulnerability. Jiangbai sighed and said solemnly, don't worry. I'll figure something out. In a soft voice, Ao Qing said, Xiaobai, let's go home. Okay. Back home, the summer breeze teased Ao Qing's blue hair. She reclined slightly on the sofa, reassuring the tearful Bai Linger, I'm really fine. Bai Linger sobbed. Sis, once again you're hiding your injuries from me. Jiangbai reflected, so this wasn't the first time. He spent the entire day online, researching ways to repair a beast girl's spiritual channels, but the information was sparse, and he made 0 progress. Finally, Jiangbai resolved to start working for the bureau in hopes of finding a solution there. The next day, Jiangbai followed the directions to an office. A spirited young woman casually asked him a few questions and then had him sign a contract. Shortly after, a woman in heels entered, dressed in a white blouse, black skirt, and black stockings, exuding an air of dominance. She seemed surprised upon seeing Jiangbai. You're Jiangbai. Jiangbai recognized her. It was Shen Tong, someone he'd encountered at the Sacred Mountain. I'm your team captain from now on. Follow me, Shen Tong said, explaining that the Civil Affairs Division primarily handled conflicts between humans and beast tamers. Soon, Shen Tong led him to an office labeled Civil Affairs Division, where a team of ordinary people was immersed in various tasks. Jiangbai was puzzled. Does the Bureau also employ ordinary people? Shen Tong replied, paperwork doesn't require beast tamers. The two then went upstairs to a spacious floor where individuals worked meticulously. Shen Tong ushered Jiangbai into a meeting room. Shortly after, Tao Ming and He Xiao entered. One had severe dark circles under his eyes, and the other wore a sky blue long dress, her round face looking drowsy. Shen Tong made introductions. New colleague, Jiangbai. Tao Ming, He Xiao. They're the only ones in the office today. As for the rest, went upstairs together. Zhao Linglong, wearing her elegant Chong Sam, noticed the details as they investigated. The room bore no signs of forced entry, and everything seemed perfectly in place. However, the faint remnants of fire elemental energy hung in the air, just as the case details had described. Zhao Linglong gestured toward a barely perceptible scorch mark on the floor. See that? Fire elemental users often leave traces like this when they aren't being careful. Jiang Bai crouched, observing the mark closely. What kind of fire elemental could do this without breaking through the door? And how would they manage to take a child silently? Zhao Linglong crossed her arms, lips curving into a small smile. That's the question, isn't it? Guess you're not just a pretty face after all. Ignoring the tease, Jiang Bai continued examining the room. When they entered the child's room where Do Do had vanished, he instantly felt a strange, lingering energy, faint but foreign. He frowned. This doesn't feel like regular fire energy. It's mixed with something else. Zhao Linglong raised a brow. Oh, mixed with what? Jiang Bai shook his head. Not sure yet. But if I'm guessing right, could it be void energy? Her teasing demeanor vanished immediately as her eyes widened. Void energy? You've had encounters with it. He hesitated, momentarily flashing back to his own inexplicable encounters with the void and the mysterious changes in his own body. I've read about it. It's possible whoever did this is working with abilities beyond just fire. Zhao Linglong narrowed her eyes, scanning the room again with renewed focus. Void energy changes the game. Let's hope that's not the case. Jiang Bai could sense the sudden tension in her tone. It wasn't something she dismissed lightly. Suddenly, Zhao Linglong's comm device rang. She answered briskly while still pacing the room. Jiang Bai only caught fragments of her conversation. No leads yet. Suspect may still be nearby. Understood. She ended the call and glanced at him. We've got some time. Search every inch of this house. Anything unusual, no matter how small, call me over. Got it, Jiang Bai replied, immediately setting to work. As they searched, Jiang Bai couldn't shake the foreign energy lingering in the space. If his hunch was right and void energy truly was involved, this case might be even more dangerous than either of them anticipated. For now, all he could do was focus on the clues left behind, while Zhao Linglong seemed to watch him with an air of curiosity mixed with faint caution, as though she were trying to figure out the depths of this new recruit. An agent comforted the crying mother, while the father stood by with a dazed expression. Middle-aged agent Xie Bing approached. Xiao Zhao, I'm bothering you again, huh? Zhao Linglong smiled and pointed to Jiang Bai. He's the one in charge this time, our new colleague, Jiang Bai. Xie Bing greeted Jiang Bai briefly before handing him a tablet. Here are the energy detection results. Zhao Linglong explained. The energy tracker can detect traces of energy in the air. Jiang Bai looked at the tablet and realized it resembled a radar. A white light scanned back and forth until it quickly located a cluster of red aura. Following the tracker's guidance, Jiang Bai entered a room. The moment he stepped in, a wave of heat hit him. The room had children's drawings on the walls, a bed with guardrails, and an unfinished family portrait on an easel. Jiang Bai picked up a paintbrush and gently ran it across the surface of the easel. The window was locked from inside, with no signs of tampering. Xie Bing walked in. No marks on the window, just like the previous cases. This is likely the work of a beastmaster. After completing his inspection, Jiang Bai stepped out of the room to the sound of the mother sobbing uncontrollably. He walked over and asked, Mr. Yang, Ms. Zhang, may I ask you a few questions? The sobbing ceased, and both parents trembled slightly. Jiang Bai asked, what do you do for work? The man replied, I used to run a business, but I stopped after losing money. Now I work as the head of the residential security team, and my wife is an elementary school teacher. Jiang Bai nodded. Mr. Yang, please describe the events leading up to your daughter's disappearance. The man extinguished his cigarette, paused briefly, and began. After dinner last night, the whole family was watching TV on the sofa. Around 8 p.m., we went outside for a walk. Jiang Bai interrupted. What time exactly? The man responded, right after Do Do's favorite show ended. It should have been around 8 o'clock. Jiang Bai nodded. Please continue. The man continued. Do Do said she was sleepy and wanted to go to bed. We waited until she fell asleep before heading downstairs. It was my wife's birthday yesterday. Do Do stayed home to sleep, and we went to a bar. Jiang Bai asked, whose idea was it to go to the bar? The man said, my wife suggested it. We used to go often, but later, due to financial pressure, we stopped. Jiang Bai asked, which bar was it? The man replied, K3, near the neighborhood. We came home drunk and went straight to bed. The next morning, after making breakfast, we went to check on Do Do and realized she was gone. The woman started crying. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to the bar, Do Do wouldn't have gone missing. Jiang Bai frowned. Are you certain Do Do disappeared during the time you were at the bar? The man nodded. Jiang Bai asked, how can you be so sure? The woman choked back her sobs. When I got home, I felt it was too hot, so I opened the window. Thinking back now, Do Do must have gone missing at that time. If we had called the police sooner, we might have found her. Jiang Bai asked, what exactly did you do at the bar? Tell me in detail. The woman hesitated. Do you need the details? Jiangbai said. The more detailed, the better. The woman described. As soon as we entered the bar, we started drinking. After a few shots, my husband said he felt dizzy and asked me to help him to the restroom. But he ended up pulling me into a restroom stall. Jiangbai quickly interrupted. Let's skip that part. Start from when you came out of the restroom. Zhao Linglong interjected. Wait, you didn't buy any condoms? The woman blushed. No. We were planning to have another child. The man added. After that, we came out, continued drinking, and then both ended up having stomachaches and went to the restroom again. We probably ate something bad last night. Afterward, we just kept drinking until we finally went home. Jiangbai asked, have any children of your relatives or friends gone missing recently? The man shook his head. The woman nodded. Dear, I told you before. A colleague at my school had her child go missing, and they haven't found the kid yet. The man froze. What? That happened. The woman insisted. Yes, it did. Jiangbai smiled. I think I have a good idea of where your daughter went. The woman grabbed Jiangbai's arm. Tell me quickly. Where's Dodo? Jiangbai looked at the man. Mr. Yang, is there anything you'd like to confess? The man became emotional. Please help bring my daughter back. To everyone's surprise, Jiangbai suddenly shouted. Yang Ming, why are you pretending? You're hiding your daughter. What's your real plan? Yang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He yelled angrily. What nonsense are you saying? How could I hide my own daughter? The woman glared at Jiangbai. Stop talking nonsense. My husband was with me the whole time. If you keep this up, I'm filing a complaint against you. Then she turned fiercely to Xie Bing. Is this how you conduct investigations? I'll report all of you. Xie Bing looked somewhat awkward. His assistant nervously shrank behind him. He glanced at Jiangbai, waiting to see his next move. Zhao Linglong sat quietly, her head down as she fiddled with her fingers, remaining silent. Jiangbai remained calm and composed. You're just ordinary people. Don't mistake fire-attributed energy traces for the handiwork of a beast master. For a little girl, a beast master wouldn't even need to act personally. I felt something was off the moment I entered. It wasn't until I found this in Dodo's room that the picture became clear. He extended his hand, revealing a faint streak of red on his finger. This is actually a common type of brush stain found on the market. You used your wife's birthday as an excuse to cook for the whole family, then slipped drugs into your wife's and child's bowls. When your wife went to the bathroom, you took the chance to carry away Daodu. You're the security team captain for the neighborhood, so you know the surveillance too well and could easily avoid it or tamper with it. You were afraid the investigation into the cameras would expose you, so you bought a decorative pattern with a fire attribute as a disguise. Jiangbai said lightly, right, Yang Ming? Also, if your finances are so tight, why are you still thinking about having a second child? Yang Ming roared. You're saying all that, but where's the evidence? I want evidence. Jiangbai's tone turned cold. I don't have evidence, but I do have a beast girl who can control people's minds. Want to try? Though it might drive you insane. After hearing that, beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid down Yang Ming's face, his body trembling. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, he completely broke down and confessed. Holding his head, he cried, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. His wife collapsed, screaming, and suddenly grabbed Yang Ming by the collar and tore at him. Bastard, give me my daughter back. In the end, Yang Ming slumped to the ground and muttered, Daodu isn't coming back. The woman rushed into the kitchen like a madwoman to grab a knife, but was stopped in time by Xie Bing. Jiangbai asked, what did you do to Daodu? Yang Ming looked utterly dazed and finally told everything that had happened. He had no spiritual meridians, but his family had originally been beast tamers. When he was young, they had been well off, and after his parents died unexpectedly, he inherited the estate and went into business. Later the business failed, and he could only rely on his wife finding work to support the family. Last month, he was taken to a casino by an old friend. At first he won some money and got carried away, but in the end he not only lost all his savings, he also racked up loan shark debt. The other side threatened to kill his whole family. When he went to the casino boss to plead for mercy, the man told him to sell his daughter to pay the debt and promised him 100,000 yuan. Afterward, Jiangbai sat in Zhao Linglong's car and sighed. Gambling ruins people. I, Jiangbai, swear that for the rest of my life I'll be irreconcilably opposed to gambling and drugs. Zhao Linglong couldn't help laughing. Then what about porn? Jiangbai looked solemn. Under heaven above, I swear this life to be irreconcilably opposed to gambling and drugs. Zhao Linglong was amused to the point of laughter. You knew from the start that Yang Ming was the killer, didn't you? Zhao Linglong said. Why would you think that? Then why did you ask his wife whether she was wearing a condom? I was just asking casually. Really? Forget it, I admit it. I can read minds, Zhao Linglong said. Jiangbai rolled his eyes. Then do you know what I'm thinking right now? Zhao Linglong looked at him for a moment. Thinking. Jiangbai, She really could read minds? Jiang Bai was so frightened he leaned back. A blue supercar stopped at the entrance of a private estate. The two guards at the gate warned, "No parking." Jiang Bai smiled. "We're here to pay our respects at the dock." Hearing that they were paying their respects at the dock, the two hurriedly informed the people inside. "Brother Dao, someone's here to pay their respects. Let them in." After the gate opened, a tall, thin man in a suit came out to greet them. "How did you find this place?" "A friend introduced us." "Who?" "Li Dong." Yang Meng's friend's name. Brother Dao nodded. "All right, show your credentials first." Zhao Linglong took out a black card. "Is this enough?" "Enough, enough. Please come in, both of you." Seeing that it was a high-value bank card, Brother Dao immediately became enthusiastic. After the two went in, Brother Dao said into the walkie-talkie, "A big fish has arrived. Find a few experienced hands." Just after entering, they could hear shouting inside, along with cigarette butts and the smell of smoke everywhere. A beautiful woman in a cheapao came over. "How do you want to play?" Zhao Linglong was elegant, while the beautiful woman beside her had more of a worldly air. Jiang Bai stepped back. "I just swore I'd never gamble again." Zhao Linglong handed over the card. "Exchange it for 10 million in chips. We'll play Texas Hold'em." The beauty was overjoyed. "Take the distinguished guests upstairs." Zhao Linglong sat down at the gambling table, with Jiang Bai behind her. There were 5 people at the table, plus a dealer. The sexy female dealer was dressed very revealingly, with a hot figure and a flower tattoo on her north hemisphere. Jiang Bai frowned and silently complained in his heart. "Deal the cards." On the table, 6 of spades, 6 of diamonds, ace of spades. Jiang Bai secretly peeked at Zhao Linglong's whole cards, only to catch a glimpse of the valley between her breasts. Suddenly, Zhao Linglong lowered her voice. "Big." Jiang Bai froze, then said seriously, "Big." Zhao Linglong smiled. "Big? Then I'll go all in." "Jiang Bai, you've got a garbage hand and you're going all in?" The others were all stunned. Only she dared to go all in. The sexy dealer looked at the first and last players, and both called. The others folded. First hand, 6 of clubs, 5 of spades. Second hand, 5 of hearts, 5 of clubs. In fact, all 4 of them were plants. Zhao Linglong was the only real player. Fourth card, 6 of hearts. Fifth card, 5 of diamonds. On the table, 6 of spades, 6 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, ace of spades, 5 of diamonds. Zhao Linglong directly revealed her cards, 6 of clubs, ace of diamonds. The first plant was dumbfounded. He also had the 6 of clubs, so how did he still lose? In the end, Zhao Linglong won with 4 sixes, shocking the entire room. Zhao Linglong was excited. "Little brother, you're amazing. Come here and give me a hug." Jiang Bai said, "You dare touch me?" Zhao Linglong laughed so hard her body shook. This kid was really funny. Next, they won 3 rounds in a row, and the sexy dealer's face darkened, going all in every hand. Even the plants were dumbfounded. In the pink room, "Boss, I was wrong. Stop hitting me," the beautiful dealer pleaded coquettishly. Knife Bro anxiously banged on the door. Wang Hu opened it impatiently, and, seeing Knife Bro's dark face, asked, "Speak. What's the big deal?" Knife Bro said in panic, "Boss, a ruthless player showed up at the casino. Everyone who sat down lost, and we're down almost 100 million. Cheating. No energy fluctuation detected." Wang Hu cursed, kicked Knife Bro over, threw on his clothes, and went downstairs. Wang Hu was tall and fierce. When he entered and stared at Zhao Linglong, his temper flared again. When he saw Jiang Bai, he was a little surprised. He gave the order, the beautiful dealer was driven away from the table, and he sat down himself and asked, "Which faction are you with?" "Are you with?" Zhao Linglong smiled. "Why ask so much? You're just trying to keep this gambling den out of the light." Wang Hu stared at her. "Play a few hands." "Sure." Wang Hu told Jiang Bai to deal. The 3 cards, King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Wang Hu's original hearts 8 and 9 were flicked by his fingers into Ace of Hearts and 10 of Hearts. Zhao Linglong didn't even look at her cards and went straight for it. "All in." Wang Hu laughed. "Got the guts to raise the stakes? If you win, the casino is yours. If you lose, Jiang Bai stays." Zhao Linglong agreed with a loud laugh, and Jiang Bai forced a stiff smile as he held on. The dealing continued. Fourth card, Ace of Clubs. Fifth card, Ace of Spades. Cards revealed. Zhao Linglong. Ace of Diamonds, 10 of Hearts. Wang Hu was dumbfounded. Where was his 10 of Hearts? The crowd let out a breath. Even the boss got stripped by the shuffle. Wang Hu roared, "You dare cheat." Zhao Linglong smiled. "Got any proof?" Wang Hu screamed wildly. "Everyone attack. Cripple her." The 4 of Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow made their move. Tian swung a chair, but Zhao Linglong flicked out a burst of cyan light and sent him flying, crashing through a wall. Di tried to ambush her, but Jiang Bai kicked him over. Outside, a group of beast girls rushed in. Wang Hu said viciously. Hack the women to pieces, leave the men crippled but alive. The beast girls surrounded them. Handling the beast girls, Jiang Bai barely managed to hold on, but he couldn't counterattack. Zhao Linglong suddenly snapped her fingers, and the whole room fell silent. Everyone froze like puppets. Jiang Bai asked curiously what was going on, and Zhao Linglong said casually that it was just a little trick. Jiang Bai was speechless. This was no little trick. It was clearly AoE control. Even the casino boss was under control. Zhao Linglong walked over and asked where Yang Meng's daughter was. Wang Hu replied blankly that she had been taken away, but he didn't know where, and denied any involvement in the missing children case. Zhao Linglong kept pressing him. Wang Hu said it might have been his older brother who did it, but before he could even say the name, the female dealer behind him pierced his heart and killed him on the spot. Zhao Linglong struck instantly and subdued the female dealer. Blood spilled from the corner of the dealer's mouth. In desperation, she summoned 2 beast girls, one red and one black. The 2 beast girls, seeing Zhao Linglong attacking their master, immediately charged over. Seeing this, Jiang Bai directly went after the red-haired fox beast girl, striking ruthlessly. He was familiar with the fox beast girl's weakness, and the moment he made his move, the fox beast girl turned to meet him. The black-haired beast girl and the female dealer were being pinned down and beaten by Zhao Linglong. Seeing that things were turning bad, the female dealer detonated herself desperately. Zhao Linglong grabbed Jiang Bai and leaped out the window. Behind them, the casino exploded instantly and turned into ruins. Jiang Bai asked in shock, Sister Linglong, what do we do now? Zhao Linglong fell into thought, staring at the ruins. A self-detonation is meant to cover something up? At night, Zhao Linglong drove a supercar to send Jiang Bai to Jinxiu residence. Smiling, she asked if he wanted to invite her upstairs for a sit-down, but Jiang Bai guardedly refused. Watching Zhao Linglong leave, Jiang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she had gone to his home, it would be hard to explain Ao Qing's matter. Jiang Bai went upstairs and ran into his neighbor, Bai Jie, taking out the trash. Bai Jie was wearing a nightgown, her hair still wet. Seeing Jiang Bai, she asked in surprise if he had just come back. Jiang Bai said he had been working overtime. Bai Jie invited Jiang Bai to dinner tomorrow night to thank him. Jiang Bai declined, saying he didn't want to put her in a difficult position, and that Meng Meng had also brought breakfast this morning as thanks. Bai Jie insisted, and Jiang Bai quickly changed the subject, asking where Meng Meng was. Bai Jie answered gently, she's asleep. You should get some rest early. I won't disturb you. Jiang Bai closed the door, and Bai Jie felt a little disappointed. That faint stirring in her heart had also disappeared. Bai Linger stood on the sofa with her hands on her hips, pointing at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, give me back my chips. Jiang Bai hid behind Ao Qing. Linger, stop eating them. They're almost gone, and Sister Ao Qing and I haven't had any yet. Ao Qing sighed helplessly and turned to go into the kitchen. Bai Linger suddenly put on a pitiful, coquettish look. Brother Jiang Bai, give them to me. Jiang Bai said coldly. No, Bai Linger's eyes reddened. Lowering her head, she said miserably, I transform my beast pattern every day to help you hide your aura. I shouldn't have come. I should have stayed on Sacred Mountain long ago. Jiang Bai's face darkened. Bai Linger, you're not allowed to watch TV anymore. Bai Linger jumped down, snatched the chips, and made a face. I'm going to watch TV anyway, and I'm going to eat chips and drink cola too. The two of them chased and played around in the living room. Ao Qing brought dinner out. Stop messing around. Come eat. The two of them immediately quieted down and sat at the table. There were several steaming dishes on the table. Ao Qing said, I made soup for you. Do you want to drink the soup first or eat first? Jiang Bai thought to himself, can I just eat the rice? After all, the rice was cooked by him. The two answered in unison, eat. Then they desperately shoved rice into their mouths and didn't touch the dishes. Ao Qing took the initiative to pick up a piece of meat for them. The meat wasn't burnt, but its color was strangely eerie. Jiang Bai stared in shock, wondering what it was. Ao Qing looked at them expectantly. Jiang Bai could only force himself to take a bite. Salty, spicy, and impossible to chew. Energy surged inside him as he stubbornly ground the meat apart and swallowed it. Seeing Jiang Bai like that, Bai Linger could only grit her teeth and pick up a piece of meat to eat, but even her teeth couldn't bite through it. Ao Qing said cheerfully, I just learned this dish, and I added a little secret ingredient. How is it? Jiang Bai and Bai Ling. Ao Qing tried to bite herself. The next morning, Jiang Bai arrived at the office, and Ao Qing and Bai Linger were still in beast tattoo possession form. A new employee had come to the office, and Zhao Linglong wasn't there. Just as Jiang Bai walked in, someone followed him in. Jiang Bai, here. A middle-aged man slapped a file onto Jiang Bai's desk, his tone forceful. You've been transferred to the Pioneer team. Report there this afternoon. After speaking, he turned and left. He Xiao crowded over to look at the file, panicked. Jiang Bai, did you offend someone? Jiang Bai looked blank. No, I didn't. Then why were you transferred to the Pioneer team after just one day on the job? What's wrong with the Pioneer team? Tao Ming came over to explain. The Pioneer team is a special squad under the Bureau. The pay is high, but the work is dangerous. They're mainly responsible for exploring relics. Exploring relics? Jiang Bai had never heard of that before. Tao Ming nodded. Relics produce national strategic resources, such as spiritual liquid materials, medicinal herbs, rare metals, as well as beast tamer secret techniques and beast maiden records. But the most dangerous part is when a relic is first opened up. In the first month after opening, no one above level 40 could enter. Jiang Bai was confused. What happens if they do? Tao Ming explained. The relic gate is unstable. If someone too strong goes in, it'll cause the gate to collapse, and anyone inside will never come out. He added, no one knows what dangers are inside the relic. There could be phantom beasts, infected beings, or bizarre things. At level 10, going in is basically a death sentence. Jiang Bai blinked. Can I refuse to go? He Xiao said. You just started work, so by rights you shouldn't have to go. The only reason is that you offended someone. Do you think being transferred there means a pay raise? Jiang Bai asked again. Why not wait until the relic gate stabilizes before going in? He Xiao said. There's more than one entrance. Different factions rush in first to fight for ownership rights. Tao Ming picked up the thread. Whoever gets the heart of the relic can close the other entrances, and all the resources become theirs. So the people entering the relic aren't necessarily all official personnel. After a moment of silence, Jiang Bai asked, then is there still any hope for me? He Xiao. No hope. Just wait to die. Tao Ming said seriously. It's not like there's no way. Jiang Bai was delighted. What's the solution? Tao Ming looked at him. Quit. Jiang Bai. He couldn't possibly resign. Setting aside the convenience of looking things up, there was also the matter of the Void Spirit Flower. Besides, he was already level 20, with 2 mythic beast girls inside him. Maybe he could survive. Maybe they'd really even raise his salary? Soon he realized he was overthinking it. Shintong's office. Jiang Bai said with a miserable face. Captain Shan, the person who transferred me to the pioneering team really wasn't Director Yang? Shintong frowned. Director Yang hasn't come in these past 2 days. He's tied up with the Void Association. He didn't call you to the pioneering team. She suddenly looked at him. You really haven't offended anyone? Jiang Bai thought about it. He really hadn't. At most, there were 2. One was Li Lingtian of the Li family, and the other was Zhang Yu. He had implied things about Li Lingtian on Douyin, and Zhang Yu probably wanted to deal with him. He told her his guess. Shintong shook her head. It's not Li Lingtian. He's in the imperial capital and can't interfere with the Nanjiang City Administration Bureau. You getting into the bureau was also thanks to Yang Feng's recommendation, the face of Nanjiang City's number 2. The one who dares to move against you now is the father of the bureau's number 3, Zhang Yu, Zhang Tianqing. That morning, Jiang Bai anxiously made it until lunchtime. Zhao Linglong walked in unhurriedly, wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, and immediately spotted Jiang Bai slumped over his desk. She walked over and sniffed him. Jiang Bai was puzzled. What are you sniffing for? Zhao Linglong glanced at him sideways. Checking whether you smell like some weird flower. Why do you look like you've been emptied out first thing in the morning? Jiang Bai leaned back in his chair. Want to get closer and smell? Tao Ming almost spat out his water. Zhao Linglong laughed and sat down opposite Jiang Bai. What happened? Don't tell me you really got drained dry by beast girls at home yesterday. He Xiao leaned over and explained the situation. Zhao Linglong fell into thought. You didn't feel all of South Jiang City shaking a few days ago? Jiang Bai thought for a moment, then nodded. A few days ago, just as Jiang Bai walked out of the subway station, he felt a strong tremor through the ground, though it only lasted a very short time. Feeling it means you noticed it. That day was when the Tianyin Mountain ruins were about to emerge, which is why the ground shook. Tianyin Mountain? I heard the entrance to the ruins will stabilize tomorrow. If they're transferring you to the Wilderness Expansion team at this time, it's very likely they want you to go in and investigate. Huh? Tomorrow? He Xiao was startled and immediately urged Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, you should resign. This is obviously aimed at you. Jiang Bai fell silent. He actually also wanted to quit. He had never entered a ruin before and didn't know how dangerous it was inside. Zhao Linglong spoke at this moment. Actually, the Tianyin Mountain ruins are probably not appearing for the first time. Jiang Bai frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Have you heard of the Yuqing Hall? Jiang Bai shook his head. It was the first time he had heard of it. He Xiao thought for a moment and guessed. The strongest force in Dongjiang province back then? Tao Ming leaned over and asked Zhao Linglong. You mean the Tianyin Mountain ruins are Yuqing Hall's main base? Zhao Linglong explained. 60 years ago, Yuqing Hall was a top force in Dongjiang province, and the whole group was made up of support-type beastmasters. They were famous nationwide. But 50 years ago, Everyone disappeared overnight. Jiangbai was puzzled. How could so many people all vanish? Tao Ming said, major forces usually have their own exclusive ruins as a headquarters. For example, our bureau's headquarters is in an imperial capital ruin. Yuqing Hall's ruin back then was called the Yuqing Realm, and later it also disappeared suddenly. He looked at Zhao Linglong. Is Tianyun Mountain the entrance to Yuqing Realm? Zhao Linglong nodded. Yes, I read related records in a book. Tao Ming became excited. That's amazing. Yuqing Hall was the largest support beast master organization at the time, and with their disappearance, many support secret arts were cut off. Looking at it now, the Yuqing Hall ruin has very high value. Zhao Linglong continued, but there are also many dangers. The Void Association, Dark Knight Fallen Flower, and other forces are definitely watching it too. He Xiao asked, for a big force like Yuqing Hall, if something happened to the ruins, people should have known, right? How come no one escaped? Zhao Linglong changed her posture and said, there are rumors that it has something to do with the Void Realm. In fact, a small number of people did escape, such as the Hall Master. It is said that there was once a village in South Jiang City where everyone suddenly disappeared. Later, it was found out that the Yuqing Hall Master refined them into monsters. These monsters had no consciousness and very hard bodies. Many beast masters of level 20 couldn't defeat them. Tao Ming asked, ordinary people? Zhao Linglong nodded. He Xiao handed her a cup of coffee. By rights, even if ordinary people were infected by Void Realm energy, level 10 beast masters should be able to handle it. How could even level 20 fail? Zhao Linglong lowered her head and took a sip of coffee. Rumor has it that the Yuqing Hall Master was doing experiments and deliberately came into contact with Void Realm energy, only to lose control in the end. After she escaped Yuqing Realm, she went mad and attacked forces people everywhere. Those she attacked would return and die with their whole body stiffened. The major forces then jointly surrounded her, and in the end she accidentally entered the Void Realm and died. That settled the matter. Jiangbai asked, so you think the destruction of Yuqing Realm had to do with Void Realm energy? Zhao Linglong nodded. A lot of people guess that. There may still be remnants of Void Realm energy inside. Jiangbai fell silent. If Yuqing Realm was really destroyed by Void Realm energy, then there might be clues to Spirit Flower inside. Although Ao Qing's body was fine, the problem with her spiritual meridians was hindering her cultivation. When he Xiao saw him fall silent, she advised, Jiangbai, why don't you resign? Yuqing Realm is too dangerous. Zhao Linglong said calmly, it's too late. Someone has already targeted him and won't let him resign smoothly, at least not before he enters the ruin. Jiangbai shook his head and said firmly, I won't resign. I'm going into Yuqing Realm. He looked at Zhao Linglong. Sister Linglong, do you know anything else about Yuqing Hall? Tell me. Zhao Linglong put down her cold coffee, stretched lazily, and her curves were obvious. Come on, if you're asking a girl to do you a favor, you should at least show some sincerity. Jiangbai flattered her, Sister Linglong, whatever you want, as long as I have it, I'll give it to you. Zhao Linglong blinked. My heart's been feeling cold lately. I need someone to warm me up. Jiangbai, he hesitated. Sister Linglong, this isn't very convenient here, is it? Zhao Linglong laughed, resting a hand on her shoulder as she twisted her body. A few billion can certainly warm my heart, but for now, help your sister massage her shoulders and let me give you some pointers. Jiangbai walked over to massage her shoulders, only to find they were ice cold. He asked, Sister Linglong, why are you so cold? Zhao Linglong said, I haven't been feeling well lately and caught a chill. Harder. Jiangbai's hand was sore, but it still wasn't enough, and Zhao Linglong said again, that's it? Are you even capable? Jiangbai had no choice but to use purple energy to increase the force. Is this enough pressure? Zhao Linglong narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Just like that. Listen up, every faction has a training room, a battle arena, an experimental lab, a library. When you enter the relic, never go to the laboratory. The things there are the most dangerous, especially if there's Void Realm energy. The battle arena cultivates combat-type beastmasters, and it's dangerous too. The library holds centuries of accumulated treasures and is a battleground the major factions all compete for, so it's risky as well. The most dangerous place is still where the heart of the relic is. The Void Realm energy there is the densest, and all sides will fight over it too. If you want to stay safe, find somewhere to hide and wait until the ownership of the relic's core is decided before coming out. If the Void Association gets the relic core, then probably no one else will be able to come out. You can only pray they don't get their hands on it. Jiangbai asked casually. So the Void Realm energy around the relic core is very dense. Zhao Linglong nodded and patted his hand, signaling him to stop. Yes, if you want to survive and come out alive, then keep a low profile and don't fight head-on. Jiangbai withdrew his hand, looking regretful, and inwardly complained that Sister Linglong wasn't any good either. Zhao Linglong teased in a low voice. You look like you're not satisfied yet. Are you thinking about me? Maybe I can satisfy you. Jiang Bai said seriously, I don't like fighting bloody battles. Zhao Linglong chuckled. Jiang Bai returned to his workstation to sort through his things, then suddenly asked, Sister Linglong, has anything from last night been investigated? Zhao Linglong nodded. I looked into it. Yesterday's. The casino boss Wang, who had an older brother named Wang Long. He had previously been saved by Bureau Chief Zhou on Sacred Mountain, but now he was missing. Zhao Linglong handed her phone to Jiang Bai, showing him a photo of someone. Jiang Bai took one look and his pupils contracted. It was exactly the same person who had attacked him on Sacred Mountain before. Jiang Bai said in a low voice, Sister Linglong, I know this person. Zhao Linglong's eyes lit up. What's going on? Jiang Bai briefly explained the ambush on Sacred Mountain. Zhao Linglong looked at him in confusion. You can deal with the Beastmaster over level 20? Jiang Bai tensed up and hurriedly explained. At the time, my beast girl took off his hood. He was afraid of being traced, so he let me go. Zhao Linglong nodded, but was still puzzled. Wang Long is a member of the Zhang family, so why would they be kidnapping children? After thinking for a moment, she added, this runs deep. Don't get involved. I'll report it to Team Leader Shun. In the afternoon, Jiang Bai carried his things into the Wilderness Expedition Team's office. The middle-aged man in charge of his onboarding pointed at a desk. That's your seat. We have a mission tomorrow, so go back and prepare today. After saying that, he walked into the hallway to make a phone call. Deputy Zhang, everything you instructed has been done. That kid is only level 10. I'll handle him properly and make sure it's clean and neat, without affecting the Bureau's reputation. Jiang Bai spent the whole afternoon loafing around in the office and felt that everyone looked at him a little strangely. After returning home, Jiang Bai carried in some vegetables and called Bai Linger and Ao Qing out. Bai Linger was still groggy with sleep. Brother Jiang Bai, what are we having today? Jiang Bai was speechless. Today we're making a feast. Recently, whenever Ao Qing went out, she had been possessing her beast tattoo, and her complexion had improved a lot. She spoke up. How about letting me cook tonight? I've been studying hard again. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger were both silent. In the end, Jiang Bai still let Ao Qing cook. Bai Linger looked at him resentfully, thinking, just wait. One day I'll make you regret this. Seeing that the big sister who once stood up for justice on the Holy Mountain had actually become obsessed with cooking, only to make terrible food, she was speechless too. At night, the house was lit with a warm glow. Bai Linger slumped on the sofa, ears drooping, listless. Ao Qing blushed as she looked at the ruined dishes on the table, wondering why she had failed again. Once his stomach felt a little better, Jiang Bai said, tomorrow I'm going to the ruin. The two of them immediately looked at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai talked about what had happened during the day, including Bai Yuan's matter. Bai Linger said indignantly, Bai Yuan is way too bad. Jiang Bai Gij is obviously so good. She flailed her claws and teeth as if she wanted to vent Jiang Bai's anger for him. Jiang Bai shook his head. It's not the time to talk about that. Going into the ruin tomorrow will be dangerous, so we need to improve our combat strength. Ao Qing's spiritual veins still hadn't recovered. Aside from strength and speed, Jiang Bai didn't have many other skills, so Bai Linger had become the main combat force for now. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger sat cross-legged. Bai Linger's watery big eyes stared at him, her tail swishing back and forth. Jiang Bai began thinking of a plan, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Jiang Bai told the legend of the white tiger swallowing the plague god and protecting the people. Bai Linger listened with her whole body glowing, the Wang character mark between her brows flashing. She closed her eyes and sensed the changes in her bloodline, a faint light appearing over her body, making her look holy and serene. Jiang Bai thought to himself that he had bet right. He had contracted Ao Qing and Bai Linger, both beings from myths of his past life, yet there were no records of them in this world. He suspected that the beast girls in this world might be connected to Earth from his past life, though he didn't know how. Bai Linger pounced into Jiang Bai's arms and happily said she had learned a new skill again. Jiang Bai casually asked what it was, but Bai Linger kept him in suspense and refused to say. Jiang Bai told her to keep learning skills, and Bai Linger frowned, saying she would have to wait until level 30. She was only level 22 now and didn't have enough energy. Ao Qing also nodded, saying she too could only learn the next skill at level 30 because her internal energy was limited. Jiang Bai was a little disappointed. Ao Qing comforted him, saying that unlike ordinary beast girls who learned a skill every 10 levels, they could also awaken a talent secret art every 10 levels. Jiang Bai was very surprised, because beast girls usually only had one talent secret art. Ao Qing explained that her first talent secret art was Soul Devour, which could enslave people whose souls were weaker than hers, and her second was Source of Life, which could heal. Bai Linger's first talent secret art was Space, which could store things, and her second was White Tiger Golden Body, which increased strength and reduced pain. Jiangbai nodded. The first skill of Beast Girls was always battle physique, making them bigger and stronger. Ao Qing's second skill was Rending Void Claw, and Bai Linger's second skill she still hadn't told him about. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Jiangbai told Bai Linger to hide well, and outside the door a little girl was hugging a huge watermelon, shouting for Jiangbai to open up. Jiangbai opened the door and carried her inside. Bai Jie stood at the doorway in a white dress, her temperament mature, with light makeup on her face. Bai Jie softly asked, "Is this convenient?" Jiangbai smiled and invited her in. How could it be inconvenient? As soon as Bai Jie entered and saw how tidy the room was, she couldn't help glancing at Jiangbai. When she reached the living room, she saw Ao Qing sitting on the sofa playing with her phone and was shocked. This beast girl is really beautiful. Immediately after, she felt a bit disappointed. Seeing guests, Ao Qing stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, please sit. I'll get some fruit." Bai Jie sat down a little awkwardly, like someone who had snuck into another person's house to steal something and been caught. Mengming's eyes lit up when she saw Ao Qing. "Sister, you're so pretty. Are you a beast girl?" She broke free from Jiangbai and ran over, curiously looking at Ao Qing's tail and horns. Ao Qing wrapped Mengming up with her tail and smiled gently. "Yes, I am a beast girl." Mengming's eyes were full of stars. "Sister, can you be my beast girl in the future?" Ao Qing patted her head and laughed. "No, sister is your Jiangbai Gige's beast girl. When you grow up, you'll also be able to contract even prettier beast girls." Bai Jie left Jiangbai's home with Mengming, and it was already 8 o'clock. Mengming hugged Bai Jie and asked, "Mom, can Brother Jiang be my dad? I like him." Bai Jie pinched Mengming's cheek, feeling disappointed inside. Mom isn't good enough for him. The next morning, early, just as Jiangbai got out of the car, he saw a tall young woman. She was wearing a blue qipao, with a great figure and a dignified, confident air that made her stand out wherever she went. But the moment she spoke, her whole vibe changed. "Well, you're looking pretty energetic. Did you take care of things yourself last night?" Jiangbai said seriously. "Last night, all I could think about was you, Sister Linglong." She giggled. "If you were thinking of your sister, you should have said so earlier." As she spoke, she hooked her arm through Jiangbai's and leaned in. "Little brother, actually, your sister can help you solve your troubles too." Jiangbai kept a straight face. "How does Sister Linglong want to help me?" She handed him a map. "This is the map of the Jade Green Realm. I only found it last night. Things have been getting very messy in the Jade Green Realm lately, with a lot of factions getting involved, so be careful." Jiangbai looked at the map, moved. "Thank you, Sister Linglong." Linglong smiled. "It won't be too late to thank me after you can make it out alive." In the office, the pretty woman turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Captain, can you put me on a team with Jiangbai?" Her voice was weak, with a faint moan mixed in. The captain immediately became alert. "What did you discover?" Nervously sweating, the woman gave her guess. Jiangbai, a level 10 beast tamer, was transferred here to take part in frontier development. He must have offended someone. The captain narrowed his eyes. Trying to curry favor with someone above? The woman nodded frankly, then shook her head. "Captain, I only want to follow you and help you with your work. Don't forget me if there's any benefit." After a moment of thought, the captain agreed. The woman was overjoyed and quickly had her beast girl support her weak body. When Jiangbai entered the office, he found the atmosphere heavy and solemn, with a killing intent hanging over everything. The frontier team had brought in a middle-aged man, whose gaze was sharp. He said in a low voice, "Split into groups. When the gate to the ruins stabilizes at noon, take your positions." The team was divided into 3 groups. The combat group, which cleared out dangers and infected beings. The healing group, mostly auxiliary beast tamers responsible for treatment. And the supply group, which provided materials. A woman in a white blouse walked up to Jiang Bai and introduced herself. "Zhou Ming, from South Jiang University, right? Come join our healing group." Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. At Tianyan Mountain, at the entrance to the ruin, Jiang Bai stood among the crowd. Ahead was a vertical eye-shaped black sphere of light, its glow unstable, like a black hole. At noon, the gate to the ruin stabilized. Wang Wei took the lead and reminded everyone, "Put on your masks. Combat group, move first." Jiang Bai put on a special mask that could block the power of the Void Realm. The combat group entered first, and by the time it was the healing group's turn, there were already fewer people left. Inside the Jade Green Realm, everyone complained that the Void Realm energy was far too dense, feeling like it was about to lose control. Some joked about paying back the debt for the Beast Girl foot bath. Jiang Bai ignored the chatter and simply observed the surroundings. The sky was eerily red, and everything around him was ruined. Buildings had collapsed, and debris lay everywhere. Jiang Bai remembered the map. This place had once been the commercial street of the Jade Green Hall, with a square at the far end. Ahead, fierce fighting sounds could be heard. Zhou Ming directed them. Go ahead and rescue the injured. Jiang Bai and the others rushed to the front line. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Most members of the healing group were in their 20s, with a few in their 30s. In the distance, a large number of infected beings were gathering, purple light in their eyes and blue-purple skin, mindlessly charging toward the combat group. The combat group members were at a high level and easily cleared out the infected bodies, advancing slowly. Some were injured, and some were even torn apart and devoured. Zhou Ming shouted, "Healing team up! Heal the wounded!" Everyone summoned their beast girls. Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment, then also summoned Ao Qing. As soon as Ao Qing appeared, everyone turned to look at her and recognized her as the famous beast girl from Douyin, immediately guessing Jiang Bai's identity. Jiang Bai handed the mask to Ao Qing, and the others also handed their masks to their own beast girls. The wounded withdrew one after another for treatment. Jiang Bai entered an abandoned house and saw that it had once been a tea house. The tables were covered in dust. Sitting across from Jiang Bai was a wounded man, an older fellow. The man glanced at Jiang Bai and asked in confusion, "Level 10. Jiang Bai nodded. The man immediately said unhappily, "Since when can a level 10 Beastmaster join the frontier clearing team?" At that moment, another man came over. They knew each other. "Brother Yang Lin, what's wrong?" Yang Lin pointed at Jiang Bai and complained, "Daju, look, your healing team sent only a level 10 Beastmaster to treat us. Are they trying to get me killed?" A level 10 support Beastmaster simply couldn't handle the healing needs of people over level 30, and Yang Lin was very displeased. Jiang Bai said nothing. Whether he helped or not was up to him, and if the other party didn't want it, that was even better. Daju was angry after hearing this too, and shouted, "Team Leader Zhou! Team Leader Zhou!" Zhou Ming came over and frowned. "What is it?" Daju pointed at Jiang Bai in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by this healing team, sending this kid to treat our wounds? Are you trying to get us killed faster?" Zhou Ming shot back coldly. "Support-type Beastmasters are in short supply right now. Be glad you're getting treated at all. Take it or leave it. If you're not in a hurry, go wait in line." She glanced at Jiang Bai, then turned and left. Daju was so angry he wanted to argue further, but Yang Lin stopped him. "Don't go. Zhou Ming is Wang Wei's mistress. If you make a scene, you won't even get this level 10 healing anymore." Daju was still unconvinced and turned to Jiang Bai coldly. "Kid, go to the supply team and get some bandages and medicine first. Bandage us up." Jiang Bai quickly went to fetch the items and, based on his memory, bandaged Yang Lin. Seeing that Jiang Bai's technique was professional, Yang Lin hesitated, then stuffed a box of recovery pills into his hands. "Remember to eat one after use to replenish your energy." The box in Jiang Bai's hand contained 2 pills, worth 5,000 on the market. Daju glanced at the pills, but said nothing. Ao Qing made her move. Green light shimmered in her hands as life energy poured out, rapidly repairing Yang Lin's injuries. Feeling his body recover, Yang Lin was so shocked his eyes widened. He had been treated by high-level healers before, but none of them had been this effective. In just a few seconds, most of his injuries had healed. It was simply unbelievable. "You." Yang Lin stared at Jiang Bai, clearly unable to find the words. Seeing this, Daju felt a little uneasy and glared at Jiang Bai. "If something goes wrong, you'll be in for it." Yang Lin panicked after hearing that and shouted, "Daju, apologize to him." Daju froze. "Me? Apologize?" Yang Lin said sternly, "Hurry up." Daju had no choice but to mutter sorry in a muffled voice, then turned his head away and wouldn't look at Jiang Bai. Yang Lin could only smile apologetically. "Little brother, sorry about that. My brother here has a sharp tongue, but he means no harm." Jiang Bai waved his hand to show it was nothing. Yang Lin took another look at Jiang Bai before leaving with Daju. Daju still didn't understand. "Brother Yang Lin, why did I have to apologize?" Yang Lin said in a low voice, "That kid's beast girl's healing is too strong, even better than many level 31s. Yang Lin said he had fully recovered. Daju didn't believe it. "You're kidding me, right? You recovered that fast." Yang Lin pressed his injured hand on Daju's shoulder, and Daju immediately felt the powerful strength there, saying in shock, "Really, really healed?" Yang Lin nodded. "That's why I made you apologize. I hope he isn't petty." On the battlefield, making friends with healers was very important, which was also why Yang Lin had given Jiang Bai recovery medicine. He hadn't expected to run into a healer with such high talent. Daju scratched his head. "Should I go back and give him some medicine too, and properly apologize?" "I even told him to go get the medicine himself, just now." Yang Lin shook his head after thinking for a moment. He has strong talent, but he was sent into the pioneering team at level 10. He probably offended someone. Let's not get too close, but don't let things get awkward either. His abilities, don't spread them around. Otherwise, you won't even be able to queue up in the future. Daju nodded. "Got it." Then should we keep heading to the front line? Yang Lin said irritably. I'm an injured man now. I need to recover, understand? Daju said. But aren't you already healed? Yang Lin replied. Who said I'm healed? Daju said. You said it yourself. Yang Lin slapped Daju. Use your brain more. This ruin is obviously wrong. If not now, when are we supposed to conserve our strength? Although the front line's opponents were only ordinary infected beings, there was still danger. Not long after, Zhou Ming came in and said to Jiang Bai, Jiang Bai, stay here. There aren't enough people in the healing team, so each person is responsible for an area. We'll gather again after the combat team finishes. The combat team didn't have many injuries. After Jiang Bai healed only Yang Lin, he sat alone in the tea house, recalling the map Zhao Linglong had given him. He needed to go to the core main hall of Yuqing Hall to find the Void Spirit Flower. But there were infected beings all around, and Jiang Bai didn't dare act alone. He could only wait for the combat team to clear the area before looking for a chance. Time passed slowly. The crimson mist on the battlefield grew thicker and thicker, visibility dropped extremely low, and the smell of blood mixed into the air. At that moment, Jiang Bai heard someone outside running over quickly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed in. Jiang Bai instinctively dodged, and a short figure wearing a broken mask rushed past him, like someone who had just come in and was already infected by the void world energy. His movements were stiff, and he kept making hoarse sounds in his throat. Beneath the mask were a pair of Fengong eyes. It was Jiang Bai's first time seeing an infected being up close, and his mind went blank for a moment. The infected being pounced at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai was a little slow to dodge and nearly got hit. Fortunately, Ao Qing pulled him away with her tail, but Jiang Bai's mask was still knocked askew. Strangely, it felt the same whether he wore the mask or not, and Jiang Bai found that the environment hadn't changed. The infected being lunged again. Jiang Bai dodged aside and forcefully kicked the infected being in the back. The infected being coughed, turned to glare at Jiang Bai, and its eyes were blood red, making Jiang Bai's scalp tingle. Jiang Bai immediately summoned Bai Linger. Be careful, this infected being is strong. Bai Linger rushed up with a cold face, and Jiang Bai and Ao Qing joined in as well. The infected being was fast and strong, but without any reason, the three of them could barely hold it off. With a tiger roar, Bai Linger transformed into her true form and activated Battle Body. A flash of golden light appeared on the White Tiger, and White Tiger Golden Body activated. Bai Linger's speed and strength instantly increased. She charged forward directly and tangled with the infected being in close combat. One palm strike hit the infected being's chest, caving in its ribcage, and Jiang Bai was stunned as he watched. The infected body feared no pain and struck back at the back of Bai Linger. Ao Qing was quick and agile, using her tail to pull Bai Linger away. Jiang Bai also kicked toward the infected body's arm. The infected body missed, slammed a fist into the ground, and the ground caved in, its fist turning into a mass of shredded flesh. Just after being pulled away, Bai Linger rushed forward again and plunged a claw into the infected body. Amid a tiger's roar, the infected body was directly torn to pieces. Jiang Bai let out a sigh of relief and looked at Bai Ling. Linger, are you okay? Bai Linger transformed back into her beast girl form and proudly waved her fist. Brother Jiang Bai, sister, am I amazing? Ao Qing patted her head and smiled. Our Linger is the strongest. Jiang Bai smiled, but his attention fell on the infected body. He picked up the shattered mask and found a layer of white transparent film inside. Yet there was nothing like that in his own mask. Jiang Bai's expression darkened as he realized he'd been framed. Since entering the ruins, he had actually been exposed to the energy of the Void Realm all along. He immediately thought of Zhou Ming, suppressed his killing intent, and said to Ao Qing, Sis, take off your mask and have a look. Ao Qing removed her mask and felt no difference at all. This mask is useless. Jiang Bai's face turned gloomy. He hadn't expected to be schemed against as soon as he came in. The Administration Bureau investigated internal slaughter very strictly, yet someone had still made a move on him. Jiang Bai asked Ao Qing and Bai Linger to revert to beast marks, changed into a different set of clothes himself, put on the mask, and hid in the mist, preparing to settle accounts with Zhou Ming. After leaving the tea house, Jiang Bai found that most of the treatment team members were dead. They had probably been ambushed. He changed to yet another mask, just in case Zhou Ming had tampered with something. Linger, can you hear me? Jiang Bai asked. Bai Linger replied, Brother Jiang Bai, what's wrong? Jiang Bai said, Stop concealing my aura. Bai Linger asked curiously, why? Jiang Bai said bluntly, I'm going to kill someone. I need to hide my identity a bit. A flash of white light, and Bai Linger appeared. Brother Jiang Bai, I'm going with you. Jiang Bai nodded. Ao Qing's appearance was too conspicuous and not suitable for hiding, so he decided to have Bai Linger accompany him. He handed her a mask, and Bai Linger happily put it on. Her beast ears stood upright, Her tail swayed, and she looked around everywhere. Brother Jiangbai, this place is really shabby. What's that Ferris wheel? And there's even a closed-down restaurant here. Bai Linger asked curiously as she walked. Jiangbai looked at her with some guilt. Since forming a contract with him, Bai Linger had always stayed on his body as a beast mark, never complaining and never asking to go out and have fun. It had to be completed successfully. During the national tournament, Jiangbai would definitely take Bai Linger and Ao Qing out to have fun for a day. He made up his mind. The commercial street was long, and the blood-red thick fog affected visibility. Along the way, Jiangbai saw many co-workers, and in the end, everyone gathered together and headed toward the square. The Beastmaster next to me got infected. Luckily, other Beastmasters helped out, otherwise it would have been dangerous, someone complained. Who isn't? Luckily I ran fast. The team slowly moved forward and finally met up with the main group. Team leader Zhou, Captain Wang asked me to call you over. Seeing Zhou Meng, Jiangbai stepped forward and said. Zhou Meng frowned. Wasn't he just here? What does he want me to go over for? Jiangbai said. Someone is seriously injured, and they're very important to Captain Wang. He wants you to go over personally. Zhou Meng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Jiangbai led her through the alleyway to the abandoned basketball court. He stopped and turned to look at Zhou Meng. Seeing this, Zhou Meng said calmly, What? You're not going to keep pretending. Jiangbai was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhou Meng to have seen through him long ago. Zhou Meng asked, How did you hide your cultivation level? Did your beast girl have that skill? Jiangbai replied, I can answer that, but you have to answer a few questions of mine too. Zhou Meng nodded. Go ahead. Ahead. Jiangbai asked, How did you see through me? Zhou Meng smiled. Simple. I'm not a healing-type beastmaster at all. You can speak now. So Zhou Meng had been led into the healing group through backdoor connections. Jiangbai said, I don't want to say. Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng smiled again. You thought I was a healing-type beastmaster, so you dared to leave me here? Jiangbai fell silent, nodded, and realized he had miscalculated. Jiangbai asked, Who ordered you to attack me? Zhou Meng said, Wang Wei. The people behind him are from above. I don't know exactly who. Zhou Meng asked again. I tampered with your mask, so why weren't you infected? Logically, your level 20 should not have been able to withstand the Void Realm energy. Jiangbai. Inner complaint. How would I know? Zhou Meng suddenly asked. Are you from the Void Association? Jiangbai shook his head. Zhou Meng's expression changed. If not, then go die. With that, two beast girls appeared. Bai Linger immediately activated Battle Body and transformed into a white tiger. Jiangbai recognized Zhou Meng's beast girls, a level 30 elk and a hyena. With a tiger's roar, the energy inside the elk and hyena stilled as they felt the suppression of their bloodlines. Meng, her beast girl bloodline is very high, the elk said. Zhou Meng's eyes burned with heat. Want to come with me? He's only level 20 and doesn't deserve you. Follow me, and spiritual liquid will be in unlimited supply. Bai Linger cursed angrily. Follow your damn mother, and lunged straight at the opponent. Zhou Meng's two beast girls, sensing bloodline pressure, still charged forward. Zhou Meng sneered, believing that with her two level 30s against a level 20, there was nothing to fear. She didn't know that Bai Linger was a mythic-grade beast girl. The three beast girls were about to clash. The hyena beast girl bared her fangs, golden light flashing as she used her innate secret technique ass-pulling, coordinating with the elk to encircle Bai Linger and prepare a sneak attack. Bai Linger sensed it. A chill ran up from behind. The white tiger warily stared at the hyena beast girl. In front, the elk beast girl's hooves glowed as she raised a leg to stomp hard on the white tiger's head. The white tiger reacted extremely quickly, sitting down like a human to dodge the attack. The elk's hoof slammed into the ground, cracking it open. The white tiger took the chance to slap the elk on the head, sending her flying into a wall. The hyena beast girl seized the opportunity to rush in, but was pinned by the white tiger's gaze. Under the immense pressure, she could only squeeze out, I was just passing by. Do you believe that? The white tiger lunged straight at her, and before the hyena beast girl could even beg for mercy, one bite down on her spine brought excruciating pain. Seeing her own elk beast girl sent flying, Zhou Meng froze, cursing inwardly that it was unscientific. How could a level 30 beast girl beam at Ed like that? She rushed toward the white tiger to save her beast girl, but Jiangbai blocked her. Jiangbai taunted, Your opponent is me. Zhou Meng snorted coldly and immediately closed in, sweeping at Jiangbai's head. Jiangbai blocked with both hands, but he was still knocked back several meters, his arms numb. Zhou Meng sneered, and before she even finished speaking, she drove a knee into Jiangbai's abdomen, sending him flying straight into a wall. The courtyard wall collapsed. Zhou Meng then moved in on Jiangbai again, preparing to finish him off completely, when a sudden gust of force came from behind. She was slammed by White Tiger into the wall and buried beneath the rubble. White Tiger asked Jiang Bai, "Brother Jiang Bai, are you okay?" Jiang Bai got back up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said he was barely fine. Zhou Ming crawled out of the ruins, glanced at the hyena beast girl lying on the ground, disdainfully wiped the blood off her face and even licked it, then stared at White Tiger seductively. "Want to come with me?" White Tiger remained silent. Seeing this, Zhou Ming turned coldly away. "If you want to die, I'll oblige you." A strange laugh curled from the corner of her mouth as red-purple mist surged into her body. Her pupils turned purple, and an evil aura leaked out, twisting even the air. Jiang Bai suddenly realized that Zhou Ming was an undercover agent of the Void Association. No wonder she had been probing their identities earlier. Zhou Ming looked at Jiang Bai with a sinister grin. "Your talent's not bad. I wanted to recruit you at first, but now I only want to kill you." As soon as she finished, she teleported behind Jiang Bai and kicked him flying, sending a sensation that his internal organs had shifted. Then she followed with another kick, and White Tiger was also sent flying by the shockwave. At this moment, the deer girl's entire body flared with golden light again as she forced herself up from the ground. Tap, tap, bang. The deer girl's hoof struck Bai Linger, who coughed up blood and immediately counterattacked, sending the deer girl flying. At this moment, Zhou Ming rushed to Bai Linger's front and raised her fist to smash down. Jiang Bai moved in instantly and kicked Zhou Ming flying. "Linger, are you okay?" Bai Linger shook her head and adopted a wary combat stance. Jiang Bai was relieved and shifted his attention to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming sneered, struggling on the brink of death. Suddenly, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared behind Zhou Ming, and a sense of danger hit like a tide. She hurriedly dodged, but was still struck by a cyan claw shadow, leaving 3 bloody gashes across her back. A flash of cyan light appeared, and the deer girl's head vanished instantly. Zhou Ming was shocked. Spatial skill. She felt the flesh on her side waist vanish and became murderous. "Who the hell are you?" Jiang Bai roared angrily. "I'm your dad." Then he rushed at Zhou Ming, and Bai Linger joined in to surround and attack her. Seriously wounded, Zhou Ming was driven back step by step, battered by Jiang Bai's torrential fists. Coupled with the searing pain from her wounds, she gradually fell into despair and began to regret it. Smack! Bai Linger slapped Zhou Ming flying, smashing through an abandoned building. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger stayed alert, knowing Zhou Ming was not dead. Zhou Ming spat blood, her eyes filled with madness and hatred. Thinking of the humiliation she had suffered, she was unwilling to fall at Jiang Bai's hands. Biting her teeth, Zhou Ming laughed wildly. "Come and see hell with me." Purple energy swirled in the sky and surged into her body. She howled in pain, purple lightning coiling around her, then bellowed, "Die." In an instant, she turned into a streak of purple light, blasting Jiang Bai away, then teleporting onto his flight path to kick him down. A mushroom cloud of dust exploded on the spot. Jiang Bai was smashed into the rooftop, coughing blood as he lay in a crater. Zhou Ming twisted her neck in midair, purple markings spreading across her entire body, making her even more terrifying as she charged at Jiang Bai again. Jiang Bai screamed, "She's about to lose control. Run." Ao Qing swept Jiang Bai up and jumped down. Bai Linger caught both of them precisely, then turned and ran. Boom. The skyscraper was instantly reduced to rubble. Zhou Ming pursued relentlessly, muttering over and over, "You can't escape. You all have to die." On the rooftop, Bai Linger carried Ao Qing and Jiang Bai as they fled desperately, but Zhou Ming followed like a shadow. Boom. Zhou Ming struck and collapsed the building, blocking their path. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, ready to fight for his life. Ao Qing joined the battle as well, but Zhou Ming felt no pain and was incredibly fast. Pa! Pa! The 3 of them joined forces, yet they still couldn't withstand Zhou Ming's assault. Ao Qing and Bai Linger were blasted into the building, and Ao Qing coughed blood and passed out. Seeing this, Jiang Bai was furious beyond measure, his killing intent surging. At that moment, a violent pounding came from within Jiang Bai's body. Purple energy burst out, his whole body trembled, his hair turned purple, and his eyes were also stained with a wild purple light. Bloodlust flooded his mind, and he let out a pained roar. The purple energy began to spill outward. Jiang Bai wore a crazed expression and shouted at Zhou Ming, "Come on, kill me." Zhou Ming was stunned, but Jiang Bai's figure vanished and instantly appeared in front of her. He threw a punch, Zhou Ming blocked by instinct. The 2 fists collided, the sky erupted, and the 2 immediately took the fight to the ground. Bang bang. Their fists clashed blow for blow, so fast that Bai Linger couldn't make out their figures. They fought fiercely, sometimes on the ground, sometimes in the air. Suddenly, Zhou Ming kicked Jiang Bai into a ruined building. Bai Linger hugged Ao Qing, anxious and uneasy. Jiang Bai slowly walked out from the ruins, tore off his tattered shirt, and said in a low voice, "Still not enough. Come again. The two began fighting once more, dust billowing everywhere. In the end, everything fell silent. Jiang Bai gripped Zhou Ming by the neck and lifted her high into the air. Zhou Ming struggled desperately, but she was pinned down tightly. Jiang Bai said coldly, "It's over." He tightened his grip, and the energy within Zhou Ming kept being drawn away. Gradually, she regained her senses. Looking at Jiang Bai, she gave a strange smile through the pain. "I'll be waiting for you in hell." After saying that, she died completely. Jiang Bai let go and dropped Zhou Ming to the ground, then turned to look at Bai Linger and murmured softly, "It's safe now." After saying that, he fainted. Bai Linger hurriedly rushed over. After leaving, Bai Linger quickly retreated with Jiang Bai, because the commotion here was too great, and she was afraid it would attract the authorities. More than 10 minutes later, dozens of people arrived. Wang Wei looked at Zhou Ming's corpse and ordered, "Investigate." Someone reported, "Captain, Jiang Bai is gone." Wang Wei analyzed two possibilities. First, Zhou Ming killed Jiang Bai and was then killed by someone else. Second, Jiang Bai killed Zhou Ming and then escaped. He leaned more toward the first. After all, Jiang Bai was only level 10. Meanwhile, Bai Linger led Jiang Bai through a moldy alley, nimbly avoiding obstacles. Suddenly, she stopped. On the rooftop ahead sat a ghost-faced woman, level 38, the tense atmosphere maxed out. The ghost-faced woman asked which branch they were from, and Bai Linger played dumb. "I don't understand." The ghost-faced woman smiled, pointed out Jiang Bai's unusual condition, and said, "No need to pretend. I'm also from the association." Bai Linger relaxed and asked back, "Which branch are you from?" "The Moda branch. Dongjiang province." The ghost-faced woman was curious that someone from Dongjiang province had also come, and asked, "What happened to your beastmaster?" Bai Linger calmly said they had run into the authorities and fought them. The ghost-faced woman gave a thumbs up. "You've got guts." Bai Linger wanted to leave, but the ghost-faced woman stopped her and said she had lost her map and wanted to borrow one. Bai Linger said, "I lost my map while fighting just now. If you want it, go pick it up yourself, but the authorities might still be over there." The ghost-faced woman hesitated, but in the end could only decide to take her chances. After taking a few steps, she turned back again and said, "You're a good person. Wait for me. I'll come find you later." Bai Linger agreed on the surface, but inwardly thought, "Who's waiting for you?" Jiang Bai woke up from the smell of mildew and saw a gray-white ceiling and a broken wall. Bai Linger handed him a skewer with a smile. "Brother Jiang Bai, have something to eat." Jiang Bai took a bite, and it actually tasted pretty good, so he even praised Bai Linger. He suddenly asked, "Where's Sister Ao Qing?" Bai Linger said, "While you were unconscious, Sister woke up and then turned into." The beast one attached itself to Jiang Bai's body, and he looked down to see the cyan dragon head on his chest. Bai Linger clenched her fists, anxious. After hesitating, she still told Jiang Bai that the eldest sister was in very bad shape now and they needed to find a way to save her. Jiang Bai panicked and immediately tried to contact Ao Qing, but got no response at all. He became even more determined to get the Void Spirit Flower. Seeing this, Bai Linger changed the subject and said Jiang Bai had a problem with his body. Only then did Jiang Bai realize his hair had grown longer. Recalling what had happened before, when he had raged, the source power of the Void Erosion Lord within him had erupted. He had been consumed with killing Zhou Ming, and his level had risen to 22. He suspected he could absorb Void Realm energy to level up. After that, Bai Linger talked about meeting the ghost-faced woman and said Jiang Bai had been mistaken for someone from the Void Association. Jiang Bai was shocked. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and the ghost-faced woman came in, brushing off dust as she complained. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger exchanged a look, both stunned. The ghost-faced woman noticed the skewer in Jiang Bai's hand and curiously asked what kind of void beast meat it was and where it came from. Jiang Bai was alert but kept a calm expression, saying it was stolen from the authorities and asking if she wanted some. The ghost-faced woman hesitated and refused, saying she was afraid of being poisoned. Bai Linger immediately blew up, loudly retorting. Jiang Bai quickly held Bai Linger back and explained that she had a bad temper. The ghost-faced woman hurriedly apologized. Bai Linger snorted and turned her head away. Jiang Bai asked whether she had gotten the map. The ghost-faced woman nodded and said she had, and that it was all thanks to Bai Linger's idea, while complaining that the authorities were stingy. Jiang Bai then asked about the Modu Association's purpose, whether they also wanted the relic heart. The ghost-faced woman was surprised and asked how Jiang Bai dared to say their mission out loud, saying he would be punished for it, but that meeting her today counted as good luck. Jiang Bai was speechless, but he didn't dare argue. Seeing that Jiang Bai wasn't asking anymore, the ghost-faced woman took the initiative to ask why he wasn't asking about her mission. Jiang Bai probed her, and she said she wasn't afraid of punishment. So Jiang Bai asked what her mission was. The masked woman asked Jiang Bai if he knew who the relic originally belonged to. She told him about the origins of the Jade Green Realm, mentioning a rumor that the Jade Green Hall Master had once obtained immortal arts, but failed in cultivation, causing the Jade Green Hall to decline. Jiangbai was shocked when he heard the words, immortal arts, and interrupted her. The masked woman nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking. No one in the Jade Green Realm knew what had happened back then. Later, after the Hall Master of Jade Green Hall escaped, he created a group of cultivators. These people could absorb divine power, but in the end they all turned into sentient-less infected beings. The association had once captured a batch of these special infected beings. Research found that their heads were protected by a mysterious energy that prevented erosion. This energy was very likely to have come from some mysterious secret art. But the Hall Master had already died in the Void Realm, and the Jade Green Realm had also disappeared, so the exact truth had never been known. The masked woman finished speaking in one breath and reminded Jiangbai not to tell anyone else, since all of this had been something she had secretly seen. Jiangbai stared at her, thinking that the Void Association really was full of notorious lunatics. He had only had contact with them twice before, and each time he had felt they were utterly insane. Yet the masked woman before him seemed like a naive little girl. Jiangbai asked why she was telling him all this. The masked woman said earnestly that she hoped Jiangbai would help her. Jiangbai asked how she had come alone, and she said she had sneaked out to surprise her dad for his birthday. Jiangbai could tell that her father held a high position in the association. Jiangbai thought about it, and said he could help her, but she would have to help him with something too. The masked woman readily agreed, and asked what he wanted her to do. Jiangbai said he wanted her to follow him later to find the heart of the relic. The masked woman agreed, and the two decided to go to the library tower first. Before setting off, the masked woman thought Jiangbai's mask was ugly and even took out a bunch of masks for him to choose from. Jiangbai had no choice but to change into a ghost face mask, and Bai Linger also picked one she liked to wear. Once Jiangbai put it on, his aura was instantly maxed out. The masked woman asked him his name, and Jiangbai casually said his name was Tao Ming. The masked woman said her name was Feng Ling. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Feng Ling was still holding the map upside down, and Jiangbai was speechless, so he could only point out the correct direction. It seemed Feng Ling really didn't know how to navigate. No wonder she needed help. They passed by the training room area, which had once been a place where auxiliary beast tamers cultivated. Crimson mist shrouded everything, and the three of them slowly made their way forward, eventually arriving at a dilapidated villa district. The lights flickered on and off. Gulp. The ghost-faced woman swallowed and unconsciously moved closer to Jiangbai. Should we take another way around? The ghost-faced woman asked in a low voice. Jiangbai remembered the map Zhao Linglong had given him. Taking a detour would mean passing through the laboratory and combat zones, both of which were especially dangerous, and Zhao Linglong had specifically warned him about that. If we go around, it'll take too long. Aren't you afraid someone else will get the item first? Then your dad's birthday present will be gone, Jiangbai joked. Feng Ling hesitated for a long time before muttering softly. Actually, he might not even need to celebrate his birthday. I can prepare something else too. Jiangbai was speechless, and Bai Linger was speechless too. In the end, Feng Ling still didn't get her way, and the group had no choice but to enter the cultivation zone. As soon as they stepped in, a chill wind swept by. Their vision blurred, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed dramatically. They appeared on a brightly lit street, with streams of pedestrians coming and going and lively chatter all around. Under the lights, bronze bells sparkled, their crisp ding-ding-ding sounds pleasant and clear, creating a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, completely unlike the eerie place from before. People were talking. The weather changed again. It's been thundering nonstop lately. No idea what's going on. I heard senior sister made it into the top 100 in the national competition this time. The hall master was so happy he even had clothes made for her. The hall master really dotes on senior sister. Who told senior sister to be both beautiful and talented, unlike the junior sister? Don't let senior sister hear you, or if she punishes you to sweep the floor, don't cry. I'm going to report you unless you wash my socks. Jiang Bai and the other two looked at each other, completely baffled. What on earth was going on? At that moment, a girl in a white dress with a high ponytail suddenly blocked their way and asked warily, "What are you guys doing in the cultivation zone?" Jiang Bai froze, thinking she wasn't talking to him, and quickly led the others to move aside. The girl immediately put her hands on her hips. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going?" Jiang Bai stopped and pointed at himself. "You're talking to us?" The girl frowned. "If not you, then who else? Is there anyone else here?" Then she seemed to remember something, her eyes lighting up. "Are you from the combat zone? Here to sneak a look at senior sister?" Jiang Bai took the hint and nodded. "Yes, we've admired senior sister for a long time. We heard she made it into the national top 100, so we came specially to congratulate her." The girl snorted. Don't you know people from the combat zone aren't allowed into the training quarters? If you're found out, you'll be kicked out of the Yuqing Hall. Jiang Bai hurriedly apologized. Sorry, we just arrived at the Yuqing Hall and don't know the rules. We'll leave right away. He decided to get out quickly. This place was way too weird. The girl rolled her eyes. Senior sister is almost back, and this area is under lockdown. If you go out now, you'll definitely be checked. Jiang Bai paused, then looked back and saw that the street behind them stretched on endlessly, while ahead, a group of fully armed personnel was approaching to inspect identities. Seeing this, the girl urged, Did you even hear me? Me? Hurry up and take off your masks. They'll make you stand out even more. The few of them exchanged glances and reluctantly removed their masks. Jiang Bai's pupils and long hair were still light purple. He was already handsome, and now he looked even more sinister. The girl froze, staring at Jiang Bai's face, unable to speak for a long time. Feng Ling also took off her mask. Her high ponytail looked fresh and neat, and her delicate face had clear, bright eyes. But the black robe she wore didn't suit her at all. The inspectors were almost here, and the girl was still dazed. Jiang Bai quickly reminded her, Hey, what do we do now? The girl blushed and said softly, Why don't you come to my place first? You can leave once the lockdown is lifted. Jiang Bai nodded, and the group followed the girl. On the way, they learned her name was Zhao Ling. Her home was in a villa district, quite large, but she usually lived there alone, and the decor was very girly. After they went in, Zhao Linger said, Please sit for a moment. I'm going to change clothes, and I'll be right down. With that, she dashed upstairs, slammed the door shut, and crouched by the door muttering under her breath. Zhao Linger, how could you bring them home? If Master finds out, she'll definitely scold me to death. Zhao Linger rolled around restlessly on the bed, then thought maybe she could send them to the inn, but after considering it again, she gave up and finally decided to change clothes first. Jiang Bai sat in the living room and caught a faint fragrance, sighing, What's going on now? Bai Linger shook her head, and Feng Ling suddenly said, We may have traveled through time and returned to Yuqing realm from 50 years ago. Jiang Bai fell into thought. He himself was a time traveler, so he believed it. At that moment, the sound of leather shoes rang out upstairs. Zhao Linger came downstairs in a white princess dress, her face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to speak. After holding it in for a long time, she only said, How about I make dinner for you? The three of them were all speechless. In a situation like this, she still wanted to apologize? In the kitchen, Zhao Linger made water with a bitter face, and finally brought out 3 bowls of instant noodles, her expression strained. I'm sorry, this is the only thing I know how to make. But Bai Linger praised, It smells so good, you're amazing. Suddenly the door opened, and a woman wearing a bronze mask and a qipao rushed in, hugging Zhao Ling. Linger, long time no see. Miss your senior sister? Zhao Linger stiffened, crying pitifully. Big senior sister, why are you here? The woman smiled and said, Of course I came to see whether you've grown up. Her hand even reached toward Zhao Linger's collar. Zhao Linger screamed and dodged like a frightened little rabbit, her face red as she covered her chest. What are you doing, senior sister? Looking at Zhao Linger with a sorrowful expression, half joking and half serious, she said, Linger, has it been so long since we last met that we've grown distant? Then she smiled again and said, Don't worry, tonight I'll let you see what I've learned. I picked up quite a lot at this national convention. She even winked at Zhao Linger. Then senior sister sniffed the air, so fragrant. What's that smell? Zhao Linger's breathing tightened as she looked at the 3 bowls of instant noodles on the table. Senior sister said in surprise, Linger, you prepared this for me on purpose? Why are there 3 bowls? I can't finish that all by myself. Could it be your appetite has gotten bigger lately? Bai Linger, Feng Ling, Jiang Bai, Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger spoke softly. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Senior sister looked puzzled. Me? I'm fine. Zhao Linger looked fearfully at the 3 of them. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly fainted. Jiang Bai instinctively moved to support Zhao Linger, but she simply passed through Jiang Bai's hand and collapsed. Senior sister reacted quickly and passed through Jiang Bai's body to catch Zhao Ling. Linger, what's wrong? The 3 of them were all stunned. Feng Ling swallowed hard. Looks like we didn't time travel. Jiang Bai was also stunned, his mind full of questions. Have we become ghosts? Why can Zhao Linger see us? He waved his hand in front of senior sister, but she had no reaction at all, only looking at Zhao Linger with concern. Let's go out and take a look, Jiang Bai said softly. They walked onto the main street, and the crowd passed straight through their bodies. Jiang Bai's face turned grave. Go find Zhao Linger. Only she can see us. Zhao Linger slowly woke up, remembering what happened last night. I really ran into a ghost. And it's a good-looking one, too. Seeing the senior sister lying beside the bed, she softly called out, Senior sister. Senior sister immediately perked up and touched her forehead. Linger, you're awake? Do you feel bad? I'm fine, senior sister. As long as you're fine. You scared me half to death yesterday. Come on, let's get something to eat. Just as they stepped out the door, Zhao Linger suddenly stopped. Senior sister asked, what's wrong? Zhao Linger froze. In the courtyard, the three ghosts from last night were eating grilled meat. Jiang Bai handed Feng Ling some grilled meat. Feng Ling took one bite and immediately shouted that it was good, giving Jiang Bai a thumbs up, then shoved the whole skewer straight into her mouth. So hot. Jiang Bai reminded Bai Linger to eat slowly, and Bai Linger nodded, then continued stuffing skewers into her mouth. Suddenly hearing the door open, Jiang Bai looked toward the entrance and saw Zhao Linger standing there in a daze. After a moment's hesitation, he held up a skewer of grilled meat. Want some? When Zhao Linger heard the ghost inviting her to eat grilled meat, she immediately fainted again. Senior sister caught Zhao Linger once more. Linger, Jiang Bai was speechless. Am I really that scary? Bai Linger calmly kept eating the skewers. Maybe she thought she really saw a ghost. Feng Ling said angrily. Bai Linger, how could you eat my grilled meat? Bai Linger handed over the skewer. Want to lick it then? Zhao Linger woke up again. Linger, what's wrong? Her senior sister asked in confusion. I'm fine, Zhao Linger said angrily. Her senior sister looked at her worriedly, thinking, something didn't go wrong, did it? Zhao Linger threw off the blanket, slipped on no shoes, and stormed downstairs. She saw those three ghosts still on the downstairs sofa, chatting merrily, and her anger instantly exploded. It was over. This was too outrageous, frightening Zhao Linger like that, and still daring to throw a party at her house. Zhao Linger was no soft persimmon. She rushed over directly, and, in front of Jiang Bai and the other two, dropped to her knees in a furious slide kneel. I'm sorry, I disturbed you. Don't blame me. Please leave in peace. I'll burn more paper money for you. So stop haunting me. After kowtowing, the three of them were all speechless. The senior sister pulled her up. Linger, what's wrong with you? Zhao Linger said with a mournful face. Senior sister, I've been haunted by ghosts. The senior sister, has this kid been reading too many horror novels? She keeps talking about wanting to catch a beautiful ghost to be her husband. The senior sister comforted her. Don't be afraid, senior sister is still here. I'm a level 50+ beastmaster. No ghost would dare come. Zhao Linger cried while pointing at the ground. But they're right in front of you, and you still can't see them. The senior sister was speechless and decided to wait until her master came back to deal with it. She couldn't let her keep reading these books. At this moment Jiang Bai spoke up. Miss Linger, you've misunderstood. We're not ghosts. Zhao Linger didn't believe him. You don't even have shadows. Jiang Bai looked down and sure enough, there were no shadows. Zhao Linger gritted her teeth. Forget it. If you want to follow me, then follow. Senior sister, let's go eat. Along the way she secretly kept glancing at Jiang Bai, and the senior sister grew even more worried. During the meal, Jiang Bai and the other two were still sitting nearby watching. Zhao Linger couldn't take it anymore. You guys stop following me. Then she dragged her senior sister out. Not long after, Zhao Linger came back alone, took out a pile of ghost exorcising tools, peachwood sword, yellow talismans, glutinous rice, and hurled them all at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai was also stunned. Could we really be ghosts? He then rejected that thought. It was only after they entered the training room that this happened. Miss Linger, we really aren't ghosts, Jiang Bai explained. Bai Linger thought he was calling her, and froze. Zhao Linger kept wildly throwing the tools around, and only then did she doubt herself. You really aren't ghosts? Jiang Bai nodded firmly. No, otherwise these things of yours would have worked. Oh right. Zhao Linger suddenly understood. Jiang Bai was speechless. Zhao Linger even believed more strongly that the tools were fake, rather than believing they weren't ghosts. After tidying up the house, Zhao Linger finally sat down and looked at Jiang Bai. What exactly are you? Jiang Bai explained everything that had happened. Zhao Linger was shocked. You mean that after this, Yuqing realm will be gone, and everyone will die? Jiang Bai nodded. Impossible. Yuqing Hall is so strong. How could it be gone? Zhao Linger didn't believe it, but seeing everyone's expressions, she was completely dumbfounded, repeatedly muttering, I have to save Yuqing Hall. In the end, Jiang Bai and the others decided to follow Zhao Linger for now. They also didn't know how to return yet. The next day, Zhao Linger went to the academy as usual. Jiang Bai and the others followed behind Zhao Ling. Along the way, quite a few people in the academy pointed at Zhao Linger and whispered, Here comes the little ostrich. Why is she coming to class today too? Zhao Linger's face turned bright red, and she could only lower her head and hurry forward. The group behind her shouted again, Don't run off. The man in the lead spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. Her grades are bad. She cultivates slowly, and when something happens, all she does is tremble. She can't even use her skills. How did the hall master pick her? She's embarrassing our Yuching Hall. Someone next to him chimed in. If it were me, I'd have left already. She doesn't even have a legacy mask. How embarrassing. Zhao Linger heard every word clearly. With her head down, her eyes reddened. She forced herself to look up and said softly to Jiang Bai, Tao Ming, they're so annoying. Her voice was shaking. Bai Linger couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to slap the boy across the face. Senior sister Qianlong. The boy trembled in fear. Qianlong said coldly, apologize. The boy refused to fuchi. She's just timid. Qianlong slapped him again. Apologize. The boy didn't dare say another word. Qianlong slapped him several more times, ordering each time, apologize. No one nearby dared make a sound. Zhao Linger burst into tears and grabbed Qianlong. Senior sister, stop hitting him. Qianlong wiped away Zhao Linger's tears and warned the people around them coldly. If anyone says anything bad about Linger again, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Then she led Zhao Linger away. Bai Linger was so furious she kept stomping her feet and even tried to kick the boy, but missed. Tisich, scum who bullies girls. Zhao Linger took Qianlong's hand and asked softly, Senior sister, why are you here? Qianlong patted her head. I was worried you'd get bullied. Every time, I have to come clean up the mess. You're the hall master's student. Can't you be a little tougher? Zhao Linger lowered her head and said weakly, Senior sister, bullying people is bad. Qianlong sighed. How did the ghost catching go last night? Zhao Linger secretly glanced at Jiang Bai and said in a low voice, I caught it. Qianlong asked, was it good looking? Zhao Linger blushed. It was good looking, Qianlong teased. Planning to become a necromancer knight now? Zhao Linger's face turned even redder. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. Qianlong tapped her forehead with a finger. Stop reading horror novels. Be careful you don't rot your brain. Hee hee. In the afternoon, Zhao Linger took the auxiliary Beastmaster theory test. Jiang Bai understood every question at a glance, but Zhao Linger was scratching her head in frustration. In the end, Jiang Bai secretly told her the answers. Zhao Linger felt that cheating was really wrong, and by the time the exam ended, she was sweating. When the results came out, she got a perfect score, shocking both the whole class and the teacher. Zhao Linger was so embarrassed her face was bright red. Over the next few days, Jiang Bai took on the role of teacher and discovered that Zhao Linger was actually very smart. She was just timid, always bullied, and never got any peace in class. He also taught Zhao Linger how to deal with bullying. During this period, Zhao Linger was very happy, because besides senior sister, she had gained new friends. Under Jiang Bai's guidance, Zhao Linger's grades improved greatly, and no one dared bully her anymore. The group often played together, and life was very happy. Jiang Bai also discovered another trait of Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger would occasionally make a small blunder, and the atmosphere was always relaxed. Feng Ling always looked at the map upside down, and everyone thought she was quite special. A few days later, Qianlong came to Zhao Linger and said the teacher was back. What Zhao Linger feared most was the Lord of Yuqing Hall. Whenever she saw her, she always hid behind Qianlong, trembling nervously. The hall master wore a green robe and a mask, her gaze sharp as she swept over the crowd, finally stopping on Zhao Linger. Linger, causing trouble again. Zhao Linger was so frightened she didn't even dare speak. Qianlong helped explain that someone had bullied Linger first. Linger first. The hall master nodded in approval. The hall master instructed Zhao Linger to study more, or else she would keep getting bullied, then gathered everyone together to announce the big news. The Yuqing realm is about to collapse, and the problem is getting more and more serious. All the inheritances are here. We can't abandon them. We can only rely on cultivating the new immortal art, the Nining secret technique, to save ourselves. Everyone was startled and began discussing it. The palace lord took out a golden ancient tome and ordered everyone to cultivate with full effort. Jiang Bai was also shocked, discovering that Feng Ling seemed to know many secrets of immortal arts. Later, Zhao Linger fell into arduous cultivation, but she still could not comprehend the Nining secret art, and her mood sank low. One day she remembered what Feng Ling had said and suspected that immortal arts were related to the energy of the void realm. After reporting this to the palace lord, she received approval. Later, Jiang Bai privately asked Zhao Linger to summon beast girls. Zhao Linger summoned 3 beast girls, and her strength rose to king level. She excitedly cried out and even lunged at Jiang Bai, but missed completely, blushing in embarrassment. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at him. Watching Jiang Bai leave, a flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes, but she quickly cheered herself up again, clenching her fist and believing she could save the Yuqing realm, and that she would see Jiang Bai again in the future. A few days later, Zhao Linger awkwardly came to Jiang Bai and said, Tao Ming, can you help me with something? Jiang Bai asked in confusion, what is it? Zhao Linger shyly said, Can you identify the beast girl of senior sister? Help her advance a bit. Jiang Bai agreed. The next day, Zhao Ling'er coaxed Qianlong to the villa and summoned her beast girls in front of Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai took one look and was struck hard in his heart. Qianlong's beast girls were no ordinary ones. Titan python, Giganotosaurus, and a somewhat special heart moon fox. Titan python and Giganotosaurus were both gold level, while heart moon fox was the lowest, at the mortal level. Jiang Bai remained silent, and Zhao Ling'er hurriedly explained. Tao Ming, it's okay if you don't know them. Jiang Bai said, I know them. After much hesitation, he only told Zhao Ling'er the information about the Titan python and the Giganotosaurus, and did not mention the heart moon fox. As a result, the Titan python and Giganotosaurus advanced to king level, while the heart moon fox advanced to emperor level. Qianlong asked Zhao Ling'er in shock, Junior sister, how do you know these things? Zhao Ling'er smiled and said, secret. Qianlong reminded her seriously. This must be kept secret. No one can be told. Zhao Ling'er was stunned. Not even the teacher? Qianlong nodded. Jiang Bai sat on the sofa, calling out to Ao Qing in his heart, but there was no response. He asked Bai Ling'er, and Bai Ling'er guessed it might be because only the three of them were here. Jiang Bai then asked Feng Ling, but she also couldn't summon any beast girls. Every attempt failed. Jiang Bai finally felt relieved. As time passed, Zhao Ling'er appeared less and less, spending every day studying immortal arts, and Qianlong rarely showed up as well. Jiang Bai took Bai Ling'er and Feng Ling around the entire Yuqing realm. One day, when they returned to the villa, Feng Ling collapsed onto the sofa and cried out that she was tired. Jiang Bai calculated the time and realized they had been in the Yuqing realm for nearly 8 months. Recently, the thunder in the sky had grown weaker. They should be close to success. Suddenly, a scene flashed before Jiang Bai's eyes. A ruined street, then it vanished. He blinked, feeling as if it were an illusion. Bai Ling'er also asked him whether something had flashed past his eyes, and Feng Ling nodded, saying it looked like a scene from the training room area. Jiang Bai froze, guessing that they might be about to return. The scenes flashed more and more frequently, and Jiang Bai went to find Zhao Ling'er. Miss Ling'er, are you still busy? Zhao Ling'er opened the door, her face full of exhaustion, dark circles heavy under her eyes. Jiang Bai said, Miss Ling'er, we may have to leave. Zhao Ling'er froze. Zhao Ling'er stared blankly at Jiang Bai's face. Seeing her dazed, Jiang Bai waved a hand. Miss Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er came back to herself, took a deep breath, and asked, when are you leaving? Jiang Bai shook his head. I don't know. Seeing her sadness, he advised, if you can't hold on, then run. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually dimmed and turned into starlight, disappearing from the villa. Zhao Ling'er panicked and ran downstairs to look for him, but Bai Ling'er and Feng Ling were also nowhere to be seen. She crouched down and hugged herself, shrinking in the darkness. Qianlong came over and, seeing this, felt heartache. Ling'er, are you crying? Zhao Ling'er wanted to wipe away her tears, but she could not stop them, and could only throw herself into Qianlong's arms, sobbing. Senior sister. I'm not crying, woo woo woo. The scene shifts, and the street changes from bustling and prosperous to dilapidated and shrouded in a bloody mist. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar street, Jiang Bai felt a mix of emotions and guessed that Zhao Ling'er and the others had still failed. Bai Ling'er and Feng Ling were both stunned. Feng Ling murmured, why is it like this? What exactly happened in Yuqing realm back then? Jiang Bai walked along the old street, filled with sorrow. The past 8 months of life felt like yesterday. Bai Ling'er and Feng Ling followed silently, and this time Feng Ling was no longer afraid. They passed by a shop, Taiping Daoist General Store, its signboard broken, with a notice by the door that read, selling all kinds of ghost banishing tools, fair to both young and old, tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. Continuing on, they reached the restaurant they used to visit often. Back then, Zhao Ling'er and Qianlong would eat here, while Jiang Bai, Bai Ling'er, and Feng Ling would wander outside. They could always see Zhao Ling'er looking around restlessly. In the end, the three arrived at the villa. The once elegant villa was now dilapidated and in ruins. The large iron gate was rusted shut, with a carving on it that read, "Guess where the key is." Jiang Bai skillfully lifted a floor tile and found a craft paper-wrapped patch, inside of which was the key and 2 lines of text. "You really did peek at where I hid the key, but I forgive you. I left you a gift. Hurry in." Just as Jiang Bai inserted the key, the iron gate collapsed with a crash, sending dust flying everywhere. The moment he stepped into the yard, he saw the big grill and thought of the barbecues from before. Others couldn't use it, so Zhao Ling'er specially had a big grill made to join them. Pushing open the villa door, a foul stench of rot and mold hit him in the face. Jiang Bai forced back his grief and entered Zhao Ling'er's room. It was a mess everywhere, with discarded sketches scattered on the floor. On the table sat a large box, with blood still fresh on it. Tao Ming, I knew you would come back. Inside the box were 3 craft paper envelopes, respectively labeled to Tao Ming to Feng Ling to Bai Linger. Jiang Bai handed them to the two of them and opened his own thick envelope, from which the faint fragrance of a young girl still lingered. The first letter read, Tao Ming, 5 days after you left, I already regretted not playing with you all a little longer. The letter contained Zhao Linger's daily notes. Tao Ming, last night senior sister slept with me, but her hands and feet kept moving around, so annoying. Tao Ming, senior sister hasn't come for several days, and I'm so bored. I discovered that the 9-yin immortal art can be used on patterns. Maybe I can summon you back. By then I'll definitely give you a huge surprise. It failed. The yellow paper from the general store couldn't withstand the power of the pattern. I modified the pattern. This time it will definitely work. Still failed. Senior sister hasn't appeared for a long time, and teacher is gone too. The sky in Yuqing realm seems to have turned purple. Am I seeing things? Today infected beings appeared in Yuqing realm. I don't know where they came from, but this time I wasn't afraid. I'm very brave now. The pattern failed again. I miss you all so much. Yuqing realm has changed, and several senior brothers and senior sisters are gone too. Teacher suddenly ordered everyone outside the Yuqing hall to return to the team. I want to see senior sister, but teacher said she is carrying out a mission. Half a year later, I found senior sister. She's been locked up in Sigua Mountain. I went to find the teacher, but the teacher disappeared too. Senior sister has lost her cultivation and is unconscious. The Jade Qing realm has been sealed off, and no one can get out. I'm so scared. Senior sister disappeared. I became the new senior sister. The teacher reappeared and told me to cultivate properly. When I asked about senior sister, she flew into a rage and said senior sister had betrayed the Jade Qing Hall. I don't believe it. I have to find out the truth. The pattern engraving failed for the 240th time. Going to Sigua Mountain tomorrow. The teacher has gone mad. She killed all the senior brothers and senior sisters. I saw their frozen corpses deep in Sigua Mountain. I'm so scared. A void realm being appeared in the Jade Qing realm. The teacher had me lead people to hunt them down. The look in her eyes was wrong. It felt like she was going to kill me too. Only half of the people I took out came back. I discovered that my 9-yin immortal art can absorb void realm energy. I have a terrifying suspicion. The teacher's gaze at me is growing more and more satisfied. I'm really scared, so I've decided not to sleep. Senior sister once said that if I start absorbing void realm energy, I should flee the Jade Qing realm. But now the entrance has already been sealed shut, and there's no way out at all. The more Jiang Bai read, the deeper his frown became. In the end, he picked up a blood-stained letter, his heartbeat quickening. Recently, a large number of void realm beings have appeared in this area again. I led people in a battle for 3 days straight before killing them all. I'm injured, and many fellow disciples died. That hurts even more than the injury. Today I must ask the teacher what on earth is going on. Let me tell you a secret. The first time I saw you, I actually wanted to take you to an inn, but you were too good-looking, and on a whim, I brought you home instead. Senior sister was right. I really am a lovesick fool. Now I'm very strong. In the Jade Qing realm, aside from the teacher, I'm basically the strongest. Thank you for teaching me to learn, for teaching me to fight back against those who bullied me. Besides senior sister, you're the person who's been nicest to me. You also helped me improve my beast girl bloodline. You're really amazing. I also really want to see you again. Actually, I've always crossed out. Right, there's a gift I left for you in the box. Remember to keep it safe. I'm going to find the teacher now. Time flies so fast. You've all been gone for 10 years already. Goodbye, if there's ever another chance. Jiang Bai stood silently, holding the jade pendant Zhao Linger had left behind. It was the last letter. What exactly happened after that? Bai Linger and Feng Ling had also finished reading the letter, their eyes red as they stood behind him. Brother, let's go take a look at the main hall, Bai Linger said hoarsely, wanting to know what happened to Zhao Linger afterward. Jiang Bai looked at Feng Ling, since she had already completed her task in the Jade Qing realm. Feng Ling, with red eyes, said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm loyal. Zhao Linger is my friend, so of course I have to go take a look too." Jiang Bai sat alone in the villa room, closed his eyes, and comprehended the essentials of the 9-yin immortal art. The netherworld serves as the guide, the yellow springs as the matchmaker. The room turned cold, and void realm energy gathered above the villa, forming a huge vortex, eerie and dangerous. 9-yin runs through the meridians, opening the profound, and entering the subtle. The center of the purple vortex suddenly burst into bloom. Purple light exploded, and the final beam of light shot toward Jiang Bai like a waterfall. Void realm energy poured wildly into his body, instantly spreading through him. Jiang Bai let out a muffled groan, as if he had fallen into an ice prison. The pain was almost enough to make him lose control. He gritted his teeth and held on, allowing the energy to course through his body. Jiangbai had long suspected that he could only level up by absorbing void realm energy. Now the opportunity had come, and he absolutely could not give up. A vast chill, wrapped in void realm energy, crashed down wave after wave. Water vapor froze into ice, and the room was instantly covered in frost. Bai Linger wanted to go in out of concern, but Feng Ling stopped her at once. Don't go in. He's at a critical moment. The two had no choice but to leave the villa. Jiangbai trembled, his body covered in ice shards clinging to every hair, forcibly maintaining the flow of energy. Suddenly, he sensed a strong danger as a consciousness peered in, nearly suffocating him. The power of the void crazily hammered his mind, and all kinds of bloodthirsty, destructive thoughts kept eroding his will. With no other choice, he gave up resisting the cold and desperately suppressed the void realm energy in his mind. The ice grew thicker and thicker, and Jiangbai was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture. At the critical moment, the jade pendant in Jiangbai's pocket flew out, hovering in the air and glowing, its warmth melting away the frost. He let out a sigh of relief, but just as he opened his eyes, the pendant suddenly shattered. A beam of light and shadow appeared. It was a recorded image of Zhao Linger. She called out, "Tao Ming, can you hear me?" Jiangbai responded. Zhao Linger's eyes were a little forlorn as she muttered to herself, thinking that only Tao Ming would have picked up the jade pendant. Jiangbai understood that this was just an image. Zhao Linger said that since he had learned the 9 immortal arts, he must be feeling cold. She recalled how, when she cultivated it herself, she was frozen every day to the point she couldn't sleep, and sighed that the 9 was actually incomplete. She brought up the incident from back then when she bought a peachwood sword, even mocking how her senior sister failed to recognize the pure yang secret art. She cleverly bought it down, and in the end spent 2 years completing the 9, thereby mastering the yin-yang immortal arts. Zhao Linger sighed that since she had already cultivated the 9, she could no longer rebuild the yin-yang immortal arts. So she left the complete foundational manual here for Jiangbai, and whether he would give it to Feng Ling was entirely up to him. She sat cross-legged and recited the general outline of the yin-yang immortal arts. The extreme of yin gives rise to mysterious ice. The extreme of yang nurtures blazing fire. The 9 yin are like ice sinking into the 9 abysses. The 9 yang are like fire burning through the 9 heavens. When yin and yang harmonize, truth is revealed in chaos. Take reincarnation as charcoal, forge the furnace of creation. After she finished, the beam of light and shadow gradually dispersed. At the end, Zhao Linger reminded him that she did not know whether he was Tao Ming, and if not, to pass the immortal art on to him. As the image faded, streaks of light flowed into Jiangbai's glabella. A few more incantations for the yin-yang immortal arts appeared in Jiangbai's mind. His heart tightened, and he whispered, "I'm sorry, my name is Jiangbai." After calming himself, Jiangbai formed hand seals with both hands and began cultivating sun and moon radiance together. Outside the villa, there had originally been only one purple vortex, but now a red vortex had appeared as well. The red and purple streams of light surged into Jiangbai's body at the same time. His originally pale purple hair and pupils instantly turned half black and half white, with the left eye black for yin and the right eye red for yang. In the end, the colors faded, and everything returned to normal. Jiangbai had mastered yin-yang dual pupils. In a dim alley, Wang Wei looked terrified, gasping for breath, while the trusted aides behind him were also covered in injuries. "Captain, what do we do now?" After clearing the infected in the commercial district yesterday, they had accidentally wandered into the laboratory area and were chased here by a powerful infected. Wang Wei looked at the map and after some thought said, "We're now at the edge of the main hall of the Jade Green Palace. Let's go find the heart of the ruins first and secure ownership rights. Once the gate stabilizes, we'll have experts come in to clear it out." The library pavilion of the Jade Green Palace had already become ruins. On top of the rubble, 2 women were confronting each other. One had a fiery figure and wore a fox mask, the other was cold and arrogant, and both came from top-tier families. They had just fought because of a family dispute and collapsed the library pavilion. Li Lingshuang said coldly, "Long Qiuyue, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Long Qiuyue smiled. "You're getting anxious, aren't you? Everyone, tell me, wasn't it someone who stole another person's beast girl and still had the nerve to post a video?" Li Lingshuang's expression darkened. "My brother never said Ao Qing was his beast girl. Because of the rumors online, she was miserable, and she also grew resentful toward her brother and Jiangbai. Jiangbai had contracted a beast girl and then made a sarcastic video, completely humiliating the Li family." Long Qiuyue sneered. "Your brother not explaining it means he wants to take advantage of the confusion. How embarrassing." Li Lingshuang snapped, "You're courting death," and charged at Long Qiuyue again, the two of them fighting into a mess once more. Their strength was evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, a young man appeared. He had an extraordinary presence and a confident expression. He was Qian Duo, the young master of the Yunlai Commerce Association. His own strength was level 39, and beside him were two golden beast girls. Qian Duo advised everyone, right now the most important thing is to go to the main hall and fight for the heart of the ruins. There are too many people from the Void Association and the Dark Knight Fallen Flowers in the Jade Green Realm. If we let them get it, none of us will be able to leave alive. The crowd was unhappy, but wary of Qian Duo's status, so none of them objected. Li Lingshuang snorted coldly and turned away. Long Qiuyue smiled, taking it as tacit agreement. Suddenly, the ruins trembled. A hand stretched out, and then a man crawled out, ragged all over, cursing as he went. He had shackles on his feet, and iron chains clanged and rattled. Qian Duo recognized him at a glance. A person from the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace does not contract beast girls. It only cultivates the self, tempering the body year-round through extreme methods. The man introduced himself, Qi Tian. From now on, I'm your boss. You all have to help me find the heart of the ruins. His tone was arrogant. Someone was unconvinced and was just about to speak when Qi Tian vanished in a flash. All they heard was the clatter of chains, and the man had already been blasted away, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked and wary. No one dared to say another word, all turning to look at a few big shots like Li Lingshuang. Seeing that they made no statement, everyone fell silent. Qi Tian smiled and said, "Now, to the main hall." Linger and Feng Ling had stood guard outside the villa for 2 days. Linger was worried about Jiang Bai, while Feng Ling comforted her, saying the problem wasn't serious and that the energy fluctuations would soon end, so Jiang Bai would come out quickly. Sure enough, Jiang Bai walked out of the villa. Linger asked concernedly about his condition, and Jiang Bai shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Feng Ling circled around Jiang Bai, saying that his body had changed. Jiang Bai was alarmed, but only said that his hair color had changed, and Feng Ling believed him. Jiang Bai was now level 24. After cultivating the yin-yang immortal art, his physique had changed dramatically, allowing him to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. At the center of the Jade Green realm, Jade Green Peak towered into the clouds, with the main hall atop the summit. When the three of them, Jiang Bai and the others, arrived at the foot of the mountain, they were shocked to find that the Jade Green Peak, which had once been like a fairyland, was now covered in cracks, purple light flashing as if it might collapse at any moment. In the past, they could still take an elevator, but now they could only climb the mountain themselves. Looking at Jade Green Peak, Jiang Bai suddenly remembered what Zhao Linglong had said before entering about the disappearance of Jade Green Palace back then. The palace master had once appeared and even told the ordinary villagers to go cultivate, only to be besieged and die in the void realm in the end. Thinking about it now, Zhao Linger might have already been in trouble when she went to look for the palace master. Jiang Bai felt heavy-hearted. Since coming to this world, he had spent the most time in the Jade Green realm. Although only a short time had passed in reality, 8 months had passed in his consciousness. The terrain along the way was difficult, and the higher he climbed, the stronger the void realm energy became. But Jiang Bai felt no pressure. Instead, his cultivation accelerated. Bai Linger was also fine because of her bloodline, while Feng Ling was the quietest, constantly suppressing the erosion of energy. When they reached the mountaintop, a frivolous voice came to Jiang Bai's ears. "Oh, a level 24 can still climb up here? Stronger than the trash behind me." Jiang Bai wore a ghost mask and did not reveal his cultivation, so what others sensed was only level 23. He saw a half-naked young man with chains around his ankles, and below the cliff, there were people clutching the chains and climbing up. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he waved his arm, and the entire group below was thrown up. Jiang Bai felt a chill in his heart, knowing that this person was very strong. Seeing the chains, Feng Ling asked, "The little grandson of the 7th Palace Master of the Immortal Palace?" Qi Tian was clearly surprised when he heard that, and he restrained his flippant demeanor, asking who Feng Ling was. Feng Ling said directly, "My name is Feng Ling." Jiang Bai was speechless for a moment. Someone asks, and you just answer? If they told you to do something else, would you just do that too? Qi Tian thought for a moment. Never heard of it. Feng Ling only replied, "Oh." Jiang Bai felt that Feng Ling might not be very smart. Qi Tian waved his hand. "Doesn't matter. You're my people now. Help me find the heart of the ruins." Jiang Bai wasn't competing for the heart of the ruins. He only wanted the void spirit flower. Feng Ling quickly agreed. Okay. Another group of people climbed up, and the square was filled with people and beast girls. There were beast girls without beast masters. Jiang Bai guessed they were from Dark Knight Remnant Flowers. There were also quite a few members of the pioneering team. Their masks were ugly, obviously mass-produced. Jiang Bai recognized Wang Wei from the pioneering team. He was leading and giving commands. At a glance, he was a familiar face. The atmosphere in the square grew tense, and no one dared enter the main hall because the energy outside was too intense. Chi Tian looked at everyone. Anyone willing to go in voluntarily? The crowd fell silent. Jiang Bai wanted to go in, but he didn't want to be the first to step forward. Chi Tian was dissatisfied and shouted, "Why is everyone suddenly mute? Cheer up." Someone shot back, "Why don't you go?" Chi Tian shrugged. "Because I'm afraid of dying." Everyone was speechless. Someone suggested voting to pick one person to go in, and everyone agreed. That person pointed at Jiang Bai. "This kid is level 24 and really good at resisting energy. Let him go in first and lead the way." Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Bai, all looking sympathetic and all expressing agreement. "Let me go in, okay?" Just as he was about to agree. "No." Feng Ling and Chi Tian refused at the same time. Bai Linger said nothing. She had long known Jiang Bai was special. Chi Tian looked coldly at the person who made the suggestion. "I suggest you go in first." Then he swept his gaze over the crowd. "Who agrees? Who disagrees?" "Agree." The crowd chimed in. As long as it wasn't them, it was fine. The person who made the suggestion glared at Chi Tian. "Chi Tian, you're too domineering. Aren't you afraid everyone will gang up on you?" Chi Tian sneered. "What's there to be afraid of? Why don't you try it and see who can still walk out alive?" The people nearby silently retreated a few steps, not daring to face off with Chi Tian. The person's face turned ugly. Chi Tian mocked. "No one's willing to back you up now, right? I'll give you two choices. Go in yourself, or I send you in." The man lowered his head and conceded. "I'll go in myself." Looking at his back, Chi Tian spat. "Tch, I hate people like that the most." Then he smiled at Jiang Bai. "Bro, do you think I'm handsome?" Jiang Bai answered seriously. "I'm seeing it now." Chi Tian. The crowd. Bai Linger blinked. "Brother, see what?" "I want to see too." Feng Ling nodded. Together. Jiang Bai, Chi Tian, the crowd. The summit of Jade Green Peak was utterly silent. Wang Wei from the pioneering team suddenly went alert and looked downhill, his eyes narrowing. A black shadow shot up the mountain at high speed. It was the monster they had seen in the laboratory earlier. Wang Wei quietly told his confidant to notify the pioneering team to assemble. "Let's go to the main hall first." Then he shouted, "Our pioneering team will go first." He led the group into the main hall, and Jiang Bai hurried to follow. Chi Tian stared at Feng Ling behind Jiang Bai, frowning. A large part of why he was willing to help Jiang Bai was because of Feng Ling. He felt they had an unusual background and also had some goodwill toward Jiang Bai. However, he didn't follow the rest of the group through the door, feeling that someone should go in first to test the situation. The 30-member pioneering team, including Beast Girls, was led by Jiang Bai, with Bai Linger and Feng Ling following behind. As they got closer to the main hall, the temperature dropped lower and lower. Some people had already started shivering, and a layer of frost had formed on the ground at the entrance. After going in, they found that the person who had earlier suggested Jiang Bai enter the hall was now standing with his back to the crowd in the center of the great hall. Thick purple mist blurred their vision. Everyone looked around warily, their heartbeats quickening. Someone called out to him, "Hey, are you okay?" No response. Crack, crack. He suddenly twisted his whole body in a grotesque motion and slowly turned around. Jiang Bai saw that his eyes were full of bloodlust and brutality, shrouded in purple mist. "He's been infected. Be careful. Deal with him first." The man lunged at them like a zombie. His body twisted and his mouth curled into a smile. Everyone swarmed in and brought him down in just a few blows. Wang Wei looked at the man in confusion. Why did he take off his mask? At that moment, the surrounding area suddenly. Jiang Bai was running at full speed when a gust of wind suddenly swept down from the sky. He looked up and saw an infected body pouncing at him. Jiang Bai reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side. The other party's fist slammed into the ground, instantly cracking the floor. Jiang Bai recognized this infected body as Zhao Linger's senior brother, and his heart shook. Zhao Linger had once said that all her senior brothers and sisters had been killed by the Jade Azure Hall Master, and their bodies were left on Mount Sigua. But now, how could their bodies appear on Jade Azure Peak? Could someone have deliberately moved them here? Jiang Bai looked around and discovered that all of them were Zhao Linger's former senior brothers and sisters. His scalp went numb at once. These people had already been powerful in life, and now, after being eroded by the energy of the Void Realm, they had become even more terrifying. Just as he was thinking, he heard several tearing sounds, and members of the pioneering team were torn apart and killed, blood splattering across the hall. "Linger, Feng Ling, be careful. This infected body is very strong." Jiang Bai warned them. Bai Linger nodded and instantly transformed into a white tiger, golden light flowing around her as she gathered strength. Feng Ling also summoned her beast girl, with her true form guarding on the side. The infected body charged forward wildly again. The yin-yang immortal art in Jiang Bai's body erupted, and purple energy boiled. The main offense still relied on Feng Ling and her beast girl. She was extremely fast and her attacks were fierce, repeatedly lashing the infected body. Seeing the infected body momentarily pause, Jiang Bai transformed into lightning and punched its head. The infected body was sent flying backward, then immediately got up and pounced at Jiang Bai again. Jiang Bai shook his hand and grimaced in pain. So hard. One punch of his could kill a level 30 beast master, but it was almost useless against this infected body. The infected body was extremely fast and instantly killed up behind Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai's pupils turned black and white as he activated the yin-yang twin pupils. Two black and white vortexes appeared behind the infected body. Space twisted as they tightly locked it in place, continuously grinding its body apart. The infected body screamed miserably as chunks of flesh fell off, but Jiang Bai's level was too low, so he still couldn't kill it completely. At the critical moment, Bai Linger's giant palms smashed down, slamming the infected body into the wall. The infected body began to wriggle again inside the wall, preparing to break free. Jiang Bai looked around. Even with everyone attacking together, they were still being driven back by the infected body. Linger, Feng Ling, retreat, he decided quickly. Bai Linger and Feng Ling immediately followed him and rushed there. Before Jiang Bai could even run out the door, someone kicked the door open, and Shi Tian cursed loudly. Your pioneering team is too damn black-hearted. You didn't even mention there were such powerful infected bodies outside. Before he finished speaking, he saw the chaotic battle inside, and quickly changed his tone. Forget I said anything. Shi Tian charged deep into the great hall, chains rattling loudly as the others followed closely behind. The inner hall wasn't big, and only core members of the Jade Azure Hall were allowed in. Jiang Bai had once met the hall master here. As soon as Shi Tian entered, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, urging him to remove his mask. He forcibly suppressed the urge and stared at the people behind him. Someone couldn't hold back and took off their mask, immediately letting out a painful howl. Shi Tian did not hesitate and instantly twisted their necks, coldly warning the others. If you don't want to die, control yourselves. He looked at Jiang Bai in surprise, amazed that this guy could actually withstand such dense void realm energy. Frost hung in the inner hall, and purple light shimmered from the ice spikes overhead. Deep inside, an ancient tome floated in midair, runes flowing across it, its aura mysterious. Everyone's gaze was locked entirely on that 9-een immortal art text. A woman in a tight-fitting outfit made the first move. Wearing a cyan mask, she shot straight toward the ancient tome like a spring. Long Qiuyue smiled faintly and followed close behind, condensing a golden light sphere in her hand and hurling it at the woman's back. Sensing danger, the woman nimbly dodged, stopped in her tracks, and glared at Long Qiuyue before striking out with a kick. Long Qiuyue raised a hand to catch her leg, teasing her with a smile. The woman's expression turned cold. She twisted around to counterattack, and Long Qiuyue let go and dodged. The two faced off, the atmosphere tense. Shi Tian stared at the 9-een immortal art and asked in confusion, but no one paid him any attention, so he directly cursed under his breath. Li Lingshuang suddenly said, Shi Tian, help me get the secret technique, and I'll help you get the heart of the relic. Shi Tian wasn't falling for that, and asked back whether he couldn't just snatch it himself. At this point, Qian Duo called out to the outer members, your abilities are limited. Help me get the secret technique, and everyone can read it together. After we get out, each of you gets 500,000, and you can also join the Yunlai Commerce Association. Many people were tempted. After all, their foundations were nowhere near those of the major powers, so opportunities like this were already hard to come by. The conditions he proposed were very tempting. Just the chance to join the Yunlai Commerce Association was enough to move many people. Jiang Bai suddenly pointed at the ancient tome and said, do you know what that is? Everyone froze. Shi Tian's eyes lit up. Bro, tell us what it is. Jiang Bai smiled. That's an immortal art, true immortal art. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Tian charged straight toward the ancient tome, so fast that no one could react in time. Fortunately, Long Qiuyue and Li Lingshuang reacted quickly, both shouting, you're asking for death. Shi Tian fought the two of them without the slightest fear, even mocking. So you've been waiting here all along. Both the Long family and the Li family were top-tier families, so of course they weren't afraid of the immortal palace background. Only then did Shi Tian realize he had been played all along on the way here. Other people's target had never been the heart of the relic at all, but the immortal art. Hearing the words, immortal art, the others around them also excitedly fixed their eyes on the ancient tome. An immortal art could casually create a superpower, and it was far more precious than the heart of a relic. No one could resist the temptation of an immortal art. The inner hall instantly descended into chaos. Everyone attacked with all their might. the scene a complete mess, with all kinds of energy crashing everywhere. Many people approached the ancient tome only to be killed on the spot. Qi Tian had gone completely wild, wielding an iron chain and sweeping through a wide area. The entire inner hall was in turmoil, while Jiang Bai watched coldly from the side. In fact, he had already obtained the advanced version of the immortal art. Seeing that the time was right, he took Bai Linger and Feng Ling and quietly moved along the edge of the hall, their target the sleeping quarters of the Yuqing Hall master. Someone charged at them like a madman, but before they could even get close, Feng Ling grabbed and killed him with one hand. Jiang Bai shuddered inwardly. He had thought she was a sweet, silly type before. The three of them entered a dark corridor. The farther they walked, the colder it became, and thick ice had formed on the sleeping chamber's door. Jiang Bai gathered energy in his fist and smashed the door down with one punch, unleashing a surge of energy from the void realm. His vision blurred, as if he had stepped into a sea of purple flowers. In the center of the sleeping chamber was a stone platform, on which sat a crystal coffin emitting an eerie purple glow. The coffin was covered in mysterious patterns, candlelight was dim, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Jiang Bai suppressed the unease in his heart and searched for the void spirit flower. The void spirit flower came in 3 tiers, 4 petals, 6 petals, and 8 petals, with more petals meaning a stronger effect. Inside the room, there were only 4-petaled ones beside the coffin. He managed to find a few 6-petaled ones, but not a single 8-petaled one. After putting away the 6-petaled void spirit flowers, Jiang Bai turned his attention to the coffin. He carefully pushed it open and saw a stunning woman with fair skin, tender red lips, and a tear mole at the corner of her eye, as if she were asleep. But Jiang Bai only felt a chill all over, because he recognized this woman, the one he had seen in the mall 3 years ago, the woman who had walked out from the void realm. Bai Linger noticed Jiang Bai's abnormal reaction and stepped to his side. Bai Linger grabbed Jiang Bai's hand and found that his palm was covered in sweat. She asked softly, "Brother, are you okay?" Jiang Bai forced down his fear and looked at the hand on the woman's abdomen, where there was a glowing 8-petal Zuling flower. He comforted Linger, squeezed her hand, then wrapped his own hand in void realm energy, carefully reached into the coffin, and slowly pulled the Zuling flower outward. The process was tense. Jiang Bai's heartbeat sped up. Suddenly, the flower got stuck and wouldn't move. He quickly looked at the woman's face, and seeing no reaction, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Zuling flower had been caught on the woman's clothes, so Jiang Bai could only carefully lift the fabric and rescue the petals. At that moment, his hand suddenly went soft, startling him. Anger flared in his heart, but he still endured it and kept working, finally managing to pull the flower out. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he found it clamped tightly, unable to move. The woman's eyelashes trembled, as if she were about to wake up. Jiang Bai felt his energy being frantically drained by her. Bai Linger and Feng Ling watched in shock as Jiang Bai was dragged into the coffin. The coffin lid closed automatically, and the two of them couldn't open it no matter what they did. In the darkness, Jiang Bai was pressed against the woman, his energy being rapidly siphoned away. He felt that her constitution was cold, and that she cultivated the 9-yin immortal art. The two of them both relied on void realm energy. Jiang Bai suddenly counterattacked, biting the other party's lips directly and frantically, using the yin-yang immortal art to absorb energy back. The yin-yang immortal art surpassed the 9-yin immortal art. Jiang Bai's power grew stronger and stronger, and his body kept breaking through. In a short time, he leveled up 6 times in a row, finally blasting the coffin lid open and being thrown out. Jiang Bai shouted excitedly, "Demon woman, if you've got the guts, let's fight 300 more rounds." The thrill of leveling up was unbelievably intense, and he wanted to go back into the coffin, but the lid immediately closed, refusing to let him in. He slapped the coffin frantically and yelled, "Let me in now." The coffin trembled violently and released a terrifying aura. Frightened, Jiang Bai quickly backed away. "My apologies." He then turned and urged Bai Linger and Feng Ling to run. As he left, Jiang Bai vaguely heard someone say, "I'll come find you." Seeing Qian Duo and the others, Qi Tian sneered, "You're really not afraid of death?" Everyone was on guard. Qi Tian was far too strong. Qian Duo had been beaten until his clothes were in tatters and suggested, "Why go so far as to fight to the death? Isn't it fine to watch together?" He also reminded everyone that the void realm energy was becoming denser, and they could all get trapped. The crowd fell silent. Long Qiuyue smiled at Li Lingshuang. "I'm fine with it. I'm just afraid someone won't agree." Li Lingshuang snorted and turned her head away. "Whatever." Qi Tian suggested. "Fine, let's change the rules. The 4 of us will work together to clear out the small fry, and we'll all watch the immortal art together." Everyone glared at Qi Tian. Qi Tian toyed with the iron chain in his hand. "If you're unconvinced, come try again." Someone said coldly. Chi Tian, aren't you afraid everyone will fight you to the death together? Chi Tian didn't care. I may not die, but you definitely will. The man didn't dare make a sound. At that moment, Jiang Bai came out with Feng Ling and Bai Linger, and everyone looked at him. Jiang Bai was nervous. You all continue. We're not participating. Chi Tian was surprised that Jiang Bai wasn't dead, but since Jiang Bai wasn't fighting for it, he didn't bother with him. Suddenly, Wang Wei questioned Jiang Bai. You disappeared for half a day, and now you don't even want the immortal technique. Did you get some good stuff? Everyone stared at Jiang Bai in unison. Jiang Bai was glad he had suppressed his aura to level 24 and hadn't been exposed. It normally took Beast Masters several years to level up 6 times, yet he had done it in just half a day. That was far too eye-catching. Jiang Bai said, the best thing in this relic is the relic core. Do any of you feel like someone is controlling you? He then pointed toward the bedroom. There really is good stuff inside. Do you dare go get it? Chi Tian became curious. What is it? Jiang Bai smiled. A coffin. As soon as everyone heard that, one group immediately rushed into the bedroom, and the rest, unwilling to give up, followed them in. With only a few people left, Jiang Bai said, you guys chat. Long Qiuyue stared at Jiang Bai and invited him. Little brother, come to the demon capital. The Long family has lots of cute younger sisters. Chi Tian also urged, come to our immortal palace. Break your beast girl contract, and I'll give you the best resources. Bai Linger was annoyed. She glared at Chi Tian and scolded. Are you sick? Shut up, or I'll beat you. Or I'll beat you. Chi Tian said lightly. A lot of people are obsessed with beast girls now. The birth rate is so low that both Daxia and Blue Star are in danger. Jiang Bai didn't care and pulled Bai Linger along. What does that have to do with me? I just like my beast girl. Fluffy is pretty nice. Bai Linger immediately hugged Jiang Bai's arm. I like big brother too. Chi Tian shook his head and said nothing more. Long Qiuyue spoke again in a flirtatious tone. Our Long family has even better benefits. Long Qiuyue patted her chest and said, if big brother has any troubles, come talk to me. I can help solve any trouble. Her movements were too exaggerated, leaving everyone stunned. Jiang Bai could only think to himself, you're so slutty. Li Lingshuang snorted coldly. Our imperial capital Li family welcomes you too. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. The imperial capital Li family? Li Lingshuang lifted her head. That's right. Jiang Bai asked. What's your relationship with Li Lingtian? My biological brother. Jiang Bai shook his head. Then I'm not going. I heard Li Lingtian likes to snatch other people's beast girls. I'm afraid mine will be taken. Long Qiuyue laughed nonstop. What little brother said makes sense. If I had a brother like that, I'd go bang my head against a wall. Li Lingshuang's expression darkened. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Bai smiled. I'm telling the truth, aren't I? Your brother's brain-dead fans go around threatening people under other people's accounts every day. You dare say he didn't order it? Li Lingshuang said coldly. That was their own behavior. Now apologize to my brother. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. What if I don't apologize? If you don't apologize, I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Lingshuang rushed over directly, but Long Qiuyue stopped her. Sister, what he said isn't wrong. Your Li family really is overbearing. At that moment, the people behind Li Lingshuang also charged at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai's eyes turned cold, and he threw a punch directly, sending the man flying out and knocking him unconscious. Everyone was stunned. A level 24 Beast Master instantly killing a level 39 Beast Master? That's impossible, Jiang Bai said lightly. Anyone not afraid of death can keep coming. Li Lingshuang hadn't expected Jiang Bai to be this strong, and it wasn't good for her to make a move on the spot, so she could only suppress her anger. Seeing no one else move, Jiang Bai said to Feng Ling and Bai Linger, let's go. Li Lingshuang clenched her fist, watching Jiang Bai leave, trembling with rage. Just after they walked out of the main hall, Jiang Bai immediately shouted, run. He felt the energy in the hall suddenly surge. Something must have happened in the sleeping palace. Danger. At the foot of Yukingfeng Mountain, Jiang Bai said to Feng Ling, you should go now. You've got everything. Feng Ling nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Bai then left with Bai Linger. Halfway there, someone called from behind, Tao Ming. Jiang Bai turned and saw it was Feng Ling and asked helplessly, what is it now? After hesitating, Feng Ling said, I can't find my way back. Jiang Bai covered his face. Then how did you find me just now? Feng Ling answered seriously, I smeared flower juice on you. My beast girl can smell it. So she followed the scent. Jiang Bai, you really are something. At the entrance to the ruins, the exploration team was half the size it had been before. Jiang Bai pointed to the exit and said to Feng Ling, that's the ruins gate. You can leave from there. Feng Ling looked puzzled. Aren't you coming with me? Jiang Bai thought to himself, I'm with the authorities. Out loud, he said, no, I still have things to do. After thinking for a moment, Fengling said, "Come visit me in Modu when you have time." She tossed Jiang Bai a jade token. "This is a senior membership certificate from the association. Bring it to Modu, and anyone from the association can take you to find me." Jiang Bai nodded. Jiang Bai took off his mask, letting Bai Linger turn into Beast One. With a flash of golden light, Linger's aura dropped to level 15 and disappeared. Ao Qing suddenly appeared, wearing green battle armor and with a sexy figure. The moment she saw Jiang Bai, she smiled. Seeing that Ao Qing looked unwell, Jiang Bai said with concern that he had already found Su Ling flower and would help her heal her spirit veins when they got back. Ao Qing took his hand and thanked him gently. Jiang Bai urged her to speak up if anything happened. She wasn't alone anymore. He was with her. Ao Qing agreed. Jiang Bai hadn't expected that Yang Lin, whom he had once saved in the Yuqing realm, was still alive and had even become a team leader. Yang Lin recognized Ao Qing at a glance and was surprised they were still alive. Jiang Bai said he had just been lucky. Seeing that he was already level 15, Yang Lin was shocked at how quickly he had been cultivating, then quietly took Jiang Bai to a place where no one was around and let him put his beast girl into his spatial storage. He said he would let Jiang Bai out early tonight when guarding the gate. Jiang Bai thanked him sincerely. That night, Jiang Bai successfully left the ruins. Breathing in the long-lost fresh air, he felt how little void realm energy there was here, to the point that the immortal arts inside him were almost coming to a stop. On the way home, he thought about the matter of the Yuqing Hall master and suspected that the woman in the coffin was actually the same woman who had come out of the crack years ago, and also the Yuqing Hall master. He then set these thoughts aside and took out his phone. At first glance, he saw that Wei Xiaohu had sent many messages, asking where he had gone and saying the selection tournament was about to begin. He also said that he had run into Bai Yuan downstairs at Jiang Bai's place that day and had gotten into an argument with her. Jiang Bai replied casually, saying he had gone out to experience the Great Tao, had no signal, and had just gotten back. Xiaohu joked around a lot and asked what his relationship with Bai Yuan was. Jiang Bai directly said they had already ended their contract and told him not to pay attention to Bai Yuan. Wei Xiaohu said Bai Yuan still seemed unable to let go. After that, at the entrance of room 404 in Jinxiu residence, Bai Yuan was wearing a white dress and crouching by the door, looking downcast. After ending her contract with Jiang Bai's suddenly cold attitude toward her had made her very sad. After reflecting, she felt she should explain things to Jiang Bai clearly, that the contract was ended because of her younger sister. Maybe then Jiang Bai's attitude would change. But recently she hadn't been able to find Jiang Bai. She had gone back to their old places and to the school, but hadn't seen him. Every day, whenever she had time, she would go to Longhua Community and wait until late at night. In a room lit by pink light, Zhang Yu was together with a handsome man. Zhang Yu lay on the bed and let the other man apply oil for him. Suddenly the phone rang, and Zhang Yu answered. A subordinate reported that Bai Yuan had gone to Longhua Community again. Zhang Yu's expression instantly turned cold. He threw the phone aside and said coldly to the man, "Lie down properly. I'm in a bad mood right now." Inside Jinxiu residence, Jiang Bai summoned Ao Qing. Seeing the familiar house, Ao Qing was very happy. She pressed tightly against Jiang Bai and wagged her tail, leaving Jiang Bai a little embarrassed. "Sister Ao Qing." Jiang Bai was nervous, and Ao Qing smiled gently, teasing him about whether he was feeling hot. Jiang Bai forced himself to stay calm and said he wasn't hot, but inside, he was frantically telling himself to hold his ground. Jiang Bai quickly changed the subject and said he wanted to help Ao Qing heal. Ao Qing blinked and asked if she needed to take off her clothes. Jiang Bai hurriedly said no. In the living room, the two sat cross-legged. Jiang Bai took the Void Spirit flower out of his storage space and began using the Yin-Yang immortal art to treat Ao Qing. Under his guidance of energy, the Void Spirit flower glowed. Its medicinal fragrance wafted around as energy flowed into Ao Qing's body. Ao Qing felt the medicinal power nourish her spiritual meridians, and the pain and cracks slowly repaired themselves. Jiang Bai fully supported her, sweat seeping out, the energy of the Void Spirit flower growing weaker and weaker, but the treatment still wasn't over. Ao Qing focused all her attention on absorbing the medicinal power. The white dragon patterns turned colorful, and her aura surged. Ao Qing's spiritual power kept increasing, jumping directly from level 21 to level 28, for levels higher than Bai Linger. Ao Qing sensed the change in her body, opened her eyes, and saw Jiang Bai covered in sweat and looking at her with heartache. She froze, and suddenly her bloodline surged, her eyes turning hot. Jiang Bai felt a little awkward. "Sister Ao Qing, what do you want to do?" Ao Qing suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, her lips moving slightly as she said, "What?" Jiang Bai was stunned. "Sister Ao Qing, you, MMPH." Before he could finish, his mouth was blocked. Jiangbai had not lived in the Jinxiu residence for long and didn't know many people. The downstairs neighbor happened to be Zhou Zetian's daughter, Zhou Qingya. She didn't know that the son-in-law her father had taken a liking to was actually living upstairs. At this moment, Zhou Qingya was wearing a robe, writing at her desk. Her three beast girls were holding snacks and watching the trending drama, Fenghu. The plot had reached its climax, and screams kept coming from the TV. Zhou Qingya frowned and shouted, "Can you keep it down?" The beast girls exchanged glances, feeling that they weren't being very loud, but they still turned the volume down. A while later, Zhou Qingya became even more annoyed, her head practically about to explode. She couldn't help shouting, "Turn off the TV." The three beast girls froze and said aggrievedly, "We didn't turn on the sound." Zhou Qingya was stunned. Listening carefully, she realized the sound was coming from upstairs, alternating from the living room, kitchen, and bedroom. That night, she didn't sleep at all. In the morning, Zhou Qingya lay sprawled on the bed, staring at the ceiling, burning with rage. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the ceiling. "Bastard! You deserve to die." Under the lights, Ao Qing's eyes were full of charm as she looked at the sweat-drenched Jiangbai. Jiangbai was glowing like a saint. Under the light, Ao Qing's skin was fair and smooth, and her waist was slender. But only one thought remained in Jiangbai's mind. My second brother is invincible in the world. Looking at Ao Qing's delicate features, Jiangbai sighed. "Sister Ao Qing, you're too fierce." Ao Qing rarely blushed, suspecting that Jiangbai had practiced some kind of evil technique. Otherwise, how could she have lost control and turned the tables? But she quickly regained her composure and casually asked, "Did you give me some strange medicine?" Jiangbai looked innocent. "Heaven and earth bear witness. I'm the one who was wronged," he said gloomily. "Sister Ao Qing, why does your 37-degree mouth speak so coldly?" Ao Qing smiled and looked at the sky. "It's still early. Want to go another round?" Jiangbai licked his lips and leaned close to Ao Qing's ear to whisper something. Ao Qing's face instantly turned red after hearing it, and she stared wide-eyed. "Why didn't I realize before that you had such a thick skin?" Then she bit Jiangbai hard. Dawn broke, and the room was filled with the scent of stone skin flowers. Jiangbai was not tired at all after the night. Instead, he was brimming with energy. Last night, while sparring with Ao Qing, he had circulated the yin-yang immortal art within his body, and both of their cultivation levels had surged. Jiangbai felt that his upgrade was just within reach. This immortal art was no different from the dual cultivation techniques in novels. Could he really level up while lying down in the future? Originally, Ao Qing wanted to make breakfast to replenish herself, but Jiangbai sprang up from the bed. "Sis, you've been busy all night. Let me make breakfast." He didn't dare let Ao Qing cook it all. Watching Jiangbai move with practiced efficiency, Ao Qing sat stunned on the bed while Jiangbai sliced up the flesh of the void-eroding lord, pan-fried it in butter, and served it with noodles and void eggs. Helpless, Ao Qing sat on the sofa and watched Jiangbai busily bring her plates, peel eggs, and feed her, his expression rarely so gentle. "Xiaobai, there's no need to treat me like an invalid. I can do these things." Ao Qing had leveled up last night and was already close to level 29. Jiangbai said seriously, "From now on, I'll handle these things. You just focus on cultivation." Ao Qing was stunned. "But I want to learn how to cook." Jiangbai. After breakfast, Jiangbai rested his head on Ao Qing's lap, and the two chatted idly. Suddenly, Jiangbai slapped his own forehead. He had forgotten that Bai Linger still hadn't had breakfast. Ao Qing suggested, "Make some for her too while you're at it." Jiangbai quickly boiled more noodles, fried more meat, and specifically left some void beast meat for Bai Linger. As soon as Bai Linger appeared, she smelled the strange scent and curiously asked Jiangbai about it. Jiangbai played dumb and said it was just the smell of breakfast. Bai Linger then ran over to smell Ao Qing instead and found that the scent was coming from her body. Bai Linger immediately saw that Ao Qing's cultivation had reached level 28 and happily grabbed her. "Big sister, your injuries are healed." Ao Qing nodded, and Bai Linger hugged her tightly, crying with excitement. Ao Qing comforted her. "I've made you worry, Linger." Bai Linger turned around with red eyes and said, "Brother Jiangbai, thank you." Jiangbai patted her head. "Silly girl, no need to thank me." They rested in the morning. And in the afternoon, Jiangbai planned to go to school to confirm his identity for the selection competition. Bai Linger transformed into a beast mark and attached herself to Jiangbai so that his cultivation wouldn't stand out too much and attract attention. Ao Qing wore a white floral dress, and her temperament was a little more alluring than last night's. She quietly followed behind Jiangbai, drawing everyone's attention. People in the crowd were discussing, "Ao Qing is too beautiful. Those legs, that figure, perfect. My beast girl can't compare at all. I wish I had a beast girl like that. Go dream about it at home." Jiangbai walked into Nanyang University, thinking with emotion about how he used to skip classes, and now he simply wasn't even attending them. Just after entering the school gate, a clear voice called out to him. Jiangbai turned around and saw Bai Yuan. Her face looked haggard, and in her eyes flashed a hint of envy and a trace of regret. She forced herself to stay composed as she walked over. Jiangbai, can we talk? It was almost time for class at Nanjing University in the afternoon. As students passed under the trees, they all looked at Jiangbai and Bai Yuan. Jiangbai had recently become a celebrity in Nanjing because of a video mocking Li Lingtian from the capital online. Everyone knew about the grudge between him and Bai Yuan, and quite a few students gathered in the distance to watch the commotion. Bai Yuan looked at Jiangbai and recalled the past. Back then, she was a weak beast girl and was bullied until Jiangbai appeared. He had asked her then, "Would you be willing to become my beast girl?" At that moment, she was very happy, thinking she would never be able to enter the human world until Jiangbai contracted with her. Seeing Bai Yuan dazed, Jiangbai frowned and said, "What do you want with me? We've already terminated the contract. Let's each live our own lives." Bai Yuan said softly, "Big White, I had my reasons for terminating the contract." Jiangbai looked at her and said, "Go on." Bai Yuan took a breath and said, "My younger sister is about to lose her chance to form a contract. Your cultivation is stuck at level 9, so I terminated the contract with you so Zhang you could help my sister form one." Jiangbai was stunned after hearing this, then laughed. "Bai Yuan, can't you come up with a more decent excuse? What younger sister? I've seen your clan records. You grew up alone." Jiangbai was certain Bai Yuan didn't have a younger sister. Back then, he had checked her background thoroughly before contracting with her. He sneered, "Don't come bother me. I'm doing fine now." Jiangbai left. Bai Yuan stood where she was, her expression downcast, repeatedly muttering in a low voice. "How could that be? How could I not have a younger sister? Impossible, impossible." The registration area for Nanjing University's competition selection was packed with people. While lining up, Jiangbai felt someone staring at him maliciously. Soon, a girl in revealing clothes walked by, pretending to trip, and Jiangbai subconsciously reached out to catch her. "Are you okay?" The girl was so frightened that she stumbled back and, clutching her chest, shouted, "Someone molested me." Jiangbai was speechless. Seeing Jiangbai suffer a setback, the girl felt secretly delighted, doing it only to avenge her older brother. Her shout attracted many students and teachers. A female teacher frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The girl pointed at Jiangbai while crying. "Teacher, he touched my chest." Jiangbai shrugged. "Teacher, she's falsely accusing me. Do you believe that?" The female teacher gave him a cold look. "Why would anyone else falsely accuse you? Hurry up and apologize, or I'll call the administration." Jiangbai laughed in anger. "With a face like yours, you think I'd molest you? If I had that kind of money, I'd go to a red light district and find someone better than you. I don't even dare take a photo of your face. I'm afraid I'll tap it and end up paying." The girl was furious, but she still acted fragile, hiding behind the teacher. "Teacher, he..." The female teacher sneered. She knew in her heart that the girl was framing someone, but she already disliked Jiangbai. After all, she was also a fan of Li Lingtian. Apologized to her. Before she could finish, she was slapped in the face by Ao Qing. Ao Qing said coldly, "Your mouth only knows how to make up stories? Want me to rip it off for you?" The female teacher was furious. She never expected Ao Qing to dare hit her in public, and the strange looks around her made her utterly embarrassed. Just as she was about to lash out at Jiangbai, Zhou Qingyao walked over. "What's going on?" The female teacher pointed at Jiangbai and shouted. She was harassing a girl and even hit a teacher, completely lawless. "I'm going to have the administration bureau take her away." Zhou Qingyao looked at Ao Qing, then at that scheming girl, and was speechless inwardly. Could you find a better excuse to pick a fight? It's really disgusting. People from the administration bureau arrived quickly, and the one who came was actually Xie Bing, whom Jiangbai had seen in a previous case. He met Jiangbai's gaze and nodded, then began to ask the female teacher about the situation. After understanding what had happened, Xie Bing said to the scheming girl, "You are suspected of falsely accusing a public official. Please come with me." The scheming girl was dumbfounded. The female teacher was dumbfounded, and the onlookers were stunned too. At this moment, Jiangbai deliberately dropped her work ID on the ground. "Oops, sorry, my work ID fell." She picked it up and wiped it repeatedly, as if showing it off. Everyone was speechless. "Of course it's you who knows how to put on a show." Jiangbai then pretended to feel dizzy. "Oh no, Ao Qing, hurry and support me." Ao Qing immediately stepped forward, held Jiangbai in his arms, and gently asked whether she felt unwell anywhere. Everyone was frantically complaining in their hearts, "Such good cabbage, and it all got ruined by a pig." The interruption ended, and everyone continued queuing. Soon it was Jiangbai's turn. Sitting in front of Jiangbei was Zhou Qingyao. Her shark pants outlined her long legs and figure. and her white tank top was slightly damp at the chest, with a shirt worn over it. She looked completely exhausted. Jiang Bai couldn't help asking, "Senior Qingyao, didn't you sleep last night?" Zhou Qingyao froze for a moment. These past few days she'd been too busy investigating her mother's matter to rest, and last night it was noisy upstairs, so she couldn't sleep at all. She rubbed her temples. "I've been too busy lately." Then she asked in surprise, "You're participating in the national competition?" Feeling Jiang Bai's level 15 aura, she was shocked. "You're already level 15? Jiang Bai coughed lightly and said solemnly, "I was hiding it so well that I thought no one had noticed." How embarrassing. Only level 15 after 3 years. Zhou Qingyao rolled her eyes at him, thinking he was showing off. "Why is your cultivation speed so fast?" Jiang Bai put on a sorrowful expression. "The last beast girl ran off with someone else, so I made up my mind to cultivate hard. Women can only slow down cultivation." Zhou Qingyao glanced at Ao Qing behind him, who was smiling beautifully, and Jiang Bai added, "Sister Ao Qing only helps me cultivate." In the brightly lit conference room, Shin Tong, wearing a white shirt, black short skirt, black stockings, and high heels, came in carrying documents. She stood in front of the big screen and swept her gaze across the room. At the far end of the round table was Yang Feng, who had been missing for several days, his face pale as he rested with his eyes closed. Beside him sat Zhang Tiancheng, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a square face and neatly combed hair. He was the original third-in-command of Nanjing City. Now Zhou Zetian was missing. In the Sacred Mountain, Nanjing City still had not selected a new bureau chief, so Shintong was temporarily the second-in-command. Below sat the leaders of the various squads. Zhao Linglong sat beside Shintong, wearing a cyan floral qipao, head lowered as she played with her fingers, absent-minded. Shintong coughed and said seriously, "Today we're mainly discussing how to eliminate the Void Association within Nanjing City. Recently, the Void Association has been active frequently in Nanjing City. The incident at the Sacred Mountain before was also caused by them." Bureau Chief Yang went to investigate and found some clues. He clicked open the PPT, and the screen showed a young man in casual clothes, with a sinister look in his eyes. "This is the branch president of the Void Association in Dongjiang Province, a dangerous person. Bureau Chief Yang fought him before, but now we can't find him. However, he's definitely still in this city. The Void Association may be planning to blood sacrifice the entire Nanjing City. The exact purpose is unclear. Everyone must figure out their plan and stop them. Also, the national competition selection tournament is about to begin, so we need to conduct a thorough screening and make sure enemy countries don't get in." Shintong's office. Shintong looked at the lazy Zhao Linglong and asked helplessly, "Any leads on the missing children case?" Zhao Linglong stretched. "I've got some clues. It was done by the 9 Chrysanthemum sect, but their purpose still isn't clear." Shintong frowned. 9 Chrysanthemum sect? Is Sakura country causing trouble again? Zhao Linglong guessed. Maybe it has something to do with Juling Island in the East Sea. Juling Island is a new relic contested by the Great Xia Nation and Sakura country. Shintong rubbed her temples. "Keep investigating." Zhao Linglong nodded, then said, "Now that Bureau Chief Yang is back, should we suggest transferring Jiang Bai back?" Shintong glanced at her. "You care a lot about him, huh?" Zhao Linglong sighed. "Everyone in our office is too rigid. It's rare to find a little guy I like, and he got reassigned again." Shintong said unhappily, "You just like him because he'll go crazy with you?" Zhao Linglong pretended not to hear and continued asking, "Who exactly did Jiang Bai offend? Why go so far as to kill him?" Shintong thought about it and guessed it might be related to the director position. Maybe someone high up, like Zhang Tiancheng, had given the word, and the people below would take action. Zhao Linglong was a little worried. "I wonder if he can come back safely." After leaving the office, Zhao Linglong sat down and looked at her phone. Seeing the message, a smile appeared on her face. Jiang Bai was back. Jiang Bai took Ao Qing on a tour of Nanjing University when he suddenly received a call. "Sister Linglong? What's up? You're back," and didn't even say a word. "I only found out after Xie Bing saw you." Jiang Bai replied calmly. "I just got back yesterday and was too tired. I was about to contact you when you called." Ao Qing listened from the side as they talked. It was a woman on the phone. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. Zhao Linglong smiled. "We really are in sync. There's new progress on the casino matter. Come to the office tomorrow to talk." Jiang Bai said seriously. "We definitely need to have a good discussion." He still remembered Wang Long attacking him on Sacred Mountain, and of course he wanted to know that man's whereabouts. At dusk, the streetlights came on. Jiang Bai and Ao Qing walked side by side, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. They had just finished shopping at the vegetable market, and Jiang Bai was carrying groceries. They took a taxi home, squeezed together in the back seat. Jiang Bai thought it was time to buy a car. The driver was around 40, with pronounced wrinkles, and he hadn't said a word the entire ride. Jinxiu Residence was an upscale residential area in a remote location. When the car reached the gate, it screeched to a stop. The driver was covered in cold sweat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, clearly terrified. Jiangbai asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" The driver trembled. Sorry, I can't bring you in. They'll kill my family." Jiangbai kicked the door open and got out of the car with Ao Qing. A dense crowd surrounded them, their faces impossible to make out. The other side wasted no words and immediately summoned their beast girls to attack. These beast tamers and beast girls worked together with remarkable tacit understanding, and their strength was around level 30. Not simple at all. Jiangbai dodged the skill, floated in midair, and black and white light burst from his eyes. Yin-yang dual pupils. In the dark night, a white energy vortex exploded, along with an invisible black vortex. The next second, 10 of them were instantly torn apart, and the rest were so frightened they tried to run. They had originally agreed it would just be a level 10 support beast tamer. Who would have thought he'd be this ruthless? Ao Qing narrowed her eyes and instantly teleported into action, finishing off all those who tried to flee. With a cold face, Jiangbai interrogated them. "Who sent you to kill me?" He could sense virtual realm energy within these people. They were members of the Nihility Association. Jiangbai was secretly puzzled. He had never had a direct conflict with the Nihility Association, so why were they trying to kill him? The leader coughed up blood and sneered. "Jiangbai, you've hidden your strength deeply, but you're definitely going to die. We just miscalculated. Next time, someone stronger will deal with you." A jade token lit up in Jiangbai's hand, and he said calmly, "Can you talk now?" When Lu Dali saw the jade token, his eyes flew wide open in terror. Thinking of the higher-ups in the association, his fear was even stronger than death. He knelt down and banged his head on the ground repeatedly. "My lord, it was the bishop's order. I was only obeying commands. Please spare my life." Jiangbai pressed further. "Why?" Lu Dali pressed his head to the ground. "I don't know the reason. Please, my lord, just put me to death." Jiangbai pondered for a moment. "Don't worry. I won't kill you." When Lu Dali saw that Jiangbai wasn't going to kill him, his face instantly went deathly pale, and he frantically cowed out. "My lord, kill me instead." Jiangbai was speechless. "Do you have a death wish?" Jiangbai added. "I'm sparing your life so you can work for the association. Not many people know my identity right now, so go back and make up whatever story you need. I don't want to be disturbed." Then he said, "Give me your contact information. I'll find you if anything comes up." Lu Dali froze. "You're letting me go?" After reacting, he hurriedly added the contact. "I'm really fine now." Jiangbai glanced at him. "Do you still want something to happen to you?" Lu Dali slapped himself hard several times. "I'm sorry. I've disturbed you, my lord." Scram. Lu Dali fled in a panic. Jiangbai was irritated. He had only been relaying a message for Zhou Zetian, yet he had gotten dragged into all sorts of trouble. First there were people in the administration targeting him, and now the Nihility Association had come knocking as well, making it hard to keep a low profile and grow quietly. Sensing the atmosphere, Ao Qing took his hand, kissed Jiangbai on the cheek, and said softly, "Xiaobai, you still have us." Jiangbai came back to himself, pulled Ao Qing into his arms, and kissed her directly. Ao Qing hugged him tightly, and even her tail wrapped around him. After they separated, Jiangbai looked at Ao Qing and couldn't help pinching her cheek. "Little greedy cat, I'll deal with you when we get home." Ao Qing softened her body and pouted coquettishly. "Don't say weird things." Jiangbai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling that she was clearly acting spoiled. Just as they reached the front door, the door opposite opened and Meng Meng jumped out. "Brother Jiang, you're back." Jiangbai picked her up. "Meng Meng, where's your mom?" Meng Meng grinned mischievously. "Mom's taking a bath. Want to go look with me?" Jiangbai, this kid really knew how to stir things up. "How did you know I was back?" "Mom said you'd come back. I couldn't knock on your door, so I waited by the window. When I saw you return, I came downstairs to find you." Jiangbai rubbed her head. Meng Meng turned to Ao Qing. "Big sister, hug me." Ao Qing smiled as she took her into her arms. "Is Meng Meng being good?" Meng Meng nodded and whispered, "Big sister, my house is haunted." Ao Qing asked with a smile, "What kind of ghost?" Meng Meng said earnestly, "Really, at night I always hear a female ghost making hum sounds." Jiangbai was dumbfounded. "Huh," Meng Meng emphasized, "Really?" At that moment, Bai Jie came out, her face red with anxiety. "You little brat, stop talking nonsense." "Mom, it's true, I really heard it." Bai Jie was wearing a nightgown, her hair half dry, her face red as can be, her toes gripping her slippers so hard she wanted to move out on the spot. Jiangbai understood immediately and smiled awkwardly. He thought to himself that this little ghost really didn't treat him like an outsider. After chatting for a while, Bai Jie carried Meng Meng and went back inside to close the door, and only then did Jiangbai return home. In the kitchen, Jiangbai was seriously cutting vegetables. Today, he wasn't making Grand Duke meat. He only bought a virtual chicken that had been raised for 2.5 years. The Laoban even said this virtual chicken could listen to music and dance. Upon hearing that, Bai immediately bought the virtual chicken home. But after discovering it couldn't dance, he cursed the swindler and just stewed it for dinner. Ao Qing and Bai Linger were sitting in the hall. Bai Linger was concentrating on the TV, while Ao Qing kept glancing toward the kitchen from time to time. Unable to hold back, Ao Qing went into the kitchen and hugged Jiang Bai from behind while he was cooking. Jiang Bai turned around, and seeing Ao Qing's shy eyes, pulled her upright and kissed her directly. Ao Qing panicked and pushed him away, saying, "Linger is still outside." Jiang Bai smiled and said, "She's watching TV, she won't notice." As he spoke, he kissed her again, and Ao Qing began to cooperate as well. Bai Linger had been watching TV, but when she heard a strange sound, she turned around. Her eldest sister was gone. She went into the kitchen and saw Jiang Bai cooking, with her eldest sister standing by and watching, as if she were learning culinary skills. Bai Linger asked in confusion, "Did you two hear anything just now?" Jiang Bai acted clueless. "What sound?" Bai Linger scratched her head. "Maybe I heard wrong." After Bai Linger left, Ao Qing poked Jiang Bai on the forehead. "No more messing around next time." The next day, Jiang Bai went to the Nanshur City Administration Bureau early in the morning. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of writing. When he reached his seat, Zhao Linglong, wearing a qipao and with a graceful figure, took the initiative to speak to him, her smile bright and beautiful. Jiang Bai pulled out a chair and invited her to sit. Thanks to the map she had given him, he had been able to return safely. Zhao Linglong sat down and asked him to make her some coffee, and Jiang Bai quickly brought some over. Seeing her warming her hands around the cup, he asked if she was cold. Zhao Linglong sighed and said that maybe she felt cold because she was too lonely. Jiang Bai joked that if she needed anything, she could call him. Zhao Linglong laughed for a while, then asked seriously what had happened in the Jade Qing realm. Jiang Bai briefly described his experiences inside, only revealing some clues about immortal techniques. After hearing this, Zhao Linglong immediately pulled him to see Director Yang. Jiang Bai followed her, knocked on the door, and entered the room, where he saw Yang Feng looking pale and resting. Yang Feng joked and asked Jiang Bai whether he had become a deserter, then was surprised that his cultivation had improved so quickly, already reaching level 15. Jiang Bai said he had returned injured, and that his cultivation had improved thanks to luck. Yang Feng said he had recently been fighting someone and would recover soon, then told them to get to the point. Zhao Linglong explained their purpose. After hearing her out, Yang Feng immediately went into the lounge to make a phone call. He soon came out, a tired look on his face. Jiang Bai hadn't expected Yang Feng to personally make coffee for them, and felt somewhat flattered. Zhao Linglong, on the other hand, took a sip very naturally. Jiang Bai hesitantly asked Yang Feng what exactly had happened. Yang Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "I told you before about the momentum of heaven and earth, right?" Jiang Bai nodded. He remembered Yang Feng saying that fortune would change. Yang Feng sighed. Over the years, it's not just Nanshur City. The fortune of the entire Great Xia nation has been declining. Jiang Bai asked in confusion, "Didn't they say fortune doesn't change?" Zhao Linglong explained, "That's for Blue Star as a whole. If Great Xia's fortune declines, other countries' fortunes will rise." Yang Feng nodded. In the past, Great Xia's fortune was the strongest, suppressing all the other countries. But 60 years ago, something happened, and Great Xia's fortune fell to the lowest point in history. He suddenly asked Jiang Bai, "Do you know the origins of beast girls and the sacred mountain?" Jiang Bai shook his head. Yang Feng said that in the past there were no beast masters or beast girls. Back then, they were called qi refiners. 2,000 years ago, the Void Realm descended, and Great Xia was still called the Great Qin Empire. The founder of the Immortal Palace was actually a powerful qi refiner. The beings of the Void Realm were too strong, and the Qin Emperor led people in a desperate resistance. In the end, the Sacred Mountain appeared, and the Qin Emperor reached an agreement with the existence within the Sacred Mountain. From then on, Beast Girls became the main force against the Void Realm. Because of this, Great Qin collapsed and later became Great Xia Nation. Jiang Bai was shocked. The Great Qin Empire. That name was far too familiar. Jiang Bai forced down his surprise and asked, "What does this have to do with the decline of Great Xia's fortune?" Zhao Linglong said, "The sorrow of Mount Li." Yang Feng nodded. "Yes, what happened at Mount Li 60 years ago?" Zhao Linglong explained that 60 years ago, the Qin Emperor's mausoleum was discovered at Mount Li. Countless geniuses from Great Xia entered in search of the secret methods of qi cultivation, but most never came out. The younger generation was almost cut off, and the nation's fortune plummeted like a cliff, never recovering in 60 years. Jiang Bai was practically speechless. Great Qin, Mount Li, He had heard of all of these in his previous life, so why did they exist in this world too? Yang Feng took a sip of coffee and added, back then, some people who made it out alive said immortal arts had appeared in the underground palace. After the news spread, many people rushed to Great Xia, and a lot of them were assassinated. Do you remember the Dark Night Hall? Jiangbai recalled. People from the Dark Night Hall also entered the Qin Emperor's underground palace. Yang Feng shook his head. 60 years ago, there was no Dark Night Hall yet. Back then, the Night Emperor was just a beast master. He entered the Qin Emperor's underground palace and came out alive. Although he was hunted, he didn't die, and later founded the Dark Night Hall. He's probably one of the people who obtained immortal arts. In the end, Yang Feng said that the news of immortal arts appearing in the Jade Azure realm was very important and very dangerous. The Jade Azure realm would become extremely chaotic, so their people would be withdrawn immediately. Jiangbai fell silent. The immortal arts in the Jade Azure realm were not the most dangerous thing there. What was truly terrifying was the suspected former Hall Master of Jade Azure. Seeing Jiangbai look completely bewildered, Yang Feng smiled and said, I'm telling you this because I treat you as one of us. I really didn't know you'd been transferred to the pioneering team. Go back to work at the affairs office this afternoon. That afternoon, just as Jiangbai entered the affairs office, he Xiao Xiao, with her twin buns hairstyle, exclaimed in surprise, Jiangbai, you're back? Still alive, huh? Jiangbai was speechless. So I was supposed to die, was I? He Xiao Xiao realized she had misspoken and hurriedly apologized, blushing. That's not what I meant. I'm really happy you're still alive. Jiangbai rolled his eyes at her and tapped her on the head. He Xiao Xiao clutched her head in grievance. Why are you hitting me? I already apologized. Jiangbai walked back to his old seat and saw Tao Ming lying in front of the computer. Jiangbai felt a little guilty. After all, he had used Tao Ming's name in the Jade Azure realm. Jiangbai asked, Tao Ming, what are you doing? Tao Ming turned around and said, the selection tournament is about to start, so I'm studying the information on the participants. A thought flashed through Jiangbai's mind. Jiangbai sat down, opened the match schedule, entered his name and number, and saw that his first opponent was Wang Zhulan, level 18. Jiangbai asked Tao Ming to send him the betting link for the match. Tao Ming sent over a link, and as soon as Jiangbai clicked it, the computer suddenly played an ad, sexy beast girl dealer dealing cards online, and everyone in the office turned to look. Jiangbai expressionlessly muted it and looked at Tao Ming. Wrong link, right? I wanted the opening odds link. Tao Ming awkwardly sent another one. Jiangbai found his match information. Jiangbai versus Wang Zhulan, odds 2:1. Jiangbai was level 15, Wang Zhulan level 18. Jiangbai decided to place his bet when the betting window was about to close. Jiangbai wanted to improve Ao Qing and Bai Linger's strength, but the flesh energy concentration of the Void Erosion Great Lord was too high. Absorption couldn't keep up with the waste, so he needed to buy Spirit Liquid to assist. Spirit Liquid was very expensive. Ordinary grade cost 10,000 yuan, lower grade 100,000, and higher grades were hard to buy even if you had money. He had originally wanted to make money by selling Beast Girl information, but he was afraid of drawing attention, so he decided to sell a little first and wait until he was stronger before selling more. Before work ended, Zhao Linglong came and threw a dossier to Jiangbai. It contained information on the Wang Long and Wang Hu brothers. Wang Long had grown up in the Great Xian nation since childhood. After contracting a beast girl, he was taken in by the Zhang family. Wang Hu relied on Wang Long to run casinos, and later the two were taken down by Zhao Linglong and Jiangbai together. Jiangbai looked at the file and asked, Wang Long is from Sakura country? Zhao Linglong nodded. Although he grew up in Great Xia, he's always had ties with the Jiuju sect of Sakura country. Jiangbai asked again, does he have anything to do with the Zhang family? Zhao Linglong shook her head. I haven't found anything yet, but while investigating the Zhang family, I discovered another issue. Jiangbai was surprised. What issue? A strange look flashed in Zhao Linglong's eyes. You know, Zhang Yu has always been poaching other people's beast girls. Jiangbai immediately understood that Zhao Linglong was talking about Bai Yuan. I have nothing to do with Bai Yuan anymore. Just say what you mean. Zhao Linglong nodded. I found that all the beast girls Zhang Yu poached have gone missing. I suspect he's conducting beast girl bloodline experiments. Such experiments require drawing live blood. They're extremely cruel and are explicitly banned by the state. After hearing this, Jiangbai felt a chill down his back and tentatively asked, why are you telling me this? He only wanted to deal with Wang Long and didn't want to get involved any further. Zhao Linglong smiled. Bureau Chief Yang has assigned you to me. You have to help me investigate this thoroughly. Jiangbai sighed helplessly. Sister Linglong, I still have to take part in the selection competition. How would I have time to help you? Zhao Linglong said easily. The competition will be over very soon, and the evening is free. At night, I have to go home and feed my beast girls. Don't worry, sister won't let you fall behind. Suddenly Zhao Linglong's smile faded, and she said seriously, I've had a question lately. Help me think it over. Jiang Bai looked puzzled. What question? Zhao Linglong said earnestly. Make a sentence using Lao De to Lao Wu. Jiang Bai thought for a moment. Lao Wu told Lao Si that Lao San's Lao was Lao Do already. Tao Ming was drinking water and immediately sprayed it out, scrambling to wipe the keyboard. Zhao Linglong couldn't help bursting into laughter, her body trembling with it. Jiang Bai couldn't help but stare. She giggled. Little brother, you're really talented. Jiang Bai replied solemnly. Not at all, not at all. After getting off work, Jiang Bai went to the directly affiliated merchant guild of the Great Xia Kingdom and took out 5 sets of ordinary Beast Girl records to sell. The one who came to greet him was a cat-eared Beast Girl in a business suit, tall and graceful, her heels clicking crisply. Sir, how may I help you? I want to sell some Beast Girl records. The cat-eared Beast Girl immediately perked up, respectfully asked him to wait a moment, and went to fetch the person in charge. She led Jiang Bai to the reception room, served him tea, and quickly left. Not long after, a woman in a black business suit, short hair, and gold-rimmed glasses came in and introduced herself. My name is Qianyu. Qianyu thought Jiang Bai was too young and felt a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. Jiang Bai gave his name and shook hands briefly with her. Qianyu sat down. I heard you have Beast Girl records to sell. Jiang Bai nodded and took out 5 sets of records from his storage space. Qianyu examined the records carefully. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. These records were very detailed. If they were genuine, they could greatly enhance human strength. She put aside her contempt and said seriously, Mr. Jiang, the authenticity of these records still needs to be verified. We can't give you an answer right away. Jiang Bai frowned, not expecting it to be so troublesome. He had originally wanted to sell them quickly and get the money. Qianyu explained. Before, someone sold fake records, took the money, and ran. So now we have to verify each set before paying. Jiang Bai said he understood and asked, Then how is the price calculated? Based on the Beast Girl's rank, common grade, 50,000, silver grade, 300,000, gold grade, 800,000, above gold, scarce. We'll auction them. 40% of the auction price goes to you. Jiang Bai nodded, having no objections. When his cultivation was higher, he could bring out more records to make money. He'd definitely have enough to spend. After Jiang Bai left, Qianyu took out her phone and made a call. Help me check someone. I'll send you his photo. Jiang Bai went home and summoned Ao Qing and Bai Linger out. Bai Linger pounced into Jiang Bai's arms and acted spoiled. Brother Jiang Bai, I missed you. Jiang Bai patted her head. What's up? Ao Qing pulled Bai Linger away. Why are you clinging to Xiao Bai every day? Bai Linger refused to accept it. Big sister can stay with brother Jiang Bai, while I can only be attached as a beast pattern. It's rare for me to see him, so let me hug brother Jiang Bai. After saying that, she hid behind Jiang Bai and stuck out her tongue at Ao Qing. Jiang Bai felt a little guilty. After all, after the two of them formed a contract, Bai Linger had been staying in beast pattern form all along, only appearing when they got home. He comforted her. Linger, once my aura reaches level 20, you'll be able to come out freely and play. Yay, Bai Linger said happily. After Jiang Bai finally settled Ao Qing down, he went into the kitchen to cook. After finishing his work, he carried a dish out and found Ao Qing watching chemistry videos on her phone. Jiang Bai took a look. It was teaching chemistry knowledge. Jiang Bai asked in confusion, Why are you studying this? Ao Qing said seriously, To learn how to cook. Following tutorials always fails, and someone said the taste has to do with chemical molecules. If I learn chemistry well, the food will definitely taste good. Jiang Bai was shocked, but he didn't discourage her. He could only encourage her. Keep it up. Jiang Bai went to call Bai Linger for dinner and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Linger, dinner's ready. He knocked a few more times. I am coming. Don't come in. Bai Linger opened the door in a panic, her face red, breathing fast, tail standing straight up. Jiang Bai looked suspicious. What are you doing? Bai Linger hurriedly denied it. Nothing. In her heart, she was screaming wildly. How could I click on such a strange video? So embarrassing. At the dining table, Bai Linger ate in a daze, absent-minded. Ao Qing asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Bai Linger shook her head and forcibly changed the subject. Big sister, this dish is really delicious. Did you make it? Ao Qing looked puzzled. You haven't even eaten the dish yet. Huh? Bai Linger said awkwardly, quickly picking up some food and stuffing it into her mouth. I won no by the toss. Everyone fell silent. Jiang Bai handed her a glass of juice. Bai Linger took it subconsciously, then panicked and pulled her hand back, but in the end she still accepted it. Bai Linger drank the juice in one gulp and patted her chest, saying she was fine. Dinner ended quickly, and she hurried back to her room, shut the door, and even locked it from the inside. Ao Qing wondered why she was in such a rush, and Jiang Bai was equally baffled. Jiang Bai couldn't help inviting Ouching to cultivate together at night, but Ouching said she would come after Bailinger fell asleep. Late at night, Jiang Bai lay on the bed. The bedroom door opened, and Ouching slipped in wearing a silk nightgown, using one tail to coil Jiang Bai over to her. The two began cultivating. Energy circulated, and their cultivation levels rose, and Ouching couldn't help but let out a soft hum. On the other side, in Bailinger's room with the curtains drawn, she was buried under the covers scrolling on her phone, her cheeks flushed red. Suddenly, she heard strange sounds and thought it was her phone, so she hurriedly turned the volume down, but the sound still came through. She realized it wasn't her phone, but coming from Jiang Bai's room. She carefully pushed open the crack in Jiang Bai's door and took a look, freezing on the spot. After returning to her room, she lay on the bed in a daze, her beast ears drooping, feeling down inside and not understanding why her sister and brother Jiang Bai were doing such things behind her back. She felt abandoned. Over the next few days, Bailinger remained in low spirits, unable to sleep well at night and looking completely listless. Jiang Bai worried about her and asked what was wrong, but Bailinger wouldn't say. Jiang Bai comforted her, saying that after a while they would be able to go out and meet people. Right now, he only appeared to be level 17, but in reality, he had already cultivated to level 32, and soon he would be able to openly take her out together. After hearing this, Bailinger merely nodded, her mood still complicated. At the entrance of the detention center, a woman drove over to pick up Wang Zhulan, who had just been released. Wang Zhulan felt complicated. She hadn't expected that slandering Jiang Bai would land her in the detention center. She got into the car and called the driver Sister Mei. Sister Mei's real name was Lu Mei, a member of Li Longtian's support group. The last time they slandered Jiang Bai, it had been their plan. First ruin Jiang Bai's reputation, then get close to Ouching. Qing had originally been arranged to side with Li Longtian, but Jiang Bai turned out to be an official member, and the plan failed as soon as it began. Lu Mei stepped on the gas and said, Xiaolan, I pulled some strings so that in the first round of your selection match, you'll face Jiang Bai. Handle it yourself. Wang Zhulan's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Sister Mei. I'll definitely kill Jiang Bai. In truth, Lu Mei hadn't wanted Jiang Bai dead. She only wanted to cripple him, but Wang Zhulan's hatred was clearly much deeper. Lu Mei reminded her, with a referee there, it won't be easy for you to make a killing blow. There won't be many chances. Wang Zhulan said calmly. I know, but there are also times in a match when the referee's rescue comes too late. Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, Lu Mei changed the subject. Tonight at Qiushui Villa, the sisters have prepared spiritual liquid for you. Let's see if you can break through one more level. Wang Zhulan said gratefully. Thank you, Sister Mei. Jiang Bai is only level 15 now. He cultivates quickly, but tonight I can reach level 19. By then dealing with him will be easy. When they arrived at the villa, everyone expressed concern for Wang Zhulan. Sister Lan, are you okay? Did the official people make things hard for you? If anything happens, we'll back you up. Jiang Bai is too much, using his official identity to detain you. Was that really necessary? How could Ouching form a contract with him? Who would even want that kind of man? Sister Lan, tomorrow in the match you must teach Jiang Bai a lesson and let him know what happens to anyone who steals our brother's beast girls. Right, cripple Jiang Bai and make Ouching despair, then the contract will be broken. By the way, why didn't our brother come? He was supposed to come, but his grandfather grounded him. That old man still controls our brother? So annoying. Sister Lan, good luck. We're all betting on you to win. Sisters, hurry and place your bets on Sister Lan. The whole place was lively. At Jinxiu Manor, Jiang Bai sat in front of his computer and opened the betting pool under the dim blue glow. Jiang Bai versus Wang Zhulan, odds 1.5:1. Jiang Bai, level 15, had not placed a bet. Wang Zhulan, level 18, had already bet 560,000. Jiang Bai grinned, put all 450,000 of his own money on himself, and the odds instantly changed to 2:1. The next day, the arena was packed with people, and Jiang Bai arrived with Ao Qing. Jiang Bai, Wei Xiaohu was waiting at the entrance with two beast girls, dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Bai smiled and said, been living pretty well lately? Wei Xiaohu looked miserable. Not well at all. I'm almost getting drained dry. Then he asked in surprise, you joined the administration bureau? That's hard enough to get into. Jiang Bai said modestly, yeah, just got lucky. Fine, go ahead and show off. Zhao Linglong walked over with Tao Ming and he Xiao, wearing a cyan qipao. She glanced at Ao Qing's dragon horns and said to Jiang Bai, this is your beast girl? She's beautiful. Jiang Bai nodded and introduced her. Her name is Ao Qing. Ao Qing recognized Zhao Linglong's voice and knew she was close to Jiang Bai, so she gave a gentle nod in greeting. He Xiao looked enviously at Ao Qing's fair skin. Wow, your skin is amazing. Ao Qing smiled and said, thank you. Jiang Bai asked, you're participating in the selection competition too? Tao Ming and He Xiaoxiao both nodded. Zhao Linglong smiled and said, I'm here to cheer you on. He Xiaoxiao muttered in dissatisfaction. Linglong, you're only cheering for Jiang Bai. Tao Ming and I knew you first. Zhao Linglong smiled. Because Jiang Bai is 21? He Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. Oh, because Jiang Bai is the youngest, and you treat him like a little brother? Zhao Linglong's expression turned mysterious. I wasn't talking about age. He Xiaoxiao kept asking in confusion, but Zhao Linglong only laughed and didn't answer, leading everyone into the venue together. He Xiaoxiao still wouldn't give up and went to ask Tao Ming. Tao Ming said flatly, you're still young. You'll understand later. TCH, then don't say anything. Wei Xiaohu secretly tugged on Jiang Bai's sleeve and asked in a low voice, who's the beauty in the qipao? My co-worker. Single. Jiang Bai thought for a moment. Seems like it. Can you introduce her? Jiang Bai glanced at the violent Bao Bao and Mimi beside Ao Qing. Are you sure? Wei Xiaohu gave a bitter smile. My family is forcing me to get married and carry on the family line. Before he could finish, Zhao Linglong suddenly hooked her arm through Jiang Bai's. Baby, what are you guys talking about? Wei Xiaohu and Jiang Bai were both stunned. When Ao Qing saw Zhao Linglong clinging to Jiang Bai, she felt a little sour, but quickly suppressed it. She understood that she couldn't have children with Jiang Bai and wouldn't stop him from getting married. If needed, she could even help. It was just that she would feel a little hurt inside. The broadcast sounded, announcing preparations for the selection match. When Jiang Bai heard his name, he said to Zhao Linglong, Sister Linglong, I'm going first. Zhao Linglong cheered him on. Jiang Bai entered Arena 28. The space inside the arena was spacious and bright, and a middle-aged woman stood in the middle. Soon after, a familiar figure walked in. The referee briefly explained the rules. No killing blows. Give it your all. I'll protect you. Wang Zhulan stared at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, we meet again. Seeing that Jiang Bai's aura had reached level 17, she was shocked beyond belief. In just a few days, Jiang Bai had gone from level 15 to level 17. His speed was terrifying. Jiang Bai was stunned. Do we know each other? Wang Zhulan was furious, thinking that Jiang Bai had clearly sent her to the detention center and was now pretending not to know her. The match began, and Wang Zhulan was confident she had a chance thanks to the spirit liquid, though defeating Jiang Bai would still be difficult. Wang Zhulan's beast girl was a huge green toad, covered in bumps all over its back and dripping black venom. Ao Qing transformed directly into the Azure Dragon, radiating an extremely powerful presence as she coiled behind Jiang Bai. Wang Zhulan was both jealous and envious. Why did Jiang Bai's beast girl look so beautiful? Why was hers so ugly? She wished she could destroy Jiang Bai and Ao Qing. The referee announced, the match begins. Jiang Bai had no intention of going all out. He wanted to create a thrilling close call to raise the odds later, and the footage would also be recorded. Wang Zhulan moved extremely fast, golden light flowing over her body as she wanted to end the fight quickly and punch straight at Jiang Bai. Ao Qing instinctively wanted to tear Wang Zhulan apart, but Jiang Bai quickly stopped her. Ao Qing instantly understood, easily blocking the punch, then letting herself fly backward before landing gracefully. Jiang Bai was speechless. Sis, your acting is way too fake. Wang Zhulan wasn't surprised that Ao Qing could block it. After all, beast girls had stronger physiques than beast masters. Wang Zhulan gave her beast girl a look, and the big toad immediately charged at Ao Qing. Jiang Bai put on a nervous expression and thoughtfully reminded Ao Qing, Sis Ao Qing, be careful. Meanwhile, he carefully faced Wang Zhulan, afraid that if he hit too hard, he'd end up causing a death. The two of them went back and forth, and Jiang Bai pretended to gradually fall behind, secretly biting open the tomato bun in his mouth so a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Wang Zhulan sneered and threw out harsh words. You can still get into the official ranks like this? I'll teach you how to behave today. Only then did Jiang Bai remember who Wang Zhulan was, and he mocked her coldly. Oh, the big toad, huh? With that powder all over your face, you're almost unrecognizable. Wang Zhulan was furious. He had already mocked her about the pimples on her face before, and she'd been utterly humiliated, even detained for several days. When a beast master advances, the gap is enormous, but beast girls don't just depend on level, they also depend on bloodline. A high-ranking bloodline can directly suppress a lower one, preventing the other side from even fully their full strength. Jiang Bai and Wang Zhulan continued to tangle, narrowly dodging lethal blows each time. While fighting, Jiang Bai kept trash-talking. Can you even do this? Switching beasts would be stronger than you. How about just admitting defeat? Scan this and I'll VU 20. Even the referee was almost laughing himself to death, thinking that mouth of his was just too vicious. Wang Zhulan was about to go crazy with anger, but she still couldn't hit Jiang Bai no matter how hard she tried. Even when she landed a hit occasionally, it still did nothing to him, and Jiangbai remained full of energy. Wang Zhulan unleashed another big move, and black and gold colors appeared on her body. This was the secret art Heavenly Toad Venom. A single touch of it would mean death for anyone weaker. Jiangbai kept mocking her while dodging. You're getting anxious, you're getting anxious. Ao Qing also cooperated on the side, occasionally pressing down her killing intent. There was no helping it. Jiangbai needed to perform, so she could only keep acting with him. The big toad beast girl couldn't quite figure out Ao Qing's strength for the moment. Her aura was terrifyingly strong, yet it seemed weak and strong at different times. She didn't bother overthinking it anymore and opened her mouth to spew black mist, poison cloud. Jiangbai ran to Ao Qing's side and shouted, "Huh? I've been poisoned. I'm dying. Ao Qing, be careful." Ao Qing was speechless. The referee also tensed up. The poison mist made it impossible for him to see the arena clearly, and he could only hear the sounds of collisions. Suddenly, Ao Qing stopped moving. Wang Zhulan seized the opportunity and prepared to team up with her beast girl to launch another round of attacks. Thud! Ao Qing was sent flying by a punch, and Jiangbai roared, "Sis Ao Qing." The atmosphere across the entire field tightened. Wang Zhulan sensed Jiangbai's anger and sneered, "Don't worry, you're next." The poison mist disappeared, and Wang Zhulan rushed up, swinging a heavy punch straight at Jiangbai's head. The referee nervously prepared to step in and save him. A cold light flashed through Jiangbai's eyes as he realized the other side was trying to kill him. Without hesitation, he turned his head to dodge. While dodging, he said, "Senior, just surrender. I don't hit women." Wang Zhulan snorted coldly. Still tough talking when death is right in front of you. Jiangbai had wanted to counterattack, but Ao Qing suddenly appeared behind Wang Zhulan, and her claw directly pierced through Wang Zhulan's chest. Wang Zhulan stared in shock, dying with her eyes wide open. "How is that possible?" Ao Qing said coldly. "Who gave you the guts to kill him?" The toad beast girl screamed in terror, "Help!" and fled straight behind the referee. Even the referee was stunned. He hadn't expected Ao Qing to be this strong or this fast. The referee hurriedly announced, "Match over, Jiangbai wins." Jiangbai asked Ao Qing with concern, "Sis, are you okay?" Ao Qing shook her head, indicating she was fine. Just as the two of them interacted, the referee saw there was still a corpse on the ground and looked utterly helpless. As soon as he came off the field, Jiangbai was swarmed by a group of girls, who cursed him for being ruthless, said he was unfit to be a beast master, and threatened to report him to the authorities. Ao Qing stood with a cold face, killing intent overflowing, but the girls showed no fear and continued to provoke her. Jiangbai shielded Ao Qing behind him and sneered, "What? The pretty girls aren't here, so a bunch of ugly ones got together instead." Lu Mei demanded that Jiangbai explain why he'd gone for a killing blow, or else she wouldn't let him leave. Jiangbai sneered, "Go get your mom to come, I'll explain it to her. If you've got the guts, kill me outright in the match." The girls grew furious and were about to make a move when the referee appeared, stopping them with a headache. Someone shouted, "Ref, he murdered someone maliciously and you're not doing anything." The referee said helplessly, "This was an accident in the match. Wang Zhulan's own carelessness led to it. There was no malicious murder." The girls insisted that Jiangbai be held responsible and even pushed the blame onto the referee. "We'll report you to the authorities. You can't leave." The referee's face turned dark. "Fine, go ahead and report it if you want. Now move aside and let the contestants leave. Don't disturb other people. No one's leaving. This has to be investigated today." Zhao Linglong came over. "What's going on?" The referee quickly explained. Zhao Linglong looked at the group coldly. "What do you want?" "He killed someone. Wait for the authorities to investigate. No one can leave." Someone shouted, pointing at Jiangbai. Jiangbai took one look and realized this group was all targeting him, not saying a word about Ao Qing, who had done the actual beating. He immediately understood they were all diehard fans of Li Lingtian. The scheme to frame him before, involving Wang Zhulan, had also been their idea. Zhao Linglong pulled out her credentials. "I'm the authorities." "Go on then. What are you going to report?" Seeing Zhao Linglong's official ID, everyone was suddenly speechless. They hadn't expected her to be from the authorities too, and at a fairly high rank at that. Lu Mei gritted her teeth. "You're really arrogant. Don't think you can just run wild in Nancher City. The authorities aren't just you." Zhao Linglong sneered, walked up to Lu Mei, and slapped her across the face before smiling and saying, "I'm charging you now with assaulting a police officer. Believe it or not, the one getting detained will be you." Lu Mei's face burned from the slap. She glared at Zhao Linglong, but didn't dare say a word. "We're leaving." "Wait." Zhao Linglong called out to stop them. Lu Mei turned back. Zhao Linglong looked at her provocatively. "Apologize." "Impossible." Smack. "Apologize." Smack. "Apologize." Smack. Apologize. After several slaps, Lu Mei's face swelled into a pig's head and her head was buzzing. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on her, and her whole body froze. She was completely cowed. Smack. Apologize. At last, Lu Mei lowered her head. I am sorry. Zhao Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Lu Mei wanted to leave, but Zhao Linglong spoke again. Say thank you. Lu Mei looked at Jiang Bai with humiliation. Thank you. Jiang Bai was stunned. Damn, Sister Linglong is ruthless. Zhao Linglong shook her head. Not to him. To me. Thank you. After the others left, Jiang Bai gave her a thumbs up. Sister Linglong, you're really NB. Zhao Linglong smiled. Not NBO. Jiang Bai was speechless. Fine, you're fast enough. Zhao Linglong sighed. A bunch of stupid women. This kind of thing is going to cause trouble sooner or later. She even glanced at Jiang Bai after saying that. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. After that, Jiang Bai fought 2 more matches, both against level team contestants, and barely won. Because the settlement was slow, the money hadn't arrived yet. For the day, he only got the 900,000 from the first match. After the platform's cut, he still had 1.2 million left. The management bureau. Zhao Linglong sat in Yang Feng's office with nothing to do, playing with her fingers. Yang Feng paced around the room in anger and said, Do you know what you did today? As a member of the management bureau, you publicly hit someone and then made them say thank you? They filed complaints with me. Tell me, what do we do now? He slammed the table in frustration. Zhao Linglong frowned and looked up coldly. Who are you talking to? Yang Feng met Zhao Linglong's icy gaze, and his breath caught. He immediately deflated. Yang Feng sighed helplessly. Sigh, you're already over 80. Before he could finish, pressure suddenly bore down on him. With a sharp pain in his back, Zhao Linglong directly stomped him to the floor, his face pressed against the ground. Sis, I was wrong. I was wrong. At this moment, the director of Nanjing City was actually pinned to the office floor by someone. Knocking sounded at the door, and Xiao Xiao's voice came from outside. Director, I'm here to see Sister Linglong. Only then did Zhao Linglong lift her foot, letting Yang Feng get up. Yang Feng brushed off the dust and cleared his throat. Come in. Xiao Xiao entered and saw Zhao Linglong standing there like a child being lectured. Sister Linglong, children have gone missing again in the South District. Zhao Linglong nodded. You go first. I'll be there soon. After Xiao Xiao left, Yang Feng stood up and walked behind Zhao Linglong to knead her shoulders, his eyes full of concern. Sis, I really was wrong, he cautiously asked. Sis, aren't you being too good to Jiang Bai? Is he the person you're looking for? Zhao Linglong froze. I don't know either. Linger said back then that she had seen 3 people, Tao Ming, Feng Ling, and Bai Linger. But after all these years, I still haven't found any of them, and Tao Ming doesn't seem like the person Linger described. Yang Feng guessed. Could Sister Linger have remembered wrong? Maybe there weren't actually those 3 people. He didn't dare say it too bluntly. After all, Zhao Linglong had even changed her name because of Linger. Zhao Linglong answered indifferently. Impossible. Linger definitely wouldn't have known my beast girl information. There should have been someone else at the villa that time. I just didn't notice. Yang Feng was puzzled. A person from the future went back to the past, and even helped Linger and your beast girl advance. The 9-yin immortal art that cultivates void world energy was supposedly provided by Tao Ming, but how could he possibly know all that? Zhao Linglong did not reply. This paradox, she also had no way to explain. She only remembered Linger telling her before her death that she must find a man named Tao Ming, because he could solve the flaw in the immortal art. Meanwhile, in a dim rental room, Wang Long shivered, purple patterns spreading across his body to his chest, tormenting him with pain. When exactly did I get infected with void world energy? Was it when I encountered the Void Corrosion Lord on Sacred Mountain? There was suddenly a knock at the door. He struggled to his feet and rasped. Who is it? Food delivery. I didn't order any food. Brother Long, it's me, Xiao Zhang. You once saved me before. Wang Long remained wary. Get lost. I don't know you. Bang. The one who burst through the door was Zhang Yuan in a suit, followed by a woman in a low-cut outfit. Zhang Yuan glanced around and put on a look of concern. Brother Long, you've fallen to this state and still don't look for your little brother, and even pretend not to know me. That's really hurtful. Wang Long's face turned cold. Zhang Yuan, what exactly do you want? Zhang Yuan sneered. Ever since Brother Long came back from Sacred Mountain, you've been hiding from us. I just want to know why. Wang Long was trapped in the darkness, and someone persuaded him to tell them his difficulties, saying he didn't need to hide in a place like this. Wang Long softly refused, saying he didn't need help. But that person said they needed Wang Long to keep his mouth shut forever. The moment the words fell, the woman behind him suddenly made a move, thrusting a dagger straight toward Wang Long's vital point. The secret art within Wang Long began to circulate, but the woman's movements were too fast, and she vanished in an instant. Wang Long only felt a chill at his neck, and the dagger was already close at hand. He bellowed and dodged the attack, then struck back with a punch flashing with golden light toward the woman's chest. The woman hurriedly retreated, abandoning the pursuit. Zhang Yuan drew a gun and fired several shots at Wang Long, but Wang Long dodged every bullet. Zhang Yuan threw away the handgun, cursed, then rushed forward with a punch aimed straight at Wang Long's heart. Wang Long sidestepped to avoid the fatal blow and used the force to smash through the window and escape. The streets were empty. Wang Long fled desperately, with Zhang Yuan in relentless pursuit, even mocking him for struggling so hard. Wang Long sneered back, saying if he had the guts, they might as well die together. Zhang Yuan said unless Wang Long could actually do it, he should save it. As soon as he finished speaking, his two beast girls appeared and blocked Wang Long's path. Wang Long stopped and asked whether it was the adult who had sent Zhang Yuan to kill him. Zhang Yuan did not answer, instead continuing to mock Wang Long for having limited ability. Wang Long closed his eyes and let the virtual realm energy within his body run wild. His body began to tremble, making strange sounds. Zhang Yuan sensed something was wrong and rushed up together with the beast girl. Jiang Bai and Ao Qing walked hand in hand down the street. Ao Qing was in a good mood. Jiang Bai teased her for being a terrible actress and told her not to study chemistry, but to watch more performances when she got home. Ao Qing obediently agreed. Jiang Bai messed up her hair and, smiling, promised to help her comb it when they got home. Suddenly, a blood-soaked figure rushed past them. Jiang Bai recognized at a glance that it was Wang Long. He acted without hesitation, punching Wang Long in the back and sending him flying to the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of Wang Long's mouth as he looked at Jiang Bai in terror, unable to believe it. Jiang Bai mocked him for getting weaker, then told Ao Qing to use her soul-devouring skill to interrogate Wang Long about the missing children's whereabouts. Ao Qing reached out, and a green light enveloped Wang Long. His intelligence rapidly collapsed, and he turned into a bizarre, infected being. Jiang Bai sneered and placed his hand on top of Wang Long's head, circulating immortal arts and crazily absorbing the power within Wang Long's body. Wang Long struggled in agony, but he could not break free from Jiang Bai's hand at all. Wang Long convulsed a few times and turned into a dried corpse. Jiang Bai threw the corpse onto the ground, let out a breath, and felt great. His cultivation level rose to level 33. Ao Qing asked whether there were any side effects. Jiang Bai said there were none. He had already discovered in the Yuqing realm that the yin-yang immortal arts could absorb virtual realm energy, and today just happened to be a successful test. Ao Qing nodded and told Jiang Bai that the missing child had been taken away by Wang Long using a secret technique and sent to a villa called Fengting Shi. Wang Long's attack on Jiang Bai was only for Zhang Yu's bounty and had nothing to do with the Zhang family. These people also did not sound like citizens of Great Xia. Jiang Bai sent the news to Zhao Linglong, then went home with Ao Qing. Just after reaching upstairs, he noticed that the door across from them was open. Bai Jia was sitting on the sofa in a nightgown, emotionally shattered. He Xiao and Tao Ming were also there. He Xiao and Tao Ming were very surprised to see Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai explained that he lived right across the hall, then asked what had happened to Bai Jia. Bai Jia threw herself into Jiang Bai's arms and cried. Ming Ming is gone. Jiang Bai comforted her and told her to explain slowly. Bai Jia cried and said that she had gone to take a shower, and when she came out, Ming Ming was gone. Jiang Bai asked Tao Ming to check the surveillance footage, and Tao Ming said that Xie Bing had already gone to check. Soon Xie Bing came back and said that the footage showed the child never leaving the house, so they suspected a beast master had done it. Jiang Bai immediately decided to act. He told Xie Bing to stay at home and keep Bai Jia company, and took He Xiao and Tao Ming with him to rescue the person. He Xiao drove, and Jiang Bai said the destination was Fengting Shi. He was very worried about Ming Ming. On the way, Zhao Linglong called. Jiang Bai told her about Ming Ming's disappearance. Zhao Linglong said she would hurry over right away. When the car arrived at the entrance of Fengting Shi, the place was huge. There was an iron fence at the gate, and 2 pillars were coiled with python sculptures. 2 short men with sinister faces came out and told them to leave immediately. He Xiao told Jiang Bai that this was the villa of Okamoto Nikawa, a wealthy tycoon from Sakura country. Without organizational approval, they could not enter to search, or they would be punished. Jiang Bai nodded. He got out of the car immediately. The man pointed at Jiang Bai again and cursed. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Parking is not allowed here. A bunch of uncultured trash, just like your whole race. Thud. Jiang Bai's expression turned cold, and he kicked the man in the stomach. The man fell to the ground, clutching his belly and shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" The other man rushed toward Jiang Bai, and at that moment the others had also gotten out of the car. Tao Ming rushed over to stop him. Don't fight. Don't act on impulse. The other party sneered. You people from Great Xia dare to make a move? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the state? Kneel down and apologize now, and I can let you off this once. Tao Ming pulled Jiang Bai aside and said in a low voice, if this keeps escalating, we won't get in. We should call Captain Shintong and have her approve a permit, then go in again. Jiang Bai's face looked grim. He knew that by the time the permit came through, they would have long since moved the person. Tao Ming explained, this is a diplomatic issue. It's no longer something we can resolve. Great Xia still has to cooperate with Sakura Country. The people from Sakura Country shouted again, kneel down now. At this moment, Zhao Linglong's Cyan supercar also arrived. She got out wearing a qipao. He Xiao called out, Sister Linglong. The man's eyes lit up as he stared at Zhao Linglong. Beautiful flower girl, I've changed my mind. As long as this woman keeps us company tonight, I'll forgive you. Zhao Linglong ignored him and just glanced at Jiang Bai. The next second, Jiang Bai suddenly vanished and instantly appeared behind the man, grabbed his neck and snapped it, then threw him to the ground like a dead dog. The remaining Sakura Country man was so frightened that he trembled, his lips quivering. You can't kill me. I want to see your officials. You uncivilized bastards. Thud. Jiang Bai kicked him in the heart again, and the man lost all signs of life. Tao Ming said with a bitter face, Sister Linglong, this is getting out of hand. Zhao Linglong didn't care. It's fine. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Then she asked Jiang Bai, are you sure it's here? Jiang Bai nodded. This was where Ao Qing had found it using Wang Long's memories. The group walked into Fengting Shi together. The villa was luxurious, but there was no one inside. He Xiao complained, these dogs are living way too comfortably. This world was the same as his previous one. Sakura Country and Daxia Country had a blood feud, and the two nations often clashed over the ocean relics. Zhao Linglong walked in front and explained, legend says the ancestors of Sakura Country were cultivators sent out by the Qin Emperor. They failed their mission and didn't dare return, so they settled there. Jiang Bai didn't speak, only observed the villa. There were many chrysanthemum patterns on the walls. Zhao Linglong pointed at them and said, this is the symbol of Sakura Country's 9 chrysanthemum sect. They like to plaster their symbol all over Daxia Country. The previous child disappearance case was also traced back to them, and now we've found their lair. Zhao Linglong smiled and asked Jiang Bai, how did you find this place? Jiang Bai said, on the way home, I ran into the seriously injured Wang Long and had Ao Qing use a secret innate technique to track it down. The group began searching separately. Tao Ming suddenly shouted, I found something. Jiang Bai walked over. Scattered in the room were children's toys and daily necessities, clearly showing that children had once lived here. Zhao Linglong said, they've already been moved away. He Xiao ran over carrying a stack of blueprints. Sister Linglong, I found this. Tao Ming asked, what is it? Zhao Linglong frowned. It looks like some kind of formation. We'll need to go back and check. He Xiao asked, what's a formation? Formation is something ancient Qi refiners studied. Jiang Bai asked, isn't this just a pattern? Zhao Linglong shook her head and said that patterns are merely simplified versions of formations, more refined and convenient. Jiang Bai stared at the design, feeling it was very familiar but unable to remember where he had seen it. Zhao Linglong arranged for Xiao to keep watch over the site and seize anyone who came in or out immediately. Tao Ming was to investigate the contents of the blueprints. Jiang Bai asked what he was supposed to do, and Zhao Linglong told him to prepare for the competition, saying the tournament was more important than he thought. Jiang Bai agreed. Zhao Linglong suddenly asked Jiang Bai how old he thought she was. Jiang Bai looked at her seriously and said, at least AD. Zhao Linglong suppressed a laugh and said she meant her age. Jiang Bai said 18. Zhao Linglong praised him for having good judgment, while thinking she would have to deal with her younger brother who had casually said she was 80 years old. After Zhao Linglong left, Jiang Bai took Ao Qing home, then after some hesitation went to knock on Bai Jie's door. Bai Jie looked haggard, clearly already aware that Meng Meng was missing. Jiang Bai comforted her. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to find Meng Meng. You should take care of yourself first. Bai Jie thanked him weakly and told Jiang Bai to leave first. Jiang Bai went home, called Bai Linger out, then flopped onto the sofa, desperately trying to recall the pattern in his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember it, and he grew irritable. Suddenly Ao Qing appeared, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, asking what they wanted to eat. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger both felt a bad premonition and hurriedly said in unison, noodles. Ao Qing was dissatisfied and said the rice was already cooked, so they'd have noodles tomorrow, then went straight into the kitchen to get busy. Seeing Ao Qing full of enthusiasm, Jiang Bai felt helpless. He didn't understand why she was so obsessed with practicing cooking, when his own cooking was clearly pretty good too. Turning to Bai Linger, he asked in confusion why she had been hiding from him so much lately. Bai Linger pretended nothing was wrong, her gaze drifting as she said she was fine. Jiangbai was speechless, thinking, can you at least look at me when you talk? Your tail is about to be clamped shut, and you're still pretending everything's fine. With a dark expression, Bai stood up and took out a bouquet from under the table. It was bought yesterday, originally meant for Bai Linger to put in the vase in her room, but he had forgotten about it yesterday. Jiangbai walked over to Bai Linger. Bai Linger seemed frightened, stepping back and crossing her arms over her chest. Her silver-white tiger ears stood straight up, and she looked at Jiangbai in terror, her little face full of panic. Jiangbai froze. Are you backing away that seriously? Linger, what's really going on? If something's wrong, tell me. Jiangbai slowly approached. I'm really fine. Bai Linger kept retreating step by step. Really? Really? Don't come any closer. Bai Linger was forced into the corner, with nowhere else to retreat. She could only steel herself and think, come on, I'm not afraid of you. Inwardly panicked, she thought, it's over, it's over. Is Brother Jiangbai really going to make a move on me? Should I refuse him? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, her mind in complete chaos. Seeing her blush, Jiangbai reached out and touched her forehead, murmuring, it's not hot. White Linger suddenly screamed, ah. Ao Qing poked her head out from the kitchen and asked, what is it? Nothing. I just wanted Linger to put the flowers in the room. Jiangbai held up the flowers. Put them in. White Linger's eyes widened as she shook her head and waved her hands frantically. No, they're too big. That place is too small. It'll break. Jiangbai was puzzled. The flowers aren't that big. Linger's vase should fit them, right? Linger, this can fit in there. No, it'll break. Jiangbai became suspicious. Could the vase really be that small? Or did I buy too many? It's okay. I can just split them up and put them in. White Linger froze. You can split them? Jiangbai glared at her, thinking, if the flowers don't fit, can't I just split them in half? White Linger said softly, then let's try tonight. Why not now? Huh. A few minutes later, White Linger was lying on the sofa with her head buried in a pillow, like an ostrich refusing to see anyone. She just wanted to cry and go back to the holy mountain, never to come out again. She cursed herself inwardly. Why did I have to say something like that? It's all Jiangbai Gij's fault for always doing weird things with my sister, making my own brain all messed up too. Jiangbai sat at the dining table, nervously watching Ao Qing bring out the dishes. Linger, dinner's ready. Ao Qing called softly. I'm not eating. Ao Qing lifted the pillow, and White Linger threw herself into her arms, sobbing. Big sister, Jiangbai Gij is bullying me. Jiangbai was completely dumbfounded. Ao Qing glared at Jiangbai. At the dining table, Bai Linger, with red eyes, picked dishes for Jiangbai. Brother Jiangbai, eat more. Don't bully me in the future. Jiangbai was speechless. Just as he was about to pick some food back for her, Bai Linger stared at him. Why aren't you eating? Jiangbai. After returning to his room, Jiangbai opened his computer, logged into the website, and clicked on the match information. Jiangbai versus Sun Ming odds 3:1 Jiangbai. Level 17, no bet, Sun Ming. Level 20, 200,000 bet placed. Jiangbai directly bet all 1.2 million on himself. Taking out his phone, Jiangbai made a call. Hello, Lu Dali. Just as Lu Dali on the other end of the line started to speak, a woman's voice came through, followed by slapping sounds. Shut up, I have something important. Then came the sound of putting on clothes, and Jiangbai was helpless. Jiangbai asked, done. Lu Dali hurriedly replied, my lord, I'm done. Just give me your orders. Jiangbai went straight to the point. Help me investigate the people from the Jiuju sect in Nanjing City. It'd be best if you can find one. I have a big use for it. Lu Dali instantly understood. Got it. I'll handle it as soon as possible. After the call ended, the pattern on that paper surfaced again in Jiangbai's mind. He always felt it looked familiar, but for the moment, he couldn't remember where he'd seen it. He casually opened Douyin and found that a video had gone viral. The video title was, Beastmaster Jiangbai from the Support Academy of Nanjing University deliberately killed someone in a match, and the officials are covering it up. In the video, a woman with a swollen face was crying and accusing. She was exactly the one who had been beaten by Zhao Linglong during the day. She said, Wang Zhulan is my best friend, kind and hardworking. She shouldn't have died like this. We need to make the wicked pay and have the officials investigate thoroughly. Jiangbai is just a college student. How could he be one of the officials? We need an explanation. We need the truth. Justice cannot be buried. The comments section was full of people cursing Jiangbai. Sisters, Jiangbai's Douyin account has been posted. Go after him. So dark. People like this can even get into the official ranks. If the country lets these people hold power, it's doomed. Why didn't Jiangbai die on the holy mountain? What a long life for such a villain. Hell is empty. Devils are among us. There were also people speaking up for Jiangbai. It was clearly Wang Zhulan who went for the kill first, so Ao Qing counterattacked. How could Ao Qing, a basic level beast girl, possibly instantly kill a level 19 beast master? Could it be that the referee and Jiang Bai are in cahoots, secretly controlling Wang Zhelan? Come on, this is the national competition. Are you seriously questioning the referee? I'll give 1 million to whoever cripples Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai casually scrolled through a couple of comments and didn't take it to heart, but he did notice some people pointing out his cultivation had improved. Jiang Bai was only level 9 when he contracted with Ao Qing, and now he's level 17. How does he cultivate so fast? Maybe he was slow before because he was putting all his effort into Bai Yuan. He must be a genius. Jiang Bai was very satisfied. Just as he hoped, people had started to suspect his talent. He posted a status update. Isn't cultivation something you can do with just hands? Surely there isn't really anyone who cultivates slowly, right? Then he turned off his phone, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep in one smooth motion. In his dream, Jiang Bai heard a gentle voice. Xiao Bai, get up quickly. You're going to be late. He got dressed in a daze and went downstairs. In the hall, Grandpa was sitting in a grand chair reading a book. Grandpa, I don't want to go to school. Little Jiang Bai rushed into the old man's arms. The old man smiled and rubbed his head. Good grandson. Little Jiang Bai flipped through Grandpa's book. Grandpa, what is this? The old man opened the book. This is the art of fate and fortune, something passed down in the great Xia kingdom for thousands of years. It can read feng shui and find places with the strongest fortune. Little Jiang Bai widened his eyes, looking at the strange patterns in the book. What is feng shui? Huh? The old man pinched little Jiang Bai's face. You'll understand when you grow up. Hurry and wash up. I'll take you to kindergarten. Little Jiang Bai lowered his head and said softly, Grandpa, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Why? What happened? They said I'm a child without parents, and they won't play with me. The old man laughed. If you don't have parents, how did you come to be? Little Jiang Bai's eyes widened. Then where are my parents? The old man recalled. They're waiting for us in a very faraway place. Little Jiang Bai nodded solemnly. When I grow up, I'll go find them. Suddenly his head split with pain, his face turning deathly pale, the agony nearly making him faint. At that moment, a warm hand pressed on his head, and a wave of coolness flowed into his mind. He immediately recovered. Little Jiang Bai asked in a trembling voice, Grandpa, when will my illness get better? The old man sighed. Soon. After breakfast, little Jiang Bai put on his backpack. Grandpa, let's go to school. All right. The old man suddenly asked, Xiao Bai, if one day I'm gone, would you be willing to live with your aunt? Little Jiang Bai froze, his eyes reddening. Grandpa, you don't want me anymore? Don't cry. How could Grandpa not want you? The sky was gloomy. Jiang Bai woke up and stared at the ceiling. He was certain he had seen that scene before. In his memory, Grandpa was a short, chubby old man who often sat smiling in the residential complex's fitness area watching people. Whenever a woman passed by, he would comment a few words. This one's good. Big butt, can bear children. No good, breasts too small, not enough milk. He would always get dirty looks, yet he enjoyed it immensely. Sometimes Jiang Bai would wake up in the middle of the night and find Grandpa gone, only for him to return the next day smelling of perfume. Grandpa, where did you go? Haha, took care of some big business. In the living room, Jiang Bai was bare-chested, with a white tiger beast tattoo drawn on his shoulder, making him look fierce. Ao Qing was wearing a cyan soft armor, the twin horns on her head glowing under the light, and her blue high ponytail carried a heroic air. Jiang Bai felt that Ao Qing was gentle in a way that wasn't as cold as she seemed outside, especially after how ruthlessly she killed Wang Zhelan on the competition stage yesterday. Jiang Bai smiled and said, Sister Ao Qing, can you be a little fiercer? Ao Qing froze, looking at him in confusion. Like you were on the competition stage yesterday. Ao Qing thought about it, nodded, and in an instant her expression turned cold, her killing intent overflowing. Little brother, help sister take off her battle armor. Jiang Bai almost couldn't hold it in and directly pulled Ao Qing into his arms and kissed her. After the two separated, Ao Qing said coldly with a blank expression, Who allowed you to kiss me? Jiang Bai groaned inwardly, thinking, You little enchantress. If it weren't for business today, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Seeing Jiang Bai's embarrassment, Ao Qing laughed, leaned closer, and whispered, There's still plenty of time. Jiang Bai scratched his head. Wouldn't that be too troublesome? Ao Qing smiled meaningfully, her tail swaying. A tail is not just for scratching itches. At the entrance to the arena, Jiang Bai got out of the car and immediately saw Zhao Linglong, arms crossed, and leaning against a cyan supercar, still wearing a cyan high-slit qipao. Jiang Bai thought of the spinning kick she used at the casino last time and guessed she must be wearing safety shorts. Zhao Linglong stared into Jiang Bai's eyes. You come here, and the first thing you do is look at your sister's legs. Want to touch them? As she spoke, she stretched her leg out from the qipao. Jiang Bai was stopped early in the morning by Zhao Linglong. This is your opponent's information for today. Hurry up and take a look. He took it casually and didn't pay much mind, just respecting Sister Linglong. The file said, Sun Ming, female, 25 years old, level 20, measurements 75 hours 60 minutes 70 seconds. Jiang Bai silently complained about her figure and continued flipping through the pages, only to discover that Sun Ming had contracted Beast Girls and joined the Tomb Robbers Gate at 18, with an extremely impressive record of exploring secret realms. He was a little surprised, thinking he'd run into a tough one this time, not those greenhouse-grown opponents from yesterday. Linglong stared at Jiang Bai and asked, She has 2 Beast Girls. Can you handle it? Jiang Bai wasn't fazed at all. Definitely. Linglong encouraged him. Go for it. On the competition stage, the moment Jiang Bai appeared, he drew a lot of attention and discussion. That's Jiang Bai. The one beside him is Ao Qing. So many people want to contract her. Jiang Bai is so handsome, and Ao Qing is beautiful too. But how could he possibly compare to Li Lingtian? Jiang Bai levels up really fast, but he only got this far at 21. Li Lingtian is already on the battlefield. That Qipao woman behind Jiang Bai is the official who was beating people up yesterday. I heard Jiang Bai's opponent today is Sun Ming, a diehard fan of Li Lingtian. Jiang Bai's probably going to get dealt with this time. Even yesterday Jiang Bai won his match with great difficulty. Today looks dangerous. Zhao Linglong smiled and said, You're practically a celebrity now. Jiang Bai shrugged. Just fame. The competition area was packed with people, some staring at Jiang Bai, others focusing on Ao Qing. Being watched by so many people made Ao Qing somewhat uncomfortable, so Jiang Bai held her hand to comfort her. The crowd immediately erupted in cries of surprise. When it was Jiang Bai's turn to go on stage, he saw Sun Ming. She had an ordinary appearance, wore a tight-fitting outfit, and had 2 Beast Girls behind her, one with white markings and one with gray markings. When the referee saw Jiang Bai enter, his face turned green. Because of Jiang Bai yesterday, he had been fined, and today he had to officiate again, looking utterly helpless. Jiang Bai teased, Oh, it's you again, referee. The referee was speechless. Sun Ming actually had no objections to Jiang Bai. On the contrary, she quite admired him. She had watched Jiang Bai's match yesterday and also felt that there was nothing wrong with Wang Zhulan being counter-killed. Sun Ming took the initiative to nod. Sun Ming. Jiang Bai was somewhat surprised, thinking she would be hostile toward him. Jiang Bai responded and stepped onto the field. The referee waved a hand, and the match began. Sun Ming reminded Jiang Bai that although his level was low, she would go all out. Jiang Bai smiled in response. Light burst across the arena, and the 3 Beast Girls revealed their true forms. A storm of energy swept through the field, and Jiang Bai's hair whipped wildly. The girls outside the arena, seeing this, immediately became infatuated with Jiang Bai and started arguing over who was his #1 fan. At the front row of the spectator stands, Zhao Linglong locked her gaze on Jiang Bai, staring intently without looking away. Jiang Bai recognized his opponent's 2 Beast Girls, a green snake and a tabby cat. The green snake's combat form was large, but much smaller than Ao Qing's. Some people discussed how long Jiang Bai could hold out. The longest guess was 10 minutes, while others were pessimistic and thought he would have a hard time lasting even a minute. The green snake suddenly contracted and instantly turned into a streak of green light, shooting toward Ao Qing. At the same time, Sun Ming charged at Jiang Bai, with a clear goal: deal with Jiang Bai first, then handle Ao Qing. Sun Ming was wrapped in blue light, a water element secret technique focused mainly on defense. But Sun Ming was extremely fast, and her fist almost brushed Jiang Bai's face. Jiang Bai dodged nimbly and countered with a punch aimed at Sun Ming's chest. The audience outside gasped, saying Jiang Bai was too fast. Sun Ming was hit, blushing faintly, and her expression turned serious. On the other side, Ao Qing was tangled in combat with the green snake, while the tabby cat looked for an opening to interfere. After drawing near, the green snake felt Ao Qing's overwhelming pressure and was nearly suffocated. Instinctively, it wanted to flee, but it still forcibly suppressed its fear and used its skill, Giant Serpent's Fang, against Ao Qing. The green snake opened its mouth and its venomous fangs bit straight toward Ao Qing. Meanwhile, the tabby cat leaped with sharp claws aimed at Ao Qing's head. But Ao Qing turned his dragon head, and the tabby cat met his gaze. It immediately abandoned the attack, only to be sent flying by Ao Qing's dragon tail. Right after that, the green snake seized the chance to bite onto Ao Qing. With a crisp crack, the green snake's venomous fangs shattered completely. Ao Qing froze, realizing his true strength had been exposed. He hurriedly restrained himself and pretended to have been hit, his body crashing heavily to the ground before reverting to Beast Girl form. The tabby cat and the green snake also reverted to Beast Girl form, and the match entered a new stage. The girl stood behind Ao Qing, trembling. Just now, she had thought she was going to die. The green snake beast girl was even worse off, her mouth full of blood, with two of her teeth shattered. Too hard. Ao Qing's body simply couldn't be bitten through. The green snake beast girl wore a look of despair. Who exactly was at the silver rank here? At that moment, she saw Ao Qing clutching his chest, staring fixedly at her with an expression of fear, anger, and pain, while his eyes even carried a hint of "hurry up and hit me. I'm injured." The green snake beast girl was stunned. She's really injured? The stands outside erupted. Holy crap, what kind of race is Ao Qing? This is way too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Ao Qing was only of mortal grade physique, yet he managed to block a silver rank beast girl and even injured the green snake in return. After ranking up, he became something formidable. A passerby was brimming with confidence, thinking he was invincible. The moment he saw Ao Qing, he completely lost it and asked whose beast girl she was. In the end, everyone else despised him, and then they all looked back at Jiang Bai, happily playing in the arena, their eyes full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Had this guy saved the world in his previous life? The author is desperately asking for comments and tips. When Sun Meng saw that the green snake beast girl had lost a tooth, she was terrified and stared fixedly at Ao Qing. Ao Qing felt a little flustered under her gaze, lowered her head, and her ears turned red. Sun Meng immediately reacted. Blue light burst from her palm, and even her hair turned blue. Azure Water Shield. This was her first secret art, greatly enhancing her defense. Only then did the two beast girls finally breathe a sigh of relief, barely suppressing their fear and charging at Ao Qing again. Sun Meng said seriously to Jiang Bai, "You're very strong." Jiang Bai scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. Thanks. In truth, he was only relying on being good at playing it cool anyway. Making money was nothing to be ashamed of. The difference between a beast master at level 17 and level 20 was actually not that big. The key was the number of beast girls and the strength of their secret arts. Sun Meng had originally thought that the beast girls would take care of Ao Qing before dealing with Jiang Bai, but Ao Qing was holding her own against two opponents without falling behind, which made her suspect that all the battle videos she'd watched before had been for nothing. So Sun Meng decisively changed tactics. First go all out against Jiang Bai, then have the beast girls join forces to besiege Ao Qing and strive for victory. Outside the competition platform, a man and a woman stood on the high platform. The boy wore a white shirt and carried himself with elegance. The girl wore a white princess dress, pink curly twin tails, and rested her hand on the railing. The boy, Lin Feng, helplessly asked his younger sister, Lin Yueyao, "Jiang Bai is only level 17. What's so interesting about him?" Lin Yueyao said impatiently, "I'm asking you to watch a match with me. Do you really have to look so unwilling? At the very least, you should call me big brother, shouldn't you? TCH, you're only an hour older than me. How does that not count as older?" Humph. Lin Yueyao was unconvinced. Lin Feng asked her why she had come. Lin Yueyao pointed at Ao Qing. "You don't know her?" Lin Feng recognized her and immediately understood his sister's intention. The Lin family was also a top power in the capital. Competition in the capital was fierce, and although each family cooperated on the surface, they could easily turn hostile behind the scenes. But they all agreed on one thing: establishing an elite academy so their children could develop skills and connections early. Back then, Lin Feng and Lin Yueyao were in the same year as Li Lingtian. Yao and Li Lingtian originally had no real issue, but after Li Lingtian married into the Fu family and became engaged to the eldest daughter, Fu Xian, Lin Yueyao started looking at Li Lingtian with distaste, because Lin Yueyao liked Fu Xian. This time, Lin Yueyao insisted on going to Nanjing City to take part in the national tournament because she wanted to contract Ao Qing and come back to disgust Li Lingtian. Lin Feng held his head and asked in exasperation, "You don't want to contract Ao Qing too, do you?" Lin Yueyao nodded, her eyes shining as she stared at Ao Qing, evaluating her figure and temperament, saying that only after seeing her in person did she understand why Li Lingtian insisted on making her a beast girl, and even fantasized about Ao Qing becoming her own beast girl. Smack! Lin Feng directly slapped her on the head and mocked her for not liking boys, only liking girls. Lin Yueyao covered her head and kicked Lin Feng, saying that same sex was true love, and even suggested that Lin Feng divorce his sister-in-law and get together with Jiang Bai. Lin Feng told her to shut up and didn't want to deal with this pervert. Lin Yueyao snorted, pointed at Jiang Bai, and asked, "Don't you think something's off about Jiang Bai?" In the arena, Jiang Bai was fighting Sun Meng. Jiang Bai seemed to be at a disadvantage, but his footwork was agile, and he always avoided the key attacks. Sun Meng, on the other hand, was clearly running out of stamina. Lin Feng saw what was going on and said, Jiang Bai is hiding his strength. Sun Ming can't hold on much longer. As soon as he said that, Sun Ming really collapsed, while Jiang Bai was panting heavily. Lin Feng sighed that Jiang Bai was a bit sneaky. The referee was stunned, and only after Jiang Bai gave a puzzled reminder did the referee announce Jiang Bai as the winner. The crowd was in an uproar, many suspecting match fixing, and some even got emotionally worked up, shouting for refunds and even fighting with others. After Jiang Bai came down, Zhao Linglong came up to him and praised how impressive he was. Jiang Bai admitted it seriously, and the two bantered back and forth. Zhao Linglong invited him out, but Jiang Bai politely declined, saying he had something to do and needed to go home to check on a few things. After Zhao Linglong left, Jiang Bai had just stepped out of the venue when he received a text saying 4.8 million yuan had been credited to his account. After checking, he learned that the odds on the bet he had placed had risen to 5 times, and he secretly marveled at it, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Longhua Residential Community was an old neighborhood, with neatly arranged apartment buildings and not much greenery. Most of the road was used for repairs, but it wasn't wide, and cars still had to be parked along both sides. Jiang Bai quickly entered the complex, and there were rustling figures around him, mostly ordinary residents. Passing the exercise area, the old equipment creaked as children played on it, and a group of elderly people sat on a rusty bench chatting. Jiang Bai remembered how his grandfather, Jiang Yi, often carried a tobacco pouch and liked watching him here. Whenever he saw a beautiful young married woman, his grandfather would call Jiang Bai over and tell him to hug the gorgeous lady. When Jiang Bai was little, he was adorable and talkative and could always make the beautiful women laugh, after which they would hold him in their arms. Then his grandfather would secretly ask, "Good grandson, how does that feel?" There was an evergreen camphor tree downstairs, and in winter the snow would pile up thickly. Every time, his grandfather would call Jiang Bai over, then kick the tree and run off like a monkey, leaving Jiang Bai buried in the snow. His grandfather would stand nearby laughing and say, "Today I'll teach you how sinister people's hearts can be." Jiang Bai would always pounce on him, but in the end he would be pinned down by his grandfather in one move. Building B, Room 404 used to be Jiang Bai's home. When he was nearly 5, his grandfather brought back a beautiful woman and said she was Jiang Bai's aunt. There weren't enough rooms in the house, so his aunt stayed in Jiang Bai's room. She had a strange personality, spoke very little, and often sat on the sofa spacing out. Jiang Bai would talk to her, and she would always only answer with a single She never smiled, as if she were hiding many secrets. The three of them lived together for a few months until the day his grandfather died. Jiang Bai cried so hard it felt like his heart was being ripped apart, crying until he was exhausted, falling asleep, then waking up and crying again. His aunt didn't comfort him. She only said, "I'm leaving," and then departed. Jiang Bai never knew her name. When he reached the door of 404, the rusty blue door had been splashed with red paint, with the huge character written on it, along with all kinds of vicious words. "Why don't you just die? Someone like you shouldn't waste air. Hand over Qingyi." Jiang Bai's face darkened. Luckily, he had moved out early, otherwise there would have been endless trouble. He knew those extreme fans were all brainless. Most of the road was used for construction, but it wasn't wide, and cars had to park on both sides. Jiang Bai walked briskly into the residential complex, where people bustled about, mostly ordinary residents. As he passed the fitness area, the old equipment creaked under the children's play, and a group of elderly people sat chatting on rusty benches. Jiang Bai recalled how his grandfather, Jiang Yi, would often carry his tobacco pipe and enjoy watching him here. Whenever he spotted a pretty young woman, Grandpa would call out to Jiang Bai to go give her a hug. As a child, Jiang Bai was adorable and talkative. He could always make the women laugh, and they'd end up holding him in their arms. Afterward, Grandpa would sneakily ask, "My good grandson, how did that feel?" Downstairs stood a camphor tree that remained lush year-round, and in winter, the snow lay thick upon it. Every time, Grandpa would call Jiang Bai over, then kick the tree with his foot and scamper away like a monkey, leaving Jiang Bai buried in the snow. Grandpa would stand nearby laughing and say, "Today I'll teach you how treacherous people can be." Jiang Bai would lunge forward every time, only to be pinned down by Grandpa. Unit 404 in Building B used to be Jiang Bai's home. When he was almost 5, Grandpa brought home a beautiful woman, introducing her as Jiang Bai's aunt. Since there weren't enough rooms in the house, his aunt moved into Jiang Bai's room. His aunt had a strange personality. She was quiet and would often sit on the sofa, staring into space. When Jiang Bai tried to talk to her, she'd only ever reply with a single hom. She never smiled, as if she were hiding many secrets. The three of them lived together for a few months, until the day Grandpa passed away. Jiang Bai cried his heart out, crying himself to sleep and waking up to cry some more. His aunt didn't comfort him. She just said, "I'm leaving," and walked out. Jiangbai never knew her name. At the door to room 404, the rust-blue door had been splashed with red paint, bearing a huge character for death and all sorts of vicious messages. Why don't you just die? A worthless piece of trash like you shouldn't be wasting air. Hand over Qingyi. Jiangbai's expression darkened. Thankfully, he had moved out early. Otherwise, the trouble would never have ended. He knew those extreme fans were all brainless. Ouching grabbed him. Jiangbai patted her hand and said, "Sister Ouching, I'm fine." He used the key to open the door, and the room still looked the same as always. Jiangbai went into the bedroom, crouched by the bed, and dragged out a large suitcase from under it. It was his grandfather's relic. He opened the suitcase. It was full of books, and he quickly found the one he used to read as a child, Feng Shui's Secret Arts. He flipped open the old book, smelled the musty scent of the paper, and followed his memory to the pattern he had seen at Fengtish. Devouring Fate Grand Array as soon as he saw the contents, his scalp went numb. Using a national border as the array, select 81 pairs of boys and girls born in Een year, Een month, and Een day, and continuously pour in sacrifices for 49 days to seize the fortune of an entire region. Once the array is formed, the plundered land will completely decline, all living beings will be annihilated, cultivators will be rendered useless, and the spiritual veins will dissipate. Note, the boys and girls must be local natives. This method harms the harmony of heaven and earth. Use with caution. Jiangbai understood that the Jiuju sect wanted to seize the fortune of the Great Xia Empire. He dared not delay and immediately took out his phone to call Zhao Linglong. Jiangbai got through and briefly explained the function of the array pattern he had seen at Fengtish. After hearing him out, Zhao Linglong hung up immediately. Jiangbai put down his phone and fell into thought. The Void Association wanted to use blood sacrifice in Nanjing City, and now it was also connected to the Jiuju sect of Sakura Country, which gave him a headache. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. There were 3 ways he could improve his strength. 1. Use the Yin-Yang Immortal Arts to absorb the energy of the Void Realm within his body. 2. Absorb the energy of cultivators of the 9 Yin Immortal Arts. 3. Cultivate together with Ouching. The first 2 were fast but risky. The third was slower, but safe. Seeing Ouching, Jiangbai had a thought and decided to cultivate with her. With the situation urgent, the 2 of them cultivated again. 2 hours later, the cultivation ended. There was a faint floral fragrance in the living room, and Ouching's face was slightly flushed. Jiangbai looked pleased, and Ouching glared at him. "All you know is messing around." Jiangbai retorted, "How is cultivation messing around? You even leveled up." Ouching had already reached level 29. Just after leaving the neighborhood gate, his phone rang again. Jiangbai thought it was Zhao Linglong, but it turned out to be Lu Dali. He was very efficient and had already found the person. Jiangbai told him to take him there immediately. Lu Dali drove over to pick him up and said as he drove, "The person we're looking for is Yu Aiming. He's a beast master cultivated by the Jiuju sect, and he's currently working as a teacher at a middle school." Sitting in the back seat, Jiangbai could sense the Void Realm aura on Lu Dali's body. As long as he activated the Yin-Yang Immortal Arts, he could drain him dry at any time. Jiangbai suddenly asked, "What has the association in Nanjing City been busy with lately?" Lu Dali was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, "My rank is too low, so I can only follow the bishop's arrangements. I don't know the specifics." Then he asked, "The last contract convention was organized by us." "Sir, do you know about that?" Jiangbai nodded. Lu Dali said excitedly, "Last time, the president held a sacrifice to the Void Realm, and we never expected to summon a Void Corruption Duke. That really brought honor to the association." Jiangbai continued asking, "Is it difficult to summon a Void Corruption Duke?" Lu Dali was surprised. "Of course it's difficult. In the past, no Void Corruption Duke had ever been summoned through sacrifice." Jiangbai could sense Lu Dali's suspicion. Lu Dali asked again, "Sir, which branch are you from?" Jiangbai said calmly, "Dongdu." Lu Dali's expression changed slightly, and the rest of the journey was silent. When they arrived, Jiangbai asked, "We're here?" Lu Dali said, "Not yet. Someone wants to see you." Jiangbai frowned. "Didn't I tell you not to reveal my identity?" Lu Dali gave a bitter smile. "My lord, there was nothing I could do. The bishop found out that you weren't dead. If I didn't say anything, I'd be punished." During his probing, Lu Dali discovered that Jiangbai knew nothing about the rites of prayer and suspected that he wasn't even a member of the Nihility Association. Jiangbai also realized that he was being suspected, and his mood turned sour. The 2 got out of the car together. Bai discovered that he was surrounded by people from the Nihility Association, and all of them had Void Realm energy. A seductive woman stepped out from the crowd. She was dressed in very little, her long legs so white they seemed to glow, looking just like my Shirinui from Bai's previous life games. The woman naturally carried an alluring aura, and even Bai nearly couldn't hold himself back. She swayed her waist as she walked over and, with her red lips slightly parted, said, "This servant failed to welcome you from afar. Please punish me, my lord." But her attitude was very off, as if she suspected Bai was an impostor. Bai's face darkened, and he warned coldly, "Don't make such a big fuss when you see me next time." Bai was actually panicking inside. He couldn't see through her cultivation, which meant she was at least level 40. There were also several others around whom he couldn't see through. If things went south today, he might really be done for. Miu continued probing, saying, "May I ask which prohibition you plan to use to punish this servant, my lord?" Bai reacted extremely quickly and slapped her across the face. "Remember it first. I'll deal with you later." Miu covered her face, murderous intent surging in her eyes, but she didn't dare retaliate because she still hadn't figured out Bai's identity. Just as she was about to probe further, Bai turned his cold gaze toward Lu Dali. "You revealed my whereabouts. You deserve to die." Bai's hair turned purple, and his aura changed drastically. He looked like a fiend descending into the world, scaring Lu Dali so much that he turned and ran. Bai raised a hand, and a burst of purple energy shot out. Lu Dali's running speed plummeted, and he was pulled back. Bai grabbed his neck, instantly draining him dry, then casually threw him to the ground. Bai casually ordered Miu to handle the corpse, and his imposing presence withdrew once more into a harmless appearance. By killing Lu Dali was both to intimidate everyone and to show off his void realm energy. With purple hair and divine power, he looked even more like a high-ranking member of the Nihility Association than a Jade Token did. The more Miu thought about it, the more shocked she became. Someone who could wield divine power so smoothly was usually only a big shot in the association, and he also seemed very young. She regretted provoking Bai. Bai asked her name in a flat tone. "Miu, why did you probe me?" Bai leaned lazily against the car and casually put his arm around Ao Qing. Miu's face turned deathly pale. "I heard that your lordship's Jade Token was lost in Dongjiang. You thought I picked up the Jade Token and pretended to be a member of the association?" Bai tossed the Jade Token Feng Ling had given him to Miu. As soon as Miu saw the Jade Token, her hands started trembling. This Jade Token actually had 7 patterns, several levels higher than her own 3-pattern token, and she was instantly stunned. Not even a tiny bit. Mei Wu guessed that the highest in Dongjiang province was only 7 patterns, and the association president in Nanjing City was only 5 patterns. Thud. She dropped to her knees, trembling. "Please punish me, my lord." Jiang Bai frowned. "Stand up and speak. I still prefer the arrogant look you had just now. Bring some of that back." Mei Wu gave an awkward smile. "You're joking, my lord." In truth, she was trying to figure out Jiang Bai's real intention. Jiang Bai asked directly, "Your Nanjing branch has been making such huge moves lately. What are you trying to do?" Mei Wu glanced at the people behind her. Jiang Bai waved his hand. "You all leave first." Everyone immediately withdrew. Some were so terrified they went limp and had to be dragged away by their companions. After all, who wouldn't be scared after witnessing someone being sucked into a dried corpse with their own eyes? Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on Mei Wu. Mei Wu gritted her teeth and said, "The headquarters in Dongjiang City ordered us to find the Night Emperor's inheritance." Jiang Bai looked calm on the surface, but he was shocked inside. The Night Emperor had once obtained immortal arts, and, for a time, his strength surpassed that of the previous human emperor. No wonder the Void Association was making such a big move. Mei Wu added, "The Night Emperor fell in Nanjing back then, and the inheritance was lost. The headquarters has been investigating it for many years." Jiang Bai nodded and asked again, "Then what does inviting the Void Erosion Grand Duke to Sacred Mountain have to do with this?" Mei Wu lowered her head. "I don't know the specifics. The president didn't say. My guess is it's to lure Zhou Zetian to Sacred Mountain. Leave me a contact method. I'll look for you if anything comes up." Jiang Bai took out his phone and asked her to scan the code, then added, "By the way, why did you send people to kill me?" Mei Wu hurriedly explained, "It was the president's order. I really don't know. I have a skill that can control a man's mind, and I was going to tell the president about the value of controlling you." Jiang Bai was very satisfied. Last time he had let Lu Dali explain on his own and got sold out. Suddenly Jiang Bai said, "I only want you to know my identity." Mei Wu immediately nodded and called her subordinates over. Soon more than 10 people stood before him, their eyes filled with fear and awe. Jiang Bai asked, "Are they all here?" "All here," someone answered. Jiang Bai looked at Mei Wu. "Make your move. Keep them alive." Mei Wu understood, and her aura burst outward. Jiang Bai instantly judged that if she really made a move, he wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone froze, unable to move. The crowd panicked. "What's wrong with the bishop? Please spare me, bishop. Sir, save me." Someone begged Jiang Bai, and Mei Wu curled her lip. "Lip. I'll grant you release right now." An hour later, more than a dozen dried corpses lay on the ground. Mei Wu swallowed hard, utterly shocked. This young lord's cultivation methods completely overturned her understanding of the Void Association. Her rank was still too low, and she simply didn't understand how terrifying the higher-ups truly were. She lowered her head respectfully. If you need anything in the future, please just ask Mei Wu, sir. Mei Wu will never refuse. Within that hour, Jiang Bai had looked at her legs 46 times, her chest 33 times, and her, but 40 times. Clearly, he was also a person of taste. Mei Wu had never minded using her body to exchange for benefits. If she didn't agree, it was only because the benefits weren't enough. A young, capable higher-up was the target she would fight desperately to win over. All right, you can head back first. Jiang Bai waved her off. Yes. After the person left, Jiang Bai finally showed a pained expression and leaned weakly against the car hood. Ao Qing hurried to support him, only to find his back soaked through with sweat. Xiao Bai, are you okay? I was too careless. Hurry home, Jiang Bai said in a low voice. A bloodthirsty, savage emotion filled Jiang Bai's entire body. His eyes were red, his whole body trembled, and the massive energy surging within him was almost tearing him apart. More than a dozen strange voices were clamoring in his mind. Jiang Bai had splitting headaches, his face was pale, and cold sweat poured down him. Damn it, he'd absorbed too much energy and suffered backlash. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold on. Sister Ao Qing, let's go home first. After getting home, Jiang Bai called out Bai Linger and went into his room, shutting the door. What's wrong with brother Jiang Bai? Bai Linger sensed something was off. He absorbed too much energy from the void realm, and now he's suffering backlash. Ao Qing said worriedly. The two could only wait outside, anxious and uneasy. Jiang Bai sat cross-legged with his upper body bare, black mist coiling around him. Within the mist, more than a dozen spirit shadows struggled to get out, yet instead tangled with him instead. Piercing sounds kept interfering with the operation of the yin-yang immortal art. In the hall, Bai Linger suddenly sensed an evil and strange aura. Her ears perked up, and she said to Ao Qing, I can help brother Jiang Bai. Ao Qing hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Bai Linger pushed the door open and entered the room. At first she felt a chill, then saw Jiang Bai's sturdy upper body. She swallowed, steadied herself, and called out, Brother Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai barely opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Linger, what are you here for? I'm here to help you. Bai Linger said as she sat down opposite Jiang Bai and closed her eyes to channel her power. Golden light and electric arcs swirled around Bai Linger. The king character pattern on her forehead shone brightly, and her aura became sacred and imposing. She said lightly, Subdue evil and exorcise wickedness. This skill had originally been something Jiang Bai made up to give her a surprise, and he hadn't expected it to come in handy. Bai Linger felt a little pleased with herself. The spirit bodies in the black mist were blasted by golden lightning, letting out shrieks. The black mist inside Jiang Bai grew denser. Thunderclaps rang out incessantly, and Bai Linger struggled to resist, but it gradually became too much for her. Sweat appeared on her forehead. Seeing that Jiang Bai's condition was even worse, Bai Linger clenched her teeth, her eyes full of conflict. Suddenly, both of their clothes exploded. Seeing that terrifying thing, fear flashed in Bai Linger's eyes. But only by doing this could she help Jiang Bai completely absorb the energy. She clenched her teeth and decided to go all out. After a while, Bai Linger, in pain, forcefully activated Subdue Evil, Exorcise Malice, using the energy to purify the strange aura within Jiang Bai's body. The cold receded, the temperature rose, and Bai Linger's complexion also turned rosy. Jiang Bai felt the warmth and frantically absorbed the energy. Bai Linger's aura surged step by step, from level 26 to level 31 before stopping. Jiang Bai's power also soared to level 40, and he gradually regained consciousness. Seeing the blood beneath him, he felt guilty and self-reproachful, and hugged Bai Linger tightly. Linger, I'm sorry. Bai Linger fluffed up in panic. Why you're awake? She wanted to run, but Jiang Bai held her back and said in a low voice, Don't rush, the cultivation isn't over yet. Bai Linger hurriedly refused. Big sis is outside. Jiang Bai, don't be afraid, Sister Ao Qing is the same. Bai Linger blushed and said softly, I heard that at night. Jiang Bai suddenly understood, so that was why she had been acting strange before. 2 hours later, Jiang Bai came out of the room refreshed and invigorated, and saw Ao Qing sitting on the sofa. Ao Qing asked, Finished? Jiang Bai nodded. Ao Qing said she was tired, and directly transformed into Beast One to attach herself to Jiang Bai. Bai Linger hurriedly asked Jiang Bai again, Did you tell Big Sis? Jiang Bai, not yet. Bai Linger panicked. I'm doomed. Jiang Bai comforted her that he would explain, but Bai Linger sulked and wouldn't come out. Jiang Bai hurriedly asked again, Can I level up like this next time? Bai Linger directly refused. Only this once. Jiang Bai let out an oh and rubbed his nose, understanding. That day Jiang Bai competed and fought again, and by the time it was getting late, just as he was about to rest, he received a call from Zhao Linglong, telling him to come to the unit. He rushed over at full speed, and Zhao Linglong, wearing a chi pao, said as she walked, "The relic gate of Yuqing realm is about to kala." The relic gate was about to collapse, and the organization urgently mobilized manpower for rescue. Xiao Xiao had found the hiding place of the Jiuju sect, and the bureau was short-staffed, so they had called Jiang Bai over. Jiang Bai asked, "Sister Linglong, are we going to Yuqing realm?" "Yes, what's wrong? Can I act with Tao Ming and the others?" Zhao Linglong frowned. "It's very dangerous on Tao Ming's side. Yuqing realm was even more dangerous." Jiang Bai knew that clearly. After all, he had absorbed that woman's cultivation inside and was afraid of being hunted down. Jiang Bai forced an excuse. "I hate people from the cherry blossom country. I have to take part." "No, you're coming with me. I can take care of you if we go." Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Sister Linglong, I've actually hidden one thing from you." Zhao Linglong froze for a moment. "What is it?" "There's a terrifying woman lying in a coffin in the Jade Green realm. It's very dangerous in there." Zhao Linglong stared at Jiang Bai for a while. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Jiang Bai nodded. "We'd better not go." But Zhao Linglong suddenly became interested. "Is that woman pretty?" Jiang Bai was puzzled, but answered truthfully, "Very pretty." "Any distinctive features?" Jiang Bai thought for a moment and said, "A tear mole at the corner of her eye." Hearing this, Zhao Linglong narrowed her eyes, then agreed to let Jiang Bai go with He Xiao Xiao and the others. Jiang Bai was surprised. "You're still going to the relic gate in the Jade Green realm?" "Yeah, to see someone along the way. But it's dangerous there. I'll go tell Director Yang." "No need, I'm going." Zhao Linglong entered Yang Feng's office, while Jiang Bai went to find He Xiao Xiao. Yang Feng was busy and flustered. The South River City Bureau was short-handed, and most of the higher-ups had been transferred to Giant Spirit Island for support. He was already troubled when Zhao Linglong walked into the office. Yang Feng was on guard. "I haven't provoked you lately, have I?" Zhao Linglong said directly. "That woman is still alive." Then she sat down. Yang Feng was shocked. "You mean Jiao? Didn't she fall into the void realm?" Zhao Linglong shook her head. "Nothing is impossible." She displayed the purple energy in her hand. "I studied the 9 immortal art. Falling into the void realm isn't necessarily certain death." Yang Feng asked seriously, "Should we report this?" Zhao Linglong said coldly, "No need. This time, I'll kill her myself." "How did you know?" Zhao Linglong didn't answer. "Was it Jiang Bai who told you?" Yang Feng guessed correctly at once, feeling annoyed. "That kid is really slippery." Linglong said coldly, "Watch your words. He'll be your brother-in-law in the future." Yang Feng was dumbfounded. "Huh? You're going for a cradle-robbing thing?" Before he could finish, Zhao Linglong stepped on his face. "I was wrong. I was wrong." After Zhao Linglong lifted her foot, Yang Feng muttered softly, "Does this count as not giving me face?" Zhao Linglong's gaze turned colder, and Yang Feng immediately shut up. The pace is speeding up, the main plot is becoming clearer, and the language is direct. Was Jiang Bai that person? His beast companion was Ao Qing, not Bai Ling. Zhao Linglong said in a low voice, "It's 80 or 90% certain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden the news about Jiao and still not dared to report it. He may have gotten the thing Linger left behind when he went to Yuqing realm last time. And what about Bai Ling? He's hiding plenty of things. How innocent was Linger before? She followed him for just a few months and even sold out her senior sister. If I didn't like that little girl, I'd have long since scattered her ashes. Sis, I can't bear to leave you." Yang Feng looked at the gorgeous Zhao Linglong and sighed, then started rambling again. "When are you getting married? If you ask me, the sooner the better. A man should marry when he's grown, and a woman." Seeing Zhao Linglong look over, Yang Feng quickly changed his words. "A woman should get married too. You're so beautiful. You should have a child after getting married." Zhao Linglong glanced at him. "Stop pretending. Go call back the people who went into Yuqing realm now." "Got it." Yang Feng immediately went to make the call. When Jiang Bai arrived at the affairs office, he saw He Xiao Xiao puffing up her cheeks and rubbing her arms, complaining about the cold. "Cold?" Jiang Bai walked over and asked. "Not cold. Look over there." He Xiao Xiao pointed at Tao Ming's side. Everyone else was just like He Xiao Xiao. Jiang Bai was speechless. "Xiao Xiao, when are we going to the 9 Chrysanthemum Ito Ryu hideout? Aren't you going to Tianshan with Linglong Jie?" He Xiao Xiao asked in confusion. Jiang Bai shook his head. "I'll go with you this time." "Then wait a moment. Captain Shun still has some matters to handle. We'll set out soon." Soon, Shun Tong walked in on high heels, tall and elegant, with an imposing presence. Jiang Bai glanced at her heels and complained, "Can you even fight in those?" Shun Tong ignored him. "Move out." With Shun Tong's order, everyone assembled and headed out. In a riverside villa, the night wind blew through the window. A man on the bed jolted awake, and a black-robed masked figure appeared. The man on the bed stared fiercely at the black-clothed figure and asked, "You finally came. Where's your guild leader?" "No idea." "Is the thing ready?" "Almost. There's a semi-finished one for now. Use it first." The black-clothed figure tossed out a beast girl space. The sleazy man frowned. "What's the use of a semi-finished product? If it doesn't obey, it'll easily hurt our own people. Take it. It'll come in handy sooner or later." After saying that, the black-clothed figure disappeared. A damp wind blew through the car window, but Jiangbai stayed alert. The car stopped, and the group got out. Shintong walked in front, having changed out of her high heels and unzipped the side of her skirt a bit for easier fighting. "Release all your beast girls." Everyone's beast girls appeared one after another. Shintong actually had 3 beast girls. As soon as Ao Qing appeared, she drew everyone's attention. She was the one pursued by all the Li family geniuses. Jiangbai felt a little awkward. "Sister Ao Qing." Ao Qing nodded without saying anything. At that moment, an honest-looking team member of the expedition came over, staring wide-eyed at Jiangbai and asking, "You're level 17? Jiangbai paused. "And you are?" "Yang Lin. You treated me before in the Jade Green Realm." Yang Lin scratched his head with an honest grin. He recognized Jiangbai through the beast girl. After all, they were both wearing masks at the time. "You made it out." Jiangbai remembered treating only one person, and the other had even given him a bottle of pills. "Yeah." Later, the Void Realm energy surged, and we were ordered to withdraw. "What a coincidence, then. We're traveling together again today." "Exactly. I've got your back." "All right." Shintong coughed twice to interrupt the two of them. "I've sent the villa blueprint to your phones. Take a look." Once everyone was familiar with the terrain, Shintong made the arrangement. Defensive types lead the way, combat types encircle and kill, support types rescue. Don't let a single one escape. The class setup was always a trio of defense, combat, and support. There were too few support types, so some squads were switched to 2 combat types and 1 defensive type. What surprised Jiangbai was that Xiao Xiao had actually become his teammate, and she was a defensive beastmaster at that. Looking at her short and cute little figure, he couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect you to be defensive type." Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. "What? Is that strange?" Not strange. It was very strange in his mind. Defensive types were usually very sturdy. Could she really take hits like that? At this time, a blue-green cow beast girl stepped out from behind Shintong and entered combat mode. A verdant glow spread outward, and the greenery in the villa began to grow wildly. Even the grass under Jiangbai's feet nourished his body. It was actually group healing. "Move." As soon as the order was given, one of Xiao Xiao's beast girls transformed into an earth-yellow round shield and was held in her hand. Yang Lin's beast girl, meanwhile, became a ferocious long blade. Most beast girls' third skill was weaponization, for use by beast masters. From the corner of his eye, Jiangbai caught sight of the giant syringe in the arms of the support beast master nearby, and thought, with a needle that big, who would dare let you treat them? Dozens of beast masters with beast girls stealthily advanced at a quick pace, silently approaching the villa. The guarding beast masters vaulted over the wall into the yard. A few seconds later, with a crack, the iron gate was pushed open and a group rushed into the courtyard. As Jiangbai passed by, he even saw several enemies with broken necks lying on the ground. This villa had 5 floors and occupied more land than the residential complex itself. The beast masters from the bureau had it tightly surrounded, and the encirclement was closing in. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and Jiangbai saw chaos erupt inside the villa. "We've been discovered. Charge." Yang Lin immediately led the way and rushed into the villa. Boom. The front door was kicked open, 2 door panels flying out. Jiangbai hurriedly dodged, and behind them another enemy came at him with a blade, shouting, "Die, people of Great Xia." Just as Jiangbai was about to counterattack, Xiao Xiao raised her shield first to block it. With a thunderous bang, sparks flew everywhere. Although Yang Lin was big, he moved extremely fast. He crouched and sprang, leaping behind the enemy. Golden light flashed as the long blade in both his hands came slashing downward. Sizzle. The enemy was directly split in 2, the scene gruesome. "You big bear, have you no gentleness at all?" Xiao Xiao was splattered all over with blood, and she shouted in displeasure. Yang Lin was just about to apologize when Xiao Xiao twisted her waist downward and flung the shield backward. I suddenly thought of that superhero from his previous life who used a shield. Xiao Xiao lowered her waist, swung her arm fiercely, and sent the shield flying. Yang Lin had just been about to dodge, but the shield brushed past him and slammed straight into the head of the enemy who was sneaking up on him. Brain matter splattered everywhere, and the headless corpse fell twitching to the ground. Yang Lin, Jiangbai. Jiangbai was scared stiff and complained softly. "Didn't we say to be gentle?" Xiao Xiao blushed and awkwardly defended herself. "I didn't think he'd be this fragile." The three continued charging inward. The inner hall of the villa had a high ceiling and a complex structure. From the second floor, one could overlook the living room below. Inside, skills were flying everywhere, flashes kept bursting, and the noise was as loud as a nightclub. Enemy after enemy rushed down in waves. 12 in total, all beast masters and beast girls above level 30. Yang Lin snorted coldly. Flames of rage surged in him, and he charged up with Dalgong Sushira, directly forcing the enemy's back. At this moment, a man in black suddenly vanished. The samurai sword in his hand was aimed at Yang Lin's back, and just when he was about to succeed, he was suddenly forcibly immobilized. Only then did he turn around and realize that it was Jiang Bai, the level 17 support beast master he had always looked down on, smiling as he rested a hand on his shoulder. The man in black was astonished. "You can see me?" Jiang Bai said calmly. "Is that difficult?" The man in black drew his blade and launched a sneak attack, but Jiang Bai easily dodged it, his purple glowing fists surging with power. The hatred from his past life surged up in his heart, and he directly sent a punch crashing into the other man's chest. The man turned into a streak of light and flew out. Jiang Bai took the opportunity to kick up the fallen dagger, and it shot out with a whoosh. Yang Lin was in the midst of a fierce battle when he suddenly heard the sound of a blade flying. Then the enemies one after another had their chests pierced and fell to the ground, dying with their eyes wide open. He Xiao widened her eyes and stammered, "Why you?" Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. "What?" He Xiao was shocked. "You're Jiang Bai," Jiang Bai said carelessly. "Genuine as it gets." He Xiao, confused, confirmed, "Why are you so strong?" Jiang Bai said calmly, "As long as you have hands, anyone can do it. Don't you still have a South River City Support Academy student ID at home?" "Yes, I am a support-type beastmaster," Jiang Bai said solemnly. "Do you think I helped you at all?" He Xiao thought of how he had just wiped out 5 enemies with one move and was instantly speechless. This. I guess so." Yang Lin also came to his senses and stared at Jiang Bai in shock. He was level 17, yet he killed 5 beastmasters above level 30 with one move? That made no sense. The remaining members of the 9 chrysanthemum sect around them were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Jiang Bai licked his lips and tilted his head. "Did I say you could leave?" Purple lightning coiled around him as his figure flashed. In an instant, he caught up to the fleeing people, twisted one man's neck with a single hand, and tossed the body into the living room, his face carrying an excited, bloodthirsty look. "Continue." He looked upstairs. Yang Lin swallowed hard and hurried to keep up, afraid Jiang Bai would deal with him on the way. He Xiao was still stunned. Only after Yang Lin pulled her did she snap back to reality. Oh. The people upstairs, seeing Jiang Bai come up, fled in terror like maniacs. The beastmasters and beast girls on the scene were all stunned. Are level 17 beastmasters this strong now? As soon as Jiang Bai reached the second floor and saw someone running toward the end of the corridor, he grabbed with his right hand and pulled the man back. "Spare me." The man trembled in fear. Jiang Bai's tone was gentle. "Take a deep breath. It'll be over soon." With a slight squeeze of his hand, there was a crisp crack, and the man immediately lost all breath. He tossed the corpse downstairs casually. Jiang Bai muttered at the empty hallway, "Why run? It doesn't actually hurt." He Xiao, Yang Lin, and the others looked utterly speechless. Xiao, go check whether Meng Meng is here." Jiang Bai reminded her. The group searched every room, but found no sign of the child. Jiang Bai's expression darkened. "Let's go. Keep looking." Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It was one of their own. He Xiao thought. He seems a little disappointed. Yang Lin rushed over to support him. "Old Lu, how did you get hurt this badly?" Old Lu panted. "I just ran into a group of 9 chrysanthemum sect people." Thinking of Jiang Bai behind him, Yang Lin was about to speak, but Old Lu asked Jiang Bai instead, "You're a support beast master? Can you heal? I only have 1 recovery pill left. Use it first." Jiang Bai took the bottle and had Ao Qing heal Old Lu. Very soon, Old Lu was fully recovered. He said in shock, "That really is a healing skill?" Ao Qing ignored him and returned behind Jiang Bai. Old Lu said admiringly, "Brother, stick with me later. I'll protect you." Yang Lin and he Xiao both fell silent. Old Lu looked unhappily at Yang Lin. "What's with that expression? Don't believe I can protect him?" Yang Lin shook his head without speaking, remembering how he had once said he would protect Jiang Bai. His face turned red. Jiang Bai said directly, "Let's go." Old Lu urged, "There are too many people. Going in like this is suicide." Jiang Bai ignored him and, with Ao Qing, kept moving forward. Jiang Bai and the others walked all the way, encountering only their own people. Old Lu was puzzled. There were so many people just now. Why did they suddenly all disappear? He Xiao secretly glanced at Jiang Bai, suspecting those people might have fled long ago. The group quickly searched every room until they met Shin Tong and the others. Shin Tong's face was dark as he asked Jiang Bai, "Have you found the children?" No one answered. Shin Tong said coldly, "Go upstairs." As soon as they reached the third floor, everyone smelled a strong stench of blood. Suddenly, the lights came on, and when everyone saw the scene, they all fell silent. The third floor was like a large, open apartment, with severed limbs and blood everywhere, blood flowing in streams. It was obvious this had not been done by official personnel. At this moment, rhythmic applause suddenly rang out. At the railing on the fourth floor, a short man appeared, his eyes cruel and sinister. He was Yumegawa Naiku of the Juju sect. With a cold laugh, he said, "You really think highly of me, sending out all your elites." Shin Tong stepped forward and said coldly, "Hand over the child." Yumegawa Naiku shot back, "Do you think I'd give it to you now?" As he spoke, he also wanted to ask a question. "I heard there's a level 17 Beastmaster among you who killed many of our people. Who is it?" He looked at Jiang Bai. No one believed it. Jiang Bai was just a support-type Beastmaster, not someone who seemed to have such strong strength. Shin Tong was also confused in her heart as to why Yumegawa Naiku was so confident. Jiang Bai stepped forward. "Why are you calling your father?" Yumegawa Naiku smiled and said he didn't know whether his subordinates were just too cowardly or Jiang Bai really had some skill, but he wanted to know Jiang Bai's name. Jiang Bai said calmly, "My name is Tao Ming." Tao Ming himself, standing in the corner, was completely stunned. Yumegawa Naiku was satisfied. "Very good, Tao Ming. Let's see whether you have the qualifications to live." He tossed down a beast girl spatial ring, and blood immediately surged toward it. With a boom, the ring exploded. Then, a foul stench spread, and a gigantic three-headed beast girl appeared. The center head had black hair stained with blood, black gemstone-like eyes, and was surrounded by golden light, looking terrifying. The right head had no hair, was covered in scales, with cold vertical pupils, like a hunter staring at its prey. The left head had long white fur, blood-red eyes, and a nose sniffing the air. Below was a naked body with two huge masses of flesh hanging on her chest. Below the fleshball monster's navel was a massive lump of flesh covered in fleshy thorns, underneath which grew many feet that kept shuffling in tiny steps. Her arms were extremely long, like multiple arms stitched together, with 5 segments and able to rotate 360 degrees. The sharp claws in her palms gleamed coldly. When everyone saw this monster, they were all so frightened they froze, a chill shooting straight to the top of their heads. "Haha, enjoy my gift." Yumegawa Naiko laughed smugly from the fourth floor railing. But as soon as he finished speaking, the monster's right head suddenly spun 180 degrees, its vertical pupils staring fixedly at him. Yumegawa Naiku felt his scalp go numb under that stare and kept retreating. Ah! The monster's heads let out a piercing scream, blasting all the light bulbs in the villa apart and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Yumegawa Naiku instinctively tried to flee upstairs, but before he had run a few steps, he was ensnared by thorny tails. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was useless. He was dragged in front of the monster and screamed in terror, "I'm your master. You can't." Ah! Amid the shrill screams, he was instantly swallowed by bites and tearing. Only the sound of chewing remained in the darkness. The screams and chewing sounds made everyone's hearts turn cold, and the thought of retreat arose in them. Shin Tong calmly issued orders. "Fire attribute users, light up the hall. Defenders, step up. Combat types, attack. Support types, find cover." Her tone was firm, and everyone quickly steadied their emotions. The Beast Masters moved swiftly. The fire attribute Beast Masters restored light to the hall, and everyone saw the sight of Yumegawa Naiku being devoured, their hearts tightening. Shintong told everyone to stay calm and released a green glow of her own. Green life force surged up the walls, and everyone immediately felt their bodies being healed, their minds settling down. Sensing the threat, the monster's central horned beast girl head threw back its head and howled. Its body was wrapped in yellowish-brown light, and the fleshy thorns softened and stretched out, attacking the crowd. The defensive Beast Masters were the first to meet the enemy, raising shields to block. Under the dense barrage, several of them were blasted away, coughing blood. At this moment, Ao Ching made a move, and green light healed them, instantly restoring the wounded. Everyone was shocked by Ao Ching's healing power, and morale soared as they launched a renewed assault on the monster. The healed defensive Beast Masters stepped forward again to hold back the attacks. The combat-type Beast Masters took the opportunity to strike. Various weapons and beast girls joined in, severing the fleshy thorns, and when the monster's blood hit the ground, it emitted a corrosive hiss. Everyone became alert, and someone warned, "Don't touch the blood." Shun Tong frowned, sensing that the monster was level 60, with energy concentration far beyond her own. At that moment, a man holding a long spear charged forward and shouted, "Move aside." Golden light burst from the spear tip, stabbing toward the monster's right head. Luo Yi, a handsome middle-aged man in his 40s, was one of the few experts in the team. He had contracted 3 beast girls and also had level 50 cultivation. In the fierce battle, Luo Yi's spear clashed head-on with the monster's head, sparks flying as his arm went numb from the impact. The monster's claws attacked. He rolled aside to dodge, but his combat suit was torn apart. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear out, golden light exploding as it slammed hard into the monster's head with a deafening boom. But the monster's head was as hard as iron, and the recoil sent the spear flying from his hand, while his contracted beast girl fell unconscious. The monster let out a piercing sonic wave, and Luo Yi bore the brunt of it, bleeding from all 7 orifices. In the critical moment, the monster swung its claws again. Luo Yi was exhausted and trapped in a desperate situation. Time seemed to freeze, and scenes from the past surfaced in his mind. He had been outstanding since childhood, becoming a beast master and team leader. His life had gone smoothly, and the only thing he could not let go of was his good brother Zhao Qingshi. At the brink of life and death, he burst out with his last bit of strength, blocking the monster for an instant, and shouted, "Zhao Qingshi, take good care of your mom for me. Tell her it was my fault. If there's a next life, I'll definitely marry her." When Zhao Qingshi heard this, fury surged through him. His iron hammer flashed with golden light as he smashed viciously into the monster's arm, interrupting the attack. Luo Yi fell heavily to the ground, badly injured, while the monster grew even more frenzied. The hair on the head of the beast girl on its left side shot down like flying blades, heading straight for Luo Yi. Just as everyone fell into despair, Jiang Bai moved at incredible speed, rushed over, grabbed Luo Yi, and pulled him away. Enraged, the monster spun its fleshy spikes into massive tentacles and lashed at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai decisively flung Luo Yi away, then turned around himself. One eye black and one eye white. Yin-yang energy surged out, and an energy-grinding disc shredded the tentacles into pieces, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere and the ground corroded into pits. Jiang Bai landed at the rear of the team, panting heavily. He knew the opponent was too strong. He simply could not withstand it. When everyone saw Jiang Bai saving someone, they all widened their eyes. "Mom, guess what I just saw?" A level 17 Beastmaster, Jiang Bai, actually saved a Beastmaster in his 50s? Luo Yi was stunned, and Shun Tong was shocked as well. Was this still the 10-level kid from the Holy Mountain back then? That black and white energy vortex from just now had even made her uneasy. How exactly did Jiang Bai do it? Just as Luo Yi regained his senses and realized he was still alive, he laughed excitedly and went to tease Zhao Qingshi, only to be chased and smashed at with an iron rod. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by these two. Shin Tong interrupted with a dark expression. "Enough. No one is allowed to go in alone. Fall back. Combat-type beast masters, seize the opportunity. We absolutely cannot let the monster enter the residential district." She stared at Jiang Bai. "No matter how strong you are, you're the main force now. The news here will never leak out." Jiang Bai nodded. "Okay, it's my duty." Shin Tong also breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to help him get promoted. Jiang Bai replied seriously, "It's just my duty. If the organization recognizes me, I'll accept it." Shin Tong clasped her hands and chanted a spell, activating the divine might's secret art. Azure light gathered in her palm, and as her energy was nearly depleted to the point of fainting, she finally pushed the azure light into Jiang Bai's body before collapsing completely. "Jiang Bai, I'm counting on you." Jiang Bai's energy surged wildly within his body, and the source of the void-devouring Grand Lord erupted violently. He quickly used his yin-yang immortal art to suppress it, transforming the void energy into black and white hues. His hair and eyes changed color too, with black and white chi winding around his body. As if a demon god had descended, his aura instantly maxed out. Unexpectedly, this usually rather ordinary-looking captain now, Jiang Bai was a healer who could boost attack power. He cast a cold glance at Shin Tong and muttered inwardly. Everyone around was stunned by Jiang Bai's performance. The color of the energy he cultivated was actually different. He Xiao Xiao and Tao Ming also couldn't believe it. Could that overwhelming surge of power just now really still be the Jiang Bai they knew? Old Lu stood there dumbfounded and said to Yang Lin, "Didn't I just say I'd protect him?" Yang Lin rolled his eyes. "If you'd just seen how many people from the 9 Chrysanthemum sect he killed earlier, you'd have been scared out of your wits." Looking at Jiang Bai's cold expression, Shin Tong thought back to when she first met him and had only thought he was an ordinary college student. Later, she figured he just had some background. Now Jiang Bai's strength had completely overturned everything she had believed. Jiang Bai moved his neck, flexed his fingers, and adjusted to the powerful energy within his body before saying to the monster, "Come on, let me see how strong you really are. Senior Ao Ching, let's go." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Bai vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the monster's 3 heads. No one could even see how he moved. Ao Ching followed immediately by transforming into a dragon, hovering above Jiang Bai's head and unleashing crushing pressure over the entire field. All the beast girls' hearts raced, and even the diamond-ranked beast girl, Shintong, felt uneasy. The monster instinctively sensed fear and froze in place. Jiang Bai's expression was icy. He stepped forward, spun around, gathered black and white energy in his 5 fingers, and slammed a punch down. Break! The fist landed, exploding the rightmost head with yin-yang energy. Boom! The deafening impact shook the whole scene, even leaving the support beastmasters dizzy. Jiang Bai's arm split open, but the monster fared far worse, having one head blown apart by a single punch. Everyone was stunned, especially Luo Yi, who had just experienced the monster's defense firsthand. He could never have imagined Jiang Bai could blow a head apart with one punch. The monster roared in fury, and Azure Dragon Ao Ching released energy to help Jiang Bai recover. The flesh spikes on the monster's body became even more violent, surging toward Jiang Bai. With so many flesh spikes, Jiang Bai could only dodge while searching for an opening. The people from the administration finally reacted and immediately moved to assist. Quick, clear the flesh spikes and make space for Jiang Bai. Defensive beastmasters held the front line, support skills were frantically layered onto their allies, and most of the flesh spikes were eliminated, allowing Jiang Bai and Ao Ching to act. Ao Ching swung her dragon claws, unleashing 3 streaks of azure light that tore into the monster's heads, but her level was too low. Just as her attack power was about to run out, she vanished. Suddenly, the horns on the middle head released a yellow-brown glow, while the left head spat out azure light. The monster's main body was wrapped in the azure radiance, and its wounds actually began to heal. Everyone was shocked. What kind of monster was that? It could attack from the right, defend from the middle, and even heal from the left. Who made this thing? The 9 Chrysanthemum sect? If it really was them, then the Great Xia Nation was in danger. After the monster released a burst of green light, the flesh on its lower body shrank by nearly a whole circle. Its 2 heads frantically devoured the severed limbs on the ground, blood gushing non-stop as its body grew larger. Jiang Bai's heart sank, and he immediately rushed up to stop it from feeding. He smashed his fist repeatedly onto the monster's head, but the monster paid him no mind and kept eating. In the midst of the struggle, Jiang Bai discovered that after cultivating the yin-yang immortal art, he had become extraordinarily sensitive to energy. He could clearly sense that the monster's body was like a giant furnace, with 5 attributes mixed together, ready to explode at any moment. He shouted, "Run! Go upstairs and check whether the kids are still there. Everyone else, get out now." Shintong, listening from against the wall, immediately gave orders. "Yang Lin, Zhao Qingshi, take people upstairs. Everyone else withdraw. Defensive beastmasters, cover them." The crowd retreated in an orderly manner, and Jiang Bai let out a sigh of relief, fully focusing on covering everyone's retreat. After Zhao Qingshi came downstairs and said there was no one left, he finally felt at ease and prepared to detonate the monster. He planned to use yin-yang energy to blow up this bomb. If it was going to explode, he would decide when. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Shintong was still weakly leaning against the wall. "Captain Shin, why aren't you leaving?" Jiang Bai gritted his teeth. "I'm waiting for you." Shintong blushed and said softly that she couldn't run anymore. She had arranged everything for everyone else, but forgotten herself. Although Jiang Bai didn't really understand people like Shintong, he respected her. It was precisely because people like her existed that the Great Xia Nation could survive. He had Azure Dragon take Shintong away. Once everyone had safely withdrawn, Jiang Bai devoted himself entirely to the battle. Confident he could leave on his own, he injected purple energy into the monster, causing its body to swell and split open. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai leaped out the window. Boom! A massive explosion reduced the villa to ruins, and flames shot into the sky. Everyone stared tensely at the sea of fire, because one person still hadn't come out. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the flames, completely battered and miserable, with his hair burned off into a shiny bald head, yet his silhouette was towering and massive. "Huh!" Jiang Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. The spikes had tightly entangled Jiang Bai, nearly preventing him from escaping. Fortunately, the power of the yin-yang dual eyes was strong enough, and he managed to survive by a hair's breadth. Cheering erupted from the crowd. "Jiang Bai! Jiang Bai!" Jiang Bai became the heroic figure admired by everyone. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and glanced at Ao Ching not far away, calling out, "Sister Ao Ching." Ao Qing walked over, flicked Jiang Bai on the forehead, and used her green energy to heal his injuries at the same time. You brat. Jiang Bai seized the opportunity to ask, Sister Ao Qing, you're not angry anymore? Ao Qing snorted coldly, vanished in a flash, and Jiang Bai scratched his hand, standing there awkwardly. Shintong stepped forward and called out to him, Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai nodded. Captain Shun. Shintong thanked him earnestly. Thank you. Jiang Bai said it was nothing, just his duty, and casually asked about the paperwork promotion. Shintong rolled her eyes. Don't worry, you're not missing out on that. It's just that there's still no news about the children, and we can't find the origins of that strange beast girl either. Jiang Bai fell silent for a moment, then said he might be able to find out where the children had been taken. Shintong's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked how. Jiang Bai told her to first give him the most detailed terrain map of Nanjiang City. Based on the Feng Shui Secret Arts/I, Jiang Bai found the place in Nanjiang City with the strongest spiritual energy and pointed to a hill in the Tianyun Mountains. Here, Shintong frowned. Shenshu Ridge. Jiang Bai looked puzzled, and Shintong explained that the place was shrouded in mist all year round, and anyone who went in would get lost and never find their way out. She also mentioned a great battle more than 100 years ago, and how 16 years ago the Night Emperor and the Eastern Suppression King also fought there. The Night Emperor died, while the Eastern Suppression King came out alive, but no one knew what had happened inside. However, we can't ignore the children, we have to go. Shintong announced that everyone should rest and recover, and tomorrow they would enter Tianyun Mountain. Outside Tianyun Mountain, a woman in a qipao charged out of the ruins of the Yuqing realm, looking utterly disheveled. With every step she took, ice formed beneath her feet. It was Zhao Linglong. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Jiao. It turned out she hadn't found Jiao and had even been set up. The 9-yin immortal art within her nearly went out of control. After everyone had left, Shintong drove a red Porsche, pulled a stylish drift, and stopped in front of Jiang Bai. Get in. Jiang Bai insisted on going back by himself, but Shintong saw that he wouldn't get in the car and insisted he do so. Helpless, Jiang Bai got into Shintong's car, which carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Shintong reminded him to fasten his seatbelt. The atmosphere was a little awkward. He had just cursed out his boss, and now they were riding together in the car, so Jiang Bai felt uneasy. Shintong saw through it and comforted him. Don't be nervous. I'm not the type to hold grudges. I won't take what you said about me earlier to heart. She even deliberately emphasized the 2 words, about me. Jiang Bai panicked even more and could only explain that he was just worried she might be in danger, which was why he had gotten anxious. Shintong was amused by Jiang Bai's shiny bald head and said she was only joking. Then Shintong thanked him seriously, thanking Jiang Bai for saving her. She had always been strong-willed at the bureau, and this time she had truly run into trouble. Fortunately, Jiang Bai had shown up in time. Jiang Bai thought it was only natural and took the opportunity to remind Shintong to help him improve his file. Shintong was speechless, but agreed to take care of it for him. Not long after, Jiang Bai finally understood why she had reminded him to fasten his seatbelt. Shintong drove very fast, which surprised him a little. At the entrance of the residential complex, Jiang Bai got out of the car and said goodbye. Shintong watched him go inside before leaving. When he got home, Jiang Bai took a shower and looked at his bald head in the mirror, nearly laughing to himself. He used his ability to make his hair grow back and restore it to its original state. Jiang Bai sat on the sofa and called softly, Sister Ao Qing, can you hear me? Ao Qing appeared, wearing casual home clothes, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her expression cold. Jiang Bai shamelessly leaned over and hugged Ao Qing to apologize. Ao Qing didn't say she forgave him outright and asked what he wanted. Jiang Bai said he missed her, though in truth he wanted to remind her that she could learn a new skill now, but first he would accompany her in cultivation. On the other side, Zhou Qingya lay on the bed, recalling her mother's death. She had always felt that her mother's cause of death was not simple. After years of investigation, there had still been no progress, and she was growing increasingly irritated. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of a man and woman moaning coming from downstairs. Furious, she sat up from the bed, put on her pajamas, and ran to knock on the door. Jiang Bai, who was getting intimate with Ao Qing, was interrupted by the knocking and shouted, "Who is it?" Zhou Qingya's angry voice came from outside the door. "The people upstairs. Are you going to let anyone sleep or not?" Ao Qing tugged at her shoulder straps and warned Jiang Bai not to do this next time. Jiang Bai had no choice but to apologize to the person outside. The soundproofing in the house was terrible. When Zhou Qingya heard it, she snorted coldly and went downstairs. She thought the voice sounded familiar, but didn't dwell on it. In the living room, Jiang Bai looked at Ao Qing for help. Ao Qing sighed helplessly and knelt down. Not long after, Jiang Bai breathed a sigh of relief. and Ao Qing rolled her eyes at him before going to take a shower. Ao Qing sat on the floor, and Jiang Bai said that there was a Kuei dragon on Liobua Mountain in the East Sea, and that a drum made from its skin could shake enemies, kill foes, and boost morale. After hearing this, the dragon pattern on Ao Qing's forehead glowed, and her bloodline inheritance was activated. After a while, she opened her eyes, and Jiang Bai knew she had gained a new skill. Jiang Bai asked Ao Qing what the skill was, and Ao Qing said it could intimidate enemy forces and boost morale. Jiang Bai was a little disappointed, hoping she could turn into a weapon and strengthen combat power, but then he remembered that Bai Linger was also almost at level 30, so he didn't dwell on it. Suddenly, Ao Qing asked him whether Linger had reached level 30, and Jiang Bai admitted it guiltily. Ao Qing sighed, saying she wasn't angry because of Bai Linger, but because Jiang Bai always put himself in dangerous situations. Jiang Bai apologized, and Ao Qing's expression softened. Jiang Bai wanted to call Bai Linger out so she could learn a skill, but Ao Qing said coldly to handle it himself, and that she was going to rest. Jiang Bai fell into deep thought. Were beast girls and women actually the same kind of being? Jiang Bai called Bai Linger, and she appeared in delight, with a silver high ponytail, erect beast ears, and a swaying tail. She asked in a small voice whether the eldest sister was around. Jiang Bai comforted her and told her not to be afraid, that he had the final say. Bai Linger praised him for being amazing out loud, but didn't believe it in her heart. Then Jiang Bai began the ritual to unlock her new skill. After Bai Linger learned her third skill, she happily clung to Jiang Bai's arm and acted coquettishly. Jiang Bai said there were even more powerful ones. Did she want to try? Bai Linger was so frightened she stepped back, said no, was afraid the eldest sister would get angry, and transformed into Beast One so Jiang Bai could handle it himself. The next day, just as Jiang Bai arrived at the entrance of the administration bureau, he felt a pang of unease. Everyone in Nanshur simultaneously looked toward Tianyun Mountain in the west. A wash of red light illuminated the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. An unusual sound came from the horizon, and everyone wondered what had happened at Tianyun Mountain. The energy fluctuations are too strong. Something big has happened. Could there be a new ruin? Jiang Bai's heart tightened. Had the Joju faction already made a move? Would Meng Meng and the others be in trouble? He rushed into the administration bureau and ran into He Xiao Xiao, who was wearing black combat gear, her round face full of anxiety. Jiang Bai, emergency assembly. The two of them hurried to the duty area, where all beast masters had gathered and were standing by. Even Yang Feng was standing at the front with a grave expression. Xin Tong was there too. Her black combat uniform outlined her figure, and her expression was cold and stern. Jiang Bai didn't see Zhao Ling long, and a question arose in his mind. Yang Feng nodded at Jiang Bai. You're here. Take your place. This operation concerns the future of Nanshur. No matter the outcome, all of you are heroes. There's no support this time. We can only rely on ourselves. After saying that, Yang Feng bowed to everyone. Beast masters across the city have received the red alert. If necessary, they'll provide support. After that, he called Jiang Bai to the office. Yang Feng personally poured tea, and Jiang Bai was flattered beyond belief. Sit. This mission is dangerous. If it fails, make sure you stay alive. Yang Feng handed him a yellow talisman. This is a one-strike attack method at early king level. Use your vitality to activate it. It's for saving your life. Jiang Bai hesitated. Isn't this too valuable? Yang Feng's face darkened. I told you to take it, so take it. Cut the nonsense. If you die, would your sister not flay me alive? We'll talk about your file later. Deal with what's in front of us first. You're not coming with us? I have to stay behind. The Provincial Nihility Association president has appeared, and Nanshur needs me more. Jiang Bai thought that the Jiuju faction and the Nihility Association were probably in collusion. Yang Feng shook his head and didn't answer, only repeatedly told him to stay alive. Jiang Bai returned to the duty area, but the team had already departed, and Xin Tong was waiting beside the car for him. Get in. As they neared Tianyun Mountain, the smell of blood in the air grew thick, and the sky was dyed red, a sign that some kind of mutation was about to emerge. Xin Tong's red Porsche stopped at the foot of the mountain, and they could only proceed on foot. After getting out of the car, Jiang Bai discovered that besides the administration bureau, many local beast masters were also waiting there, and the atmosphere was tense. Xin Tong stepped forward and spoke with big sister authority. South River City is at a critical juncture. This operation has no backup. Danger lies ahead, and it's still not too late to pull out now. We won't force any of you. Those damn Sakura country bastards are causing trouble in our South River City. We're not going back. We're saving South River City together. Someone took the lead and shouted, "Kill them." Everyone chimed in together, their roars echoing across Tianyun Mountain, and even the ordinary people joined in. The Management Bureau tried to persuade them to head back, but no one was willing to leave. In the end, Shintong had no choice but to have the less capable ones stay on the perimeter. As soon as the group entered the mountain, they immediately felt fear in their bloodline. This place was dangerous. But no one backed down. Everyone kept moving toward Shintree Ridge. The deeper they went, the more primitive the forest became, with towering trees, tangled vines, and eerie silence all around, broken only by the sound of footsteps. Jiang Bai and Shun Tong walked at the front, and Ao Qing was called out as well. As the wind blew the leaves toward the depths of the woods, Jiang Bai suddenly thought of the gathering qi method from the secret technique of feng shui, and his heart tightened. As they neared Shun Tree Ridge, Jiang Bai reminded everyone to be careful. Just then, a mass of red mist swept in, visibility dropped to almost nothing, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Jiang Bai could only rely on his memory to find the valley of Shun Tree Ridge. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves sounded. Shintong lowered her voice and warned, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge vine lunged out of the red mist. Several beast masters and beast girls failed to react in time and were pierced straight through, their bodies shriveling as they fell to the ground. Everyone was terrified. Jiang Bai's pupils changed abruptly, and he immediately activated Yin-Yang Dual Eyes. Yin-Yang power converged and tore the vine apart. The cut oozed a blood-like liquid, but it carried an oddly fragrant scent, leaving everyone stunned. At that moment, more vines swept through the sky toward He Xiao Xiao and the others, who were still standing there dazed. Jiang Bai leaped and kicked the two of them out of the way, then used the momentum to retreat himself. The giant vine crashed into the ground, blasting out a huge pit. Only then did He Xiao Xiao realize how dangerous it had just been and quickly thanked him. Jiang Bai shouted, "Use fire." Fire attribute beast masters immediately stepped in, and the vines were ignited, struggling with shrill screams. Sparks fell into the forest, starting a wildfire, and water attribute beast masters hurriedly used water to control the blaze before the situation was stabilized. Shintong's expression was grave. These plants seemed to have developed intelligence. Jiang Bai was shocked. Plants in this world could actually develop intelligence? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Shintong guessed that it might be related to the bizarre beast girl from the villa last night. Jiang Bai said, "Let's deal with it first. Team Luo, Team Zhao, cover me. I'm going to find the vine roots." Luo, Yi, and Zhao Qingshi agreed, exchanging a glance before looking away. After what happened last night, they were already deeply impressed by Jiang Bai. The two of them followed Jiang Bai's instructions and quickly joined forces to cut down the surrounding vines. Even after being severed, the vines still writhed on the ground, chilling everyone to the bone. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Bai followed the largest vine and chased after it, hoping to find the source and solve the problem. After flying for a while, he found a clearing and saw countless vines there, wildly thrashing like seaweed in water, giving him a numb scalp. He carefully backed away, afraid of alarming them. After returning to where everyone had gathered, Jiang Bai let out a breath of relief and told Tao Ming to stop people outside from coming in any further, then briefly explained the situation. Everyone fell silent after hearing it, and many of them began to waver. After all, they were all volunteers from South River City, and people had already been lost right after entering Shun Tree Ridge. No one could guarantee their safety. Shin Tong said calmly, "We can't go back the way we came. The magnetic field here is chaotic, and it's easy to get lost. Leave markers to warn the people behind us, and the rest of you keep moving forward." Everyone responded and could only steel themselves and press on. After the vines withdrew, Jiang Bai wiped the sweat from his brow. These things are too troublesome. Zhao Qingshi also let out a breath of relief. There'll probably be more weird stuff ahead. This road won't be easy. Luo Yi came over and put an arm around him. "Don't worry, bro's got you." Zhao Qingshi's face darkened. He was extremely awkward from this intimacy. He shoved Luo Yi away and said through gritted teeth, "I won't agree to whatever this is between you two." Luo Yi said in dissatisfaction, "If a guy isn't married and a girl isn't married, and they have mutual feelings, why can't they be together? Your mom worked hard raising you all these years, and she also needs someone to take care of her." Zhao Qingshi firmly refused to agree. Luo Yi was unconvinced. "Back in college, you fell out with Alon over some slut. Later, when Alon got injured in the ruins, I was the one who took care of her. We've never made it public for your sake. You can't be this selfish." Zhao Qingshi was choked into blushing, regretting it bitterly in his heart. Luo Yi had been someone he'd brought home himself, and now his mother had actually formed a friendship with him. Jiang Bai silently watched the drama from the side, and Shin Tong interrupted. "Private matters should be discussed privately. Don't affect the team." Zhao Qingshi, "Luo Yi is right. Think it over carefully." Zhao Qingshi grunted in acknowledgement, and Luo Yi sighed and followed after him. Everyone was speechless. He Xiao Xiao sighed. These two have changed too much since last night. Tao Ming nodded. Luo Yi used to be so serious, and Zhao Qingshi seems like a different person. He Xiao suddenly reacted and was just about to speak when Shen Tong directly cut her off with a chop of the hand. Shut up. He Xiao admitted her mistake and said no more. Jiang Bai continued leading the team, and no one questioned him. He Xiao asked from behind curiously, Jiang Bai, how do you tell the direction? Jiang Bai explained, the red mist is flowing, which means there's water nearby. Follow the wind, and you'll find where we need to go. Shen Tong observed the surroundings and saw dry leaves on the ground being blown by the wind, exactly in the direction Jiang Bai was leading them. She looked at Jiang Bai's profile and said, you're young, but you know quite a lot. Jiang Bai smiled. Just a little. Shen Tong rolled her eyes at him. Is it so hard to admit you're excellent? Jiang Bai coughed. I was going to keep a low profile, but I was being left out, so I'm done pretending. Actually, I'm a genius. Everyone was speechless, but no one objected either. Jiang Bai had only been level 9 when he entered the sacred mountain, and now he was already level 17. He could even kill a beastmaster in his 30s with his level 17 cultivation, and had even joined forces with a level 50 support-type beastmaster to take down a strong enemy. That kind of strength had long surpassed an ordinary genius. Everyone felt that Jiang Bai would definitely make a name for himself in the future. Some female members of the administration bureau looked at Jiang Bai with burning eyes, but when they saw Ao Qing behind him, they ultimately didn't dare strike up a conversation. Ao Qing was too beautiful. They felt ashamed by comparison. Everyone chatted and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. At that moment, Tao Ming picked up a child's shoe and handed it to Shen Tong. There was dried blood on the shoe, and everyone's expressions darkened. This is a new style of children's shoe. My daughter has one too, someone said in a low voice. Shen Tong said calmly, the child should have been brought here. Everyone, be careful. Jiang Bai grew even more anxious, his pace quickening. Fury surged to the extreme, and purple aura even began to appear around his body. Ao Qing gently patted his hand to comfort him, and Jiang Bai took a deep breath to suppress the restlessness. He knew that recently, his emotions had been out of control because of the influence of the Abyssal Lord's origin within his body. Soon, the view before everyone widened. Ahead was a valley, surrounded by cliffs, ancient trees, and vines. In the center of the valley was an altar engraved with red glowing runes. Many children were bound on it. The outer ring of them had already lost all signs of life. The children in the inner ring were breathing weakly, their wounds continuously bleeding as the altar absorbed their blood. These bastards must all be killed, he Xiao said. Shen Tong coldly ordered, save them. Everyone rushed up to rescue the children, and the healing-type beast masters immediately began healing. Jiang Bai found the unconscious Meng Meng. Looking at her battered body, his anger nearly spiraled out of control. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared, followed by a squad of black-clad beast masters. He said coldly, I didn't expect you to find this place. The Great Xia Nation really does have some skill. The lowest level among the Onmyoji of the Juju faction was 40, and they were all elite. Shen Tong recognized him as Okamoto Nichigatsu, a major businessman from Sakura country. She questioned him coldly, aren't you afraid of your country being destroyed? Okamoto Nichigatsu smiled and replied, I only represent myself, not my country. If you have a problem, come at me. If my affairs drag my country into it, other countries won't agree either. Besides, whether you can even leave here alive is still uncertain. He looked at Shen Tong. I admire you very much. I hope you'll join us. The treatment will be the highest. At that moment, Jiang Bai stood up, his face dark and gloomy. You all have to die. Seeing that Jiang Bai was only level 17, Okamoto Nichigatsu wore a mocking expression, and his subordinates burst into laughter. Jiang Bai wasted no words and charged straight at Okamoto Nichigatsu. Shen Tong said coldly, leave none alive. She unleashed Azure Light to restore her side. Ao Qing revealed his Azure Dragon form and followed closely behind Jiang Bai, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Jiang Bai's astonishing speed, Okamoto Nichigatsu was very surprised. You're only level 17, yet your body is this strong? He dodged Jiang Bai's attack and kicked Jiang Bai in the abdomen, but Jiang Bai remained completely unharmed. Madness flashed in Okamoto Nichigatsu's eyes. What secret does your body have? Jiang Bai sneered. You want to know? I'll show you what curiosity killed the cat means. He activated the Yin-Yang Immortal Technique, his aura surging as black and white chi coiled around him. Okamoto Nichigatsu licked his lips and warned cautiously. If you keep growing like this, you'll become a huge threat. Jiang Bai threw a punch at him carrying Yin-Yang power. Relax. As long as I'm alive, no one from Sakura country will get away. Golden light burst from Okamoto Nichigatsu as he revealed his level 55 cultivation and punched back at Jiangbai. The two fists collided with a thunderous boom. Okamoto Nichigatsu sneered. Too bad you won't get that chance. I'll personally study your secret. Jiangbai was blasted away and injured. Without Shintong's secret technique, Shenwei, it was very hard for him to defeat someone at level 55 with his level 40 strength, but he was confident he could risk his life to hold Okamoto Nichigatsu back. Ao Qing healed Jiangbai's injuries. Okamoto Nichigatsu's beast girl transformed into a samurai sword, and his other two beast girls also closed in. Luo Yi and Zhao Qingshi arrived in time, and the three of them surrounded and attacked Okamoto Nichigatsu. Okamoto Hidakawa's long blade blazed with golden light as he unleashed a massive jade shatter, sending out a huge blade beam that split the ground into a trench. Everyone hurried to dodge. Luo Yi and Zhao Qingshi were both beastmasters above level 50. After joining forces, Okamoto Hidakawa was forced into a steady retreat. Jiangbai seized the opportunity and kicked Okamoto Hidakawa, sending him flying. Then Jiangbai and Ao Qing struck at the same time. Yin-yang twin pupils and rending void claw, black and white energy interweaving with azure light, tearing Okamoto Hidakawa's body apart. Okamoto Hidakawa looked at Jiangbai in shock. What secret technique are you cultivating? Jiangbai exerted himself to the limit, shooting out like a cannonball, his leg whipping down on Okamoto Hidakawa like an iron lash. Go ask your mom. Boom. Okamoto Hidakawa was smashed into the stone wall, rubble flying everywhere. On the field, the management bureau had the upper hand, while everyone else was locked in a chaotic battle with the Kikusui sect. Just as Jiangbai was about to finish the fight, the ground suddenly trembled, as if an army were marching. Okamoto Hidakawa laboriously pulled his arm out of the stone wall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gave a wretched smile in spite of himself. Finally here. By then, there weren't many from the Kikusui sect left standing. Everyone thought victory was within reach, but the movement beneath the ground drew their attention. Boom. The ground of the Pingu Gathering Center collapsed, revealing a huge cavern, and two massive mysterious stone doors appeared. Everyone stopped fighting and stared at the stone doors. Carved on them were murals, a group of people kneeling before a red tree and a large jar containing playful children. The red tree was lush with branches and leaves, mysterious and crimson. Creak, the stone doors slowly opened. Deep underground, the earth palace seemed bottomless, with neatly arranged stone steps. Tap, tap, footsteps echoed from within, making everyone tense. A line of black-skinned dried corpses in khaki military uniforms, skin tight against their bones, walked out and stood in two rows. Everyone was stunned. This was an army of dried corpses, wearing the military uniforms of Sakura country from a century ago. Soon after, a gaunt figure riding a dried corpse beast girl appeared, likewise a dried corpse. When Okamoto Hidakawa saw it, he bowed at 90 degrees in excitement. General Saimai, welcome back. Shintong was shocked. Could it be Okamoto Saimai? Di Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Who? Shintong explained. 100 years ago, the Sakura nation invaded the Great Xia nation, and he was the supreme commander, known as the most talented man in Sakura nation. After the war, he disappeared. I didn't expect him to end up like this. He Xiaoxiao said in surprise. Wouldn't that make him over 100 years old? Shintong nodded. If it really is him, then he's 140 now. Everyone was horrified. Anyone in Great Xia who could live that long was a top-tier big shot. Okamoto Haruaki bared his fangs and took a deep breath, as if he hadn't smelled fresh air in a long time. His skin was so shriveled that even his eyes couldn't close. Okamoto Nichigawa said in a low voice, General, His Majesty the Emperor sends you his regards. Okamoto Haruaki replied slowly, Go back. Okamoto Nichigawa looked up and asked him to make a move. General, we've run into some trouble. We hope that you go home. Look at the cherry blossoms. Okamoto Nichigawa asked softly. General, have you found the thing? He had spent a huge sum to invite their ancestor out, not to bring him back to the country, but to find the secret target from more than 100 years ago when Great Xia was invaded. After their ancestor vanished, their family was pushed aside and could only rely on finding that thing to return to the center of power. Shintong frowned and said, There's something wrong with his body. She hesitated over whether to step in, because she couldn't see through how strong the other side really was. Leave. Here. Okamoto Nichigawa shouted coldly. General, you all will die. Okamoto Nichigawa was silent for a moment before speaking. Since the general has abandoned glory, then let me, Okamoto Nichigawa, the Okamoto family head, inherit the mission and restore the family's glory. After saying that, he bit through his index finger and used his blood to draw a formation on his palm. A brilliant red light erupted. Shintong was shocked and shouted, "Stop him!" Everyone immediately rushed over. Jiangbai was the first, kicking Okamoto Nichigawa in the head and sending him flying into a pile of rocks. Cough, cough. Okamoto Nichigawa got back up, covered in dirt, but his hands kept moving without stopping. Luo Yi's spear thrust straight for his heart, and Okamoto Nichigawa dodged at the critical moment. The spear pierced through his shoulder instead. He laughed maniacally. "It's done. You won't be able to escape." Okamoto Nichigawa pressed his hand to the ground, and red light lit up all around, an array pattern that had been set up in advance. The dried corpses suddenly rolled on the ground, clutching their heads, red spreading through their eyes. Some of the people from the administration also felt evil energy invading them. Tao Ming said in shock, "This is the Jugiku sect's sinister heart formation pattern. It can control the mind." Shintong recognized the pattern, and green light burst from her hands as she resisted the erosion for everyone. Okamoto Nichigawa sneered, "Go die." The dried corpses trembled violently. Their black pupils turned blood red as they all raised their heads at once. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Okamoto Nichigawa looked at Jiangbai and said softly, "You, I'll tear you apart slowly." Shintong issued a cold command. "Leave one team to protect the children. Everyone else, kill the enemy." Luo Yi led the charge with a long spear in hand. The spear struck the corpse on its body with a metallic clang, almost flying out of his grip. Luo Yi was alarmed. "Its body is too hard. What is this thing?" Zhao Qingshi mocked. "Luo Yi, can you even do it?" Luo Yi gritted his teeth. "This thing has been reinforced." Zhao Qingshi snorted coldly. "If you can't do it, you can't do it. If you've got the skills, try it." Zhao Qingshi raised his heavy hammer and smashed viciously at the corpses, knocking several heads off in succession. He shouted loudly, "The weak point is the head. Hit the head." Everyone immediately did as told. The corpses' heads were smashed through, and many of them fell to the ground. Luo Yi looked at Okamoto Jichuan and sneered. "They're not that impressive after all." Okamoto Jichuan wasn't angry. He said coldly, "You can handle dozens of them. What about hundreds or thousands?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the ground again. The tremors grew even stronger, and more Japanese corpses in yellow military uniforms surged out of the underground palace. Luo Yi thrust his spear through a corpse's head and kicked it flying. Seeing more and more corpses pouring out of the hole, he felt a chill down his back. When will this ever be over? Shintong whipped a corpse flying with her lash, gasping for breath. Seeing the situation turn bad, she shouted, "Luo Yi, Zhao Qingshi, cover the children. Retreat while fighting. Jiangbai, come with me to destroy the formation base." Jiangbai nodded, smashed a corpse's head with one punch, and followed Shintong toward the altar. The children had already been rescued. As long as they destroyed the foundation of the fate-devouring Grand Formation, they could break the array and escape. Shintong stared at Jiangbai and asked, "Can you find the formation base?" Jiangbai pointed at the altar. "Right there." "Good, do it." Shintong turned back and reminded Jiangbai, "Be careful." Jiangbai didn't hesitate and rushed toward the altar together with Shintong. Seeing this, Okamoto Jichuan finally panicked. Seeing that the altar was about to be destroyed, he grew vicious. Staring at the controlled Okamoto Harumasa, he said hatefully, "Which side are you on, exactly?" At the altar, Jiangbai and Shintong had already arrived. Amid the Vungming, Jiangbai smashed several altar platforms with one punch. Okamoto Harumasa's eyes became somewhat clear. Seeing the altar being destroyed one by one, Okamoto Jichuan gritted his teeth and charged at Jiangbai. Jiangbai was destroying the altars too quickly. More than 10 of the 81 altars were destroyed in just a few minutes. When Jiangbai saw him charging, he sneered, "Old dog, you finally couldn't hold back." Okamoto Jichuan slashed at him with a blade. "Don't get cocky. I'm going to tear you apart." Jiangbai dodged to the side and slammed a punch into Okamoto Jichuan's stomach. "For this blood sacrifice in Nanjing City, you had a deal with the Void Association, didn't you?" Okamoto Jichuan coughed up blood and sneered, "That's right. So what if the altar's destroyed? The fate-devouring Grand Array is already complete. It's only a matter of time before Nanjing City's fortune is drained away. The altar could still control Okamoto Saimai. Destroying it now was like letting the tiger return to the mountains, but he had no other choice." A flash of purple light swept through Jiangbai's eyes as he roared, "I want you dead." His fists hammered down like a torrential rain. The yin-yang twin pupils unfolded, and Okamoto Jichuan was swallowed by the energy vortex, crashing to the ground covered in blood, glaring fixedly at Jiangbai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jiangbai, you're the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. But a genius who can't grow up still dies." Jiangbai directly smashed a punch into his face. Jiangbai sneered, "Half a month ago, I was only level 9. Okamoto Jichuan was shocked, unable to accept it, and roared, "Impossible." Jiangbai said indifferently, "There's nothing impossible. It's just that you're too stupid." Okamoto Jichuan collapsed to the ground in despair. Jiangbai's words had shattered his confidence. To grow from level 9 to the point where he could contend with a beast master of over level 50 in just half a month, his talent was beyond heaven-defying. He suddenly realized that Jiangbai's claim of exterminating Sakura country might be true. Jiangbai could not be allowed to live, no matter the cost. Okamoto Jichuan recalled the two beast girls, his gaze fierce, though his expression seemed calm. "Jiangbai, do you think we in Sakura country could set up the fate-devouring grand array in the Tianyan mountain range? Could we collect the birth dates of so many children? Heh, find the answer yourself. If you can survive." Boom. The two beast girls beside Okamoto Jichuan and his katana exploded at the same time, blood mist filling the air. Jiangbai sensed warily that Okamoto Jichuan's aura had weakened, but a terrifying power still lurked within his body. In his final desperate act, Okamoto Jichuan hurled the explosion's energy toward the altar. Boom. Try to stay alive, he died on the spot. With the altar destroyed, the crimson in Okamoto Saimai's eyes faded, leaving only a dead, black emptiness. He said coldly, "Trespassers into the forbidden ground shall die." Okamoto Saimai roared, and violent winds rose. Luo Yi led his men back into the fight, with more beastmasters from Nanjing City following behind them. Everyone was in a wretched state, and some were even carrying unconscious comrades on their backs. It was clear they had suffered a brutal assault in the red mist. Shintong panicked. "Why did you come back?" Zhao Qingshi said tremblingly, "We can't get out. The vines in the red mist have all revived." Shintong's heart sank. He immediately had everyone gather around the injured and the children for protection, huddling together at the center. Everyone obeyed. The dried corpses closed in again, and the defensive line kept shrinking. Shintong was drenched in sweat, still using green energy to treat the wounded. Everyone's eyes were full of despair. There were too many enemies. They simply couldn't be killed fast enough. Dried corpses in front, bizarre vines behind. They had fallen into a desperate trap. At that moment, Jiangbai looked up at the azure dragon in the sky and roared, "Ao Qingjia, transform into a drum." The azure dragon gave a long cry and flew toward Jiangbai, crashing into the green light in his hand, finally turning into a hand drum. It was Ao Qing's third instrument transformation skill, Azure Dragon War Drum. Jiangbai held the Azure Dragon drum, the dragon head on the drum's surface vivid and lifelike. Jiangbai struck it hard. Dong! The drums sounded like thunder, and the echo reverberated through the valley, quickening everyone's heartbeat. Dong! The drums sounded again, and everyone instantly felt their physical strength being activated, their blood surging, and their power skyrocketing. Everyone looked at Jiangbai with fervent eyes. This Azure Dragon drum provided powerful support, reigniting everyone's hope for survival. Each of them was like they'd been injected with a shot of adrenaline, brimming with energy. Dong! The drums sounded again, and countless dried corpses had their heads blown apart. "Victory is certain," someone shouted excitedly. "Victory is certain. South River will win. Jiangbai is invincible. Invincible. Charge. Kill these dog things." Everyone charged into battle again, and the scene once more became one-sided as before. Ao Qing's transformation into the Azure Dragon drum was too fierce. The drum beats not only healed injuries, but also strengthened beast girls and beast masters, allowing them to fight monsters above their level. Shintong stared blankly at Jiangbai, feeling as if he were a sea-calming needle, with everyone drawing reassurance from him. Jiangbai, however, remained very calm, because he knew the dried corpses here were nothing compared to the farthest one, on Myoji Okamoto Haruaki. Jiangbai turned to Shintong with a smile. "Captain Shin, can you give me another buff?" Shintong froze. "What buff?" Jiangbai was speechless and had to explain. "That skill you gave me at the villa." Jiangbai stole a glance at her long legs beneath her damaged combat suit. Shintong blushed a little, but at this life-or-death moment, she couldn't care less. Shintong was somewhat worried. "You're going after Okamoto Haruaki?" Jiangbai sighed. "Yes. If we drag this out, we'll all die." Shintong nodded and brought her hands together, condensing a ball of energy. Sweat ran down her neck, and with her clothes soaked through, they clung even tighter to her body. Shintong let out a shout and struck the light sphere into Jiangbai's body. Jiangbai instantly felt his power surge to the max. With the buff from the Azure Dragon War Drum and Shintong's divine might, he was in peak condition. He felt that he could even kill Okamoto Hidekawa in one hit now. But he didn't dare use Void Realm energy, afraid he might lose control. As Jiangbai was leaving, he teased, "Nice figure." He casually tossed a new set of clothes to Shintong. Shintong glanced down and saw how exposed she was, her face instantly turning red. You little bastard, your eyes are so unruly. She put on the clothes and secretly lifted her chest a little. But your taste isn't bad. Watching Jiangbai's back, she was still worried in her heart. You have to come back alive. After tying up her hair and eating 2 recovery pills, along with the Azure Dragon Drum, Shintong felt like she was back to full health. She regained her composure. Everyone, pay attention. Cover Jiangbai, and don't let the dry corpses disturb him. Everyone saw her change into Jiangbai's clothes and was curious, but none of them dared say anything. Did iron trees really bloom? Could it be that Captain Shun likes younger men? Jiangbai went all out with his speed, kicking up dust and sand wherever he passed. Okamoto Harumi stood motionless in place, as if he hadn't noticed Jiangbai approaching. As Jiangbai drew close, black and white light from his yin-yang immortal arts coiled around him, and he roared as he smashed a heavy punch toward Okamoto. Boom! The two collided, and the bursting energy waves spread outward, sending everyone flying and throwing the scene into instant chaos, with dust and mist blotting out the sky. The dust and mist obscured everyone's vision, and no one could see what was happening inside. Shintong looked at Jiangbai, her face full of worry, and could only keep praying in her heart that he would be safe and sound. Suddenly, Jiangbai was blasted out, crashing into the stone wall with a loud bang, cracking it apart. He coughed a few times, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he could still barely stand. Shintong shouted, "Jiangbai, are you okay?" Jiangbai shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. He felt that his opponent was far too strong. The other side had only reacted instinctively, yet even after he desperately dissipated the force, he still couldn't block it. He almost wanted to retreat, but when he saw the people from the bureau risking their lives to protect the children, he gave up that thought. Clenching his teeth, Jiangbai charged back into the dust cloud. This time, a silver-white battle axe appeared in his hand, the white tiger suppressing the world axe, wrapped in thunder and flashing with a cold gleam along its blade. Jiangbai stared warily at Okamoto Harumi, who was still standing motionless, making him seem even more terrifying. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack as Okamoto twisted his neck and turned to grin eerily at Jiangbai. Jiangbai was shocked. Gathering all his strength, he erupted in golden light and roaring thunder, raising his axe to cleave at Okamoto. The people on the perimeter began paying attention to the battle inside. They all knew that victory or defeat would be decided here. Amid the thunderous roar of swirling dust, white lightning tore through the black smoke. "So strong," someone said in shock. Luo Yi suggested going to help Jiangbai, but Zhao Qingshi shook his head. "We can't help him, we'd just drag him down." Luo Yi sighed. Didn't expect to become dead weight. Zhao Qingshi's face darkened. He suspected Luo Yi was taking a swipe at him, but he had no proof. In the dust, Jiangbai launched a furious assault, but Okamoto stood motionless, letting the attacks land on him. His clothes weren't even torn. Jiangbai was panting, exhausted. He couldn't beat him and couldn't escape, feeling utterly powerless. He recalled Bai Linger and tentatively asked, "What exactly do you want?" Okamoto rasped, and Jiangbai said impatiently, "What the hell are you trying to say?" Okamoto pointed at the stone gate of the underground palace, seeming to want Jiangbai to go in. "You want me to go in? Or don't want me to?" "Master," Okamoto said haltingly. "Your master?" "Yes." Jiangbai fell silent, not understanding who the master in Okamoto's mouth was. Those who trespass into the forbidden ground must die. Just as he was about to be invited into the home, Jiangbai felt a little panicked. Even a master like Okamoto Saimai was only a servant. What lay inside must be terrifying. "Can I not go in?" Jiangbai probed. "No way." Okamoto finally managed to finish a complete sentence, but Jiangbai couldn't be happy about it. He pointed at Shentong and the others outside and said, "Can you let them leave first? Once they're gone, I'll go in." Okamoto Saimai replied, "Leave." Jiangbai understood that the other party had agreed. The next second, the red mist rolled and opened a passage. Jiangbai let out a breath of relief, knowing the other side meant no harm. Outside, everyone stared at the red mist in a daze, not knowing what had happened. Jiangbai walked out, and Shintong's eyes lit up. "Jiangbai, got it handled?" Jiangbai nodded. "Yeah, it's settled. Captain Shun, take everyone and go. Follow this passage out." Shintong was so happy he almost jumped up. "Jiangbai, you're amazing." Jiangbai scratched his head. "I've always been amazing. As everyone knows, my second brother is invincible." Shintong froze. "You have a younger brother too? Weren't you an orphan?" Jiangbai said very seriously. "I do have a younger brother, and he's not small." Shintong wondered if he had recognized a sworn brother later on, and asked in a low voice, "Introduce me to your brother sometime, when you have the chance." Jiangbai, "Sure, let's see." Everyone was completely baffled by Jiangbai. "Jiangbai, are you always this bold?" Tao Ming understood what Jiangbai meant, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. After everyone had left, only Shun Tong, Jiang Bai, and the beast girl remained. "Let's go, Captain Shun." A crimson fog passage appeared, and Jiang Bai smiled as he said, "You go first." Just as Shin Tong stepped into the passage and turned back to call Jiang Bai, he found that Okamoto Haruaki was already standing beside Jiang Bai, while Jiang Bai had taken a step back. "Jiang Bai, hurry up and leave." Shin Tong shouted. "Captain Shun, you guys go first. I still have something to do." Jiang Bai waved. The crimson fog surged, separating the two of them. Jiang Bai's voice grew softer. "Captain Shun, I'll come back. Remember to get my rank upgraded for me." Shin Tong called out to Jiang Bai with the last of his hope, but the crimson fog was like a wall of mist. He couldn't get in at all. Shin Tong began to panic, suddenly suspecting that Jiang Bai had used his life to force out the passage. Otherwise, how could the crimson fog have suddenly given way? "Jiang Bai," Shin Tong lowered his head and called softly. "Go." Jiang Bai held Ao Qing's hand and looked at Okamoto as he said faintly. In truth, he had no confidence either. He urged Ao Qing to take Bai Linger and leave, but Ao Qing ignored him. Ahead, mummified corpses stood in 2 rows like a terrifying welcoming party. Jiang Bai joked, "A reception ceremony?" Okamoto nodded. Jiang Bai fell silent, suspecting that the beings in Shinshu Ridge were looking for him because of Ao Qing or Bai Linger. He asked Ao Qing, "What if we die here?" Ao Qing was very calm. "Then die. Anyway, I've already lived a long time." The gate of the underground palace was piled together from huge stones, even larger than the school gate, with an ancient and mysterious aura. Before even getting close, Jiang Bai smelled a strong stench of blood. Jiang Bai frowned. He had previously thought the blood stench and red mist were the work of the 9 Chrysanthemums faction, but now it seemed otherwise. He stepped through the stone gate. After his eyes adjusted to the brief glare, Jiang Bai saw a staircase leading down into the underground. On both sides of the stone walls hung skulls emitting a green glow. Step by step, he descended until he finally reached the last step. The underground palace was enormous, with a vaulted ceiling soaring high overhead. The stone stairs connected to a straight stone road. On both sides of the road were huge earth pits, and in the pits knelt many dried corpses, all facing the end of the stone path. At the far end stood a bronze archway covered in verdigris, faintly glowing red, the same as the mural on the stone gate outside the underground palace. When they reached the entrance, Okamoto Haruaki suddenly stopped and would not go on. Jiang Bai was surprised. "You're not coming in?" Okamoto Haruaki lowered his head and said nothing, standing motionless. Jiang Bai called out to him in displeasure, but got no response. Jiang Bai took a deep breath and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The scene inside changed abruptly. Jiang Bai felt as though he had entered an endless starry void. Beneath his feet was an invisible barrier, and below that lay darkness. Ahead, a scarlet stream of light flowed, as if guiding the way. Looking around, he saw several gigantic skeletons, their skulls pierced by wooden arrows that shimmered with holy light. Staring too long, Jiang Bai felt a surge of brutality rise in his heart, and he quickly looked away. The skeletons of these monsters were terrifying in size. The fact that they had been killed by wooden arrows shocked Jiang Bai. Those arrows were holy yet carried a sinister air, making one afraid to look directly at them. Suppressing his unease, Jiang Bai brought Ao Qing with him and followed the red light forward. He didn't know how long he had walked before a giant tree appeared ahead, its trunk transparent and wrapped in red light, with a thick blood odor lingering beneath it. Beneath the tree stood a woman in a tattered long dress, her body covered in blood-red patterns, bound by vines as though fused with the tree itself. She hung her head without moving, long hair covering her face, and the atmosphere was eerie. Forcing down his fear, Jiang Bai called out, "Senior." The woman seemed to hear him and slowly raised her head. The wind parted her long hair, and Jiang Bai saw her face clearly. He froze in place and blurted out, "Mom?" Jiang Bai was filled with shock. This woman was exactly his mother as he remembered her. When he was 5, his grandfather died and his aunt disappeared. Later, this woman and a man claimed to be his parents, and the 3 of them lived together for many years. 5 years ago, his parents suddenly vanished. He searched for them like a madman, but everyone insisted that he had no parents. Even the administration bureau couldn't find their household registration, as if those 2 had never existed in this world. He went to investigate, and the result was that he developed hysteria. So, was it a coincidence, or was the woman in front of him really the original owner's mother? The woman's eyes were bloodshot as she stared fixedly at Jiang Bai, as if she wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Bai asked, "Are you my mom?" The woman froze, then shook her head. Jiang Bai felt a little upset. Could it really be hysteria? "Did you let me in?" The woman nodded. Suddenly, The surrounding area trembled. The blood-colored ancient tree shook constantly, and the woman's gaze at Jiangbai became complicated and reluctant, as if she was about to disappear at any moment. Jiangbai was stunned and asked, "Why did you let me in?" The woman remained silent. Jiangbai asked again, "Do we know each other?" The woman nodded. Jiangbai was even more confused. They really knew each other? Could it be that the original bodies, parents, weren't his real parents at all, and had another purpose for him? But in his memories, that woman's concern had been genuine, and the original owner had nothing worth plotting over. This only made Jiangbai even more baffled. Suddenly, the blood-red tree rose into the air. Its vines retracted, and the entire tree vanished in an instant. The bronze gate also disappeared, and Jiangbai and Ao Qing were back in the underground palace. All the kneeling dried corpses turned to ash the moment the ancient tree vanished, scattering across the ground. Jiangbai stood there, still with his doubts unresolved. In the darkness, a trace of green light caught Jiangbai's attention. It turned out that where the ancient tree had disappeared, a classic book was hanging in the air, glowing with green light. Jiangbai thought of the 9 immortal art he had seen in the main hall of the Jade Green Realm. He picked up the classic book. On the cover were 4 large words: Azure Wood Immortal Art. Jiangbai put the classic book into his storage space, then looked at Ao Qing. Ao Qing nodded obediently. In Pinggu, the stone gate of the underground palace slowly closed, and Jiangbai's mood was complicated. He had been summoned in just to obtain an immortal art? Outside, the red mist dispersed, the mountain peaks collapsed, and even the landscape had changed. Looking around, Jiangbai said, "The mountains are shattered, the waterways have changed, and the gathering Qi land of Nanjing City has been destroyed." The devouring cloud Great Array had caused Nanjing City's fortune to drain away, and Shuntree Ridge had originally been the place where Qi gathered. Now that the gathering Qi land had been destroyed, fortune would redistribute, and the rate of loss would slow down. Jiangbai thought of what Yang Feng had once said. In recent years, the number of people with spiritual veins had been decreasing, probably because of the devouring fortune Great Array at work. Outside the perimeter of Shuntree Ridge, Yi Xiao, with her bun-shaped face, crouched on a rock and asked worriedly, "Sister Shun, why hasn't Jiangbai come out?" Tao Ming stared at the red mist. "He shouldn't have gotten tangled up in the vines, right? Jiangbai is so strong, he should be fine." Shintong lowered her head and said nothing. Everyone was anxious. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from within Shuntree Ridge, and the red mist vanished. Shintong rushed in first. He Xiao cried out, "Captain Shun, what are you doing?" Tao Ming shouted, "Hurry up and follow." Everyone followed and rushed into the forest. Jiangbai was walking out with Ao Qing when he suddenly sensed a wave of energy ahead. Thinking it was a surviving remnant of the 9 Chrysanthemum sect, he was about to make a move, only for a pair of familiar long legs to charge straight at him. It was Captain Shun. Jiangbai asked, "Captain Shun, what's the rush?" Seeing that Jiangbai was safe and sound, Shuntong finally let out a breath of relief, her face lighting up with energy. You're still alive?" Jiangbai froze. "Yeah. Should I die?" That's not what I meant. I understand. Let's go. Let's head back together." On the way back, they ran into He Xiao and Tao Ming again, and both were very happy to see Jiangbai. When they reached the outskirts, Jiangbai heard a childish voice. "Brother Jiangbai, sister Ao Qing." Looking over, he saw Meng Meng had woken up and was being held by Zhao Qingshi, waving at him. Jiangbai took Meng Meng from him. "Do you miss me?" "I do, brother Jiangbai. I ran into bad people, and they wouldn't let me see mommy." Meng Meng was so aggrieved she was about to cry. Jiangbai hurriedly comforted her. "Don't be scared. The bad guys were driven away by the uncles and aunties. The uncles and aunties said you were the one who saved me. We all saved you together," Jiangbai said, pinching Meng Meng's nose. Meng Meng turned around to thank everyone, and everyone laughed, except Shintong, who looked somewhat strained. "Brother Jiangbai, is that auntie unhappy?" Meng Meng asked softly. Jiangbai glanced at Shintong. "Probably not." The first volume ends here. A large amount of plot has been cut for the sake of speeding things up. We're about to contract the 3rd Beast Girl. In Jinxiu residence, Jiangbai took Meng Meng and knocked on Bai Jie's door. Bai Jie looked haggard, her eyes swollen and red. The moment she saw Meng Meng, tears immediately streamed down her face. "Meng Meng!" She hugged Meng Meng tightly in excitement and broke down crying from losing and finding her again. "Mom, don't cry. Meng Meng is back." Meng Meng quickly comforted her mother. Crying, Bai Jie thanked Jiangbai and even tried to kneel. Jiangbai hurriedly helped her up. "I'm from the Administration Bureau. Saving Meng Meng was already my job, and Meng Meng always brings me watermelons. I wouldn't let anything happen to her." After returning home, Jiangbai sat on the sofa and recalled what he had experienced. His mother was called Chen Xian, and his father Jiang Yuan, but those might have been fake names. Even the administration bureau couldn't find anything. His mother had become abnormal in Shinshu Ridge, and his father had vanished without a trace. The origins of the tree in Shinshu Ridge were also very mysterious. Jiangbai had a headache. These mysteries were like a cage trapping him. The mission that Okamoto Jichuan mentioned might be related to that ancient tree. After the ancient tree left, all the dried corpses turned to dust, proving that the dried corpses came from the ancient tree. Since the Nine Chrysanthemum sect could control the dried corpses, they clearly also knew the inside story about the ancient tree. Jiangbai decided he had to go to Sakura country to investigate that ancient tree, and while he was at it, look for Qin Xian and figure out the secrets within himself. After figuring all that out, Jiangbai called out, "Sister Ao Qing, come out for a moment." No one answered. Jiangbai tried touching the beast one, and sure enough, Ao Qing replied shyly in his mind, "Don't touch it anymore. I want to rest. Go find Ling." Jiangbai was helpless. Ever since that incident with Linger some time ago, Ao Qing had been sulking. Looks like he'd have to sleep alone again tonight. But to cultivate the yin-yang immortal art, he still needed energy. After hesitating, Jiangbai didn't go looking for Bai Linger. Instead, he took out the Azure Wood Immortal Art he had obtained from Divine Tree Ridge to study. The Azure Wood Immortal Art has 4 layers. The first layer is called Spirit Seed. It helps restore energy, heal injuries, detoxify, and relieve fatigue. It is a support-type immortal art. Jiangbai had taken another step forward in cultivating as a support-type Beastmaster. He sat cross-legged in the living room. Following the mental cultivation method of the Azure Wood Immortal Art, a wave of green light filled the entire room. Even the nearly withered flowers on the balcony regained vitality and bloomed with vivid blossoms. Next door, Bai Jia was bathing Meng Meng when she suddenly felt a breeze pass by. Instantly, she felt refreshed, and even the swelling in her eyes disappeared. Downstairs, Zhou Qingya also felt completely relaxed, with all fatigue swept away. She wondered if there was some powerful support-type Beastmaster nearby, cultivating a wood attribute secret art. At daybreak, Jiangbai finished his cultivation and withdrew the green light back into his body. A flash of azure light crossed his eyes as he successfully reached the first layer of the Azure Wood Immortal Art and obtained a new skill, Spirit Seed. Full of energy, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Jiangbai made breakfast, cooking noodles and frying meat, then called everyone to eat. Bai Linger appeared first upon hearing him, excitedly asking what was for breakfast, and Ao Qing followed right behind her. When Bai Linger saw Ao Qing, she froze and secretly looked to Jiangbai for help. Jiangbai pulled her to sit beside him and coaxed her, saying he had made her favorite dish. The atmosphere was awkward. Bai Linger softly called out, "Big sister." Ao Qing ignored her and simply said, "Eat first." Ao Qing sat across from them in silence. Bai Linger felt both shy and frightened, and secretly pinched Jiangbai. Jiangbai hurt so much that he straightened up. Ao Qing ate quickly. After wiping her mouth, she stared at Jiangbai and Bai Linger, making the atmosphere even more tense. Bai Linger was just about to sneak off to wash the dishes when Ao Qing stopped her, so she obediently sat back down. Ao Qing sighed. "Linger, this has nothing to do with you. It's all Jiangbai's problem." Bai Linger hurriedly chimed in. "Yeah, it's all brother Jiangbai's fault. I only ended up like this because of him." Jiangbai apologized guiltily. Ao Qing said sternly, "Linger doesn't need your apology. She needs your attitude. How are you planning to treat her in the future?" With the two of them staring at him, Jiangbai felt his scalp tingle and promised earnestly, "I will never bully Linger, and I definitely won't let either of you down. You're my most important partners." Ao Qing rolled her eyes. "Why not ask Linger what she thinks?" Bai Linger blushed and said, "Actually, it's not that big of a deal." Ao Qing froze. So Bai Linger had already made up her mind. Jiangbai said happily, "Linger, I'll never let you suffer any grievances again." Bai Linger lowered her head and softly agreed. Ao Qing was speechless. After breakfast, Jiangbai went out a little after 9 and received a call from the Commerce Guild, asking him to come settle the money from the last batch of information he had sold. A beast girl in black stockings came up to greet him. After Jiangbai explained why he was there, she led him to the reception room. Not long after, a short-haired woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black suit walked in, exuding a powerful aura. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Qian Yu took the initiative to shake his hand, her attitude friendly. Jiangbai asked directly, "Has the beast girl information I sold last time been verified?" Qian Yu nodded. 5 sets of information, 1 diamond tier, for gold tier. The 4 gold tier sets totaled 3.2 million. The diamond tier 1 will go to auction, and 40% of the final bid will be yours. Jiangbai said, "Just transfer the money directly to my card when the time comes." Qian Yu continued, "If you get more information in the future, sell it to me first. I'll buy gold tier for 900,000, and the diamond tier split will be 45%. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. A slightly chubby young man dressed in gold and silver pushed open the door and shouted, "Sis, why are you stopping me?" Suppressing her displeasure, Qian Yu smiled at Jiang Bai and said, "Mr. Jiang, if you agree, we can sign a contract." The young man introduced himself. "Jiang Bai, right? I'm Qian Duoduo." Jiang Bai found the name familiar and remembered seeing him at Mount Saint. Qian Duoduo asked, "You're the one selling the diamond tier beast girl information? Why not sell it directly to me? I'll give you 20 million. By the time it goes through auction, you'd only get 12 million. Qian Yu said coldly. "Qian Duoduo, don't try to swoop in and take the benefit." Qian Duoduo spread his hands. "Whoever you sell to, it's still a sale. Why not reconcile with dad and go home? After all, you're the eldest miss of the Qian family." Qian Yu firmly refused. "I won't go back. Mr. Zhang's information has already been acquired by our Great Xia Commerce Association. If you want to buy it, go to the auction." Seeing that, Qian Duoduo stopped arguing and instead said to Jiang Bai, "Bro, let's exchange contact info. If you have more information in the future, our Cloudcom Commerce Association will buy it too, and will pay well." Jiang Bai nodded. After exchanging contact information, he didn't cooperate with Qian Yu and left alone. After Jiang Bai left, Qian Yu asked helplessly, "What are you doing in Nanijiang?" Qian Duoduo spread his hands and said bluntly, "I originally came to compete for the Juking realm, but who knew immortal arts would appear inside?" Qian Yu was shocked. "Immortal arts? You got them?" Qian Duoduo gave a bitter smile. "No, I got set up by a guy named Tao Ming. Luckily, I had a spatial rune pattern, so I managed to escape. Then I came to see you on the way. It turned out that when everyone was fighting over the immortal arts, Tao Ming had tricked them into rushing into the sleeping palace, only for a formidable woman to suddenly appear and snatch the immortal arts away." Qian Yu sighed. "What a pity," Qian Duoduo said indignantly. "If I had that immortal arts manual, I could go up against that little monster at home." Qian Yu's expression darkened. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo quickly shut up, realizing he had misspoken. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Qian Yu shook her head. "This is between him and me. It has nothing to do with you." "Sis, you still won't sell me the diamond tier beast girl data?" Qian Yu said coldly. "Young Master Qian is short on money too?" Qian Duoduo gave a wry smile. "It's all because of him. The family resources went to him, and the rest of us got cut back." Qian Yu suddenly asked, "The Yuanling Mountain is about to open, right?" "Yeah, why do you ask?" "Help me get a pass." Qian Duoduo froze. "It'll open soon. You want to go in?" No way, it's too dangerous. Second uncle won't agree." Qian Yu mocked herself. "When has he ever cared about me?" The Beast Girl Contract Bureau regularly sends qualified beast masters into the Sacred Mountain. It costs 50,000 yuan, and it's also a way to contract beast girls. Easier than the contract assembly, though it only allows beast girls from families with existing records. Jiang Bai was level 40 and planned to go to the Sacred Mountain to contract his third beast girl, so Bai Lingyer could appear publicly. He went to the Contract Bureau in Nanjing City to register and planned to enter together when the passage opened. The Contract Bureau was already crowded with people, so it seemed today was the day. Jiang Bai entered the lobby and asked a staff member, "Hello, I'd like a Sacred Mountain pass." The staff member saw that he was level 19 and looked puzzled. "Are you sure? You need to be level 20 to contract a second beast girl. Going in at level 19 would be a waste of money." Jiang Bai had always shown himself as level 19, so the staff member assumed he lacked the ability. "I'm sure." Jiang Bai nodded, then asked, "When is the earliest opening?" The staff member reminded him, "The earliest is today. Next time will be half a month later. If you can level up to 20 within half a month, would that work?" Jiang Bai shook his head. "No need. This time is fine." At that moment, a young girl walked over to the window next to him. "Hello, I'd like a Sacred Mountain pass." Jiang Bai turned toward the voice. The girl had pink twin ponytails with big waves, a white princess dress with a white belt, and a slim figure. Noticing Jiang Bai staring at her, she turned back with a smile. "Hi." She looked straight out of a manga. Jiang Bai was struck by her beauty and nodded in response. The girl asked, "Are you also going to the Sacred Mountain to contract a beast girl?" Jiang Bai nodded. The girl's eyes lit up. After a moment of hesitation, she asked softly, "Can we go in together?" Jiang Bai frowned. "No, I'm not used to traveling with strangers." The girl looked disappointed. "Oh, okay." The staff member was shocked that Jiang Bai had actually rejected such a cute girl. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. "Is it done?" "Yes." The staff member hurriedly handed over the pass. "The passage opens in 2 hours. You can go wait in the lounge." Jiang Bai took the pass and turned to leave. Lin Yueyao gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. At that moment, the young man beside her laughed so hard he bent over. "Ha ha ha hi. Can we go into the sacred mountain together? Lin Yueyao, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can become the family's sole heir? Lin Feng laughed so hard he doubled over, wiping tears from his eyes from time to time. Lin Yueyao threatened him coldly. Lin Feng, laugh one more time and try me. Lin Feng instantly stopped laughing and put on a serious face. I'm not laughing. The staff member who had just handled the paperwork was stunned by Lin Yueyao's sudden change in expression. Just a second ago, she had been such a cute girl. Lin Yueyao glared fiercely at the staff member. What are you looking at? Want me to gouge your eyes out? The staff member immediately lowered his head and pretended to be busy. Lin Feng took the opportunity to send the video he had just recorded to the Rescue Lin Yueyao group chat. Lin Feng, hurry and look. Isn't this the daughter of your dreams? Lin Feng video. Lin father. Lin mother. Lin father. Who is that man? Why is my daughter treating him like this? Heartbroken.jpg Lin mother. Are you stupid? Isn't it actually pretty good that our daughter can be like this? Dumbdog.jpg Lin father. Oh right. Enlightened.jpg Lin mother. Who's that young man? Lin mother. Heart.jpg. Mother, recall the message. Lin Feng had just put down his phone when it rang again. He glanced at it and directly posted in the group. Lin Feng. Is it possible that what Yueyao actually wants to pursue is that guy's beast girl? Smile.jpg. Lin's father, Lin's mother, Lin's father. Should we disband the group? I don't think we can save her. Lin's mother. Go ahead and try disbanding it if you dare. Lin Feng saw his parents arguing again and didn't interrupt. He turned to Lin Yueyao and said, Yueyao, are you really going to go after Jiang Bai? I don't think he'll be easy to deal with, and you'll end up at a disadvantage. Hearing that, Lin Yueyao actually laughed out loud. At a disadvantage? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng shrugged. You can't outcompete him. Even Li Lingtian is no match for you, but you still can't beat him. Lin Yueyao refused to accept it. Can't I try? What if that guy Ao Qing likes girls? Lin Feng was speechless. Do you think everyone is like you? Just then, Lin Yueyao's phone received a message. She glanced at it, and her expression darkened as she glared viciously at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly tensed up and forced himself to stay calm. What's wrong? Lin Yueyao gritted her teeth. What did you do? Lin Feng played dumb. I didn't do anything. What happened? Lin Yueyao held the phone up to his face. What is this? She pointed at the video. Seeing the video, Lin Feng turned and ran, but he was still caught by Lin Yueyao and given a beating, then sent flying straight out of the window. Lin Yueyao said to the stunned staff, I'll cover the damages. Also, call your bureau chief over. I'm going to sponsor the Nanshire Contract Bureau. Jiang Bai was eating at a restaurant next to the contract bureau. He didn't pay much attention when he heard the loud crash. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. 2 hours later, Jiang Bai arrived at the contract bureau square. In the center of the square was a large stone. Unlike last time, there were fewer people this time, just a little over 50. A pink-haired girl in a princess dress walked in, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone thought she was dazzlingly beautiful. Jiang Bai merely glanced at her, and then turned away, paying no mind. At that moment, an old man came out, swept his gaze over everyone, lingered a little longer on Lin Yueyao, and then said, The rules of the sacred mountain have changed this time. 2 people will enter together in pairs. Jiang Bai frowned, because his target was Ao Qing and Bai Linger's sisters, and now the number of people was odd. He immediately spoke up, Senior, the number of people is odd. I request to go in alone. The old man was stunned by Jiang Bai's words. Lin Yueyao also stared at Jiang Bai in shock. She thought to herself, so many people were chasing me, yet Jiang Bai feels absolutely nothing for me? The old man swept his gaze across the crowd. Suddenly, a young man shouted, Ouch! I've got a headache. I'm out. The old man nodded in agreement, and the number of people became even, so the teams were formed. Very quickly, Jiang Bai found himself helplessly facing the pink-haired girl. Lin Yueyao smiled, and held out her hand to introduce herself. I'm Lin Yueyao. And you? Jiang Bai said indifferently. Jiang Bai. Lin Yueyao said proudly. I suggested we go together this morning. This must be fate. Jiang Bai sighed and suggested. After entering the sacred mountain, can we each go our own way? Lin Yueyao flatly refused. No, I'm scared. She thought to herself that she had spent over $1 million to get close to Jiang Bai. So how could they possibly split up? Jiang Bai reluctantly agreed. But in his mind, he was already calculating that once he entered the sacred mountain, he would just run. At this moment, the old man on the platform moved his hands, making the patterns glow. Wind gathered and formed a vortex. The passage opened, and the old man reminded everyone, You must come out within 3 days, or you'll have to wait until next time. The crowd lined up and entered the passage. Jiang Bai felt that entering the sacred mountain this time was different from the previous contract convention. Last time, he arrived in the blink of an eye. This time, it took a full minute to walk out, and the surroundings had turned into a primeval forest with fresh air. Ahead, several older beast girls greeted everyone kindly and asked them to state which clan they wanted to go to. Jiangbai recognized one of them, Granny Shi, who had once helped him. Jiangbai stepped forward to greet her. Granny Shi, do you remember me? Granny Shi thought for a moment, then smiled. I remember. 3 years ago, you contracted with the Fox clans by Yuan, right? Jiangbai nodded. Granny Shi frowned and complained. It's been 3 years, and you're only level 19? What are you coming in here for, wasting money? Jiangbai smiled and said he was almost level 20, was preparing for the national tournament, and wanted to improve his strength. Granny Shi asked, where's Bai Yuan? Have her come out and take a look? Jiangbai said awkwardly. I've already ended the contract with her. Granny Shi's expression darkened, and she asked why. Jiangbai briefly explained what had happened between Bai Yuan and Zhang Yu. Granny Shi said angrily that Bai Yuan didn't know what was good for her, and if they weren't going to mention her, then so be it. Are you planning to contract a new beast girl this time? Granny will find you one you can rely on. Jiangbai felt a bit awkward. Actually, I already contracted one just now. Jiangbai was planning to contract a second beast girl. Granny Shi was shocked and told him to summon her, so she could take a look. Jiangbai silently called for Ao Qing in his heart, and with a flash of blue light, Ao Qing appeared, breathtakingly beautiful. Granny Shi's expression changed instantly, and she angrily said, It's you. Seeing this, Jiangbai frowned and asked what she meant. Granny Shi said coldly, For her sake, I won't make things difficult for you today, but none of us are willing to guide you. You. The crowd watched the show, and many had clearly heard of Ao Qing. Her reputation obviously wasn't very good. Jiangbai didn't dwell on it either. He turned to leave with Ao Qing, saying that Lin Yuyao should stay behind and wait for the guide. Lin Yuyao immediately said, I'll go with you. No need for a guide. Jiangbai was puzzled. Why did Lin Yuyao want to follow him? Another guide looked displeased and asked Lin Yuyao if she was looking down on them. Lin Yuyao was stunned and said she just wanted to go with Jiangbai. Besides, the senior had said before that they should pair up in twos. She added that she already knew where to contract a beast girl, so there was no need for guidance. The guide pointed at Ao Qing and reminded her that it was very dangerous, but Lin Yuyao paid no attention. The guide snorted coldly and told her to do as she pleased. The three left and walked along a path in the primeval forest. Jiangbai suddenly asked where the beast girl Lin Yuyao wanted to contract was, planning to escort her there. Lin Yuyao blinked. I don't know. Jiangbai froze and asked if she had just been lying to everyone. Lin Yuyao admitted it openly. After a moment of silence, Jiangbai suggested playing a game. She would close her eyes, and he would give her something. Lin Yuyao warily refused, but in the end she still agreed to close her eyes. The moment she did, Jiangbai gathered energy and smashed a punch down at the top of her head. Lin Yuyao instinctively blocked it and was blasted away. By the time she regained her senses, Jiangbai and Ao Qing were already gone. Panting, Lin Yuyao hadn't expected Jiangbai to suddenly attack. Her face darkened. Bastard, trying to kill me? She frowned, puzzled in her heart. How is Jiangbai this strong? That punch could have killed a beast master over level 40. Jiangbai didn't stop until he had run far away with Ao Qing. Ao Qing asked, Why did you suddenly attack her? Jiangbai explained, I thought she had just come of age and hadn't cultivated yet, and came in to contract her first beast girl. But her reaction didn't seem like a newbie's. She wasn't looking forward to it at all, and was instead deceiving me. She had a purpose from the start, so I struck to test her. Ao Qing nodded. She blocked your sneak attack so easily. She's very strong. Jiangbai said, We need to be careful. What was going on with Sister Shi just now? Ao Qing was silent for a moment. Among the beast girls on Sacred Mountain who haven't contracted yet, their status is the lowest. Their bloodline restrictions limit their cultivation to level 20. Depending on which clan they're contracted to, some beast girls have returned to Sacred Mountain. Resources here are scarce, and the larger clans enslave the weaker beast girls, forcing them to hunt in low-level battlefields. Jiangbai was startled and asked, Doesn't the will of Sacred Mountain care? Ao Qing shook her head. It only issued an order forbidding them from killing one another. It doesn't care about anything else. Later on, many beast girls of unknown races began banding together to resist the oppression. Jiangbai looked at Ao Qing. Did you go through the same thing before? Ao Qing looked into the distance and brushed her hair aside. That was over 100 years ago. When I had just awakened intelligence, my clan tricked me into going to a low-level battlefield. I fought there for over 10 years, then met Xiao Si. She was lazy and often got whipped. I couldn't stand it and spoke up for her, nearly getting killed. After that, I took her and escaped. Later, I met Xiao Er and Linger one after another, and we all fled together for many years. It wasn't until we found a place to settle that things finally got a little better. She smiled. That guy from earlier hates me because I kept bringing beast girls to snatch prey from the larger clans. They couldn't beat us and couldn't find our nest, so they had no choice but to compromise. Jiang Bai stared blankly at Ao Qing. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Ao Qing smiled, wrapped her arms around Jiang Bai's neck, leaned on his shoulder, and softly responded. A battle erupted in the sacred mountain ruins, but no beast girls were killed, only surrendered and were captured. A woman dressed in fiery red hovered in the air, her wings flapping and stirring up waves of heat, while several other beast girls with wings surrounded her. One of the beast girls laughed. Second sister, stop holding out. Eldest sister has already left with the beast master. No matter how long you hold out, it's useless. If you surrender now, maybe you can at least die a little more quickly. The red-haired woman gritted her teeth in anger. Back then, eldest sister saved you, and now you betray us and reveal the entrance to the ruins. She hadn't expected the betrayal to come just after eldest sister had left. The beast girl called number 69 didn't care at all. Staying with you, worrying every day and never getting enough to eat, is worse than being a manager under them. Life is much better now. No need to go to the battlefield anymore. The red-haired woman cursed. You really are cheap. You knew how they treated you back then, and you still helped them. Cheap to the bone. 69 sneered. Go ahead and curse me, while you still have the chance. Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of the companions in the ruins. The red-haired woman's expression darkened, fiery energy swirling around her as she charged straight at 69. Startled, 69 hurriedly retreated, while the other beast-eared girls quickly surrounded the red-haired woman and attacked together. Seeing that he was fine, 69 let out a breath of relief and shouted at the red-haired woman. Second sister, stop struggling. It's useless. Look, your sisters have all been captured. As long as you hand over the remaining ones, I can plead for you and make sure you die with some dignity, without suffering. The battle on the ground was almost over. Most of the beast girls in the red-haired woman's faction had been captured and were being escorted out. The red-haired woman resisted desperately, completely unfazed by punishment. The ones besieging her also didn't dare use heavy force, so the fight was very one-sided. The two sides were deadlocked, and neither could do anything to the other. At that moment, a petite beast girl suddenly ran out from the ruins and shouted into the sky. Second sister, the little ones have already withdrawn. I'm here to help you. Only then did the red-haired woman finally breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, there were still underage beast girls inside the ruins, but they had all been evacuated through the secret passage arranged by the eldest sister. The red-haired woman told little Four to leave immediately through the passage, and she would follow shortly. But the black-haired beast girl still wanted to help, and was shut down by the red-haired woman with, "You'll only drag us down." Threatened, little Four dared not disobey, and directly sent several beast girls trying to stop her flying with a ram before swiftly disappearing. Seeing that little Four was safe, the red-haired woman began to deal seriously with the opponents in the sky. The sky was a riot of colors, and hundreds of beast girls on the ground all looked up at her. The red-haired woman muttered to herself, "Little Four should be far away by now." She took a deep breath, flames surged forth, and the scorching heat around her made the surrounding beast girls dare not approach. After a shout, she transformed into a fiery red giant bird and coldly said, "You all must die." 69 sneered. Second sister, you're strong, but even you can't kill so many of us by yourself. The firebird sneered, I can't kill you all by hand. But, as she spoke, scorching energy erupted from the firebird, and a purple rhombus-shaped crystal flew out from between her brows and hovered there. She added, that doesn't mean I can't kill you. All the beast girls who saw the purple crystal felt a chill run through them. The heart of the ruins. 69 was terrified and fled Fong, cursing as he ran. Hong Air, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of punishment from Sacred Mountain? The firebird said indifferently. Trying to run now? Too late. She poured all her power into the heart of the ruins. Crack. The heart of the ruins emitted a crisp cracking sound that echoed throughout the battlefield. That sound was like a death knell, and everyone desperately fled, wishing they had an extra pair of legs. Bang. The heart of the ruins suddenly exploded. Boom. The ruins shook violently, the ground collapsed, and the sky split apart. The red-haired woman transformed back into her beast girl form and laughed wildly in the air. Ha ha ha, come at me. None of you are getting away. The sky split open, and the pitch-black rift devoured everything. The heavens shattered into countless fragments. A powerful suction force came from the dark Lafong, pulling the beast girls in as they screamed for help. But the beast girls in the air were helpless too, and everyone fell into darkness and despair. Some beast girls rushed to the entrance of the ruins, only to find the gate shut. Completely despairing, they knelt on the ground and prayed. Holy mountain, please save us. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored beam shot out from deep within the holy mountain, instantly suppressing the collapsing ruins. Everything came to a temporary halt. The rainbow-colored little figure appeared, and the beast girls immediately knelt in worship. Welcome, holy envoy. Everyone knew they were saved. The little rainbow-colored figure stared at the red-haired woman and asked coldly, "Do you know what your crime is?" Seeing that number 69 was still alive, the red-haired woman's face turned ugly. She suppressed her rage and asked, "May I ask, holy envoy, what crime have I committed? Taking lives unjustly merits punishment." The red-haired woman shot back, "Do you know the full story? I did it for self-preservation." "You violated the rules." The rainbow-colored little figure shook its head. "You killed 76 people. I sentence you to the mortal-level battlefield, never to leave for all eternity. Do you accept?" The red-haired woman exploded in fury and cursed the holy envoy. "Accept your motherfucking ass. Are you out of your mind? When others were killing us, you did nothing. Now you're pretending to be a saint. Bah. You don't even have any face left. Serves you right." Everyone was stunned. They never expected her to curse the holy envoy like that. The rainbow-colored little figure was also stunned, then said coldly, "Unrepentant. Exile into the void." As soon as it finished speaking, a purple vortex appeared. The rainbow-colored little figure waved its hand, and the red-haired woman was sent away. Somewhere on the holy mountain, one man and two women were walking through the forest. The man was handsome, one woman was gentle, and the other lively. The three arrived in front of a stone cave, and Bai Linger called out, "Number 99, your three great kings are back. Hurry up and come out to greet us." There was no response from the cave. Bai Linger was puzzled, and Ao Qing frowned, guessing that the enemy had noticed them and sealed the entrance. The three turned toward another entrance and soon discovered enemy beast girls outside, guarding the place. Seeing those beast girls in the distance, Bai Linger's eyes were full of shock. How can there be golden race beast girls here? Jiang Bai was puzzled. Golden race. Bai Linger nodded and explained. The beast girl clans on the holy mountain are named according to their highest bloodline. There have once been beast girls of golden rank who returned from the human world, and that is the golden race. Races with high bloodlines are generally rare. Although the golden race is not a major clan, their group is very prosperous. Jiang Bai nodded and, seeing the beast girls with golden patterns on their foreheads, understood they were of golden rank, while the others with gray patterns should be slaves. After pondering for a moment, Ao Qing said, "Let's go to Xian Mountain first." Bai Linger added, "Xian Mountain is where we used to live. It's very hidden, and outsiders don't know about it." The few of them didn't linger and set off immediately. Xian Mountain. A black-haired girl sat by the lake, recalling the past. Back then, her eldest sister had led the three of them to flee here, and they discovered a cave entrance at the bottom of the lake beneath the waterfall. Inside was a massive cavern, where they hid for a period of time. Later, after their eldest sister found the ruins, they left. The black-haired girl looked somewhat tiredly toward the ruins in the distance, her face full of worry. At this moment, a little loli ran over and grabbed her. "Fourth sister, how much longer do we have to stay here?" The black-haired girl forced herself to perk up. 9527, why did you come out? "I'm hungry," the little loli said, lowering her head. The black-haired girl sighed helplessly. "I'm hungry too," the little loli blinked. "When are we going home?" The black-haired girl was silent for a moment. "Now." The little loli immediately grew excited. "Really? Let's go." The black-haired girl picked up the little loli. "Ready? We're going home." The little loli panicked. "No." The black-haired girl laughed and kicked her, sending the little loli flying into the lake. Ah, splash. The little loli popped her head out, spitting water and complaining. "Fourth sister, you lied to me and bullied me too. When second sister comes back, I'm going to report you." The black-haired girl said indifferently. "Who lied to you? This is home. Also, who told you to come out?" 8888 sister brought me out, saying we were looking for food, the little loli said miserably. The black-haired girl frowned. "Where did number 8888 go? Why can't I see her? She doesn't know where she went." Soon, a childish voice came from afar. "Fourth sister, are you looking for me?" The black-haired girl turned around and saw number 8888 walking over with a group of beast girls. Her expression changed as she realized the other side had betrayed them. She stared at number 8888. "Why did you betray us? We had so many beast girls covering our escape. How can you face them? Weren't you enslaved by the gold race before?" Number 8888 chuckled. "Have you ever thought that I was originally from the gold race? I approached you all just to deal with you." The black-haired girl was shocked. "Impossible. Your traits are completely different." Number 8888 said, "No need to doubt it. I came out of my ancestral land like this. The ancestral lands of each clan are very mysterious. Some only produce a beast girl once in a very long time. and some even have only one, just like the four of you." The black-haired girl fell silent. She had once waited in her ancestral land for years without encountering another member of her own kind, and later she was tricked by the gold race into becoming a slave. Number 88 sighed. "There's one thing I regret. The eldest sister actually left. If it weren't for that, I would have properly thanked her for helping all these years." The black-haired girl said coldly, "Shut up. You're not qualified to mention eldest sister." "Huh, I'm not qualified? Fourth sister, you still don't understand what kind of person she is." Back then, she said that if no one knew her race's information, then she wouldn't form a contract. And in the end, didn't she still contract anyway? Do you really think she's that noble? Shut up. The black-haired girl's voice turned low, black cheese surging wildly from her body. "Getting angry? What can you do to me?" Number 88 smiled in disdain. In an instant, the black-haired girl transformed into a massive black mystic turtle, mysterious patterns glowing on its back, with a black snake coiled atop it, black cheese swirling all around its body. "Look at how ugly your true form is. No wonder no one knows your information," Number 88 said with a grin. "Roar." The two ferocious giant beasts roared, their sharp claws slamming into the ground, shaking the mountains and forests as a violent wind swept through. A beast girl from the gold race said in surprise, "What race are they exactly? Each one is more special than the last." Number 88 shook her head. "I don't know, but no matter how strong they are, no one can develop the bloodline inside them. Their cultivation will top out at level 20. Go, capture her alive. Bring her back, and our clan will have a huge advantage, and there'll be more food too." The members of the gold race nodded and transformed into battle forms, flying into the air. Compared with the red-haired woman, these beast girls were much smaller in size. Number 88 had low cultivation and did not make a move. The battle erupted. The gold race beast girls unleashed golden light from the air, blasting toward the mystic turtle. Boom. Just as the energy was about to land, a water blue shield appeared beside the mystic turtle, blocking the attack. The giant snake on the mystic turtle's back opened its mouth and spat out a massive pillar of energy, but the enemies were at a higher level and easily dodged it all. Her attack methods were limited, with only basic skills and the water blue shield. The beast girl in midair nimbly dodged, her sharp claws relentlessly battering the shield. Number 88 shouted to the sky, "She's slow. Use your speed to wear her down." Immediately, the beast girl swarmed in for a rapid assault, dodging the giant serpent's attacks from time to time. Number 88 watched the situation unfold and was in a very good mood. She had been an undercover agent for many years, found almost all the entrances to the ruins, and even followed Fourth Sister to figure out their hiding place. In the future, the clan's return would surely be a devastating force. Thinking of the wonderful days ahead, she could not help but laugh. The Shingui held a stone in its mouth and hurled it like a cannonball at the enemy, but it could not keep up in speed, so it could only rely on its high defense to hold on. As time went on, Number 88's expression turned ugly. She had not expected the lazy Fourth Sister to be so hard to deal with so many experts unable to do anything to her. Number 88 said coldly, "Blast open Xian Mountain first and capture all the beast girls inside." The black tortoise warned, "Don't you dare. Whether I dare or not is not up to you." Number 88 sneered. "Either surrender now, or once you enter the battlefield, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." The black tortoise's heart gradually. She was almost in despair, her energy nearly exhausted. Seeing that she was about to be captured, golden light kept bombarding her, the shell on her back had cracked, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was in utter disarray. She could no longer hold on, and reverted to her beast girl form. Clutching her chest, she sat on the ground gasping for breath, her whole body aching as if it were being torn apart. Number 88 jumped down from the tree and called out, "Tie her up." Just as the golden race beast girls were about to move, an enraged roar suddenly rang out from the horizon. "You all must die." Everyone was stunned and turned to look. A massive azure dragon, carrying blinding blue light, surged in and instantly killed the beast girl approaching the black-haired Joe, her head flying off. Number 88 was so frightened she froze and could not move. As the blue light gathered, Ao Ching appeared, helped up the black-haired Joe, and poured blue light into her body. "Little Four, are you alright? Big sis, you're finally here. They bullied me." The black-haired Jar cried as she threw herself into Ao Ching's arms. Ao Ching comforted her. "It's all right, I'm here. Big sis, go quickly." It was number 69 who betrayed us and led the golden race here to find the ruins. Ao Ching's expression darkened. "Where is second sister?" "Second sister is holding the rear. She's still inside the ruins alone." Ao Ching stared coldly at number 88. So you're from the golden race. You've been hiding it really well. Number 88 panicked. Don't come over here. You're slaughtering beast girls on the holy mountain. The holy envoy will punish you. What did you do to little two? Ao Ching's aura exploded outward, and number 88 was so terrified she could hardly breathe. I only know where your hiding places are. I don't know anything about the ruins. Since you're useless, go die. Ao Ching grabbed her by the throat. At that moment, someone in the woods roared angrily. How dare you? Ao Ching didn't rush to strike. He saw a gorgeous beast girl beauty with black-blue wings and a powerful aura leading her clanswomen over, with number 69 among them. The beauty's face was extremely ugly. Many beast girls in her clan had just died, and now someone was killing her clanswomen again. The beauty threatened. If you make a move, I'll have all of yours we captured in the mortal battlefield killed. Number 88 suddenly became tough again. Let me go right now. Otherwise all of your people will die. Also, kneel down and apologize to me. Ao Ching sneered, daring to threaten me? Me? You think you'll get out of here alive? Number 88's throat tightened, and she struggled to breathe. Ao Ching twisted his hand, and with a crack, he snapped number 88's neck outright, flinging her to the ground like trash. Even in death, number 88 didn't know how Ao Ching dared to strike. The beauty was thoroughly enraged. What guts? Ao Ching looked at her coldly. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. The beauty sneered. A mere mortal-grade beast girl and a level 19 beastmaster dare to act against our golden race. Go, take her down. Golden light burst forth around them. Colorful giant birds circled in the sky. Jiangbai stared up at the birds overhead in a daze. Peacocks. The beast girl beauty glanced at him and mocked. You've got some insight. Did you buy our information before entering the sacred mountain? But it's useless. I won't let my clanswomen form contracts with you. Jiangbai rolled his eyes. Who's interested in you? You're not worthy. The beauty's face darkened as she said sharply. Haven't been back to the human world for a few years, and now someone like you dares to act so arrogant? Jiangbai shrugged. Whether I'm arrogant or not doesn't matter. The important thing is that I'm strong. The beauty could no longer hold back and coldly ordered. Capture him. I'll cripple him myself. As she spoke, the peacock beast girls in the air swooped down to kill. A level 35 peacock charged straight at Jiangbai, its sharp claws going for his chest. Before she could even touch Jiangbai, however, her claw was firmly seized by a hand and couldn't move at all. She was shocked. This person was clearly only level 19, yet he could overpower her. Jiangbai yanked her down and smashed her onto the ground. With one hand gripping the peacock's head, he swung her wildly left and right, pounding the ground like the Hulk smashing Loki, sending feathers flying and rocks exploding. The remaining peacocks were terrified out of their wits. On the other side, several peacocks were besieging Bai Ling'er's transformed white tiger. The white tiger leaped onto a rock and roared upward, the shockwave toppling trees. The beast girls struck by the roar were dazed and disoriented, and all tumbled down from the sky. Bai Ling'er pounced, pressing down hard with her claws, then opened her mouth and bit through a peacock's throat. Ao Ching transformed into a blue dragon and darted through the sky, his aura suppressing the peacocks so much they couldn't even maintain their forms. Under the blue dragon's claws, the peacocks were all severely wounded and fell to the ground, dying in miserable fashion. The three of them moved extremely fast. By the time the beauty reacted, the ground was already covered in a large number of beast girl corpses. She was furious to the extreme, glaring at Jiangbai and the others, vowing to kill them even if it meant facing punishment from the sacred mountain. She unleashed her powerful battle form, golden light swirling around her, with level 55 aura fully erupting. Number 69, hiding in the back, breathed a sigh of relief. A beast girl in her 50s was not something the mortal realm could stop, but she was still puzzled. How could Ao Ching easily kill peacocks in their 30s? Still, she quickly decided the others were definitely doomed, and looked up excitedly. In the sky, the blue dragon and the beauty in peacock form stood in confrontation. The peacock said, "What gives you the right to oppose me?" The blue dragon replied directly, "Come try." The peacock sneered and spread its massive wings, golden light blazing all around. 10,000 feathers arrow. Countless feather blades shot straight toward Ao Ching. The sky kept tearing with the sound of breaking air. The azure dragon nimbly dodged the rain of arrows, then swept its claw and unleashed 3 streaks of azure light. Split sky claw. The peacock had not expected the azure dragon to be so fast. She had just been about to casually fan out her wings to block the attack, but one of her wings was severed by the azure light. Pain surged through her as she cried out in shock. How is that possible? The azure dragon sneered. Nothing's impossible. Number 69 stared blankly, muttering to herself. How could she possibly injure a beast girl over level 50? At that moment, a black and white figure shot up into the sky and slammed a fist into the peacock, smashing her into a pit in the ground. Lying there, the peacock looked at Jiangbai in terror and said, "You're only level 19? Jiangbai shrugged. Take a guess. The surrounding gold race members and slaves were so frightened they tried to run, but Bai Linger stopped them. Bai Linger said coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" The low-level beast girls were suppressed by the pressure and couldn't move at all. They all begged for mercy, but Bai Linger dealt with them all in an instant. Number 69 was dragged back and asked in a daze, "How did you do that?" The black-haired girl was equally shocked and asked Ao Qing and the others how they could be so strong. Bai Linger said matter-of-factly, "Because my brother Jiang Bai is amazing." Ao Qing looked at Jiang Bai tenderly. The black-haired girl curiously asked Jiang Bai if he knew his own race. Just as Jiang Bai was about to answer, number 69 excitedly interrupted, "You're clearly at the ordinary rank. How is that possible? If you don't believe me, tell me my origin." Then she revealed her beast form. Jiang Bai looked closely and said, "You are Tao Tai." After hearing this, number 69's blood surged. The patterns on her forehead changed as she murmured, "So I'm Tao Tai." In front of Jiang Bai, Tao Tai was full of confidence. "I have mythic grade bloodline. Contract with me, and we'll fight together." She believed Jiang Bai would definitely agree. After all, a mythic grade bloodline was unprecedented, and that filled her with confidence. Then she smugly looked at Ao Qing and Bai Linger and said, "Didn't expect this, did you? I'm mythic grade. He's definitely going to choose me. You can't kill me, haha." Jiang Bai, Ao Qing, and Bai Linger all fell silent. The black-haired girl was stunned. Bai Linger sighed. Who doesn't have a mythic grade bloodline? The patterns on her forehead instantly turned multicolored. Ao Qing's dragon patterns also turned multicolored as she said coldly, "You think Jiang Bai is really level 19? He's hiding his cultivation and can still kill beast girls over level 50, all thanks to his mythic grade talent." Tao Tai froze, finally realizing that Jiang Bai's strength had never been reflected by his apparent level. The black-haired girl was also dumbfounded, looking enviously at the multicolored patterns on the two of them. Bai Linger sneered, "Now are you ready to die?" The beautiful beast girl in the deep pit was completely stunned, muttering to herself, "So many mythic grade ones. Impossible." Tao Tai screamed frantically, "Have you lost your minds? I'm a mythic grade beast girl. Why don't you ask Jiang Bai's opinion? I can help him." After hearing this, Bai Linger and Ao Qing looked at Jiang Bai. Since she was mythic grade, she really was rare. If Jiang Bai was willing to contract with her, they could spare her life. Jiang Bai smiled sweetly. "Kill her. What would we keep her around for?" He hated betrayal the most, and mainly, he also wanted to respect Ao Qing and Bai Linger's wishes. Bai Linger immediately pulled a sanglat, clinging to him and kissing him on the cheek. "Jiang Bai, you're so good to me." Ao Qing gave him a gentle look, then turned to the crazed Tao Tai. "There's nothing more to say, is there?" Tao Tai retreated while shouting, "You can't kill me, I'm a mythic grade." Ao Qing sighed, recalling how, back then, Tao Tai had been thin and desperate. She had taken her in, fed her, and healed her, raising her into number 69. But now, Tao Tai had betrayed her companions and caused everyone to fall into enemy hands. Ao Qing stepped forward, her palm wrapped in azure light. "Over all these years, I never mistreated you. But you betrayed us and let everyone fall into the hands of the gold race. I can't let you go." Number 69 finally understood and fell to her knees in despair, crying out, "Big sis, I was wrong. Don't kill me." Ao Qing shook her head. "Do you really know what you did wrong?" "I do. I really do." Number 69 seized the hope and answered hurriedly. Bai Linger sneered, disdain filling her eyes. "You know you were wrong? You're just afraid of dying, aren't you?" "Stop, Ao Qing." Just as Ao Qing was about to kill number 69, a flash of multicolored light appeared on the horizon, and a small rainbow-colored figure emerged, blocking her. When the desperate number 69 saw the Holy Envoy, she immediately shouted, "Holy Envoy, please judge Ao Qing quickly. She killed many people." The beautiful beast woman in the pit also cried out, "Please make a move, Holy Envoy." Ao Qing's expression turned cold at those words, and she was about to strike. The small rainbow-colored figure hurriedly said, "Ao Qing, you can't kill her." Ao Qing said coldly, "Why? It used to be up to you, but now she has a mythic grade bloodline and is protected by the Holy Mountain. Otherwise, you would have already been punished." The beautiful beast woman's face went ashen. Were her clansmen all dying in vain? Yet no one paid her any attention. Everyone's focus was on the Holy Envoy. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger watched the small rainbow-colored figure warily. Ao Qing was silent for a moment. Then a flash of azure light crossed her palm as she directly slapped number 69 on the head. Number 69 instantly lost all breath. The The small rainbow-colored figure froze. You killed her? And what of it? The small rainbow-colored figure fell silent, only letting out a sigh. The beautiful beast woman in the pit cried out bitterly. Holy Envoy, why are you shielding her? The small rainbow-colored figure ignored her and prepared to leave. In despair, the beautiful beast woman suddenly shouted, Ao Qing, the Holy Envoy banished Hong Lauer into the void. Ao Qing's expression changed as she stared at the Holy Envoy. You banished my second sister? The small rainbow-colored figure stopped and calmly explained. She broke the rules and should be punished. Ao Qing was furious. Azure light exploded from her body, killing intent spilling out, and she charged straight at the small rainbow-colored figure. Jiang Bai and Bai Linger hurriedly followed. With a thunderous boom, Ao Qing was rebounded and sent flying, just in time for Jiang Bai to catch her. The small rainbow-colored figure looked at Ao Qing. What exactly are you trying to do? Ao Qing said coldly. I want you dead. After a moment of silence, the small rainbow-colored figure nodded. All right. Everyone was stunned. Only when the rainbow light faded did they see clearly that the Holy Envoy was a 5 or 6-year-old little girl with 2 fluffy ears on her head, looking very cute. Go ahead and make your move. Her voice was soft, with a hint of babyish milkiness. Ao Qing walked over with a cold face, only to see tears welling in her eyes, her expression full of weicha and grievance. Ao Qing hesitated and asked, Why do you want me to kill you? The little girl sniffled and wiped away her tears. Because I have to listen to you. Ao Qing fell silent for a moment. The sacred mountain's meaning? The Holy Envoy nodded. Why? Your bloodline. Are all mythic-level bloodlines like this? Yes. Then why didn't you make a move when I killed number 69? The Holy Envoy sighed, troubled. I can't make a move against you. I can only try to persuade you. Ao Qing sighed and said, Forget it. Open the passage. I'm going to find my second sister. The Holy Envoy hurriedly shook her head. No. Ao Qing's face turned cold again. Why? The Holy Envoy lowered her head and said softly, The void is too dangerous. You'll get lost, corrupted. Ao Qing suddenly said, Didn't you say you would listen to me? The Holy Envoy froze, stunned for a moment. In the end, she said, Boo. But I have to protect you. I can't let you die. Ao Qing ordered with a cold expression. I order you to open the void passage. In the mist, she looked at Ao Qing for a while, then at Bai Linger, and finally at Jiang Bai, as if hoping they would persuade Ao Qing. Ao Qing urged, Hurry up. The saintess had no choice but to wave her hand, and the sky split open with a crack. When she was done, she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Jiang Bai found it amusing and asked, You want to protect them, so why don't you go in with them? The saintess said softly, I can't leave Sacred Mountain. Ao Qing walked up to the beautiful beast woman. The beautiful beast woman stared at Ao Qing viciously, knowing she wouldn't survive today. She hadn't expected there to be a mythical bloodline beast woman here, and she hadn't expected Sacred Mountain to take this matter so seriously. After dealing with the beautiful beast woman, Ao Qing said to Jiang Bai, Xiao Bai, you and Linger stay here. I'll go in alone. She wanted to go in by herself, afraid she might not come back. Jiang Bai was just about to speak when Bai Linger panicked. No, we can't let you go alone. Jiang Bai stays, and I'll go with you. The black-haired girl also said, I'm going too. She was wearing a water blue dress and looked like a girl in her teens. Ao Qing's expression darkened. Third sister, fourth sister, stop fooling around. I said I'd go in myself to save second sister. Don't make trouble. At this point, she became very serious and looked at Jiang Bai. Xiao Bai, keep an eye on them and wait for me to come back. Jiang Bai felt a little awkward and scratched his head. I also want to go in. Ao Qing was helpless. Looking at the 3 pairs of determined eyes, her tone softened. It's too dangerous. I don't want any of you to be in danger. Jiang Bai shook his head. Sister Ao Qing, we're not afraid of danger. We're only afraid of you going alone. Ao Qing was silent for a moment, then smiled. All right, let's all go in together. The saintess grew anxious. No, you can't all go in. Bai Linger suddenly said, Saintess, cry for me. Everyone was speechless. The saintess froze, a little dazed. Bai Linger muttered to herself, Huh? You're not listening to me? To me? But I'm also from a mythical bloodline. In the end, to everyone's shock, the saintess really did start crying, begging them not to all go in as she cried. The 4 of them couldn't be bothered with her and walked straight toward the crack. At the entrance, Ao Qing turned back to the saintess and said, Go and bring out the beast women captured by the Peacock clan and make proper arrangements for them. Without looking back, the 4 of them entered the void. Seeing this, the saintess cried even louder. Beast women in the distance, drawn over by the sounds of fighting, saw the blood-soaked Xian mountain and the corpses and were so frightened they collapsed onto the ground. Hearing the crying, they struggled back to their feet and approached shakily. Seeing the young beast woman crying, they asked, "Where are your clan members?" The saintess looked up blankly, thinking it was fortunate the other party didn't know her identity. The beast woman was shocked. "Could those corpses be your clan members? Come, come with me to meet the saintess." Jiang Bai and the others had just entered the void when they felt the surrounding void world energy was extremely dense, and Jiang Bai could sense the yin-yang immortal art in his body automatically absorbing it. Ao Qing and Bai Linger had strong bloodlines, so they were fine. But as soon as the black-haired girl entered, she was struck by the violent aura. She tried to suppress it, but couldn't suppress it at all, and before long she was eroded by the bloodthirsty aura. Suddenly, her mind cleared, and when she turned her head, she saw Jiang Bai smiling at her. "You can't hold off the void world erosion. Come a little closer to me." The fourth sister obediently nodded. "Thank you, Brother Jiang Bai." Jiang Bai was called third sister, and he replied, "You're welcome," then looked around. This was the void world, filled with void world energy, with nowhere to set foot. The reason they could barely stand was that Ao Qing had transformed into an azure dragon and was supporting them. Jiang Bai looked worried and asked how they were supposed to find the way. Ao Qing also frowned and said they should find a foothold first. The azure dragon wandered through the void, and everyone's mood was quite heavy. Suddenly, Bai Linger asked worriedly, "Can second sister hold up against the void world energy?" No one answered, and the atmosphere grew even more depressed. It was unknown how long had passed when Jiang Bai heard his stomach growl. Turning his head, he saw a little fourth sister covering her stomach awkwardly, saying she hadn't eaten anything for days. Bai Linger quickly told Jiang Bai to take out her snacks. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment and asked if she didn't have her own spatial storage. Bai Linger blushed and said she had already put everything that wouldn't fit into Jiang Bai's. Jiang Bai had no choice but to take out a pile of snacks and hand them to the black-haired girl. The girl nodded in thanks, eating as she made crunching sounds. Suddenly, the black-haired girl asked with a puzzled look, "Are these clothes?" Jiang Bai turned back and saw that she was holding a pair of white stockings, and the packaging faintly had the word "sexy" written on it. Bai Linger was extremely annoyed to discover that the stockings she had bought had been dug out by someone else. Jiang Bai remained very calm, handed the stockings to Bai Linger, and told her to put them on quickly. Bai Linger refused in a spoiled, fierce tone, but Jiang Bai insisted on putting them on her. Though she complained, she still cooperated and lifted her leg. Jiang Bai squatted down to help her put them on. Bai Linger's face turned completely red, and she softly told him not to make trouble. Jiang Bai, acting very serious, helped her put them on properly. Bai Linger couldn't help pinching him, and even warned him in a low voice to watch himself. The black-haired girl couldn't understand and just tilted her head in a daze. Suddenly, she pointed in a direction and said there was very strong fire element energy over there, probably their second sister. Jiang Bai immediately decided to go over and take a look. The others followed, and soon they found a shattered continent floating in the void. The ground was barren and empty, utterly desolate. Just as Ao Qing landed, a giant claw suddenly appeared and fiercely grabbed at the azure dragon's head. Ao Qing reacted quickly and dodged at once. A voice of confusion echoed through the void. "Huh?" Immediately after, a purple-haired young man with two horns appeared, looking at Jiang Bai and the others as he muttered to himself, "Have I been getting lucky lately? Why do I keep running into food?" Jiang Bai caught the word again and asked, "You found food before? What did it look like? Where did it go?" The young man stared in shock. "You can talk." Jiang Bai was puzzled. "Is that strange?" The young man nodded. "Strange. You shouldn't have intelligence. What's going on?" Jiang Bai ignored his question and continued asking where the previous food had gone. The young man's expression darkened. A red-haired beast girl was taken away by someone else. He added, "But it's fine. This time I'll go around them." Hearing about a red-haired beast girl, Ao Qing guessed it was the second sister and immediately ordered coldly, "Take me to find her." The young man said impatiently, "I'd be crazy to take you to your deaths. You're my food. What kind of food makes demands?" It was obvious that the other party was a sentient being from the void realm. Ao Qing grew anxious, flashed forward, and attacked directly. Jiang Bai and the others followed. Before the young man could even speak in surprise, Ao Qing punched him flying to the ground. Jiang Bai and the others swarmed over him and beat him up hard. The young man cried out in pain and begged for mercy. "Stop hitting me. I'll take you there." Jiang Bai and the others stopped and stared at him. Ao Qing said coldly, "Speak." The young man was terrified. "I'll talk. Just stop hitting me." Bai Linger threatened, "Say it now, or I'll kill you." Rubbing his aching body, the young man said, "To be honest, your strength may be a bit higher than mine, but even if you go, it won't help. You'll just be treated as a side dish and eaten." Ao Qing replied indifferently, "You don't need to worry about that. Just lead the way." The young man stood up, brushed off the dust, and said, You're all too conspicuous like this. You'll attract a large group of void beasts, and I won't even be able to save you. Even if you aren't discovered by low-level ones, the high-level ones can still recognize you. Ao Ching fell silent, understanding that he was right. The beast girl's aura was easy to expose, and they would be hunted by void beasts. Everyone stared at the young man, who quickly cleared himself of responsibility. I really can't do anything. Bai Linger smiled as she raised her fist and stepped closer. The young man panicked and quickly changed his words. Wait, let me think carefully. Actually, there is a way. He looked at Ao Qing, Bai Linger, and Xiao Si, and said seriously, your appearances are too obvious, so you'll definitely be discovered. But Jiangbai can. He looks like us. As long as you smear a bit of void beast blood on him, he can slip in. The aura was something you could hardly detect unless you sensed it carefully. Jiangbai stared at the other party's pair of horns and asked in disbelief, I really can? So that was what almost meant? The young man understood what Jiangbai meant, touched his horns, and explained, not every void beast evolves with horns. Each kind of void beast has different evolutionary traits. He then looked at Jiangbai again. Only void beasts with high-level bloodlines will evolve to look like humans, like me. Bai Linger asked curiously, you're a high-level bloodline void beast? The young man asked back, don't I look like it? Thinking of the delicious flesh of the void-eroding Grand Lord, Bai Linger swallowed and asked, between you and the void-eroding Grand Lord, whose bloodline is higher? The young man thought for a moment and said tactfully, I'll be the void-eroding Grand Lord in the future. TCH, I thought you were that impressive. The few of them looked at each other, and Jiangbai quickly decided, Sister Ao Qing and Linger possess me. I'll take you in, and Little Four can go into the beast girl space. Ao Qing and Bai Linger immediately attached themselves to Jiangbai, while the black-haired girl entered the beast girl space. Jiangbai asked the young man, what do we do next? The young man handed over a stone jar. Smear this on your body. Later, the void realm energy will corrode you and you'll change a bit, but since you're on the edge, you can still keep your sanity. This little bit of erosion won't matter. Jiangbai opened the stone jar and saw a purple, sticky liquid with a pungent smell. Frowning, he asked, why does it stink so much? In his impression, void beast blood was supposed to smell fragrant. The young man smiled. It's the blood of the worm-light, aberrant void beast. They live in the rotten lands and never evolved, so they're naturally foul-smelling. Many of our races hate it. Smear their blood on yourself, and other void beasts won't bother with you. Jiangbai felt disgusted and asked, as long as I have void realm aura, I won't be discovered? Yes. Jiangbai's hair rapidly lengthened, changing from black to purple, and his pupils also turned purple. His temperament became bloodthirsty and violent. He asked the young man coldly, is this okay? The young man was stunned at the sight and stammered, your royalty? Then he muttered to himself, shaking his head, no, that's not right. You're not from the Void Realm, and the Void Clan can't contract beast girls. You're a human, right? He asked excitedly, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Jiangbai refused. I can't teach you. This was the power of the Void eroding Grand Lord's origin. How could he possibly teach that? The young man scratched his head. All right then. My name is Duaguli. What's yours? Nanjing Yinzu. Call me Yinzu. Okay, Yinzu. We're going to the Void Nightmare Clan. They're a large clan, with a lot of high-level members. Their mark is a vertical eye on the forehead. Don't look directly at it, or you might get controlled and turn into a puppet. Jiangbai narrowed his eyes and asked, are all of the things you said true? Duaguli froze for a moment, then cried bitterly, it's all true. I'm doing this for your own good. Jiangbai's purple eyes stared at him coldly, creating a suffocating pressure. Duaguli felt his skin crawl under that gaze and lowered his head. Fine. Actually, I've long disliked the Void Nightmare Clan. They snatch my food and force me to the edge. Of course I'm willing to help if someone is going to give them trouble. Let's go. Wait. Jiangbai saw Duaguli pour the blood from himself onto his head, and immediately a foul stench wafted from Duaguli's body. Jiangbai gave him a disgusted look, and Duaguli explained, I had a bit of a conflict with the Void Nightmare Clan, so I need to disguise myself. Jiangbai and Duaguli walked all the way toward the depths of the Shattered Land. Along the way, they encountered only low-level void beasts that had not developed intelligence. Either Jiangbai's aura scared the void beasts away, or Duaguli's stench was too strong, so the void beasts avoided them. The journey went smoothly without obstruction. Soon, Duaguli brought Jiangbai to a massive stone city. The city gate was guarded by Void Realm beings who inspected those entering and leaving. Duaguli looked up and said, this city is called Night Emperor City, and it has a bit of a connection to your humans. Jiangbai immediately remembered that the Voidless Association was also looking for the Night Emperor inheritance, and he grew tense. Duaguli explained that 30 years ago, the Night Emperor fought a great battle against Dark, and the primordial land shattered into countless continents. Later, the royal clan built a city here and named it Night Emperor City. Jiangbai was puzzled. Shouldn't they be hostile to the Night Emperor? Duoguli sneered. That royal clan didn't get along with Dark, so they deliberately did it to disgust him. The two of them walked to the city gate, where they were immediately stopped by the guards. With a look of disgust, the guard said, "The Silken Wriggle Aberrant clan is not allowed to enter the city." Duguli was puzzled. Why? The guard pinched his nose. You tell me. Duguli tried to stuff the guard with purple crystals as a bribe. The guard accepted them, but still refused to let them in. A big shot is coming to the city. Your clan is not allowed inside. Helpless, Duguli could only pour blood over his own head again and change to a different color. This time, the two of them entered the city smoothly. As soon as they entered, Jiangbai saw all kinds of buildings made of huge stones. Some were dozens of meters tall, while others were as small as doghouses. There was a large open space outside every building. On the main street, all sorts of void beings came and went. A few enormous ones were jointly carrying a huge stone slab, and on the slab stood several coquettish void beings over 2 meters tall. In the middle, on a reclining chair, there was also a being no bigger than a palm, fast asleep. The scene left Jiangbai stunned. Duguli explained, "That's the royal clan of the Void Force tribe. Don't look at them as small, they're very strong." At that moment, the being on the chair opened its eyes and said a few words toward Jiangbai's direction. An attendant flew over and bowed to Jiangbai. "My lord, my master invites you over for a chat." Jiangbai froze and subconsciously looked at Duguli, only to see Duguli gently nod. Jiangbai nodded. "You go first. I'll be over in a moment." After the void being left, he asked Duguli, "What's going on?" Duguli said, "They mistook you for royalty. You look like our royal clan." Jiangbai didn't think much of it and jumped onto the stone slab. As soon as Jiangbai arrived, a maid knelt down. The palm-sized void being sat atop her head and looked at Jiangbai. "Are you also here by invitation from the princess?" Jiangbai was startled and shook his head. No, the other party was instead delighted. "Then why don't we go together?" Jiangbai was about to refuse when shouts came from behind. "Move aside." He turned back and saw several void beings with wings on their backs escorting a group of beast girls. These beast girls were disheveled, barefoot and shackled, their feet bleeding, their eyes savage and bloodthirsty, and purple patterns covered their faces. They had all been eroded by void energy. The palm-sized void being smiled and said, "The Void Nightmare clan has prepared quite a feast." Jiangbai froze. "These are going to the Void Nightmare clan." He said, "Of course. Now that the princess has arrived, they'll definitely have to entertain her properly. Beast girls like these are rare indeed." Jiangbai relaxed a little, feeling that his worry might have been unnecessary, and that Ao Qing's younger sister was probably still alive. "Hey, want to go together?" the void being asked again. Jiangbai nodded. "Sure." The other party was pleased. "Right, my name is Ling Yuan. What about you?" Jiangbai said, "Just call me Yanzu." Ling Yuan then asked, "Which royal clan does brother Yanzu come from?" Jiangbai didn't know how to answer. Duguli quickly added, "Our lord comes from the primordial land." Ling Yuan was surprised and hurriedly stood up. "I was rude just now. Please don't take offense, brother Yanzu." Jiangbai waved it off. "It's fine." Ling Yuan became even more respectful toward Jiangbai and even had a maid bring over a chair. Jiangbai sat down leisurely, while Duguli stood beside him like an attendant. On the way, Jiangbai asked in a low voice, "Who is the princess?" Duoguli said, "She came from the Void Realm Imperial clan, but I don't know exactly which family." "Imperial clan?" Duoguli nodded. "There are 10 void-devouring great lords in the Void Realm, and above them are 4 heavenly lords. The heavenly lord clans are the Imperial clan." Jiangbai glanced at Ling Yuan, who was sleeping. "Has his family ever produced a void-devouring great lord?" Duoguli nodded, then shook his head. "They did in the past, but not anymore." Jiangbai understood. The void-devouring great lord was just a title that could be contested. Soon, they arrived at the ancestral land of the Void Shadow clan, where the square was packed with beings from the Void Realm. A sinister-looking young man walked over and sneered. "So it's the little dwarf causing such a big scene." Ling Yuan said coldly, "Xie, I'm here to attend the princess's invitation. I don't want to quarrel." Xie laughed. "Is that because you're too scared?" Ling Yuan snorted and ignored him. After a while, a 3-eyed being from the Void Realm stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, "Today, we thank the princess for her favor. The ceremony is about to begin, so please stay calm and be patient. The princess is almost here." Purple mist surged rapidly across the sky, gathering into a huge whirlpool. A void beast appeared, its entire body pitch black, with fleshy wings on its back, a bull's body, and black horns, all surrounded by dark energy. It pulled a stone carriage, its curtains concealing the interior, and slowly emerged from the whirlpool before stopping at the high platform in the square. A languid voice came from within the stone carriage. A pair of fair, slender legs cinchu from behind the curtain, and then the princess appeared. She wore a purple gauze dress, with ribbons at her waist outlining a slim figure. Her stunning face was noble, yet carried a hint of allure, and her phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, making her seem approachable. As Duaguli said, the higher a void realm being's bloodline, the more human it looked, and this princess was almost indistinguishable from a human woman, which showed just how terrifying her bloodline was. She hovered barefoot in the air, leaving a gap between her feet and the high platform, yet she walked as steadily as if on level ground. Jiangbai was astonished. Her control over power was simply unimaginable. The Void Shadow clan hurried forward. "Princess, you're not late. We were just early." The princess smiled faintly. "Late is late. Please forgive me, everyone." She bowed slightly. Xiayin interjected. "Princess, don't be so polite. The little dwarf just got here too, so you weren't late." Ling Yuan was frustrated and could only mutter curses at Xiayin under his breath. The princess nodded. "There are two things today. First, my father is choosing a husband for me." Jiangbai was stunned, and then understood why Ling Yuan had been so happy earlier. Everyone asked about the second matter. The princess said, "Not long ago, Lord Candle went missing. The Void Spirit Pool's response indicates that he may already have fallen." As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked and started discussing it, with some even doubting whether it was true. Lord Candle really died? Could this be a mistake? Would the princess lie to you? Someone else retorted. Someone asked, Lord Candle's origin should return to the Void Spirit Pool to be revived. Could the message be wrong? The princess shook her head. What if Lord Candle died on the Holy Mountain? Everyone was surprised. So that's why his origin can't return. But why would Lord Candle go to the Holy Mountain? The princess said coldly, "There's only one possibility. He was carrying out a mandate." With that, everyone suddenly understood. The only things that could make a void-eroding lord go to the Holy Mountain were either the Heavenly Lord or a mandate. Now that Candle Lord had completely vanished, the Void Realm would forever be missing one of its 10 void-eroding lords. The princess then dropped another bombshell. "My father said that whoever retrieves Lord Candle's origin will be able to become my husband." As soon as the words fell, everyone froze. Xiayin spoke up. "Princess, isn't this condition way too difficult?" The others quickly echoed him. "That's right, princess. This is basically impossible." Ling Yuan muttered softly beside Jiangbai. "Isn't this just making fools of us?" Jiangbai watched quietly, while sensing the origin of the void-eroding Grand Lord within his body, and at the same time secretly glancing at the princess on the high platform. It had to be said, the princess had a hot body and an alluring charm, very much like the heroine in the Succubus Cafe he played in his past life. Facing the doubts, the princess only smiled faintly. "Become my husband, and you'll also gain the chance to enter the Void Spirit Pool." The crowd instantly grew excited. Ling Yuan stepped forward and bowed. "Princess, I'm actually not here for the Void Spirit Pool. I just like you, and I'll definitely bring back the Candle Lord origin." The crowd's emotions surged. "Charge into the sacred mountain and reclaim the origin. I'll definitely bring back the Candle Lord origin." The scene descended into chaos. This news was far too tempting. No beings of the Void Realm didn't want to enter the Void Spirit Pool, because only this place could break the limitations of advancement. The princess had anticipated this reaction long ago. She raised her hand to quiet everyone, then continued, "Before we go to the sacred mountain, there is one more matter." She summoned an elder of the Void Phantom clan, who stepped onto the stone platform. "Do you know why the princess came to my clan for this meeting?" An impatient royal interrupted. "Just say it, don't drag it out." The elder said, "Everyone knows how the Land of Ruins came to be, right? 30 years ago, the battle between the Night Emperor and the Dark Lord caused this place to be formed. But there's actually another secret. Back then, the Dark Lord was slain by the Night Emperor, and his origin remade his body, but his true body was hidden by the Night Emperor in the Land of Ruins. Over the years, the Bright Lord has been having a search for it. Not long ago, there was a disturbance in the center of the Land of Ruins, and the Bright Lord suspected it might be the Dark Lord's true body. But only royals can enter there, so he asked everyone to help." Hearing this, the crowd hesitated. "This involves the Dark Lord's true body." The elder smiled. "The Bright Lord said that whoever finds the Dark Lord's true body will be protected by him." The crowd let out a breath of relief. With the Bright Lord's promise, everyone felt much more at ease. The princess coming here clearly meant she had an agreement with the Bright Lord. There was no need to fear offending the Dark Lord, with the princess and the Bright Lord backing them. Not to mention the current Heavenly Lord in the princess's family, they had nothing to worry about. Ling Yuan urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take us there. After this, we still have to go to the sacred mountain to find the candle Lord Origin. Don't be impatient. Everyone has come from afar, so let's eat something first. We'll leave after that. Xiayin licked his lips and laughed. Stop dawdling. Serve the food already. Very quickly, a group of beast girls wearing shackles were brought out. Their expressions were full of bloodlust and brutality. The beast girls had not yet regained their senses. Jiangbai sized up the beast girls. The features of several red-haired ones didn't match the description of White Linger's second sister, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He suspected White Linger's second sister was the vermilion bird. If that was really the case, there would be a vermilion bird mark between her brows. Xiayin walked up to one of the beast girls, grabbed her chin, and said with disgust that these were all trash goods. But the elder laughed and said, "This is just an appetizer. The main course is still waiting." Xiayin sighed, saying it had been a long time since he last tasted fresh food, but these didn't look any good either. As he finished speaking, a mass of black slime seeped from his hand, spreading over the beast girl's head and then across her entire body. When the others saw this, the purple color in the beast girl's eyes gradually faded. She looked around blankly, and upon seeing the black liquid in Xiayin's hand, she was greatly shocked and stammered, "High-tier void beast." Seeing that the surroundings were filled with beings bearing the traits of high-tier void beasts, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. "Where is this place?" Xiayin closed his eyes and savored the moment, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Now that's a familiar taste, fear. It's truly mesmerizing. The crowd was stunned. Someone praised him. "Brother Xiayin, impressive. You actually managed to dispel the corruption from her body." Xiayin shook his head and pointed at the beast girl's arm. "It's not gone. I've just concentrated the void realm energy in one place." Sure enough, everyone saw that the beast girl's arm had turned a deep purple, and they all praised him. "But with all the void realm energy concentrated in her hand, won't that affect the flavor?" someone asked doubtfully. Xiayin smiled, raised his clawed hand, and the beast girl let out a blood-curdling scream. Only then did the crowd realize he had severed her arm. This might be a bit wasteful, but it ensures the best flavor. With that, his form twisted and melted into a massive black monster, oozing black liquid like a black ice cream cone, instantly enveloping the beast girl. The black mass Xiayin had transformed into devoured the beast girl alive, from head to toe, an act of extreme cruelty. The crowd was stunned, yet they couldn't help but praise him. Brother Xiayin is a true genius. He knows how to keep the ingredients as fresh as possible. Jiangbai felt nothing but nausea, yet he was powerless to do anything. He sensed that the royal auras around him were average, but that old man Su Yin was unfathomable, far beyond his ability to handle. Xiayin returned to his original form, still not quite satisfied. Others began to follow suit, creating a scene of unimaginable bloodshed. To the beings of the void realm, fear and other negative emotions were like a delicacy. Jiangbai turned away, refusing to watch. He noticed that Diguoli hadn't moved and asked, "Aren't you going?" Diguoli scratched his head. "It's too cruel." Jiangbai understood that he was staying away because he knew he was human. Ling Yuan returned and asked Jiangbai, "Aren't you going to eat?" Jiangbai swallowed hard. "I've lost my appetite." Ling Yuan shook his head regretfully. "What a waste. Xiayin's quite clever. If only we'd known this method sooner. All that time wasted before." He spoke with a look of anguish and regret. Jiangbai glanced at him, then cast a sideways look at the princess who hadn't eaten, and his mood lifted slightly. Once everyone had finished eating, the elderly Xuyang approached. "All right, the appetizers are over. Next up is today's main course." Everyone watched with anticipation. Soon, a beast girl shackled at the hands and feet was brought in. Her eyes held a faint purple hue, and the golden patterns on her brow were strikingly prominent. The Xuyan elder said, "She is a gold-rank beast girl we captured on the battlefield." Someone voiced their dissatisfaction. "Just one? How are so many of us supposed to share her?" The elder replied coldly, "That is your own problem." Everyone turned to look at the princess, but she sat motionless in her stone carriage, showing no reaction. The crowd realized that this main course was actually a spot to enter the center of the Shattered Lands. Xiayin raised his head and declared, "I'll take this one." "Who's in favor? Who's opposed?" Someone stepped forward. "I'm opposed." Xiayin revealed a strange smile. "Oppose it? Then go die." As soon as the words fell, Xiayin made his move, spewing black liquid that wrapped around his opponent. The other party reacted quickly, but was still killed instantly. Xiayin drew back the black liquid, a mocking smile on his face. Who else? Everyone was shocked. Xiayin had actually killed a royal clan member of the same rank in a single move. Someone asked, "Xiayin, you've reached the 5th tier?" Xiayin smiled. "Just a fluke." The crowd fell silent, and even the imperial princess looked at him a few more times. Among the new generation of royal clans, The third tier was the main force, the fourth tier was rare, and the fifth tier was truly top tier. No one dared to fight anymore. The elder of the Shuyan clan announced, if no one wants it, the main dish goes to Xie. Next, the second beast girl was brought out. With Xie gone, everyone began fighting fiercely for her. Some won, some lost, and some watched from the sidelines, waiting for others to expend their strength before making a move. Just as Doguli had predicted, once he appeared, no one dared to snatch it from him, revealing his formidable strength. The elder of the Shuyan clan reminded them, there are only two main dishes left. The second-to-last beast girl was brought up, sparking an even more brutal scramble. Many royal clan Void Realm beings joined the battle, blood splattering everywhere. In the end, a Void Realm being who had made a move for the first time emerged victorious, stained with blood. The elder nodded and said, the final main dish is very special. Very soon, a figure with red hair was escorted up. She had fiery red wavy curls all over her head, special shackles on her hands and feet, and red marks had been chafed into her skin by the restraints. What drew the most attention was a pair of fiery red wings that radiated searing heat. Her features were exquisite, her eyes held a savage purple light, and there was a gray vermilion bird mark on her forehead. Someone wondered, isn't she just an ordinary mortal-grade beast girl? What's so special about her? The elder smiled and motioned for his subordinates to remove her shackles. As soon as the shackles were removed, the red-haired beast girl let out a strange cry, stared at the crowd, and pounced straight at the Void Realm being who had escorted her here. The Void Realm beings fled desperately, but the red-haired beast girl was incredibly fast. She instantly caught up, pierced through a being's chest, pulled out its heart, and crushed it on the spot, blood splattering across her face and making her aura turn eerie. The remaining Void Realm beings saw that they could not escape and could only grit their teeth and counterattack. The red-haired beast girl sneered, waved her hand, and purple flames burst out, burning the beings touched by the fire into black ash on the spot. Just as she was about to continue attacking, her body was suddenly pinned by a powerful force, and she could not move. Everyone was shocked and began discussing. The ones escorting her were all second-tier Void Realm beings, normally capable of suppressing beast girls of the same rank, yet they were instantly killed by the red-haired beast girl. The old man of the Void Mirage clan proudly explained that although this beast girl had only ordinary bloodline, her combat power was exceptionally abnormal, and he suspected she possessed a terrifying hidden bloodline, making her a special individual. Duo Gully could not help complaining in a low voice that the beast girl had originally been his, but the Void Mirage clan had snatched her away. Jiangbai gave him a cold look. Duo Gully muttered again that if she had not been taken away, he could have returned her to Jiangbai, and they would not all have to be wasting time here. At this moment, the royal beings all set their sights on this beast girl. After all, she might be hiding a high-level bloodline, and no one was willing to give her up. Xiayin confidently stepped forward and declared, I want this beast girl. As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful Void Realm energies directly bombarded him. These attackers were all experts who had previously received the main course, and all of them were 5th tier, no longer concealing their strength. Xiayin coldly counterattacked, transforming into a black void beast form, releasing countless black viscous liquids to strike back at the enemies. Several experts joined forces in their attack, trying to defeat Xiayin first. Although Ling Yuan's true form was small, his strength was immense. He directly swung a Void Realm being beside him like a weapon to smash Xiayin, but the stone platform became unstable, and Jiangbai jumped down to watch the battle. The battle was intense. Xiayin was forced back, and the black liquid corroded the ground. Ling Yuan swung another being to smash the black barrier, and the Void Realm beings that touched the barrier almost instantly melted. Seeing this, Ling Yuan begged for mercy, but Xiayin coldly replied, too late. Ling Yuan was furious and panted heavily as he shouted, are you really going to fight me to the death? The others also backed down. Xiayin, we won't fight for it anymore, let us go. Xiayin was suppressing his anger, but thinking that he still had to head to the center of the fragmented land, he decided to stop for now. Ling Yuan and the others sighed in relief and quickly retreated, knowing that if they kept provoking Xiayin, he would really fight to the death. Xiayin looked around and roared, who else? No one dared to move. At this moment, Jiangbai stepped forward. Seeing the 4th tier aura on Jiangbai, everyone thought he had lost his mind. Ling Yuan said in surprise, Brother Yanzu, what are you doing? Jiangbai ignored him and stared at Xiayin, saying, I want this beast girl. Xiayin sneered, courting death. He condensed a mass of black viscous liquid and abruptly shot it toward Jiangbai. Who would have thought that Jiangbai would casually flick out a strand of purple light to collide with the black liquid? Boom. Everyone was shocked that Jiangbai had actually taken a blow from Xiayin head-on. Yin put away his mockery and grew solemn, asking, "Where are you from? Why have I never seen you?" At that moment, Duo Gully jumped out. "My lord comes from the primordial land." When the crowd heard primordial land, all of them were shocked. Even the imperial princess paused her movements and sized Jiangbai up. Yin snorted coldly. "Even if you're from the primordial land, you shouldn't be sticking your nose in today's business." After saying that, he charged at Jiangbai with murderous intent. Jiangbai was unafraid and took the initiative to fight. Purple energy coiled around his entire body, and purple light condensed on his fist as he violently collided with Yin. Thud! Jiangbai didn't move an inch, but Yin was sent flying, crashing hard into the platform and collapsing the entire stage. The imperial princess landed gracefully on the ground, watching Jiangbai with interest. Everyone was stunned, and the way they looked at Jiangbai had changed. Yin's furious roar came from the ruins of the platform, and black viscous liquid slowly seeped out. Someone shouted, "That's Yin's original ultimate technique. He once used it to kill 5 fourth-rank beings in a row." The black liquid turned into a giant curtain surrounding Jiangbai. Jiangbai knew he couldn't take it head-on, so the energy in his body surged wildly. With one punch, he shattered the black curtain and took the chance to burst out. Just as he emerged, a massive black hand came down over him. Jiangbai immediately used a purple barrier to protect himself and resist the erosion. He silently recited a mantra, and a streak of azure light lit up beside him, transforming into a seed of light that merged into the black liquid. In an instant, it took root and sprouted, transforming into a towering ancient tree. Azure light flowed over it, mysterious and extraordinary. Jiangbai opened his eyes. Azure light flashed as he gave a low shout. "Purify filth." The black viscous liquid instantly turned transparent. Taking advantage of the moment, he used the yin-yang twin pupils, and 2 vortices slammed into Yin's true body. Yin's body malfunctioned as he was struck dumb with shock, wanting to shout, but unable to make a sound. The yin-yang twin pupils had already destroyed his vitality. The blackness receded, and everyone finally saw the scene clearly. Jiangbai stood alone, while Yin's corpse fell silently to the ground. How is this possible? Yin is actually dead, a void realm being said in disbelief. Even if he couldn't win, he should have at least been able to escape. People from the primordial land really are strong. Everyone looked at Jiangbai with admiration. Ling Yuan was also shocked. He hadn't expected Jiangbai to be this strong. Royal clan? Jiangbai had never said he was from the royal bloodline. The void illusion imperial princess had been staring at Jiangbai all along, a strange light in her eyes. Even the elder of the void illusion clan was stunned, and in the end, he looked toward the princess. The princess clapped, walked up to Jiangbai, lifted his chin, and said in a low voice, "You satisfy me very much." Then she stepped back and said, "Anu, give the beast girl to him." The elder of the Void Illusion clan nodded. The imperial princess left in her carriage. The elder of the Void Illusion clan arranged for everyone to stay and recuperate for a day, and tomorrow they would head to the center of the Shattered Land. The red-haired beast girl was brought over. Once the suppression was removed, she went berserk. Jiangbai subdued her with a single palm strike and trapped her inside a purple energy barrier. The Void Nightmare clan had small bodies, and their dwellings were similar to those of humans. Jiangbai was brought to a brightly lit palace, where a Void Nightmare clansman respectfully said that Jiangbai could give any orders he needed. Jiangbai nodded, brought Duoguli and Ao Qing inside the inner hall, left Duoguli outside, and took Ao Qing's second sister into the inner hall. Suzaku's pupils were filled with a purple hue. Controlled by Jiangbai, she sat on the bed. Jiangbai's eyes turned black and white, and a tremendous suction force came from his hands, continuously absorbing the void realm energy within Suzaku's body. The purple patterns on Suzaku faded, her pupils turned red, and her ferocious aura receded. Jiangbai became more and more violent. Suzaku's consciousness recovered. Seeing a void realm being in front of her, she immediately ignited flames in her palm and attacked Jiangbai. Jiangbai seized Suzaku's wrist, looked at her with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Are you crazy?" He casually flung her away and began suppressing the violent intent within himself. Suzaku broke free, stepped back, and raised her leg in a swift slash. Jiangbai tilted his head to dodge, and Suzaku's leg struck his shoulder. Jiangbai caught her leg and pressed her against the wall, his movement ambiguous, making a dull thud. Suzaku was completely suppressed and terrified. She had not expected the void realm being to be so strong. She struggled desperately, but was instead pinned down tightly by Jiangbai. He swung his large hand and slapped her hard. Suzaku bit her lip in humiliation, tears brimming in her eyes, secretly vowing to take revenge. Jiang Bai coldly told her that he was the beast master of her eldest sister and third younger sister, and that he had come to save her. Before she could react, he immediately sat down to cultivate and completely ignored her. Suzaku grew suspicious, feeling that he was clearly a Void Realm being and didn't look like some beastmaster at all. She soon understood that she was no match for him and decided to seize the chance to escape. Suzaku quietly slipped out of the sleeping chamber. When she saw Dwaguli guarding the door, she did not make a move and instead chose to take a detour to leave. But when she saw that the outside was full of powerful high-level void beasts, she fell into complete despair, though she still decided to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to flee, she was discovered and directly subdued by Ling Yuan's maidservant and captured back. After Jiang Bai finished cultivating, he discovered that Suzaku was gone and hurried out with Dwaguli to look for her. At that moment, Ling Yuan laughed as he came back with the bound Suzaku. Seeing that she was not injured, Jiang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Ling Yuan, I accidentally let her run off. Jiang Bai took Suzaku from the maidservant and carried her to his side. Suzaku was full of anger, glaring at Jiang Bai fiercely. Brother Yanzu, no need to be polite, it was nothing. Brother Ling Yuan, what do you need me for? Jiang Bai asked in confusion. The princess wants to see you. Wait, I'll settle this beast girl first. Jiang Bai took Suzaku back to the sleeping chamber. Seeing Jiang Bai leave, Ling Yuan gestured for the maidservant to approach Dwaguli and asked in a low voice, Brother, which clan are you really from? Brother Yanzu doesn't seem like an ordinary royal at all. Dwaguli froze for a moment, then said seriously, My lord has a great background. Since he hasn't said it, I wouldn't dare reveal it. Seeing how serious the other party was, Ling Yuan did not ask further. In the sleeping chamber, Jiang Bai untied Suzaku. When his hand accidentally touched her again, Suzaku glared at him angrily. Jiang Bai said helplessly, My lady, I really am the beast master of your eldest sister and third younger sister. Suzaku rolled her eyes and didn't bother responding. What you said, does it count? How can you believe me? Let eldest sister and third sister come out and take a look. Jiang Bai's expression darkened. If we expose it now, both of us will die. He suddenly took off his clothes, revealing the azure dragon and white tiger beast patterns. Look, these are your eldest sister and third younger sister. Suzaku recognized them and said in shock, You really are human? Jiang Bai nodded. That's right. I believe you. Then what do we do? Jiang Bai thought for a moment. Find a way to leave the shattered land. I can't blend in, so I can only run. You stay here for now. I'm going to see the princess. Suzaku nodded. Jiang Bai came out and told Dwaguli to stay and guard the place, then went with Ling Yuan to see the princess. Along the way, they drew many gazes from the Void Nightmare clan. In front of the main hall, Ling Yuan stopped and said, The princess is waiting for you. Go in. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, walked to the palace entrance, and called out, What is it that the princess has summoned me for? The grand doors slowly opened, and Jiang Bai stepped inside. Inside the palace, purple gauze draped the room, the lamplight flickered, and a faint floral fragrance drifted through the air. Come closer. The princess's voice came from within. Jiang Bai parted the curtains and entered, seeing a figure lying on a jade bed in the deepest part of the chamber. A breeze lifted the gauze drapes. The princess lay on her side with one hand supporting her head, her scant clothing revealing an alluring figure that made Jiang Bai frown slightly. Seeing Jiang Bai, the princess directly hooked a finger at him, motioning him over. Jiang Bai wasn't afraid and walked forward. Unexpectedly, the princess lifted a foot and pressed it against his chest, slowly sliding it downward. Jiang Bai's expression remained blank. What does the princess mean by this? The princess laughed from the bed. Yanzu, you don't need to call me princess. My real name is Zidai. Seeing that Jiang Bai didn't react, Zidai let out a soft, and said, Yanzu, you're not being honest. Jiang Bai's heart tightened, thinking his identity had been exposed. Zidai continued, You kept staring at my legs in the square today, so why no reaction now? Jiang Bai replied calmly, What reaction does the princess want from me? Zidai propped her chin and asked back, What do you think? Jiang Bai directly grabbed Zidai's leg and pulled, making her sit onto his lap. Zidai froze. By the time she reacted, she was already locked in close-range eye contact with Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai smiled. Isn't this what the princess wants? Zidai stared at Jiang Bai, her tone carrying a coquettish threat. If you dare treat me like this, and my father finds out, you won't keep your life. Jiang Bai shrugged. I'm just reacting the way the princess asked. Zidai felt the change in Jiang Bai's body and pushed him away, standing up. Not now. You have to wait until you obtain the Candle Lord's origin. Then she leaned against Jiang Bai's shoulder and asked, Yanzu, which royal clan do you actually come from? Why have I never heard of you? Jiang Bai became wary, but answered calmly. I come from a fallen royal clan, so it's normal that the princess hasn't heard of me. Zidai didn't believe him. Your strength shouldn't belong to the descendant of a fallen clan. The atmosphere turned serious. Jiangbai sensed that Zidai was suspicious of his identity. He didn't know what exactly she was doubting, but he grew alert. Jiangbai asked, "What does the princess want to say?" Zidai looked up, twisted Jiangbai's head to make him meet her gaze, and purple light surfaced in her eyes. Jiangbai felt dazed for a moment, but fortunately the immortal technique within his body activated on its own and restored his clarity. Still, he pretended to be controlled. Zidai let out a sigh of relief and asked coldly, "Which race do you belong to?" After a struggle, Jiangbai answered, "The primordial land, the Taichu clan." Zidai asked in confusion, "Is there such an imperial clan? I've never heard of it. What kind of race is primordial?" Jiangbai replied, "A fallen imperial clan." Zidai continued, "What's your purpose in getting close to me?" Jiangbai fell silent for a moment. Jiangbai said, "I don't want to work hard anymore." Zidai looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jiangbai said seriously, "I want to be your husband and rely on the resources of your clan." Zidai was speechless and looked down on Jiangbai a little. She thought that, as a dignified imperial clan, he didn't rely on himself and instead wanted to live off a woman. But to be fair, he did look to her taste, and his strength was passable. It was just that his mindset was too negative. She felt that a husband should have a sense of responsibility and couldn't just think about depending on others. So it seemed she'd have to properly educate Jiangbai. Zidai shook her head and continued, "Do you know about the void art plan?" As she said this, Zidai stared fixedly at Jiangbai, afraid he would show any unusual reaction. Jiangbai looked blank. "No." After confirming that he wasn't lying, Zidai finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, you can go back for now. Tomorrow, enter the center of the shattered land." Jiangbai agreed and left. A woman in a white dress appeared in the palace, with a gentle yet slightly sinister temperament. She was Ming Exine, one of the 10 void corruption lords. Zidai immediately bowed. "Aunt Ming." Ming Exine sat down, pulled Zidai to her side, and patted her face. "Xiao Dai, no need to be so formal." Zidai asked, "Why has Aunt Ming come here?" Ming Exine said, "I was worried about you. I sensed the aura of the Dark Lord in the shattered land." Zidai dismissed it. "What's there to worry about? Don't you trust my strength?" Ming Exine smiled and rubbed her head, but soon turned serious. "It's not that I don't believe you're strong, but an uncertain factor has appeared." Ming Exine handed her a stone spear. "Your father asked me to give this to you. You must bring it with you when you enter the center of the shattered land." Purple Butterfly hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is the true body of the Dark Lord really the key to breaking through the Void Art's plan?" Mingxi nodded and said that back then, everyone thought it was a battle between the Dark Lord and the Night Emperor, but in reality, the Night Emperor was even more terrifying. If not for Purple Butterfly's father stopping him, the Void Art's experimental site would have been destroyed long ago, but the Night Emperor still stole the only successful Void Art. Purple Butterfly looked puzzled. Why is the key on the Dark Lord's true body? Mingxin didn't know either, and only said it was Purple Butterfly's father's judgment. Purple Butterfly finally couldn't hold back. "Aunt Ming, what exactly is the Void Art's plan?" Mingxin smiled and said, "I thought you could hold it in and not ask. The Void Art's plan was established by your father 30 years ago. The beings of the Void Realm are insufficient in their use of energy. In order to catch up with humans and the many arts of the Holy Mountain Beast Girls, the Void Realm collected various arts for research, hoping to find a Void Art suitable for cultivation in the Void Realm. Once successful, it would affect the future of the entire Void Realm." Purple Butterfly was shocked. "Did the Void Art's plan succeed?" Mingxin replied, "It did, but the results were stolen by the Night Emperor, leaving only clues behind." Mingxin asked Purple Butterfly, "Did your father take the Void Art out of the Void Realm?" Purple Butterfly shook her head. No. He said the Void Art was sealed inside the Dark Lord's true body, and as long as the Dark Lord remains in the Void Realm, the Void Art will not leave. Purple Butterfly hesitated for a moment, then asked again, "Aunt Ming, do we have to find the source of Lord Candle?" Mingxin froze for a moment. "What do you mean?" Purple Butterfly said softly, "I think Yinzu is pretty good." Mingxin frowned. "Don't be ridiculous. Your father wanted your husband to obtain the source of Lord Candle, because only then can you become the Great Void Devourer." Purple Butterfly fell silent, finally understanding the condition her father had set. "Aunt Ming, I understand." Seeing that she was unhappy, Mingxin comforted her. "Actually, letting that boy be your husband isn't impossible." Purple Butterfly's eyes lit up. "How?" "As long as you find the source of Lord Candle and give it to him." "What if it's not him who gets it?" Mingxin tapped her on the forehead. "Then you can snatch it and give it to him." Purple Butterfly immediately jumped into Mingxin's arms happily. "Aunt Ming, thank you." Silly child. Jiangbai came out of the palace with a very ugly expression. He felt that the fragrance inside had a problem, and he had almost lost control. He returned to the sleeping palace, but didn't see Duaguli. Just as he entered the inner hall, he saw Zhu Chue's figure and froze for a moment. When Zhu Ke saw it was him, she said, "You're back." Jiangbai asked, "Where's Duaguli?" Zhu Ke shook her head. "I don't know." Seeing that Zhu Ke was in low spirits, Jiangbai comforted her. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to go back. Maybe." Soon there was movement outside. Jiangbai thought Duaguli had returned, and when he opened the door, he saw a white-haired woman. The woman was mature, alluring, and had a powerful aura. She directly asked Jiangbai, "You are Yinzu of the primordial royal clan?" Jiangbai's heart tightened. This identity was something he had made up, and he hadn't expected the other party to come knocking directly. Jiangbai could only brace himself and answer, "Yes, I come from the primordial royal clan." The woman suddenly released a powerful aura that pressed Jiangbai so hard he couldn't move, and coldly asked, "There is no primordial royal clan in the origin land at all. Who exactly are you? Why are you getting close to the princess?" Jiangbai fought desperately to endure it, cold sweat covering his forehead. "Senior, the primordial royal clan only has me left now. I got close to the princess just because I wanted to find someone with resources and influence." Seeing that he wasn't frightened, a trace of surprise flashed in Mingxin's eyes. Sure, he had long since seen that Jiangbai was no simple person, even more formidable than many royal descendants. She also wasn't sure whether Jiangbai was truly of the primordial clan. After all, the primordial land was too vast, and even the heavenly lord couldn't clearly say how many races there were. She understood even less. The reason she came to see Jiangbai was actually because of Purple Butterfly. She wanted to see what kind of person could make Purple Butterfly take a liking to him. Now it seemed that Jiangbai did have some ability. However, Jiangbai proactively approached the princess, which was rather contemptible. Suddenly, the pressure on Jiangbai eased, and he gasped for breath. "Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy." Then he asked, "May I ask Senior's honorable name?" Mingxin walked over to the stone chair and sat down. "Why do you want to know my name?" Jiangbai said directly. "Senior, you're exceptionally graceful. I wanted to get to know you." "Sure enough," Mingxin laughed. "You little thing, you sure know how to talk. Aren't you fixated on the imperial princess? Why are you trying to flirt with me too?" Jiangbai smiled. "I don't actually interact with the imperial princess much. Besides, there's an old saying among humans. A fair lady is sought by the gentleman." Mingxin thought about it. "I've never heard that one, but it's pretty interesting." Jiangbai cursed inwardly, uncultured, but said aloud, "We can talk more if we get the chance." Mingxin shook her head. "Forget it, I'm not interested. You should go after the imperial princess instead." She stood up, and her aura suddenly surged. Walking up to Jiangbai, she pinched his chin. "This time in the Shattered Land, you must help the imperial princess. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Mingxin left, and only then did Jiangbai realize his back was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, "This woman is terrifying." After a while, Daguli slipped back in. Jiangbai asked, "Where did you go?" Daguli said he ran into an acquaintance and chatted for a bit. Jiangbai looked suspicious. "You even have acquaintances among the Void Nightmare clan?" Daguli said unhappily. "Can't a social butterfly like me have a few friends?" Jiangbai couldn't be bothered with him and went straight to the point. "I'm making a run for it. Want to come along?" Daguli froze for a moment. "So soon? You're not going to the center of the Shattered Land." Jiangbai rolled his eyes. "What do you think?" Daguli refused. "You go ahead. I still have things to do." Jiangbai gave him a long look, and Daguli hurriedly assured him, "Don't worry, I won't reveal your identity." Jiangbai hesitated, but didn't make a move. He always felt that Daguli was no simple character. Keeping him around wouldn't be a problem. "You stay behind on your own." After saying that, Jiangbai went to find the vermilion bird. Jiangbai entered the inner hall, and Zhu Ke glanced at him before lying back down again. Jiangbai said, "Don't be like that. We're getting ready to leave." Zhu Ke froze for a moment, her eyes burning with excitement. "Really?" Jiangbai nodded. "Of course. We're leaving right now. Hurry up and get up." He glanced at Zhu Chue's figure and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Zhu Ke jumped off the bed. "Let's go." The two walked through the clan territory, with countless beings from the Void Realm watching them from the shadows. Zhu Ke was so nervous that her palms were covered in sweat, and she almost couldn't walk. Suddenly, Jiangbai took her hand and softly comforted her. "Relax. I'm here. No one dares touch you." Zhu Ke froze, then answered in a low voice, and her whole body relaxed. She let out a sigh of relief, and even her walking became much more normal. But before they had even left the Void Illusion clan grounds, a strange sound came from above. Everyone looked up and saw several ferocious void beasts pulling a luxurious jade carriage as it floated steadily toward them, with two lines of Void Realm beings following behind. A gentle male voice came from the carriage. Sister Ziti, come out and have a chat. Everyone was shocked. Who would dare address the princess by name so casually? Soon, a flash of purple light burst deep within the clan grounds, and Ziti appeared in midair, wearing a purple dress and barefoot. When Jiangbai saw Ziti, he thought, if she'd changed clothes, I might not have recognized her. Ziti was dressed very conservatively, revealing only a pair of fair feet, and Jiangbai grumbled inwardly. Are shoes that rare? Ziti frowned at the jade carriage and asked coldly, Weiyuan, what are you doing here? Everyone was shocked. Weiyuan was also of the primordial royal clan. Weiyuan smiled as he stepped out of the jade carriage, his bloodline exceptionally noble. I heard you're in trouble, so I came to help. Ziti said coldly, no need. I don't need your help. Weiyuan didn't get angry and kept smiling. I heard you were taking a husband. Why didn't you inform me? You know I like you. Ziti snorted coldly. And you think you're worthy? Suddenly, Jiangbai's body lost control and was yanked up into the air, and even he was dumbfounded. Zhu Ke looked completely stunned. Weren't we supposed to be running? Everyone else was equally baffled. Jiangbai knew it was the power of the white-haired woman from before. When Ziti saw Jiangbai flying over, her eyes lit up. That's right, I am choosing a husband, but I've already found one. She smiled sweetly at Jiangbai, and being stared at made his whole body tingle. He thought, using me as a shield? So he simply wrapped an arm around Ziti's waist and asked softly, Shout I, who is this? Introduce him to me. Up close, Ziti's skin was fair and flawless, soft enough to seem like it would break at a touch. Ziti was startled for a moment, then smiled. Not important. Just some random passerby. The entire scene fell silent, and everyone was shocked. Didn't they say one had to find the origin of Zhu Jun to become the princess's husband? How did it get decided just like that? Zhu Ke was dumbfounded, thinking, didn't you say you were a human beastmaster? Is this really reasonable? Ling Yuan muttered softly atop a maid's head. Didn't you say you weren't invited by the princess? So what's this now? Wu Yuan's face turned green and white in turns, and he forcefully suppressed his anger before asking Jiangbai, who are you? To him, Ziti's bloodline concerned the future of the clan, and he had to fight for it. Jiangbai stared at Wu Yuan and, still holding Ziti in his arms, shot back directly. Can't you tell? Wu Yuan said coldly. Do you know what my identity is? How dare you speak to me like that? Jiangbai was equally icy. Then do you know what my identity is? What identity? Jiangbai said, I am. Jiangbai said with a smile. The future husband of Princess Ziti. That's me. He knew how terrifying the white-haired woman hidden in the shadows was, and although her status was high, he felt she still couldn't compare to Ziti. Wu Yuan was so furious he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only threaten, do you know her identity? Do you think your bloodline is worthy of her? He then turned to Ziti. He's just an ordinary royal. How could he possibly deserve you? Only someone of royal blood like me is qualified. Ziti's expression was cold. Wu Yuan, I'm only tolerating you because your clan once helped my father. If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Wu Yuan still wanted to retort, but Ziti cut him off. No, but. Shut up now. My choosing a husband is not your concern. Wu Yuan's face instantly flushed red. He had never expected Ziti to be so heartless. In the clouds, the white-haired woman lay on her side, watching the drama with great interest. Seeing Wu Yuan shut down, she waved her hand. Suddenly, Zhu Ke was wrapped by a force, and her entire body flew uncontrollably into the sky, landing in Jiang Bai's arms in one go. Jiang Bai's hand involuntarily rested on Zhu Chue's butt, even giving it a squeeze. Jiang Bai, Zhu Ke, Ziti, everyone. Wu Yuan. The white-haired woman in the clouds nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Keep going. Zhu Ke glared at Jiang Bai, feeling wronged inside. She felt Jiang Bai was simply playing with her. He wasn't a beastmaster at all, but a creature from the void realm. Just moments ago, she had actually believed him. Jiang Bai looked bewildered. Seeing Zhu Ke so aggrieved, he hurriedly said, I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Zhu Ke broke down and shouted, You're a big liar. Ziti said coldly, Yinzu, what is going on here? Ziti was furious, holding another woman in front of everyone, and even putting his hand there, and the key point was that the other party was a beast girl. What did he mean by this? Was I not even worth a beast girl? Jiang Bai's headache only got worse. He didn't understand what the white-haired woman was doing and thought that if he got the chance, he would definitely take revenge. From afar, Wu Yuan sneered, Sister Ziti, your taste is really terrible. You found a man who, right in front of you, is seducing a slave. Beast girls are either captured to be eaten or kept as slaves. Jiang Bai, the moment you were acknowledged by her as a husband, you disgraced her in public. Jiang Bai and Ziti shouted in unison, Shut up. Wu Yuan choked. Jiang Bai took a deep breath. Shout I, listen to me explain. It's not like that. Zidai broke free from him, saw that his other hand was still squeezing, and frowned tightly. Come on, explain. Vast amounts of void realm energy churned around her, and even the sky changed color, making Jiang Bai's scalp tingle. He knew that if he didn't explain this well, things would get troublesome. Zidai, I have no divided loyalties toward you. Actually, I was originally a royal descendant, and my clan fell so far that only I was left. At first I approached you because I heard that the imperial princess was recruiting a husband, and I wanted to jit your bloodline and power to revive my clan. But after I met you, my mind changed. Even if the clan can't be restored, it doesn't matter. As long as it's you, that's enough. Zidai froze for a moment. She recalled that Jiang Bai had once said he approached her to restore his clan, and she started suspecting she'd been deceived. Her expression grew colder and colder. Jiang Bai's heart sank. He had actually done that on purpose to provoke Zidai into using her charm eyes, so he could turn the situation around and take control. Zidai, I can withstand any test. Even if my clan is wiped out, I'll accept it. Zidai stared at him. You really can bear any test? Jiang Bai nodded. Yes. Sure enough, Zidai's charm power pressed down directly. Jiang Bai used the Azure Wood immortal art to protect his mind, while outwardly pretending to be controlled. Zidai asked, what is your relationship with Zhuke? Jiang Bai, she is my food. Zidai, then why did you do that kind of thing in broad daylight? Jiang Bai, I was controlled by power and had no say in it at all. Wu Yuan didn't believe it. He's a fourth-tier royal descendant. Who could control him? He wasn't controlled at all. Zidai said coldly, shut up. Wu Yuan fell silent, unwilling but helpless. Mingxin, standing on the cloud layer, glanced at Jiang Bai and curled her lips. Smooth talking. Zidai asked Jiang Bai again. You said before that you approached me to revive your clan, and later you said that for me you could do anything. Was any of it true? Jiang Bai played dumb. It's true. Zidai, still stubborn, said. This princess has everything I could want. Why would I need you to do anything? But the corners of her mouth still lifted. Jiang Bai finally relaxed. It seemed he had safely gotten through this. He was also puzzled by why Zidai was treating him so well, and suspected it had something to do with the Candle Lord origin within his body. At this moment, Zidi withdrew her control, and Jiang Bai immediately looked anxious. Zidi, I'm really willing to do anything for you. You have to believe me. Zidi nodded. I believe you. Jiang Bai was delighted. Really? His exquisite expression made him act like a veteran actor. Zidi gave a slight nod. Jiang Bai hugged Zidi and shouted excitedly, You're so good. At the same time, he naturally wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Wuyan gritted his teeth in fury, glaring fiercely at Jiang Bai, while Jiang Bai even shot him a sly wink. In the clouds, Mingjun felt displeased. In fact, she was only confirming that Jiang Bai had no ill intentions toward Zidi. Soon, Mingjun lifted her control over Zhuke. The moment Zhuke recovered, her fist came straight at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai grabbed her hand and said coldly, Behave yourself, or else. She even threatened to eat Jiang Bai, but Jiang Bai could only feel helpless. He had actually wanted to form a contract with Zhuke, but this was the Void Realm, and he was worried it would fail or cause a huge disturbance. Once a contract began, the Sacred Mountain would fly out the contract scroll, making accidents very likely. Zhu Qiue's eyes reddened with anger as she gritted her teeth. Come on, kill me. Zidi shot her a cold glance, her face full of displeasure. I didn't even make a move, and you went first? Then Zidi advised Jiang Bai, just eat her. It's easier and avoids leaving hidden trouble behind. Jiang Bai pinched Zidi's cheek and coaxed. Not now. Wait a little longer. Being pinched, Zidi felt especially doted on and nodded in agreement. I'll listen to you. She then handed Jiang Bai a small stone spear. The center of the broken land is very dangerous. Take this for self-defense. Jiang Bai took it and asked, What is this? Zidi only said, A good thing. If you run into danger, throw it out. Jiang Bai was deeply moved and thanked her. Mingxin, standing nearby, looked on with a complicated expression. The stone spear had a mysterious origin and was treasured even by the Heavenly Lord. It had originally been meant for Zidi, yet now it had been given to Jiang Bai, which left her somewhat stunned. Inside the inner hall, Jiang Bai saw Zhuke sitting on the bed without saying a word and felt a headache coming on. He had once considered summoning Bailinger and Ao Qing, but after thinking about how perilous this place was, he abandoned the idea. Xuanwu's bloodline was too weak, and even if summoned, she wouldn't be able to help much. A chill suddenly flashed through his mind. If the person Zidi had controlled were not him, but Zhuke, wouldn't his identity have been exposed? He decided he could no longer explain things to Zhuke. For now, he could only keep her by his side, even if it meant knocking her out. Jiang Bai didn't consider sending Zhuke into the Beast Girl space. After all, that space could only hold one Beast Girl. Zhuke sat there helplessly, her mind in complete turmoil. She both wanted Jiangbai to explain and feared hearing the truth. The two remained silent until movement came from outside, and only then did Jiangbai step out. Duguli hurriedly told Jiangbai, "The center of the broken land is about to open. The princess has ordered you to go over." Jiangbai nodded, then returned to the inner hall to look at Zhuke. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's go." Zhuchue's expression dimmed as she lowered her head and followed him, self-mockingly thinking that she should have died long ago. Living now was nothing more than lingering on. Because of what happened with Zidi, Jiangbai, together with Duguli and Zhuke, attracted everyone's attention all the way. Most of the looks from the Void Mirage clan were ones of respect, while the other royal clans were filled with envy. After all, the princess had publicly announced she was choosing a husband, so everyone looked at Jiangbai differently. Jiangbai felt it was inappropriate to say too much, fearing he might provoke public outrage. Soon they arrived at the Shuyan Plaza, where beings from all corners of the Void Realm had gathered. In the center of the plaza were two carriages. Zidai's stone carriage was ancient and mysterious, while the other was Wu Yuan's jade sedan. Wu Yuan was clinging to Zidai like a wad of chewing gum. Jiangbai came over and saw Zidai raise a hand to beckon him. "Yinzu, come here." The surrounding royal clans were instantly struck hard. Jiangbai instructed Duaguli to keep an eye on Zhuke, then gritted his teeth and boarded Zidai's stone carriage. Even now, he felt a little afraid whenever he saw Zidai. The curtain was drawn back, and Zidai was wearing very little. Her figure was astonishing. She was lying on her side, clearly having prepared long ago. "Come here." Zidai patted the couch. She sat up, took Jiangbai's hand, and Jiangbai followed her lead, lying down with his head resting on Zidai's lap. Zidai massaged his forehead and said, "The Wuyuan royal clan helped my father in the past, so I can't really say much about what he's doing." Jiangbai enjoyed her massage and understood she was explaining the situation with Wu Yuan. "It's fine, I can understand." Zidai continued massaging him. "Rest a bit. We'll reach the center of the broken land soon." Zidai's hands were soft and cool, very comfortable, and Jiangbai almost fell asleep. Not long after, the stone carriage moved, and a low roar from a void beast suddenly came from outside. Zidai patted Jiangbai's face. "We've arrived." Jiangbai opened his eyes and drew back the curtain. Outside, violent winds howled and the cold was bone-chilling. The royal clans were in a miserable state, and Wu Yuan's jade sedan was practically falling apart. Only Duaguli and Zhuke were fine. When everyone saw Jiangbai walk out unharmed, they all looked at him resentfully. Why was he the one enjoying himself inside the carriage? "Pretty boy." Jiangbai ignored them and exchanged a look with Zhuke, who immediately turned away. Jiangbai then turned and saw a huge energy sphere, half red and half purple, with countless boulders orbiting around it. The boulders dragged streaks of red light as they flew rapidly, colliding from time to time, giving off a terrifying presence. "This is the center of the broken land?" Jiangbai frowned. Zidai nodded. "Yes. Ever since this place was shattered from the primordial land, the energies of the Night Emperor and the Dark Lord have become entangled, carrying the Suri stones as they wander the void. Actually, the Dark Lord wasn't a match for the Night Emperor. Thinking about it now, it was my father's power mixed together with the Night Emperor's that caused this." Jiangbai asked, "Why didn't your father resolve it?" Zidai shook her head. "The Night Emperor used a human technique that absorbs the surrounding energy, keeping this place in its current state. Even my father can't do anything about it now." Jiangbai was secretly shocked. The Night Emperor was too strong. How had the King of the East Suppression killed the Night Emperor back then? "What should we do?" Jiangbai looked at the wildly flying boulders and felt that forcing a way through would mean certain death. "Wait." Zidai folded her arms and stared at the center of the broken land. At that moment, laughter came from the void. "Princess Zidai, sorry to keep you waiting." The void split open, and a giant hand reached out, holding many royal clan members. At its center was someone who looked like an old man, with white hair and a smiling face. Zidai immediately bowed. "Greetings, Lord Changsheng." Lord Changsheng laughed. "No need for such courtesy. If your father found out, he'd skin me alive." Zidai smiled. "Lord Changsheng, you're too kind. My father has always held you in great esteem." Lord Changsheng asked, "Has Mingjun not arrived yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from afar. "Greetings, Lord Changsheng." Jiangbai turned around and saw that white-haired woman standing suspended in midair, her aura powerful as she respectfully bowed. Jiangbai's heart thumped wildly, and he inwardly cursed himself for having said those things about keeping Mingjun as a sugar mama earlier. Terrified, he quickly hid behind Zidai. Zidai could tell that Jiangbai was scared, and she asked softly, "Have you met Aunt Ming before? What did you say to her?" Jiangbai replied calmly, "I complimented her on how beautiful she is, but she wouldn't accept it, so I gave her a few retorts." Zidai burst out laughing. You've got guts, daring to talk to Aunt Ming like that. Aren't you afraid she'll slap you to death? Jiangbai felt a little guilty. She probably won't, right? Zidai reminded him again. Everything you say can be heard by Aunt Ming. Jiangbai froze, then subconsciously sneaked a look at Mingjun. But the other party showed no reaction at all, only chatting with Lord Changxing about old times. Zidai comforted him. Aunt Ming doesn't hold grudges. She's very broad-minded. Jiangbai glanced at Mingjun and asked in confusion, isn't Changxing Jun a void erosion great sovereign? Why does Mingjun respect him so much? Zidai replied seriously, not just Aunt Ming, my father respects him too. Changxing Jun is the #1 void erosion great sovereign in the void realm, and he has lived longer than all the current heavenly lords and great sovereigns. He is living ancient history. Jiangbai asked in astonishment, just how long has he lived? Zidai shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, before my father had even awakened intelligence, he was already a void erosion great sovereign. My father is already 500 years old now. It was the first time Jiangbai had learned that beings of the void realm could live so long, while humans maxed out at just over 200 years. The void realm was clearly much more powerful. At that moment, 2 rifts split open in the void, and 2 more terrifying beings appeared. One had purple horns, black skin and muscles, gleaming fangs, giant wings on its back, and 4 eyes, 2 of them still closed, looking just like a demon. The other was entirely black, wreathed in flames, like a legendary black dragon, with eerie green light glowing in its eyes. Their bodies were enormous, and every movement stirred an energy storm. Standing on Zidai's stone chariot, Jiangbai felt as though he were an ant looking up at a mountain. Only then did he truly understand how terrifying the void erosion great sovereigns were. Thinking back to the candle sovereign he had encountered at the sacred mountain before, if he had not been severely injured, there was no way he and the others would have made it out alive. The 2 void erosion great sovereigns appeared and greeted Changxing Jun and Mingjun. Changsheng, Mingxin. Changxing Jun nodded. Since everyone's gathered, let's begin. The demon-like void erosion great sovereign gave a low growl of agreement, spread out his hands, and released the captured royal beings. The other void erosion great sovereign did the same, and the beings floated down to the ground. Zidai stepped forward and said to the void realm beings who had followed them, everyone, get ready. We're entering the center. After we go in, we need to find the true body of the Dark Lord. I can promise. Everyone who enters will be protected by our clan in the future. Yes, Your Highness. The 4 void erosion great sovereigns stood at the 4 corners, and countless strands of purple energy surged from their bodies, converging on the red-black energy sphere at the center. As more and more energy gathered, it crashed into the red-black sphere and finally formed a vortex-like passage. Jiangbai asked, only royal blood can go in? Zidai shook her head. In theory, anyone can enter as long as they can withstand the erosion of the energy. But without royal blood, the body can hardly endure it, and it's easy to have one's mind eroded. Jiangbai nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. He had the yin-yang immortal art and the candle sovereign's origin, so he should be fine. After the passage took shape, Changxing Jun said, those with royal blood or higher may enter. Countless streams of void light rushed into the passage. Zidi turned and reached out. Let's go. Jiangbai hesitated, glanced at Zhuke, and asked, can I bring her? Zidi looked at Zhuke and said, yes, but the pressure on her will be great. You can help her share it. Jiangbai nodded. Zidi held Jiangbai's hand. Jiangbai held Zhuchue's, and Wu Yuan followed behind into the passage. At that moment, a teasing voice rang out. Little sister, is this the husband you chose? 2 women serving 1 man. And you even brought a slave? What will father think when he knows? Jiangbai looked over and saw a woman similar to Zidi, but with long silver hair, accompanied by a group of void realm beings. Zidi said indifferently, Indi, it's none of your business. Indi sneered, you're disgracing our clan. Why wouldn't I have the right to care? Zidi smiled. My status is higher than yours. If you don't show proper respect, when father finds out, the one punished won't be me, will it? Indi's expression darkened. Zidi, I'm your elder sister. Zidi smiled. But I am the primordial seed. After saying that, Zidi took Jiangbai and went straight into the passage. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Yuan followed as well. Seeing the few of them disappear, Indi's face darkened. Inside the passage, the moment Jiangbai entered, he was assaulted by savage, bloodthirsty emotions, and Zhuke instantly became violent. Jiangbai quickly activated the yin-yang immortal art, while also helping Zhuke absorb the energy. A glow spread over Zidi's body to resist the erosion of the energy, but she was also finding it very difficult, sweat beading on her face. Jiangbai tightened his grip on Zidi's hand, and Zidi immediately felt much more relaxed. Zidi looked at Jiangbai, her eyes lighting up. Yinzu, you're amazing, Jiangbai said solemnly. I have even more amazing abilities. Do you want to see them? Zidi smiled. You won't get to see that before we find Lord Zhu's origin. Looking at Zidi's figure, Jiangbai sighed regretfully. Fine. Zidi touched Jiangbai's face. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you find Lord Zhu's origin. Then you can do whatever you want. Really, whatever I want. Zidi leaned close to his ear and whispered. What do you want to do? Jiangbai answered seriously, I want to. At the back, Wu Yuan heard the two of them talking and his face turned ugly, as though his heart had been slashed by a knife. Growing up together since childhood, this was the first time he had seen Zidi like this, and his heart ached like it was being cut apart. Zidi's bloodline and power were both real, but her fondness for Jiangbai was real too. He couldn't understand it. After all, he had been the first to meet Zidi. Zhuke watched expressionlessly as Jiangbai and Zidi flirted and joked. No matter what Jiangbai said, she showed no reaction, only wanting to wait for death. She wasn't afraid of death, but she regretted not being able to see her eldest sister and third younger sister. And she also felt a little remorseful, regretting that she hadn't gone to see off her eldest sister back then. Jiangbai knew none of this. His attention was focused on Zidi, and his hand was already wrapped around her waist, gently rubbing it. Zidi didn't mind, and even took the initiative to lift his hand upward. Jiangbai asked, that silver-haired woman just now was your biological elder sister? Zidi licked her lips. Before I was born, she was the primordial seed. Later, because my bloodline more closely resembled father's, the clan elders chose me as the new primordial seed. Indy has always wanted to take the position back, but I am the one who should be the primordial seed. Although Jiangbai didn't understand the primordial seed, he roughly understood it meant the heir. Wu Yuan stood behind them, grinding his teeth, wishing he could take Jiangbai's place. Soon, the view opened up, and Jiangbai knew they were nearly there. Zidi reminded him. The mountain path to the central area has never been entered by anyone. Be careful. Jiangbai frowned and asked why. Zidi said, to come in, all four void-eroding lords had to work together, and back then no one knew that the Dark Lord's true body was here. Suddenly, light burst ahead. The sky was half black and half red, the two colors interwoven yet opposing. Thunder rumbled on the ground, and at the center stood a high mountain split cleanly in two, one half spewing red lava, the other half spewing black lava. It looked extremely eerie. Not long after, a group of Void Realm royals followed them out. Most of them were in a sorry state, with only Wien and a few others unscathed. Jiangbai also spotted the disheveled Ling Yuan and Duoguli. He had originally wanted to use the passage to shake off Duoguli, but he still followed them in, which meant Duoguli was also a royal. Moreover, when Duoguli had fought against Ao Qing and Linger back then, he was effortlessly subdued, so he was probably deliberately hiding his true strength. Was his goal also the central area? At that moment, someone noticed the ground, and a void beast appeared. Its body was like Xie Yin's, like melting ice cream, continuously oozing green liquid. It had two different heads and a pair of mismatched wings, one side flesh wings, the other feathered wings, like a monster pieced together from parts. Jiangbai recalled that when he had investigated the missing children case, he had seen a similar eerie creature before, and his heart turned cold. Could there be a connection between the two? Jiangbai's heart tightened as he suspected the Void Art's plan was related to the situation before him. He asked Zidai, Shout-ai, what's down there? Zidai was also baffled. I don't know, Jiangbai guessed. Could it be some kind of race? Zidai closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then said in shock, it's not an innate race. It was artificially created by someone. Everyone was stunned at once. It was the first time they had heard of someone creating a living being. Jiangbai also felt heavy-hearted. This kind of monster had never even been seen by the Void Realm royal clan, yet it had appeared in Nanjing City. He began to suspect who this thing was connected to, and whether it had anything to do with the Night Emperor incident back then. At that moment, a royal snorted coldly. No matter what it is, kill it first and talk later. He led the royal clan straight down. Jiangbai knew very well that this void beast was extremely powerful, and these people going down there would be throwing their lives away. But he didn't intervene much. Instead, he suggested to Zidai, Shout-ai, let our people go down and help too. This thing has research value. Zidai nodded in agreement. Everyone, go down and help. Ling Yuan and the others accepted the order, and Wu Yuan also said he would go down. Zidai agreed. Everyone went down one after another. Duoguli ran over to Jiangbai and even greeted him. Zidai found it strange. How did you get in here? Are you also a royal? Duoguli said no, that Ling Yuan had brought him in. Zidai was very surprised. Duoguli exchanged a few polite words and was about to go down when Zidai stopped him. You don't need to go. Duoguli pretended to hesitate. Jiangbai could tell that Duoguli didn't want to go down, so he said smoothly, Just stay here and watch. One more of you won't make a difference. He actually wanted to observe Duaguli's reaction and felt that the other party might know something. A battle broke out on the ground. The first royal to make a move revealed his true form and charged toward the void beast like a mountain. After a deafening boom, he was knocked back, his body corroded, and the pain was unbearable. Clenching his teeth, he severed his own arm and let out a miserable scream. A royal in the air warned, "The void beast is corrosive. Don't touch it." The royals were all experienced, so they quickly retreated and protected their bodies with their power, their expressions grave. This corrosion was terrifying. A royal shouted, "Use origin skills to attack." His energy erupted, tentacles crackling with electricity as he fired a purple laser at the void beast's head. Boom! The explosion rang out like thunder, dust flying everywhere. "Beautiful," someone cried. Once the dust settled, everyone realized that the bizarre void world creature had taken the royal clan's innate skill directly on its head and was completely unharmed. How is that possible? The fourth-tier royal clan member was stunned. He knew exactly how powerful his innate skill was. Not even a fifth-tier imperial clan could take it without injury, let alone this monster. After being struck, the strange void beast let out a shriek from its two heads. Its wings beat furiously, and void world energy went berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks all around. Yet everyone was able to dodge them with ease. The energy hit the ground, and after each boom, it left behind two deep craters. Could it be an imperial clan? But why doesn't it have intelligence? Someone wondered. Void world royal clan beings and above are born with intelligence. Beings like Zhu Jun, who grew up from an ignorant state, are extremely rare. Zidai frowned and said softly, "That void beast just used two innate skills at the same time. That's impossible." Wu Yuan was stunned as well. A void beast only has one source of power. How could it have two? The other royal clan members all looked grim. Using everything they had, they frantically unleashed long-range skills to bombard the strange void beast, not daring to get close. At last, the strange void beast was finally injured and became even more berserk, blasting out skills wildly, but no one was hit. Instead, it frightened the royal clan members terribly. Someone suddenly realized that the strange void beast's source power even contained the power of their own race. At that moment, one of the few Wu Yuan among the imperial clan stepped forward. He was covered in purple light and revealed his black true form, standing 2 meters tall, with his arms transformed into two purple blades and 3 rows of sharp spikes on his back. He raised his hands above his head. Void slash. The purple blades flashed, and 2 black-purple light blades shot out. Boom, boom. The light blades struck the void beast, sending it flying more than 10 meters as the ground was gouged out into long trenches. When the dust settled, everyone saw that 2 deep, bone-visible wounds had appeared on the void beast's body. It lay motionless on the ground, life or death unknown. Good. The royal clan members cheered in unison. Admiration and excitement filled their eyes. Wu Yuan was too strong. The imperial clan's dark blade race had severely wounded the void beast with a single strike. Everyone was thinking the same thing. We must evolve into an imperial clan. In the sky, Silver Butterfly covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Zidai, didn't this Wu Yuan want to be your husband back then? I think he's pretty good, at least much stronger than that pretty boy beside you. Jiangbai, what did I ever do to you? A nearby imperial clan being snorted coldly. Nothing impressive. Silver Butterfly smiled. Still better than the royal clan pretty boy. That being nodded coldly. Indeed, the imperial clan is still the imperial clan. One hand is enough to deal with a royal clan member. Zidai replied calmly. Who becomes my husband is my decision. And besides, Yanzu may not be any worse than you. Silver Butterfly. At the beginning, Shane was at 5th tier, while Jiangbai was only at 4th tier. Zidai suspected that Jiangbai's race might once have produced a heavenly monarch, meaning he could be from the imperial clan. After hearing this, Silver Butterfly smiled and said coldly that Zidai should let Jiangbai try. Life or death would not matter. Zidai hesitated, because she did not know Jiangbai's true strength, while Silver Butterfly was close to 6th tier and terrifyingly powerful. Jiangbai had only just reached 4th tier. The gap between them was far too great. Just as Jiangbai was about to speak, a beast's miserable scream came from the ground. The strange void beast crawled out of the ravine like an octopus, then let out a howl to the sky. Everyone grew suspicious. Some guessed it might be begging for mercy, but Jiangbai sensed something was wrong and saw that Duo Gully was quietly backing away. Jiangbai frowned and pulled Juke over to Zidai's side, saying, "Something's not right." Zidai looked puzzled. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and cracks appeared. The royal clan beings all asked what was happening. Was it the monster's innate skill? In the sky, Jiangbai saw countless strange void beasts rushing in from far beyond the volcano, filling both the heavens and the earth. The scene was terrifying. Zidai was also startled. She understood that with so many void beasts, their side had no chance of winning. The mission had failed. Zidai decisively said, "Retreat first." She hugged Jiangbai as light wings appeared, and she flew full speed toward the tunnel entrance. Jiangbai reacted quickly too, grabbing the dazed Zhuge and flying with her. Zidai merely glanced at him lightly. Other royal beings also began fleeing. When Jiangbai saw Duguli running toward the left side of the passage in midair, he felt something was off. He noticed that the other royals were not fleeing toward the passage entrance either. Jiangbai shouted, "Don't leave yet, follow Duguli." Zidi was stunned for a moment, then immediately plunged downward to follow Duguli. The royal beings on the ground saw a massive tide of phantom beasts charging toward them and were scared out of their wits, swarming toward the passage. Jiangbai didn't think about Zidi's body at all. He only analyzed the situation. Duguli seemed to know the truth about the phantom beasts, and the other royals didn't rush to the passage first either. That was highly abnormal. They seemed to have a tacit understanding, as if they were specifically targeting Zidi. Jiangbai asked, "Has Mingjun come in?" Zidi replied, "No. She and the four great lords are maintaining the passage." As soon as she finished speaking, a tremendous boom sounded behind them. The two turned back and saw the passage collapse. Countless royals were swallowed by the energy surge and turned to dust. Jiangbai broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost followed Zidi into the passage. The consequences might have been the same as those royals, wiped out on the spot. Jiangbai immediately understood. This was a trap aimed at Zidi. Even Mingjun, who was maintaining the passage, might have been set up, otherwise the passage wouldn't have collapsed. Zidi also realized it, her face turning dark as she stared at the collapsed passage entrance. After thinking for a moment, Jiangbai said, "Xiaodai, let's go to the ground first. It'll be safer." Zidi nodded. The three quickly landed. Jiangbai pointed in a direction. "Run this way." This direction was opposite to Duguli and the others. Zidi suddenly asked, "Yinzu, isn't Duguli your subordinate?" Jiangbai said without changing expression, "No, he insisted on following me. I just happened to use him to lead the way to find the Void Nightmare clan, so I brought him along." Zidi didn't ask further and simply said, "Let's go." She then looked at Zhuge. "Are you bringing her too?" Zhuge thought she had been abandoned, but she had already accepted life and death and didn't think much of it. Unexpectedly, Jiangbai said, "Bring her." Zidi and Zhuge both looked over, and Zhuge was a little stunned. Jiangbai glared at her. "What are you looking at?" Then he said to Zidi, "Leave her for now. She'll be useful at a critical moment." Zidi nodded and immediately took flight. Jiangbai looked at Zidi's back, his heart sinking. Had Zidi become suspicious of him? He was very wary of Zidi. He could sense Silver Butterfly's 5th-tier cultivation, but he couldn't sense Zidi at all. She was at least at the 6th tier. Jiangbai took a deep breath and quickly followed Zidi. The group flew low to the ground, avoiding the sight of the strange phantom beasts. Unusual noises rang out behind them. Jiangbai ran his Yin-Yang immortal art with full force before he could barely keep up with Zidi, but it was already very difficult. No one knew how long they had flown when Zidi suddenly stopped. Jiangbai panted and asked, "Why aren't we running anymore?" Zidi stared ahead. "We can't run anymore. We're surrounded." Jiangbai was stunned. He didn't sense anything, but he immediately understood. The ground shook violently all around them, and in the next moment, enormous black tentacles burst out of the earth, flailing madly. Jiangbai's heart tightened. Strange phantom beasts above the 5th tier. More tentacles, and all kinds of phantom beasts quickly closed in around them. Jiangbai's scalp tingled. Purple light gathered over Zidi's gauzy dress, which shrank inward and transformed in an instant into purple battle armor. Her figure became more prominent, her aura turned cold, and her killing intent was laid bare. Jiangbai confirmed in his heart, Zidi was definitely 6th tier. The wind stirred Zidi's hair as she calmly said, "I'll hold them off. Yinzu, you go first. I'll come find you." Jiangbai hesitated. Ever since he met Zidi, she had treated him well, but that was because she thought he was a void realm being. What if she found out he was human? He suddenly mocked himself. Why think so much? Zidi had never done anything to hurt him. He said softly, "I'll go with you." Zidi was startled. She had thought Jiangbai would run, and then she revealed a smile. A gentle smile. "Okay, let's fight side by side today." A pair of purple butterfly wings sprouted from behind Zidi. Her 6th-tier cultivation burst forth in full, void realm energy surging around her as she flew straight toward the largest black tentacle. "Don't move recklessly." Seeing her make a move, Jiangbai reminded Zhuge. Then he fully activated the origin of Zhu Jun, his body filled with void realm energy. His eyes turned purple. Purple patterns appeared on his face, and killing intent surged from him. He cast a cold glance, bellowed, "Kill," and his whole body turned into purple lightning, charging at the bizarre void beast. In the air, Zidai approached the tentacles and discovered that they were covered with mouths, all dripping purple blood. Suppressing her shock, she wrapped herself in her butterfly wings and unleashed her origin skill, Thousand-Eyed Calamity Heart. Her purple wings spread wide, and countless eyes formed in the sky. Each time they opened, they unleashed explosive energy, which came crashing down together on the tentacles. On the ground, Jiangbai had already reached a Tier 4 void beast. Borrowing momentum, he threw a punch and directly smashed its head apart. One punch per beast, killing them incredibly fast. Zidai was stunned when she saw it. Even royal clans found these Tier 4 void beasts hard to deal with, yet Jiangbai solved one with a single punch. Zhuge was also dumbfounded. Jiangbai's strength was far too great. What a pity he had lied to her, saying he was a beastmaster. He was clearly a being of the void realm. Zidai came back to her senses and continued bombarding the tentacles with Thousand-Eyed Calamity Heart. The mouths on the tentacles emitted piercing shrieks and released ripples that attacked her. Zidai's movement technique was extremely fast, and she barely dodged them. The ripples struck a small hill behind her, flattening it instantly. But Zidai was still ambushed and hit by a tentacle, crashing to the ground and creating a huge crater. She quickly burst out of the dust cloud, activated her skills to the fullest, and said coldly, "Shatter." The eyes Ninjir in the sky exploded, and space shattered along with them. The massive black tentacles broke into two and fell. Seeing this, Jiangbai shouted "Beautiful," and kept his hands moving, hurling a heavily wounded void beast toward Zidai's rear, repelling the void beast that had been trying to ambush her. Zidai looked back and saw two void beasts smashed apart. A hint of a smile appeared on her face as she nodded toward Jiangbai. Jiangbai warned, "Be careful." Zidai responded and turned her attention back to the black tentacles. At this point, the tentacles burst up from the ground, and the true form of the Tier 6 bizarre void beast finally appeared. The ground exploded, and black claws erupted from the earth. They raked the ground as easily as cutting tofu, then sank back underground, piling the soil higher and higher. After repeating this several times, a black void beast crawled out from beneath the ground, and Jiangbai and the others finally saw its true appearance. This void beast looked like a small hill piled up from countless void beast heads. The heads were howling in pain, purple liquid flowing from their mouths, and its body was covered in tentacles. The largest one had already been destroyed by Zidai. The enormous claw was the one that had been digging into the ground earlier. As soon as it appeared, it immediately grabbed another void beast beside it with its claw. That void beast had no ability to resist and was alive as it was devoured by the cluster of heads. Zidai's expression turned grave. She felt this void beast was already close to Tier 7. After it devoured several void beasts, all the heads turned to stare at Zidai in the sky, their eyes filled with evil and madness. The void beast swung its claw at Zidai. Though its movement seemed slow, it arrived in an instant, and one swipe came down toward her. Zidai showed no fear, transforming into her true form, a human figure with antennae, vast stretches of snow-white skin only covering the important parts, and solid light wings behind her, like a forest spirit. Purple light flickered in her eyes as she instantly formed an energy shield. Boom! The claw slammed into the barrier, shaking Zidai's organs and causing her to spit out dark purple blood. She was severely wounded by a single strike, but she gritted her teeth and withstood the Tier 6 void beast's attack. Seeing this, Jiangbai panicked greatly. Ignoring the attacks from the surrounding void beasts, he sprinted toward Zidai, hurling low-tier void beasts everywhere in an attempt to interfere with the high-tier void beast, but it was useless. Those low-tier void beasts were all bound by tentacles and dragged away to be devoured. After Jiangbai left, countless void beasts surrounded Zhuge. Zhuge had a fiery temper and refused to sit still and wait for death. Flames of scarlet fire burned around her, her red hair flying wildly as she charged straight into the enemy ranks. But her cultivation was too low, and she was knocked flying by a single blow. Another void beast opened its mouth to swallow her. Qingke was burning with rage and transformed into a flaming vermilion bird, bracing head-on against the giant maw. Even if it meant dying, she was determined to shatter a few of the other side's teeth. But the gap in strength was too great, and in the end she ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground. Her vision gradually dimmed, and just before death, she only saw Jiangbai charging toward the purple butterfly. Upon hearing Qingque's cry, Jiangbai immediately turned around and lunged over. Purple Butterfly noticed him leaving. The cracks on the shield deepened, and her gaze grew dim. Qingque closed her eyes and waited for death, only to suddenly hear a roar and see a flash of light before her eyes. She opened them and saw Jiangbai covered in blood, panting hard. Huffing, he held a virtual beast leg in one hand and forcibly tore that strange virtual beast that had attacked Qin Ke into two halves. Qin Ke froze and subconsciously asked Jiangbai, why? Seeing that Qin Ke was unharmed, Jiangbai breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and produced the stone spear that Purple Butterfly had given him. At this point, it was too late to save Purple Butterfly, so he could only place his hopes in this stone spear. Jiangbai hurled the stone spear with all his strength, and it turned into a streak of light flying toward that sixth-tier virtual beast. In midair, the spear grew larger, the bloodstains on it glowed, and a red trail streamed behind it. Its size was like a carriage as it came crashing down with a whistling sound. With a dull thud, the stone spear pierced the sixth-tier virtual beast in an instant and continued flying far away. The virtual beast fell to the ground, split cleanly in two. Jiangbai stared in shock. What the hell was this thing? He looked heartbrokenly at the vanished stone spear, thinking, will my treasure come back? Pulling himself together, Jiangbai flew over to catch Purple Butterfly, who had just fallen from the sky. Purple Butterfly was unconscious, so he shouldered her and decided to take her away. Let's go. Jiangbai called out to Qin Ke, who was still frozen in place. Qin Ke looked at Jiangbai, who was carrying Purple Butterfly, with a complicated expression. She couldn't make sense of this move. Jiangbai was also confused. He was clearly on opposing sides with Purple Butterfly, so why was he still saving her? He comforted himself, telling himself it must be because he was soft-hearted, definitely not for any other reason. Along the way, Qin Ke followed Jiangbai, wanting to ask but not asking, her face full of conflict. In the end, Jiangbai found a cave, settled the unconscious Purple Butterfly inside, and sealed the entrance. In the darkness, Jiangbai called out, "Second, light a fire." Qin Ke froze for a moment, then raised her hand and summoned a small flame, illuminating the cave. Jiangbai supported Purple Butterfly's head and helped check her injuries, saying, "What do you want to ask?" Qin Ke hesitated before speaking. "Are you really the beast master of the eldest sister and third sister?" Jiangbai replied calmly, "I told you a long time ago. You just didn't believe it." Qin Ke looked at him. "But you don't look human at all. You look more like a being from the virtual realm." Jiangbai only explained that there were special reasons, and it wasn't convenient to say for now, but in the future the eldest sister would help explain it to her. He told her to stay obediently by his side, and that he would find a way to take her out. Qin Ke nodded, then glanced at Purple Butterfly and said in a low voice, "She's the royal family of the virtual realm. Why not just kill her?" She used the firelight to carefully observe Jiangbai's reaction. Jiangbai sighed. "She's been good to me and even gave me that stone spear. If it weren't for that spear, everyone would be in danger right now. I can't bring myself to do it." He knew that without the stone spear, he, Ao Qing, and Bai Linger would not have been a match for that sixth-tier virtual beast either. Qin Ke asked again, "But isn't she our enemy?" Jiangbai looked up at Qin Ke. Because of the lighting, she couldn't make out his face. Jiangbai chuckled. "Are you probing me?" Qin Ke admitted it directly. "Yes." Jiangbai asked, "And the result?" Qin Ke lowered her head. "You're very good," she added silently in her heart. "If you really are a beast master." Jiangbai smiled faintly. "Of course. Otherwise your eldest sister and third sister wouldn't have signed a contract with me." Qin Ke smiled and fell silent. Jiangbai turned around to check Purple Butterfly's body, and the more he examined her, the more serious his expression became. Purple Butterfly's spiritual power was completely exhausted, her internal organs were injured, and most terrifying of all, there was actually no source within her body. Jiangbai froze. She doesn't have a source core. How can she fight? At that moment, Ziti muttered, "Hot. I'm so hot," and even reached for the petals on her body. Jiangbai was speechless. Should I stop her? Forget it. Don't stop her. It's better if she cools down a bit. Just as Ziti was about to pull off the petals, a fair hand pressed down on her. "Suzaku?" Jiangbai asked, "What are you doing?" Suzaku glared at him. "What do you think?" Jiangbai, "Ziti is hot, so she should cool down. Wouldn't it be better to take off more?" Suzaku looked at Jiangbai coldly, finding him shameless. Jiangbai refused to back down. "You think I'd peek? If she wants to show me, would she still cover it?" Suzaku rolled her eyes. "Get out. I'll help her take it off." Jiangbai was unhappy. "Why should I be the one to leave? She already said I'm her fiancé, so it should be you leaving instead." Suzaku ignored him and only asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, Jiangbai said, "She's the royal primordial seed, a future enemy of the human race, but she's been very good to me. Saving her would be helping the enemy. Not saving her would be ungrateful." After weighing it all, he steeled himself. Save her. Anyway, even if he saved Ziti, he could still try to win her over. If that didn't work, he'd kill her himself when they met as enemies in the future, She wasn't that scary. After all, Ao Qing and Bai Linger were both myth-level beast girls, so he wasn't afraid of a mere imperial bloodline being. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, his hair turning black again as he began to cast the Azure with immortal art. Azure life energy surged into Zidi's body, repairing her injuries. Though her source core wasn't restored, Zidi's complexion visibly improved. Suzaka was shocked and concluded that Jiang Bai really was a beast master. She finally felt relieved, and seeing her eldest sister and third younger sister again now seemed hopeful. She silently watched Jiang Bai and found him rather pleasing to the eye. Please give a 5-star review QAQ. In the distance, the shattered land floated like a planet, with countless continents drifting around a red-black energy sphere. At this moment, outside the red-black energy sphere, an incomparably beautiful woman in a white dress stood suspended in the air. Her expression was cold, one hand pressed against her chest as she stared at the two void erosion great lords. Mingxin asked Lungli of the longevity lord, "You were involved too?" The longevity lord smiled and shook his head. "If I had made a move, would you still be standing? Guangjuan and Yaojun came looking for me, but I didn't agree." Mingxin let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Guangjuan and Yaojun and said coldly, "You made your move because of Wuwang Tianjuan's orders?" Guangjuan laughed like a demon. "Don't make wild guesses. We just don't like you. No one ordered us." Yaojun also sneered. "That's right. Wuwang Tianjun and Yuan Dai Tianjun have no grudge against you, so don't try to drive a wedge between us." Mingxin suddenly understood. The news that Dark Lord appeared in the Broken Land. You deliberately leaked that? It had been quiet for so many years, and then it suddenly spread. Sure enough, it was your scheme. What are you trying to do? Guangjuan smiled. We only want Shushu. There's no need to fight to the death. Mingxin's eyes turned dangerous. How do you know about Shushu? Yaojun gave a cold laugh. How could there be a wall without cracks? If there's profit, there will be betrayal. Mingxin said coldly. If you want Shushu, come take it yourselves. Her body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant, violet light flowing over her as killing intent surged in all directions. Gathering violent energy in one hand, she threw it first at Guangjuan. Guangjuan wasn't afraid and met it head-on with his fist. With a thunderous boom, space itself trembled. Mingxin followed up with a kick, but Guangjuan shifted sideways to dodge. After Mingxin missed, black fire from Yaojun swept toward her, and she narrowly avoided it. Guangjuan's muscles lit up with purple veins, and his fist hammered into Mingxin's back. Bang! Mingxin was struck and staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She wiped away the blood, licked her lips, and the killing intent in her eyes grew even stronger. I'm going to slowly tear you all apart. The source within her burned, void realm energy erupted, and her aura surged. Guangjuan and Yaojuan's expressions turned solemn. Mingxin was going all out. Inside the cave, Jiang Bai let out a sigh of relief. The purple butterfly in his arms frowned and stirred. He immediately activated Zhu Jun's origin, and his hair turned purple. Zhu Ke stood beside him, stunned, shocked that Jiang Bai had completely lost all human aura and looked like a genuine void realm being. The purple butterfly woke up and looked around in confusion. Jiang Bai stepped forward. You're awake. The purple butterfly's head throbbed painfully, and she forced herself to sit up. Yanzu, you saved me? Jiang Bai shook his head. It wasn't me who saved you. It was the stone spear you gave me. He looked hesitant. The purple butterfly frowned. What is it? Jiang Bai scratched his head and said awkwardly, You. My stone spear flew away. Do you have a way to get it back? The purple butterfly froze for a moment, then shook her head. No, that was given to me by my father. Forget it. Once I take you back, I'll ask my father for some other protective treasure. Jiang Bai quickly refused. Don't go. Go find a Tianjun. That would be courting death. If his true identity got exposed, it would be over. The purple butterfly saw Jiang Bai refuse and simply looked at him without saying much. Jiang Bai hesitated before asking, inside your body. The purple butterfly was puzzled. What is it? Jiang Bai asked softly. Why is there no origin inside your body? The purple butterfly froze and asked urgently, What do you mean? Jiang Bai explained seriously that when he was helping treat her, he discovered there was no origin inside her body. The purple butterfly's expression turned complicated. She suddenly looked toward the cave entrance and said coldly, Someone's coming. Jiang Bai was still confused, and the next second he heard a smiling voice from the entrance. Good little sister, you're in a bad way. Silver Butterfly appeared. When the purple butterfly saw Silver Butterfly enter, everything immediately became clear in her mind, and she asked directly, Silver Butterfly, was all of this your plan? With the passage destroyed, Aunt Ming possibly in danger, and her own origin gone, the purple butterfly had already guessed the truth. There had been rumors in the clan that father had obtained an extremely powerful origin, and that there was a plan within the clan to transplant origins, first extracting the executor's origin. Later, anyone who discussed it was killed, so the purple butterfly never paid it much mind. Now she realized she was the executor of that plan, and that the reason father had been especially indulgent toward her before was because of this. Indai pretended to be stupid. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zidai coldly exposed her. Still pretending? Are you only capable of hiding in the shadows? When Indai heard wormlight aberrant, her face turned ugly, and she gritted her teeth. Everything you have now should have been mine. If not for you, father wouldn't have abandoned me, and I wouldn't be hated by the clan. It's all your fault. So doing all this was just to take back what belongs to you? Zidai asked coldly. And then you betrayed Aunt Ming, letting her fall into danger? Do you know she was the one who raised you? Zidai's voice grew even colder. Indai lost control of her emotions. That bitch Ming Xian gave everything to you. I'm the one who was with her the longest. Why do you get all the good things? Zidai no longer provoked her, only asked, how do you know about this plan, when I don't? Indai calmed down and said coldly, why should I tell you? Just die here. Later, when Zidai was born, Father Lord made her the one to execute the plan, and even stripped away her identity as the primordial seed that was supposed to be hers. She had never been reconciled to it, and wanted one more chance to fight for it. Zidai suddenly frowned. You told the tribe's plan to outsiders so they would help you? That's betrayal. Indai sneered. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to say it out loud? Once you're dead, the plan will be mine. Only I can obtain the source. Haha. So today, all of you have to die. As she spoke, Indai looked coldly at the people in the cave. Zidai mocked her. Indai, you're really stupid. Indai didn't care, and instead mocked back. Zidai sighed. You're really stupid. Look behind you. Indai froze. What do you mean? Just then, she heard someone laughing behind her. Haha. Indai, so you have a secret? We heard everything just now. Several Imperial clan beings appeared behind her, full of mockery. Indai coldly questioned them. You followed me? Followed you. We were preparing to protect you and deal with Princess Zidai, someone said with a sneer. At this moment, Lang spoke up. Indai, as long as you go with me to see Father Lord, I'll help you kill Zidai and also help you obtain the identity of the primordial seed. Lang was the son of Wu Wang Tianjun and wanted to use the secrets of the Vicious Heart clan to fight for status. Indai coldly refused. Impossible. Wu Wang Tianjun was the best at making puppets. Going to see him would be the same as walking to her death. Lang sneered. That's not for you to decide. He gave the order, and several people surrounded and attacked Indai. Battle erupted. Seeing this, Jiang Bai picked up Zidai and grabbed Zhu Ke, then took advantage of the chaos to crash through the cave roof and flee with the two of them. He was so fast that the Imperial clan beings couldn't react in time, and even Zidai was surprised at how experienced he was at running for his life. Lang and Indai immediately stopped fighting, realizing Zidai couldn't be allowed to leave alive, or else both of them would be finished, and they reached an agreement. Kill Zidai first. At first, everyone thought Zidai's severe injuries didn't matter, but now they found that Jiang Bai was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already run far away, impossible to catch up. At this time, Zidai sighed in Jiang Bai's arms. We can't get rid of Indai. She can track the aura of the source. Jiang Bai braked hard, gouging trenches into the ground. He put Zhu Ke down and even smacked her once. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zidai said helplessly. You were running too fast. Jiang Bai remained silent. He put down Zidai and said to her, wait here for me. Then he turned and went back into the cave. Zhu Ke asked, where are you going? Jiang Bai waved a hand. To kill them. Zhu Ke wanted to follow, but Zidai held her back. Zhu Ke asked in confusion, aren't you afraid something will happen to him? Zidai nodded, looking at his retreating figure. I believe in him. The battle between Mingxin, Kuang Jun, and Yao Jun had also grown intensely fierce, with both sides fighting like their lives were on the line. Their origin powers circulated at full force, the two sides locked in a stalemate in the void. One of Kuang Jun's arms was ripped apart by Mingxin, and Yao Jun was not faring much better. Half of his wings had been broken. Mingxin was just as battered, her long dress torn to shreds, her aura unstable. Kuang Jun spat blood and sneered. Ming Jun, why risk your life for Yuan Dai Tianjun? Wu Wang Tianjun has given you no less than Yuan Dai did. Come with us. Mingxin gave a cold snort, dismissive. He isn't worthy. Yao Jun revealed a wicked smile and licked his lips. Ming Jun, don't you want to know who betrayed you? Princess Zidai hasn't even come out of the Shattered Lands yet. Aren't you curious? Mingxin's expression turned frosty, and she charged straight at him. Suddenly, Kuang Jun's four purple eyes opened wide, and a terrifying wave of pressure descended, pinning Mingxin's body in place. Seeing this, Yao Jun made his move. sending his origin skill into Mingxin's body. Mingxin immediately felt heat surging within her, her emotions thrown into chaos. Her heart sank as she urgently searched for a way to save herself. At that moment, a whistling sound rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a vortex of energy wrapping around a giant stone spear as it flew toward them. Mingxin recognized it at once. It was the weapon Tianjun had given to Zidai and later passed on to Yanzu. Boom! The stone spear shattered a black-red energy sphere, tearing open a gap. Mingxin instantly regained her mobility, reached out to seize the spear, and in the same motion shrank both her body and the spear before flashing into the energy sphere. Huang Jun and Yao Jun could only watch helplessly as Mingxin disappeared, stunned. Huang Jun flew into a rage and cursed at Yao Jun. You insisted on capturing Mingxin alive, and now look. She got away. Since the plan failed, you'll take full responsibility. Explain it to Tianjun yourself. Yao Jun sneered. She's been hit by my origin skill. Her cultivation will vanish soon enough, and then Lang can deal with her. What if she runs into Lang first? Huang Jun did not believe him. Yao Jun was speechless. Then Lang is the unlucky one. Huang Jun gave a cold snort. If anything goes wrong, you're responsible. Tianjun will definitely deal with you. On the other side, Lang was staring at Yin Dai, who had her eyes closed, sensing Zidai's position. Suddenly, a huge boulder flew toward them, and Lang smashed it apart with a punch. Amid the dust and mist, a figure with purple hair and purple eyes walked forward step by step. It was Jiang Bai. Lang smiled. So it was you. Indai opened her eyes and teased Jiang Bai. Pretty boy, where's Zidai? Don't tell me you're planning to sell her out. Jiang Bai replied calmly. No, I'm here to help her deal with you. Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this, and Silver Butterfly even sneered in disdain. She clutched her stomach, laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Say that again for me, will you? The next second, Jiang Bai suddenly vanished. Slap. He teleported right in front of her and slapped her across the face. Silver Butterfly's cheek burned, and she was sent flying, coughing up blood nonstop. Jiang Bai raised his hand and asked lightly, happy now? Lang asked in shock, who exactly are you? A fourth-tier royal could move that fast? Jiang Bai sneered. Go ask your mother. Silver Butterfly flew into a rage, murderous aura surging as she pounced. Lang was also enraged and ordered his subordinates to attack together. Royal beings charged at Jiang Bai, but the fourth-tier ones were crushed to death by him with one grab and thrown to the ground, instantly killed. Lang and Silver Butterfly were shocked, their hearts sinking. But they were confident that fifth tier still had the advantage over fourth tier. The two attacked Jiang Bai from both sides, and Jiang Bai fought back, his fists and kicks like the wind. The two sides were deadlocked. Jiang Bai sent out a spinning kick, and the two narrowly avoided it. Silver Butterfly put distance between them, spread her butterfly wings, and activated her innate skill, Calamity Heart. Jiang Bai directly neutralized it with Azure Wood Immortal Arts, unaffected at all. Lang also revealed his true form, sending out blood vessels to control Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai grabbed them with one hand and yanked hard, throwing Lang away and smashing him into a huge crater. Lang endured the pain and severed his own blood vessels before escaping. Seeing that Calamity Heart was useless, Silver Butterfly began to back down. She said sternly to Lang, don't hold back. If we don't go all out now, we'll both die. Lang nodded, and the two prepared to erupt with full force. But the next second, the two of them fled in different directions at the same time. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment, then ultimately chose to chase Lang. Lang screamed, why aren't you chasing Silver Butterfly? I didn't even provoke you. Jiang Bai ignored him, kicked up a huge rock and smashed it toward Lang, knocking him to the ground. Jiang Bai chased Lang first because Lang knew the secret of the purple butterfly. In order to protect her, he had no choice but to kill him. Lang got back up and stared at Jiang Bai grimly. You really want to risk your life? The brain monster in front spoke up. I don't know whether the net will break, but the fish is definitely dead. Lang roared angrily. You think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Bai sneered. If you're not afraid, then why are you running? Lang was instantly choked up, his expression ugly. As the son of the heavenly lord, being forced into such a state was truly humiliating. The brain's true body burst forth with purple light, and countless blood vessels spread out, killing toward Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai's eyes instantly turned black and white, and black and white energy gathered into two huge vortices. Yin-yang twin pupils. The vortices spun at high speed, severing the blood vessels one after another. Lang was badly injured and reverted to human form, crashing to the ground. He cried out in terror. You're human. Jiang Bai looked down at him and sneered. Only now do you realize? Too late. After saying that, he stomped Lang's head to pieces. Once he confirmed Lang was dead, Jiang Bai quickly pursued the direction in which Silver Butterfly had fled. Silver Butterfly desperately urged her energy to flee for her life, but a streak of white light blocked her path. When she looked closely, she cried out, "Aunt Ming." Ming Xian was lying in a huge crater, severely injured and unable to move, completely ignoring Silver Butterfly. Silver Butterfly suddenly developed wicked intentions and wanted to control Ming Xian into becoming a puppet. She approached carefully, preparing to make her move. Unexpectedly, Ming Xian suddenly put her head, a pair of blood-red eyes cold and merciless. Silver Butterfly was terrified and could not move, and could only shout loudly, "Aunt Ming, it's me, little Silver Butterfly." Ming Xian remained unmoved, coldly approaching, sniffing her, and frowning. While Jiangbai was chasing after them, he saw a streak of white light fall to the ground in the distance, and hurried over to check. By the time he arrived, he just happened to see Ming Xian's hand pierce through Silver Butterfly's chest, tear out her heart, and splatter blood all over her face. The next second, Ming Xian crushed the heart, and Silver Butterfly collapsed. Jiangbai was shocked. Just as he was about to turn and run, he discovered that Ming Xian had appeared silently behind him. He couldn't move at all, cold sweat pouring down. Ming Xian came closer to sniff him, and a satisfied look appeared on her face. Suddenly, Jiang Bai's clothes burst apart, and he stood naked in front of Ming Xian. Ming Xian shoved him down, her white dress vanished, and their skin pressed together. Awkwardly, she sought to kiss him, while her hand slowly moved downward. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted sharply, and he trembled all over. Only two names remained in his mind, Zilongnu and Injiping. Jiang Bai now looked like Xiao Longnu, worldly and experienced, but unable to move, while Mingxin was like Yang Guo, clumsy and inexperienced in his movements. After Mingxin's efforts, the two of them shadows were cast onto the ground by the red light, pressed tightly together. Jiang Bai felt helpless, thinking, could they keep a little distance? But in the next moment, he sensed a strange aura suddenly surge out from Mingxin's body and into his own, and he almost lost control of himself. The yin-yang immortal art within Jiang Bai's body automatically began circulating, helping the two of them digest that bizarre aura. Gradually, Mingxin's movement slowed, and her gaze regained clarity, but she discovered that her cultivation had dropped to the 4th tier and was still falling. She wanted to break free, but Jiang Bai held her tightly in his arms, and she simply couldn't escape. Mingxin was filled with both shame and fury. The dignified vicious Void Grand Lord had actually been taken by some 4th tier brat. Thinking back to how, in her loss of control, she had personally slain Silver Butterfly and even forcibly controlled Jiang Bai, Mingxin nearly went mad. Jiang Bai had also lost all reason, acting purely on instinct. Grinding her teeth, Mingxin dumped all the blame onto Yao Jun, vowing to kill him. In the end, Mingxin could only take the initiative to help Jiang Bai stabilize the abnormal changes within his body. By the time morning came, Jiang Bai had returned to normal, and his cultivation had even risen to level 52. He carefully observed Mingxin. After all, he had done everything. Looking at Mingxin, a familiar line from a game voice line floated through Jiang Bai's mind. "I've marked a location." Mingxin's temperament had become a little gentler. She said to Jiang Bai, "Don't worry, I'll compensate you, but it's best if you don't let Purple Butterfly know. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be." Jiang Bai said awkwardly, "Sister Ming, there's no need for compensation, and I won't say anything." Mingxin was stunned for a moment and asked why he called her Sister Ming. Jiang Bai was momentarily at a loss for words, then blurted out, "Then what should I call you?" Mingxin thought about it and said, "Purple Butterfly calls me Aunt Ming, so you should call me Aunt Ming too." Jiang Bai hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate? I have nothing to do with Purple Butterfly, and this doesn't make sense." As a result, Mingxin said coldly, "You still want to marry me? How many lives do you have?" Her identity was special. If Jiang Bai really kept courting death, he wouldn't even know how he died. Jiang Bai could only back down and softly call out, "Aunt Ming." Only then did Mingxin smile in satisfaction. But when she saw Silver Butterfly's corpse, she was consumed by guilt. The atmosphere grew heavy. Seeing this, Jiang Bai asked concernedly, "Aunt Ming, what's wrong?" Mingxin only replied, "It's nothing," in a hoarse voice. Silver Butterfly betrayed Purple Butterfly and revealed the news about the mysterious source to Lang. Being killed was no injustice, and Mingxin did not need to be too saddened. Upon hearing mysterious source, Mingxin immediately questioned Jiang Bai about how he knew. Jiang Bai said it was Silver Butterfly who told him. Mingxin didn't believe it and firmly denied that Silver Butterfly would have leaked it. Scratching his head, Jiang Bai said that in fact Silver Butterfly had told Purple Butterfly, and Lang overheard it. Mingxin pressed on. "Besides Lang, who else knew?" Jiang Bai replied, "Me and several other royal clan members who were there. I don't know their names." In truth, Jiangbai had killed the others, but he didn't dare say so. Mingxin asked, "Do you know where Lang is?" Jiangbai said directly, "I stomped him to death." Mingxin looked suspicious, so Jiangbai pointed at the corpse and told her to verify it herself. Seeing how serious Jiangbai was, Mingxin believed him and was shocked inwardly. No wonder Purple Butterfly had taken a liking to him. At that moment, Mingxin asked about Purple Butterfly. Jiangbai suddenly remembered that Purple Butterfly and Vermilion Bird were still waiting for him, and worried that the two of them might be in danger. He hurried to go back. Mingxin was puzzled about how Purple Butterfly could be in danger, but Jiangbai had no time to explain and just took off running. After running for a while, he realized Mingxin hadn't kept up. Looking back, he saw that Mingxin was injured and couldn't walk fast, sweat pouring down her face. Jiangbai simply picked Mingxin up and ran with her on his shoulder. Mingxin was both embarrassed and angry. She told him to put her down, but Jiangbai ignored her and insisted on taking her away immediately. At last, they reached the cave where Purple Butterfly and Vermilion Bird were hiding, and seeing that the two were safe and sound, Jiangbai let out a sigh of relief. Purple Butterfly ran over and linked arms with Mingxin, asking why she had come. Mingxin suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and said she had been attacked. Purple Butterfly angrily said she was going back to complain. Mingxin soothed her, then asked the two of them what had happened inside the cave, even bringing up the stone spear. Jiangbai recognized the stone spear at a glance, but felt too embarrassed to ask for it. Unexpectedly, Mingxin directly tossed the stone spear to him. "Purple Butterfly gave this to you, so take it." Jiangbai accepted the stone spear without hesitation, feeling that it was a good item. Ziti was a little embarrassed to have passed along the things her father had given her, so she quickly changed the subject and told Mingxin about their encounter with the bizarre void beasts, and also mentioned in passing that Indai might have colluded with outsiders to seize the mysterious source. After thinking for a moment, Mingxin said that these void beasts were the result of the failure of the void art project, and she hadn't expected them to have grown so large here. As for Indai, she wouldn't leak the mysterious source to outsiders. She had always wanted it herself. She probably learned about the void art project and used it as leverage to cooperate with the void-eroding Grand Duke from outside. Ziti was puzzled, feeling that Indai couldn't possibly know about such a top-secret plan unless she had only just heard about it during this trip to the Shattered Land. Mingxin narrowed her eyes and said that she had originally thought some other Grand Duke was using the Void Art Project as a pretext to set a trap, but in reality the true body of the Dark Lord might already be at the center of the Shattered Land. The one who told Indai about the Void Art Project was most likely the Dark Lord himself, the original executor from back then. He also knew about the mysterious source. After the Night Emperor killed him, the Dark Lord had reconstructed his body and had been hiding ever since, and now he might already have gone in. Zhang Bai and Ziti looked at each other and said at the same time, "Doguli." They finally understood Doguli's strange behavior. Everything now made sense. Mingxin asked in confusion who Doguli was, and Ziti turned to Zhang Bai, who briefly explained his background. Mingxin nodded and said that if that was the case, Doguli was very likely the Dark Lord's new body. However, his cultivation was still not high, so they had to capture him before he could recover his original body and seize back the source. Ziti then asked whether the Dark Lord wasn't one of the Heavenly Lord's people. Why would they want to kill him? Mingxin snorted coldly and said that the Dark Lord had betrayed them, and the Heavenly Lord suspected that it was he who had brought in the Night Emperor. The place where they researched the void art was so secretive. How could the Night Emperor have known about it? Mingxin then solemnly told Ziti that the Heavenly Lord had arranged for her to obtain the void-eroding Grand Duke's source in order to fuse it with the mysterious source. From birth, Ziti's source had already been taken by the Heavenly Lord, and over the years she had survived by relying on a wisp of the Heavenly Lord's source. Now that little bit of source had been completely exhausted. If she still couldn't find the void-eroding Grand Duke's source, not only would the mysterious source be unusable, but even her life would be in danger. After she finished speaking, Zhang Bai and Ziti both looked toward the volcano spewing red-black magma. That was precisely the direction Doguli had fled in, and the Dark Lord's true body was probably inside. "Let's go find him," Zhang Bai said, looking at the volcano. Ziti nodded and led the way, with the Vermilion Bird following behind. Just as Mingxin was about to move, she nearly fell. Zhang Bai steadied her, and Mingxin lowered her voice to say that she was fine, even telling Zhang Bai not to let Ziti notice anything unusual. Mingxin's condition was very poor. She was being continuously eroded by the source of the Radiant Lord. If not for the special power within her body, she would have been crippled long ago. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Bai, faintly feeling that it had something to do with him, and her brows furrowed slightly. The desire within her body finally subsided, and the decline in her cultivation was much slower. Mingxin was puzzled in her heart. Jiang Bai was clearly only a fourth-tier being, so how had he managed it? ZD turned back to check on Mingxin. Aunt Ming, what's wrong? Mingxin shook her head. Nothing. ZD held Mingxin back and said to Jiang Bai, I need to talk with Aunt Ming for a bit. You go ahead. After Jiang Bai left, ZD asked in a low voice, Aunt Ming, if we can't find Doguli, what will happen? Mingxin's expression grew grave. Then none of us may be able to get out. Then she smiled and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Aunt Ming won't let anything happen to you. ZD fell silent, then asked, if we can't stop the Dark Lord, can you take Yinzu and leave? Mingxin didn't answer. With a complicated expression, she turned and walked away. ZD watched her back, feeling that Mingxin's way of walking seemed a little strange, but she didn't ask further and followed after her. The four of them hurried toward the volcano. Along the way, they encountered several void beasts, all of which Jiang Bai easily dealt with. The closer they got to the volcano, the colder it became. Another void beast charged over, and Jiang Bai killed it instantly. Frowning, he said, have you noticed? The closer we get to the volcano, the weaker these void beasts' cultivation becomes. Mingxin looked toward the volcano and said gravely, though they have no intelligence, their instincts are still present, which means there's an extremely powerful experimental subject inside. Jiang Bai felt a jolt of alarm. The sixth-tier void beast from before had nearly cost them their lives. If there were something even stronger inside, then entering the volcano would be no different from walking to their deaths. Qingzhu quietly tugged at Jiang Bai's sleeve and asked in a low voice, are we really going in? Jiang Bai nodded. The Beast Girl experimental subjects that appeared in Nanshur City were very similar to the void beasts here, and he wanted to find out whether the two were connected. More importantly, they couldn't get out, and Dwaguli knew their identities. If he really was the Dark Lord, they would be even more in danger. Mingxin suddenly said, let's rest first. We'll go up tomorrow. Jiang Bai answered and used his ability to automatically assemble the boulders into 3 stone houses, whose structure was similar to the architecture of the Void Nightmare clan, complete with stone beds and stone chairs. Mingxin looked at Jiang Bai in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Jiang Bai smiled. When surviving in the wild, you have to treat yourself well. The stone houses were assigned with Mingxin and ZD sharing one room. Originally, Qingzhu was supposed to stay with Jiang Bai, but then ZD called Qingzhu over. Come stay with me. Qingzhu froze for a moment, glanced at Jiang Bai, and only went into the room with ZD after seeing him nod. Jiang Bai said to Mingxin, Aunt Ming, get some rest early. Mingxin nodded and went into the room. Jiang Bai also returned to his room to cultivate, sensing his level, 52 cultivation, and feeling that his talent was pretty good. Thinking of Ao Qing and Linger, Jiang Bai touched the beast mark on him, and White Linger's dissatisfied voice rang out in his mind. Brother Jiang Bai, stop touching me randomly. Jiang Bai teased her, do you miss me? White Linger replied, I do. When can I come out? I'm about to suffocate. Jiang Bai comforted her, soon. Just bear with it a little longer. If you run into danger, remember to call us out. Don't worry. Xiao Bai, did you find my second sister? Ao Qing's voice sounded in his mind. I found her, Sister Ao Qing. Is she safe? Very safe. She's by my side. I'll let you meet after we get out. All right. Take care of yourself. If it really doesn't work out, save yourself first. Understood, Sister Ao Qing. On the other side, as soon as Mingxin entered the stone house, she coughed up blood. The source skill of the Yaojun had acted up again. She hurriedly sat cross-legged on the stone bed and used her energy to suppress the power within her body. Her severe injuries from before had not yet healed, and after fighting 2 more battles, she was almost unable to hold on. Her eyes turned blood red, and she gradually lost her reason. Jiang Bai was chatting with Ao Qing and White Linger when he suddenly heard movement at the door. He immediately went on guard, purple energy gathering in his hand as he looked toward the stone door. Suddenly, the stone door was slammed open, and Mingxin fell naked into his arms. Aunt Ming. Jiang Bai recognized that it was Mingxin and knew that the strange energy inside her had erupted again. This time, he didn't hesitate and directly carried Mingxin onto the stone bed, using the Azure Wood Immortal art to purify the energy in her body. Mingxin clung to Jiang Bai, her hands grabbing wildly. Jiang Bai was sweating all over. That energy was extremely powerful, and purification was very difficult. Fortunately, he had immortal arts, or he wouldn't have been able to handle it. But with Mingxin pressing against him without a stitch on, he also found it hard to restrain himself and could only endure it. At that moment, ZD's voice came from outside the door. Yinzu, have you seen Aunt Ming? She's missing. Jiang Bai was startled, his movements freezing, and Mingxin clung to him again. If ZD saw this scene, once Mingxin recovered, he would be doomed. Jiang Bai quickly thought of a solution. He pressed his finger to Mingxin's forehead, continuously channeling energy into her, and led Mingxin toward the door. When Zidi saw the crack in the door open, Jiang Bai was standing at the doorway, while naked Mingxin was hiding behind the door, with one of his hands pressing against her forehead. Jiang Bai helped wrap Mingxin in an energy shield all over her body to prevent her from making a sound, and said as calmly as possible, "Aunt Ming has high cultivation. She probably went ahead to the volcano to scout the way." "Ah!" Jiang Bai cried out in pain as Mingxin suddenly bit him. Zidi asked in confusion, "Yinzu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I was injured in the fight earlier, and I'm a little uncomfortable." Jiang Bai pretended to be in pain. Zidi was concerned and wanted to come over to help him, but Jiang Bai quickly said it wasn't necessary. "Your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't heal me anymore, or I'll feel even worse. I'll definitely be fine tomorrow." Zidi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's true. Aunt Ming has such high cultivation, she'll definitely be able to help you." While treating Mingxin, Jiang Bai was complaining to himself. Seeing Zidi leave in a dazed state, he finally let out a sigh of relief, only to find that Mingxin had been staring at him the whole time, her gaze terrifying and making his scalp tingle. Jiang Bai carried Mingxin back onto the stone bed and focused on purifying the energy within her body until his own spiritual power was exhausted and they both passed out. In the middle of the night, Mingxin woke up and saw Jiang Bai unconscious beside her, his face pale and covered in sweat. She recalled what had happened earlier, including Jiang Bai healing her injuries and her instinctively biting him. She couldn't help but touch Jiang Bai's face, her heartbeat quickening, her emotions inexplicably in turmoil. She suddenly discovered that the cultivation within her body was slowly recovering, and the residual power of Yaojun was nearly gone. Shocked, she looked at Jiang Bai, unable to understand how he had done it. Seeing that Jiang Bai was about to wake up, Mingxin hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Jiang Bai woke up and sighed, feeling that he had really taken a huge loss this time. Afterward, he quietly carried the unconscious Mingxin back to her stone house and even covered her with a blanket. Just as he came out, he ran into Zaidi. Feeling guilty, Jiang Bai was like a thief caught red-handed and quickly changed the subject. "Shaodai, you haven't rested all night?" But Zaidi didn't buy it and coldly pressed him. "Why did you come out of Aunt Ming's room?" Jiang Bai put on an act of pain and tried to dodge the question. "Shaodai, don't ask anymore, okay?" Zaidi's tone grew even colder as she pressed step by step. "What exactly happened between you and Aunt Ming?" Jiang Bai quickly shifted the blame onto Zaidi. "Wasn't it you who called her Aunt Ming? I'm going to be your husband, so of course I'd call her that too." Zaidi was momentarily at a loss for words, then quickly pressed again. "Then why did you come out of Aunt Ming's room?" After mumbling for a long while without answering, Jiang Bai saw Zaidi's expression turn grim as she headed straight for Mingxin's stone house. Seeing this, Jiang Bai hurriedly. Jiang Bai grabbed Zaidi's hand, desperately wanting to explain, but he was panicking inside. If Zaidi saw Mingxin lying unconscious and naked in the stone house, wouldn't she tear him apart? Zaidi coldly told him to let go. After hesitating, Jiang Bai finally released her. Zaidi walked step by step toward the stone door, her expression dark as he began secretly gathering energy, calculating that both women were heavily injured. If he truly made a move, he might still have a chance. But Mingxin and Zaidi were no ordinary people, so he was still somewhat uncertain. Just as Zaidi pushed open the door and Jiang Bai was about to strike, Mingxin's voice suddenly rang out, calm and distant. "Yinzu, your injuries are almost healed. Is there something you need?" Mingxin, dressed in a white dress, appeared at the doorway and glanced at Zaidi with some confusion. Zaidi, seeing that Mingxin had awakened, Jiang Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he still didn't really want to act ruthlessly against Zaidi. Zaidi froze when she saw Mingxin. "Aunt Ming, Yinzu came to find you. Was he injured?" Mingxin nodded and asked in return. "Otherwise, what do you think?" Zaidi stammered, her earlier force completely gone, like a child caught doing something wrong. "Nothing." Mingxin explained seriously. "Jiang Bai was seriously injured last night and came to me for treatment." Zaidi lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Aunt Ming." Then she looked at Jiang Bai, her eyes full of apology. "Yinzu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. How are you feeling?" Jiang Bai looked disappointed and said faintly, "Shaodai, I just don't want you to worry. It's normal for you to suspect me. We haven't known each other for long." After hearing this, Zidai broke down emotionally and cried as she threw herself into his arms. I'm sorry. Mingxin stared at Jiang Bai with wide eyes, looking warningly at him. Jiang Bai awkwardly patted Zidai's back to comfort her. "It's fine. No matter what you do, I'll forgive you." Zidai was still choking with tears. "But I actually suspected you." Jiang Bai could only coax her gently. Zidai quickly calmed down, her cheeks reddening, tears still hanging from her eyelashes. Mingxin suddenly said, "Shaodai, come in with me." She turned and entered the stone hut. Zidai softly agreed, told Jiang Bai to go rest, and followed her into the stone hut. The atmosphere inside was heavy. Zidai gathered her courage and asked, Aunt Ming, is something wrong? Ming Xin said directly, You've been performing terribly lately. Do you look like a princess? You know exactly what your father expects of you. Someone who aims to accomplish great things must not panic when faced with trouble. Remember, you carry the hopes of 2 clans on your shoulders. How can you bear such a responsibility in this state? Zidai lowered her head. I'm sorry, Aunt Ming. Mingxin said, Lift your head. Zidai was the heir to the royal family, and Mingxin reminded her that she didn't need to apologize to others, only to reflect on whether she had done her best. Zidai nodded, saying she understood. Mingxin brought up Jiang Bai and urged Zidai to stay on guard around him. Him, you can't control. Zidai hurriedly defended Jiang Bai, saying he was very good. Mingxin frowned and said she wasn't opposing them, but Zidai had to remember her own status and boundaries. Zidai agreed. The next day, Jiang Bai woke up and had basically recovered. Mingxin also came out. Jiang Bai paid attention to her reaction and found Mingxin to be very calm. Zidai and Zhu Ke appeared afterward. Jiang Bai asked after Zhu Chue's well-being, then greeted Zidai. Zidai's response was also very calm. Jiang Bai was puzzled, feeling that Zidai and Mingxin were both acting unusually today. The group continued on their way, and Mingxin walked much more naturally now. Because they were afraid of disturbing the void beasts, they flew at low altitude. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard rumbling in the sky. The temperature dropped sharply, and frost formed on the ground. Jiang Bai saw that what erupted from the volcano was not magma, but 2 kinds of energy, one black and chilling, the other red and scorching, both extremely violent. Zidai was puzzled that red was fire attribute energy, so what was black? Mingxin explained that these 2 were energies cultivated through void arts, not the energies of the 5 elements. The origin had limitations, and void arts could break through them. She went on to say that the races of the void realm only absorbed specific kinds of energy, while humans had methods to absorb many more. The void arts plan was inspired by human secret techniques. Hearing Mingxin be so candid, Zidai felt a complicated mix of emotions, then quickly suppressed any unnecessary thoughts and no longer doubted Jiang Bai and Mingxin. Yet Jiang Bai's heart was stirred. For the first time, he realized how serious the void arts plan was. If it succeeded, humanity's situation would become even more dangerous. With a heavy mood, he followed the others forward. In the end, they arrived at the volcanic crater. Jiang Bai discovered that inside, the black and red energies were like a boiling lake, and he felt incredibly shaken, realizing that a huge secret was hidden here. The enormous yin-yang fish pattern made Jiang Bai think of the yin-yang immortal arts within his own body, but the energy here was different from what he usually felt. Zidai looked at the wondrous scene and asked Mingxin what they should do. Mingxin only said, Go down. Then she flew in. Zidai followed, and after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Bai brought Zhu Ke along and entered the energy mist as well. Upon entering, the surrounding chill vanished, replaced by a warm current. Their feet touched solid ground. Mingxin waved her hand, and the mist dispersed. Everyone discovered they were standing on a huge platform, encircled by chains that stretched toward the center. At the center, a massive purple-scaled beast was bound by chains. It had sharp claws on all 4 legs, a pair of red horns on its head, and on its forehead was also the taiji fish pattern, slowly rotating, with symbols swirling around it. Jiang Bai looked at those symbols and felt they were familiar. A familiar, delicate fragrance drifted through the air, and Jiang Bai couldn't help swallowing. Because this was exactly the smell of roast candle lord. Zhu Ke stared at the true form of Dark Lord, her eyes full of longing. Jiang Bai hurriedly tugged at her, and Zhu Ke finally recovered her composure. Mingxin let out a breath of relief. Dark Lord hasn't arrived yet. Then she added, You all wait here. I'll take the virtual technique, and in passing, destroy Dark Lord's true body. As soon as her words fell, earth-shaking roars came from beneath the platform. The 3 of them were pressed by the sound waves until their blood surged violently, and even Zhu Ke, who was level 20, coughed up blood. Jiang Bai quickly put an energy shield on Zhu Ke. They looked down warily, and a bizarre void beast appeared. It had no feet, and instead used 8 thick palms to support itself on the ground, like a giant spider, climbing up step by step while gripping the iron chains. It was different from the other void beasts. There was a trace of intelligence in its eyes, and it stared intensely at Mingxin as well. Desire mingled with vigilance. In the end, desire overpowered fear. The monster suddenly exerted force with its 8 arms and pounced fiercely at Mingxin. Jiang Bai was alarmed at the sight. The void world energy inside him erupted, and he hurled Mingxin around the waist, saving her from the attack. The 2 rolled to the side before stopping. Zidai and Zhu Ke were speechless. Jiang Bai asked Mingxin, Are you all right? Mingxin came to her senses. I'm fine. Protect Xiao Dai. I'll deal with it. Jiang Bai was puzzled. Can you handle it? Dao Mingxin had already recovered part of her cultivation. She glanced at Jiang Bai as if he were an idiot, said nothing, and charged straight at the void beast. Only then did Jiang Bai sense that her aura had recovered somewhat. Zidai hesitated for a moment, then asked Jiang Bai, "Why did you save Aunt Ming?" Jiang Bai froze for a moment, then said he was afraid Zidai would worry, since Mingxin was actually injured. Zidai looked back at Mingxin in battle, and only then noticed that her aura was unstable and that she hadn't instantly dealt with the void beast. Feeling guilty, she trusted Mingxin even more. Then she said to Jiang Bai, "Go help Aunt Ming." Jiang Bai shook his head, saying that Aunt Ming had told him to protect Zidai. Zidai insisted, "The only threat here is that void beast. Once it's killed, everything will be fine." Jiang Bai thought about it and nodded in agreement. Mingxin had already revealed her true form, her figure enlarged, but because her cultivation had not fully recovered, she was still not as immense as during the previous great battle. At this moment, she was only a little over 4 meters tall, wearing a tight purple leather dress, her figure voluptuous and sharply contoured, much of her skin exposed to the air, exuding a fierce battle aura. Her expression was indifferent, completely blank, and her temperament was cold. A purple energy storm swirled around her. She gathered void world energy in her palm, kneaded it into a light sphere, and tossed it lightly, smashing it toward the void beast's head. An explosion rang out. Jiang Bai immediately judged. Mingxin's cultivation had only recovered to the 5th tier. He could not sense the cultivation level of the void beast before him, and his heart sank at once. If Mingxin could only exert 5th tier strength, this would be a hard fight. However, the void beast stood there completely unharmed, looking at Mingxin in confusion, as if asking, "Why doesn't it hurt?" Then it bared its fangs and pounced at Mingxin. Its movements were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her, extending its 2 sharp claws, wanting to tear Mingxin apart. Mingxin's reaction was just as swift. She dodged flexibly while meeting the opponent's attack with both palms. With a forceful stomp on the ground, she flipped up into the air, and her long leg, covered in energy, lashed hard at the void beast's head. The beast was kicked flying, but it firmly grabbed onto the cliff wall and turned back with a ferocious grin. Watching the standoff, Jiang Bai suspected that the void beast had been testing Mingxin all along just now. He walked to Mingxin's side and reminded her in a low voice, "Be careful. This thing is getting serious." Mingxin gave Jiang Bai a cold glance. As Jiang Bai's gaze met Mingxin's, he suddenly remembered a strange tale anime from his past life, quickly shook his head to clear away the distracting thoughts, and fixed his eyes on the void beast. The void beast let out a shriek, and void world energy gathered. The next instant, it turned into a streak of afterimages and charged up to the 2 of them. A purple light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes as he unleashed his full aura to face the enemy. Energy gathered on his fist, and he struck the void beast hard. Bang! Jiang Bai and the void beast threw punches at each other. He felt his arm go numb, as if he had slammed into a steel plate. At the same time, the void beast lashed out at Jiang Bai's chest with both hands. Jiang Bai crossed his arms to protect his chest and was blasted away with a bang, as if he had been hit by a train. When he landed, he crashed into Ming Xian's arms and caught a whiff of a fragrant scent before realizing he had fallen into her embrace. Jiang Bai hurriedly thanked her. Ming Xian nodded and, as if lifting a chick, set him down before instantly charging toward the bizarre void beast. As the void erosion grand sovereign, Ming Xian possessed formidable physical strength and martial skill. Though she was larger than the void beast, her movements were agile, and she dodged its attacks in midair. Jiang Bai searched for an opening, and the moment he saw the void beast knocked back, he immediately attacked its head with void realm energy. Although he drove it back, he could barely injure it. In contrast, Ming Xian, despite her declining cultivation, could still leave wounds on the void beast. After some time, the void beast found itself helpless against Ming Xian, and with Jiang Bai constantly harassing it, several more wounds appeared on its body. Ming Xian seized the opportunity, turning a punch into a palm strike and locking tightly onto the void beast's arm before yanking hard and tearing the arm clean off. The void beast let out a miserable scream and jumped onto the chains, staring fixedly at Ming Xian, but it did not rush forward. Instead, it wore a wary expression and suddenly shifted its gaze toward Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai's heart tightened as he realized he had become the target, and he quickly retreated in caution. The void beast suddenly pounced at Jiang Bai at incredible speed. Jiang Bai blocked only 2 moves before being sent flying again. The void beast continued to chase him, intending to deal with this troublesome obstacle first. Seeing this, Ming Xian's gaze turned cold. She condensed 2 purple energy spheres in her hands, sweat streaming down her forehead, clearly straining herself. The void beast sensed the danger, turned around, and lunged at Ming Xian, trying to stop her. Jiang Bai saw through its intention, gritted his teeth, and charged forward to desperately hold the void beast off. After several rounds of collision, Jiang Bai was covered in blood, and his wounds kept reopening. But relying on Qingmu immortal arts to continuously heal himself, he held the void beast firmly in place. At last, the energy spheres in Ming Xian's hands merged into one, becoming incomparably massive. She muttered, "Be destroyed," and hurled the energy sphere at the void beast. The void beast fled in terror, but the energy sphere pursued it like a shadow, ultimately blasting into its body. With a thunderous boom, the void beast was blown to pieces without even a trace left behind. Jiang Bai swallowed, inwardly sighing that the void erosion Grand Sovereign was truly terrifying. Despite being heavily wounded, she was still overwhelmingly powerful. He dropped onto the ground with a thud and panted heavily. Ming Xian's body shrank. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she walked over to Jiang Bai, crouched down, and asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Bai gasped for breath, and a thought surfaced in his mind. My 8-foot-tall beauty is gone. After Ming Xian shrank, Jiang Bai sighed and quickly said, "I'm fine." Zidai and Zhu Ke ran over. Zidai helped Jiang Bai up and asked, "Yanzu, are you okay?" Zhu Ke wanted to speak in concern, but Jiang Bai stopped her with energy. Jiang Bai brushed off the dust and kept shaking his head. "I'm really fine." Then he asked worriedly how Ming Xian was doing. Ming Xian's heart raced, but she still pretended to be calm. "I'm fine." Zidai didn't believe it and blamed Ming Xian, saying, "You're clearly injured, but you won't say anything." Ming Xian said her injuries were minor and would heal soon. But Zidai questioned, "If it's really just a minor injury, why has it taken so long to deal with even one virtual art experiment body?" At that moment, Duguli's mocking laughter suddenly rang out in the air. Everyone turned back and saw Duguli standing before the giant beast. Ming Xian stared at Duguli and said coldly, "Dark Lord, so it really is you." Ming Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. The source power from the other side made her uneasy. The plot quickly moved forward, and they were about to leave the Void Realm. Jiang Bai worried that if Duguli recognized his identity, it would cause trouble. However, Duguli merely glanced at Jiang Bai casually, his attention fixed on Ming Xian the entire time. Duguli smiled and said, "Mingxin, long time no see. You're being far too cold to an old friend." Mingxin's tone was icy, yet she replied calmly, "These years you never came back. Tianjun misses you very much." Duguli sneered, "I wouldn't dare meet Tianjun." Mingxin proposed, "Hand over the void arts, and I'll plead on your behalf." Duguli said coldly, "You really don't understand Tianjun's attitude toward me?" Mingxin reminded him that Tianjun had been kind to him. Duguli laughed wildly. "Kindness as weighty as a mountain? He wanted to use me for experiments. How could that be?" He stared at Mingxin and said that he had originally been the final piece in Tianjun's void arts plan. If he hadn't leaked the news, he would have been sacrificed long ago. Zaidi was shocked. "Impossible. Father would never do that." Duguli sneered. "Princess, do you really understand your father?" Ask Mingxin whether she knows. Mingxin remained silent. She actually understood Tianjun's personality very well, and also understood why Dark Lord betrayed him. In the end, Mingxin said, "Dark Lord, hand over the void arts, and I'll let you go. You're no match for us." The fate of the art concerned the rise and fall of both clans, and Mingxin had to take him down. Duguli said confidently, "If you were at your peak, I'd leave. But now you're not qualified. Otherwise, kill the princess, learn the void arts from me, and in the future Tianjun may belong to us." When Zaidi heard this, she looked nervously at Mingxin. Mingxin's expression darkened. "There's nothing to discuss." Jiang Bai suddenly became alert, noticing energy surging, and shouted, "He's stalling. Kill him now." He charged straight at Duguli, and Mingxin followed closely behind. Seeing his plan exposed, Duguli wasn't flustered. A black-red taiji fish appeared between his brows, and the chains trembled. Duguli laughed. "I still have to thank you for helping me deal with the experimental body, otherwise I couldn't have reached this step." A black and white vortex of energy appeared in the sky, continuously pouring into Dark Lord's true body. The taiji fish between Duguli's brows burst with light as he sneered. "Now you understand, but it's too late." He raised his hand, and a purple barrier rose. Jiang Bai and Mingxin's attacks only stirred ripples across it, with no effect at all. Duguli said calmly, "Mingxin, there's still a chance if you leave now." Mingxin and Jiang Bai kept attacking, but the barrier remained intact. Soon, Duguli's body rose into the air and gradually merged with his true body. Jiang Bai was about to throw the stone spear, but Mingxin stopped him. "It's useless." Dark Lord knows how to control it. Jiang Bai's expression grew grave as he racked his brains for a way to break the stalemate. He was extremely familiar with the runes around the true body, but he couldn't recall why. Duguli's body continued to merge. Mingxin's expression darkened even further, and she said to Jiang Bai, Yinzu, take Zaidi and go. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment, then agreed. As soon as he approached Zaidi, Zaidi refused. Aunt Ming, if we leave together. I won't abandon you. Mingxin said coldly. Zaidi, be obedient. Zaidi still stubbornly resisted. Mingxin sighed. Xiaodai, you're the hope of both clans. You can't afford to be harmed. Zaidi said. Even if I leave now, I still won't be able to escape. Once Dark Lord succeeds, no one will survive. Jiang Bai suggested. The stone spear can break the barrier. Let's escape together. Zidai's eyes lit up. Aunt Ming, did you hear that? We can still leave together. Ming Xian fell silent, then suddenly fired an energy orb that struck Zidai between the eyebrows, knocking her out. Ming Xian looked at Jiang Bai. You take her and go. Jiang Bai asked. Aren't you leaving with us? Ming Xian looked at Dark Lord's true body. I'm going to reclaim the void technique. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Bai agreed. At that moment, Duoguli accelerated the fusion process, completely merging into the true body. The iron chains shattered, the energy vortex surged, and Dark Lord's aura grew rapidly as he slowly opened his dark blue eyes, cold and emotionless. None of you will get away, Dark Lord said coldly, staring at the group. Ming Xian, thanks to you escaping, I can now obtain your source power. Ming Xian's heart sank, and she shouted, Run! Ha! Dark Lord laughed loudly. Ming Xian, do you really think you can stop me? As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and clenched it, and a powerful wave of energy spread out like ripples. Jiang Bai had barely tried to run when a terrifying pressure slammed into him, freezing him in place. Ming Xian was the same. Bound by the energy, a force began tearing at her body, trying to seize her great lord's source power. Clenching her teeth, she took the risk of activating her source power to resist. Dark Lord snorted coldly. Overestimating yourself. The energy intensified again. Ming Xian coughed up blood and fainted. Dark Lord began absorbing her source power, but he could not kill her, or else the source power would dissipate. Dark Lord felt it was a pity, then turned to Jiang Bai and Zhu Ke and suddenly said, Human, I won't kill you. Jiang Bai froze. You won't kill me? Dark Lord's tone softened. You're Jie's successor, aren't you? I can sense her aura. Jie? Jiang Bai couldn't remember who that was, but he felt that Dark Lord and Jie must have had an unusual relationship. Testing the waters, he asked, You know my master? Jiang Bai took the opportunity to draw closer to him. Hearing Jiang Bai admit it, Dark Lord's purple light flashed as he transformed into a middle-aged man standing before him and asked, How has your master been lately? Jiang Bai found that he could move again and said, She's doing well. Dark Lord nodded and sighed. 3 years. Time really flies. 3 years. Jiang Bai was startled. 3 years ago, he had had his cultivation raised by a mysterious woman. Could that woman have been Jiao? He watched as Dark Lord fell into thought. Jiang Bai asked tentatively, Dark Lord, how did you and my master meet? Dark Lord glanced at Jiang Bai. Your master didn't tell you? Jiang Bai forced himself to say, No. Dark Lord nodded, then suddenly asked, By the way, your master said she was going to rebuild something. Did it succeed? Rebuild something? Jiang Bai immediately guessed. It was the Jade Green Palace. Jiang Bai replied calmly. The Jade Green Palace? Not yet. After hearing this, the frown on Dark Lord's face eased slightly. In a low voice, he said, With her ability, it should have been done by now. He asked Jiang Bai again, How did you end up in the Void Realm? Jiang Bai said, My beast girl killed a lot of low-level beast girls in the Sacred Mountain, so she was banished here. I came to find her. He glanced at Zhu Ke casually. Dark Lord was directly stunned. You're really something. With only 4th-tier cultivation, you dared to offend a Saint Envoy, and you're still alive standing in front of me. Your life is seriously tough. Jiang Bai scratched his head. Jiang Bai asked, Dark Lord, what do you want me to do? The Dark Lord glanced at him. 40 years ago, just after I remade my body, I was pursued and killed by men sent by the Heavenly Lord, and in desperation I used the Void Art to wipe out all the pursuers. But that Void Art was only a semi-finished product. After I ate a Void Beast, my body actually began growing Void Beast traits. I was terrified then. At that time, I met Jiao. It was my first time seeing a human, and I thought I was going to die. I never expected her not to kill me, and to actually be interested in my Void Art. Later, she used your human race's 9-een immortal art to repair the flaws in my Void Art, and only then did I return to normal. Jiang Bai said in surprise, My master didn't know you were the Dark Lord of Void Corrosion? The Dark Lord shook his head. She didn't know. Thanks to her protection, I got through that crisis. After she finished studying the void art, she left. 3 years ago, she suddenly came back and said she was leaving the void realm, but the void art still had flaws and needed to be completed with human immortal arts, so she told me to look for them. I've been searching for 3 years and still haven't found any immortal arts. As he said this, he looked at the mysterious symbols in the air. Only today did I discover that the symbols left by the Night Emperor were actually an immortal art manual. When Jiangbai heard the words, immortal art, his heart stirred. He looked at those symbols and finally understood why they felt familiar, not because of the symbols, but because the content was very familiar. The Dark Lord continued to look at Jiangbai. You're Jiu's disciple, so you should know the 9 immortal art, right? Jiangbai nodded. I do. In fact, he also knew the upgraded Yin-Yang immortal art. No wonder there were many Yin-Yang fish patterns along the way. Those were clearly a characteristic of the Yin-Yang immortal art. Could the Palace Lord of Jade Qing also be improving the 9 immortal art? A satisfied smile appeared on the Dark Lord's face. Good that you know the 9 immortal art. Back then, Jiu said that with my cultivation, practicing the void art wouldn't cause any major problems. But after I merged with my original body, the flaws in the void art flared up again, and my body started changing once more. As he spoke, he gestured at his hand, and one of his hands instantly took on its original form. Seeing the skin on that hand writhing as if something were about to burst out from within, Jiangbai couldn't help swallowing. Dark Lord, so what should I do? The Dark Lord said, I want you to cultivate immortal art, and, together with your 9 immortal art, help me make up for the flaws in the void art. Jiangbai hesitated and asked, what if it can't be fixed? The Dark Lord smiled. It's fine. Just learn the immortal art first. It's a human art, and I can't practice it. If it fails, then take me to see Jiu and hand the immortal art you've learned over to her, so she can help me. Only then did Jiangbai understand that the Dark Lord wanted him to be a porter, merely helping to patch up the flaws along the way. But helping the Dark Lord find Jiu was no different from walking to his death, back in the Jade Qing realm. He had even secretly absorbed Jiu's cultivation. He kept his expression unchanged and said firmly, Dark Lord, rest assured. I'll do everything I can to help you repair the flaws in the void art. Seeing Jiangbai so determined, the Dark Lord was very satisfied. At first, he had only taken Jiangbai for an ordinary human and planned to use him to break into the center, but later he discovered that Jiangbai had a similar aura to Jiu and was also deeply loyal, which was why he fully trusted Jiangbai. If Jiangbai knew what the Dark Lord was thinking, he would definitely thank Jiu. Without Jiu's reputation, he wouldn't have earned the Dark Lord's trust either. Jiangbai turned around, glanced at the unconscious Mingxin, concern showing in his eyes, then walked toward the runes fluttering in midair and observed them carefully. He could sense the scorching aura emanating from the runes. A casual touch immediately burned his palm. He closed his eyes and began searching for the immortal art hidden within the runes. Very quickly, the runes turned red-hot, and finally transformed into a strand of immortal art that directly entered Jiangbai's brow. Take the Dan fire seed hidden in the heart as the foundation. Quietly guide the clear wind to command the power of flames. The sun's essence and earth veins condense into true fire, gathering, dispersing, rising, and sinking all as I will. As the chant appeared, Jiangbai immediately knew this was the red flame immortal art. He opened his eyes, and a flash of fire flickered through his pupils. Dark Lord stared nervously at Jiangbai and hurriedly asked, How is it? Did it work? Jiangbai nodded. Dark Lord sighed in admiration. You humans may be weak yourselves, but by relying on these secret arts, you can become stronger. That's talent too. After saying that, he sat down again and let Jiangbai examine his body. Jiangbai asked in confusion, Don't you need to tell me the void art? Dark Lord shook his head. No need. The void art is inside my body. My body is the vessel. Jiangbai froze for a moment, but still stepped forward. He rarely used the 9 immortal art. After all, the stronger Yin-Yang immortal art was more useful, but he could still perform it. He closed his eyes to cast the technique. A chill appeared in his palm, his hair turned white, and the surrounding temperature plunged sharply. Feeling the cold, the doubts in Dark Lord's heart vanished completely. As the icy power of the 9 immortal art entered Dark Lord's body, Jiangbai saw his source. To his surprise, Dark Lord's source was completely different from Candle Lord's. Candle Lord's source was violent and bloodthirsty, while Dark Lord's leaned toward balance, half red and half black. The balance in the middle relied on the remaining power of the 9 immortal art. Jiangbai instantly understood the principle of using the 9 immortal art to balance two forces. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he drew away the power of the 9 immortal art, Dark Lord's source would lose balance. In mild cases, he would go out of control. In severe cases, he would explode. He had a grudge with Jiao, and Dark Lord had a good relationship with Jiao. If he went to Blue Star, it would be impossible to hide forever, and trouble would eventually come. This was an opportunity to save himself and Mingxin while taking advantage of the situation. He discovered that his Yin-Yang immortal art could perfectly replace the 9-Yin immortal art, and the effect was even better. Jiang Bai decided to make his move. He quietly replaced the power of the 9-Yin immortal art with the power of the Yin-Yang immortal art, preparing to draw the energy out at the very last moment. Black and white energy flowed from Jiang Bai's hand into Dark Lord's body. Dark Lord suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and exclaimed in surprise, "You really can actually make up for the flaw in the void art?" Jiao had originally only asked Jiang Bai to give it a try and save someone, never expecting that Jiang Bai might actually succeed, which shocked him. "It's having some effect. I'll try again." After saying that, Jiang Bai began circulating the Yin-Yang immortal art, pouring void world energy into Dark Lord's body. Dark Lord only felt his body becoming extraordinarily comfortable, and an enjoying expression appeared on his face. Light shone in Jiang Bai's eyes. He had already reached his limit. After taking a deep breath, he drew all the energy back. Dark Lord's expression immediately stiffened, and he muttered, "What went wrong?" His body began to react abnormally, and Jiang Bai comforted him. "Relax, dizziness is normal. I'll fix your problem very soon." But the aura within Dark Lord's body was violently surging to the top, affecting his sanity. "This is wrong," Dark Lord roared, trying to stabilize his body with his source power, but he could not control the energy rampage no matter what he did. He knew something was wrong with Jiang Bai, so he reached out to grab him. Jiang Bai reacted extremely quickly and stepped back to avoid it. He saw the skin on Dark Lord's arm constantly writhing. This man had completely lost control. The unconscious Mingxin was also about to fall. Jiang Bai immediately turned Void Realm energy into a long whip, lashed it out to bind Mingxin around the waist, and pulled her back to his side. He then attacked Zidi and Zhuke as well, pulling them toward him with a burst of suction. Zidi opened her eyes in a daze and said, "Yanzu?" Jiang Bai said softly, "Don't worry, it'll be fine soon." After saying that, he quickly rushed toward Mingxin again. At this moment, Dark Lord let out a painful scream, and Zidi finally woke up. She saw Dark Lord's body rapidly swelling, his clothes bursting apart, his skin splitting open, and even countless tiny arms growing out. Zidi asked in terror, "How did he become like this?" Jiang Bai handed Mingxin to Zidi, tied the two of them together with an energy rope, then bound Zhuke and the rope to the stone spear as well, and hurled the stone spear into the sky with all his might. He felt the stone spear might be able to break through the black-red energy in this place. Mingxin and Zhuke were wrapped in the rope. Zidi held Mingxin, and Jiang Bai held Zhuke. The four of them rose into the air with the stone spear. Jiang Bai kept his eyes fixed on the ground alertly, ready to deal with Dark Lord's attack at any moment. Soon, a gigantic hand reached up from the ground, with countless little hands flailing everywhere, an utterly horrifying sight. Black and white colors appeared in Jiang Bai's eyes, and Yin-Yang dual pupils activated. Black and white vortices surged forth, forcibly shredding all the tiny hands to pieces, and even Dark Lord's arm fell away. Dark Lord's furious roar came from below. "Who the hell are you?" His voice was deep and pained. Then a streak of cold light shot up. It turned out Dark Lord had ripped off a fingernail and thrown it into the sky. Jiang Bai used energy ropes to bind Mingxin and Zhuke, kicked Zidi away, forcibly separated the three of them, and the fingernail narrowly missed them. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another fingernail flew over and directly severed the energy rope binding Zhuke. Jiang Bai and Zhuke plummeted out of control. Jiang Bai roared and tried to carry Zhuke away, but the powerful gravitational pull from the ground dragged them down, and he was unable to break free. The moment they hit the ground, the symbols of the Scarlet Flame immortal art in Jiang Bai's mind trembled slightly. With a thunderous boom, he and Zhuke slammed heavily into the ground. Jiang Bai used his body to shield Zhuke, suffering severe injuries himself, while Zhuke was also awakened. If no one had protected her, she would already have been in grave danger. Zhuke anxiously tried to help Jiang Bai. Seeing him coughing up blood, she was so flustered she didn't know what to do. Jiang Bai forcibly circulated the Azure Wood immortal art to heal his injuries, and the flow of energy made him feel somewhat better. "I'm not dead yet, but the next moment is hard to say." At this time, Dark Lord appeared, his eyes venomous as he stared fixedly at Jiang Bai and demanded to know his identity. Jiang Bai struggled to explain. "Dark Lord, don't misunderstand. I really am Uncle Jiao's disciple. Knowing the 9-Yin immortal art is proof." But Dark Lord didn't believe him at all and roared wildly. "You're still lying to me. Despicable humans all deserve to die, except Uncle Jiao." Dark Lord flew into a rage, and a huge arm grabbed at Jiangbai, wanting to crush him to death directly. Jiangbai saw the mysterious symbol spinning violently. Just then, a purple light descended from the sky, smashing Dark Lord's arm apart and sending corrosive blood spilling out. Jiangbai heard a familiar coughing sound and turned around. It was actually Zidi. She was in a miserable state, even bloodstained, but she smiled and said, "With me here, no one can hurt you. You are the husband I chose." Jiangbai froze, unable to believe it. Dark Lord mocked madly, saying that the Heavenly Lord had chosen the wrong successor, but soon threatened to kill everyone. Zidi took out the golden token butterfly, threw it into the sky, summoned a light gate, and said firmly, "We may not die today." She pulled Jiangbai and rushed toward the light gate at full speed. Dark Lord was enraged, lunging and shouting in vain, but the three of them had already disappeared through the gate, leaving only his roaring behind. Dark Lord endured the pain, pulled out the source power from his chest, and hurled the bloody source power into the light gate. Then his body crashed down with a boom and died completely. Mingxin woke up and discovered that she was bound to the stone spear by energy ropes and flying through the air. Memories surged back. She broke free of the ropes, and the stone spear shrank down and fell into her palm. Mingxin gently stroked the bloodstained stone spear and murmured, "Yanzu." She immediately headed toward the center of the shattered land. The black-red energy sphere at the center had vanished, and the void beasts scattered in all directions. She had no time to care about any of that, thinking only of Jiangbai and Zidai. When she rushed to the volcano, she saw the Dark Lord's corpse and froze for a moment, catching a familiar scent. Mingxin found the place where Jiangbai had fallen, dipped her fingertip in the blood, her expression sorrowful, and put the finger into her mouth. At that moment, Wu Yuan ran over in panic, shouting, "Lord Ming! Lord Ming!" Mingxin responded coldly. Wu Yuan gathered his courage and said that Yin Zhu had attacked Zidai, even adding fuel to the fire while smearing Jiangbai's name. Mingxin asked, "Which Yin Zhu?" Wu Yuan gritted his teeth and confirmed it was that royal clan member. After Mingxin calmly finished asking, Wu Yuan's head fell to the ground, dying from his own words. Inside the golden passage, Jiangbai carried Zhu on his back and held the unconscious Zidai in his arms, fleeing for his life. Behind him, the origin energy of the Dark Lord surged after him like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Jiangbai used every trick he had, but he still could not stop the Dark Lord's origin from chasing him. In utter desperation, he prepared to pull out the Candle Lord origin within his body and clash with it head-on. At this moment, the mysterious symbol in Jiangbai's mind suddenly trembled, flew out from between his brows, and rushed toward the Dark Lord's origin. It circled around the source, the symbol radiating a fiery red light. The scene was shocking. The Dark Lord's origin rapidly shrank, black energy dispersing accompanied by eerie screams. In the end, only a palm-sized remnant remained, falling into Jiangbai's hand, its form reverting to its most original chain shape, identical to the one on the round platform. Jiangbai was stunned. Was the symbol left behind by Yi Huang meant as a countermeasure against the Dark Lord, or was it helping the Dark Lord? Jiangbai had once had a very poor impression of Yi Huang, but this trip to the Void Realm overturned his understanding once again. Yi Huang had actually stormed into the Void Realm alone and disrupted the Void Art plan. Thinking of the Beast Girl incident in Nanjing, Jiangbai suspected that Yi Huang or the Jade Qing Hall Master Jiu might have been involved, because that Beast Girl and the Void Realm test subjects were too similar. Suddenly, Jiangbai's vision blurred, and the three of them descended from the sky and landed. The surroundings were barren and filled with a strong smell of blood. Even the bark and tooth marks were gone from the few remaining trees. Jiangbai looked around warily. Was this the sacred mountain? Doesn't seem like it. At that moment, a shout rang out. "Sisters, there's a Void Realm being here. Hurry over." In an instant, dozens of beast girls surrounded Jiangbai with weapons in hand, all of them weapons from Blue Star. A fox beast girl raised an AK and pointed it at Jiangbai, shouting coquettishly, "Hands up!" Jiangbai was speechless, thinking, how did I end up being pointed at by a gun? Jiangbai asked, "Where is this?" He noticed that the beast girls around him were all foxes of the same clan, each with a sizzling figure and laughing beautifully. This Void Realm being has a problem in the head, right? He's still asking where this is. Only then did Jiangbai remember that his appearance had not changed, so he quickly revealed his true identity and explained, "I'm a beast master. I was disguised just now. Do you know how to contact the Saint Envoy?" The surrounding beast girls were stunned, finding Jiangbai's transformation hard to understand. The leader eyed him suspiciously and said, "You're really a beast master?" A little beast girl reminded the leader, "Void Realm beings are sinister, don't get fooled." Look, he's still carrying a beast girl on his back and holding a void realm being in his arms. There's definitely something wrong. The leader's gaze turned cold. Trying to fool me? Sisters, catch him. Jiangbai hurriedly shouted. Wait. I can prove my identity. The beast girl stopped and waited for his evidence. At that moment, green light and white light flashed, and Ao Qing and Bai Linger appeared beside Jiangbai. Brother Jiangbai. Xiaobai. The two girls cried out at the same time. Jiangbai smiled. Linger, sister Ao Qing, we're safe now. Bai Linger wanted to hug Jiangbai, but when she saw Zhu Ke on his back, she cried out in alarm. Second sister. Ao Qing immediately helped Zhu Ke down and asked, how is she? Jiangbai comforted them. She's fine. I've already treated her. She's just too tired. Jiangbai told everyone not to disturb her and let her rest. Seeing Jiangbai covered in blood and in such a sorry state, Ao Qing felt a little heartache. She touched Jiangbai's face and said, Xiaobai, you've worked hard. Jiangbai laughed it off indifferently. It's nothing. Your family is my family, sister Ao Qing, so of course I'd save them. Bai Linger leaned in and said softly, Brother Jiangbai, to thank you, I'll give you a surprise later. Hearing the word surprise, Jiangbai's eyes lit up, and he thought of the speed boost equipment Bai Linger had been hiding. Suddenly, the Fox Clan beast girl at the head of the group stared at Ao Qing and said in surprise, It's you? Ao Qing was also a little startled. Why are you still here? In fact, as soon as Ao Qing came out, she recognized this place as a low-level battlefield between the Sacred Mountain and the Void Realm, and she had stayed here for decades, so she was very familiar with it. The leader tossed the AK-47 to a nearby beast girl, who caught it cleanly and nimbly, looking every bit like a hardened bandit. The leader said gravely, My younger sister is still here, so I have to look after her. Then, seeing the silver dragon pattern between Ao Qing's brows, she looked at Jiangbai and asked, Is this the beast master you contracted with? Ao Qing nodded. His name is Jiangbai. I'm called Ao Qing now. The leader nodded. Good. Having a name is good. The leader was dressed in worn camouflage, her face rough, cracked, and streaked with blood. The other beast girls had newer clothes, but they all looked thin and haggard as well. Bai Linger asked with concern, Is your younger sister all right? The leader sighed. Same as always. Then she said she would take everyone to the gathering place and pass the message on to the holy envoy, but she couldn't guarantee they would be able to meet him. Ao Qing thanked her, and then went with Jiangbai and the others. On the way, Jiangbai asked Ao Qing in a low voice, Are their guns useful? Ao Qing replied, Yes. In low-level battlefields, everyone uses guns like these. They help conserve stamina, but in high-level battlefields they're not very useful. They can't even penetrate void beast hide. And only races that cooperate with humans have them. We didn't have many guns in our gathering place before. Most of them were probably stolen by second sister. After arriving at the gathering place, Jiangbai found that it looked just like a refugee camp. The conditions were harsh, the beast girls were thin and numb, and some were even tied up doing hard labor. Slaves. Jiangbai thought of that word and glanced at Ao Qing. Ao Qing nodded in silent acknowledgement. Jiangbai felt somewhat uneasy, thinking that these beast girls were actually still very young. After entering the house made of stone and firewood, the leader told Jiangbai and the others to place the person on her bed, then said she would go get them something to eat. Ao Qing quickly shook her head. No need. The leader smiled and said, Whether I prepare it or not is my business. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. After she left, Jiangbai asked Ao Qing, Are you friends with her? Ao Qing nodded. We fought together before, and we got along pretty well. Bai Linger also said, The leader saved me before, and I later saved her a few times too. Jiangbai looked around and asked, You used to live in places like this? Bai Linger curled her lip. Not at all. This place is actually pretty good. Before, we were slaves, and the conditions were much worse than this. At least here, we can still see the sun. Jiangbai gently rubbed Bai Linger's head, feeling sorry for her. From now on, no one will dare bully you again. I'm here. I believe you. Bai Linger hugged Jiangbai's arm, very content with her current life. Ao Qing looked at them and smiled. Soon, the eldest sister came in carrying virtual beast meat, followed by a few little beast girls carrying vegetables. The eldest sister set the dishes on the table and said, Our food is simple. The human world has everything, so I don't know if you're used to it. Jiangbai looked at the food and thought it was just so, but he could tell it was the best they could offer, because the little beast girls had been staring at the plates the whole time. Ao Qing smiled and said, We can get used to eating it. We couldn't even have these things before. The others thanked her. The eldest sister sat across from Jiangbai, with Bai Linger and Ao Qing on either side of him. Jiangbai picked up some meat and ate it. The taste was very mild, better than the vegetables, because the vegetables were actually tree leaves and bark, and the bark was basically inedible. Jiangbai sighed inwardly. No wonder the beast girls all wanted to go to the human world. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, before they had even finished eating, the floor of the house shook violently, dust fell into the bowls, and a film formed on the soup. The eldest sister's expression didn't change. She picked up the virtual beast meat soup and drank it all, then wiped her mouth with her hand and said, "Those beasts are here again. You rest for a bit. I'm going out." After saying that, she grabbed the AK-47 by the door and went out. Ao Qing immediately pulled Jiang Bai and the others outside. Gunfire rang out nonstop, and Jiang Bai almost thought he had transmigrated. Several beast girls even carried a cannon out. Fire the cannon. At the command, for beast girls became cannon emplacements, firing continuously. Jiang Bai stood there dumbfounded. The virtual beasts were blasted away, then climbed back up and kept charging, albeit a little slower. The beast girls in the settlement all rushed out. First the skinny slave beast girls, then the fox beast girls, all transforming into beast forms to confront the virtual beasts. The eldest sister transformed into a pink fox and coldly said, "Anyone who dares to advance will be killed without mercy." At that moment, a young man with a pair of wings on his back walked out from the opposite side, a playful expression on his face and cruelty in his eyes, revealing sharp fangs as he sneered. "Heh, you food scraps dare to act all tough?" Seeing the unfamiliar young man, the pink fox asked warily, "Who are you?" The young man sneered, "Food doesn't deserve to know my name." Then he turned back and ordered the virtual beasts, "Kill them all and eat your fill." Jiang Bai recognized him as royalty from the virtual realm. The virtual beasts began attacking the settlement, and Jiang Bai was preparing to make a move when Ao Qing pulled him back. He asked in confusion, "Why are you stopping me?" Ao Qing explained, "The virtual realm and the holy mountain have an agreement. High-level beings can't interfere in low-level battles, or they'll be erased." Jiang Bai froze, finding it unbelievable. Ao Qing explained further, "This is to protect the low-level ones. Otherwise, if high-level beings could act however they wanted, neither side would be able to play the game." Only then did Jiang Bai understand that they couldn't make a move because their level was too high. On the battlefield, the beast girls and virtual beasts were fighting, both sides skinny beyond belief. Jiang Bai suddenly regretted not bringing back more virtual beast meat from the shattered land, and he couldn't help but cry out that he had lost out big time. Seeing his frustration, Ao Qing comforted him. "It's already impressive that you could bring back second sister safely." After saying that, she directly pressed Jiang Bai's face against her chest, and Jiang Bai took a satisfying deep breath. When Bai Linger saw this, she lowered her head and compared it with her own figure, her heart filled with a sense of defeat. On the other side, the pink fox was engaged in a fierce battle with the royal young man. Her tail lashed out at him like a whip, but he easily dodged it. "You're no good," the young man mocked. Unwilling to accept this, the pink fox lunged again, her sharp claws reaching for him, but they were blocked. Just as the young man was about to mock her, the pink fox suddenly bit hard into his neck, blood gushing out. The young man roared in fury, instantly turning into lightning as he closed in and kicked the fox hard, sending her flying. Just as she was about to get up, he stepped on her again. Jiang Bai clenched his fists and asked unwillingly, "I really can't make a move?" Ao Qing nodded worriedly. No, she knew that letting Jiang Bai act would only be more dangerous. Suddenly, a beast girl's cry came from nearby. She rushed to the royal young man's back and kicked him in the head. The royal young man staggered at once. Just as he was about to fall, the girl seized the opportunity to pull the eldest sister back. The eldest sister reverted to her beast girl form, spat blood, and coldly stared at the royal young man. "Go, let little sister out." The girl was stunned, then stammered, "The eldest sister, why you're sure you want to do this?" The eldest sister was silent for a moment, then nodded firmly. "I'm sure. But, no, but," the girl gritted her teeth and agreed, gesturing toward the beast girls behind her. A few of them immediately rushed deeper into the gathering place. Jiang Bai asked in confusion, "Is her little sister very strong?" Ao Qing nodded. "Very strong," Bai Linger added softly, "and kind of strange." Soon, a strong bloody smell wafted out from deeper in the gathering place. When the beast girls smelled it, their faces turned pale with fear, and they hurriedly backed away as if they were afraid of some monster. Then, a beast girl with deathly pale skin and ragged camouflage clothes walked out. She was covered in mud, her hair was messy, and she dragged her feet as she walked. Her fox ears drooped, her eyes were dazed, but 9 huge tails trailed behind her. Jiang Bai was shocked, a 9-tailed fox demon. The beast girl glanced at him, then paused when she saw Bai Linger and Ao Qing. After that, she turned her head toward the big sister and smiled. "Big sister, you finally let me out. It's been so long since I've seen the sun." She took a deep breath, her face flashing with enjoyment. The big sister tensed up and said in a low voice, "Little sister, don't act recklessly. The gathering place is very dangerous. Let's deal with these beasts first." The Ninetails looked at the virtual beasts ahead and murmured, "So many." Then her tone changed, carrying a bloodthirsty edge, "Food." A red flash later, she appeared behind a virtual beast, pierced its body with one claw, pulled out its still beating heart, and started eating it on the spot, blood running down her chin. With every bite, her eyes lit up more, as if she were savoring some delicious delicacy. Jiangbai was speechless. This counts as sashimi? That was the first time he'd seen such a ruthless beast girl. Bai Linger curled her lip and said quietly, "Still crazy, just like before." Jiangbai asked, "What's wrong with her?" Bai Linger explained, "She's just a lunatic. She attacks anyone she sees, whether they're virtual beasts or beast girls. You've been attacked by her? 你被她攻击过. She is indeed very strong, but Bai Linger proudly lifted her head and said that they had fought Ninetails several times, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Later, she had brought in second sister to subdue Ninetails. Ever since then, Ninetails had been very obedient whenever she saw her. Ao Ching sighed and added that Ninetails was actually very willing to listen to Big Sister. Otherwise, with her abilities, she simply couldn't have been restrained. Jiangbai asked in surprise, "Her name is Ninetails?" After all, beast girls usually didn't have names. Bai Linger nodded and said that Ninetails was different from the other members of the clan, so everyone called her that. On the battlefield, after Ninetails finished one heart, she immediately fixed her gaze on another void beast. Terrified by her stare, the void beast went weak at the knees and could hardly even run. Ninetails smiled and dashed over, but before she could make her move, a hand grabbed her. She looked up and saw a young man, who said coldly, "You're asking for death." Ninetails instead laughed and used her other hand to grab at the young man's heart. The young man hurriedly let go and dodged, but his clothes were still torn, leaving several long gashes on his body. He realized that Ninetails was very strong, no weaker than the royal clan of the Void Realm. Ninetails licked her nails and stared at the young man. "You smell so good." The next second, she suddenly appeared behind him for a sneak attack. The young man reacted quickly, twisting his body and sending out a kick. Ninetails raised a hand to block it, and the two quickly created distance between themselves. The young man knew this hunt had failed and could only retreat. In the end, he shouted coldly, "Retreat." The void beasts immediately scattered and fled. Ninetails ignored him and sneered, "Did I let you go?" As soon as the words fell, she transformed into a giant fox, and her 9 tails rapidly extended, stringing the void beasts together like a line of prey. Seeing this, the royal youth's hair stood on end, and he directly reverted to his true form and fled frantically. Looking at the other party's appearance, Zhang Bai thought to himself that they must be the same race as the void-devouring lords in the Broken Lands. 9 tails directly caught up and blocked the young man. In his true form, the young man was huge and muscular, and he threw a punch at 9 tails' head. 9 tails tilted her head to avoid it, her tails binding the young man's limbs as her sharp claws swept across, leaving a deep wound across his chest. A few void beasts launched a sneak attack, and at the critical moment Big Sister appeared to block them. The young man painfully broke free, fleshly wings spreading from his back as 4 eyes shut tightly, and purple energy gathered within them, causing the 4 eyes to tremble. Jiangbai shouted, "Be careful, he's going to use his innate skill." The 4 eyes suddenly opened, and purple light burst forth. 9 tails froze in pain, and the next moment, a massive beam of energy swept toward her. 9 tails wrapped her entire body with her tails to block the attack. Boom! The purple beam slammed into 9 tails, blasting her back more than 10 meters. She spread her tails open, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth, the red light in her eyes growing even brighter as she suddenly pounced at the royal youth. The smell of blood hit his nose, and hot blood surged within the royal youth's body. Seeing 9 tails pouncing toward him, killing intent flashed through him. He grabbed a huge stone and hurled it at her, then charged forward right behind it. The fox swung her tail and shattered the boulder. The next moment, the royal youth burst out of the dust and seized 9 tails' tail, sneering, "Got you." Then he violently yanked, tearing off one of her tails. 9 tails counterattacked with her claws, piercing straight through the royal youth's chest, and said coldly, "You were told to grab it, and you really did." The royal youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Boom! He fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. 9 tails coiled her tail around a void beast's corpse, slit open its chest with her claws, and gnawed on its heart. A moment later, she transformed back into her beast girl form, the blood stench on her body even stronger. Burp! 9 tails patted her belly in satisfaction. "Big sister, take your time eating these void beasts." Big sister asked with concern. Are you all right? Ninetails said calmly. Just a minor injury. Do you want to go back and rest? I don't want to go back. The big sister leader instructed. Don't cause trouble, and don't bully the other beast girls. Ninetails smiled. I'm very well behaved. The big sister leader had no choice but to order the corpse of the void beast carried away, then took Ninetails to find Jiangbai and the others. She introduced her. This is my little sister, Ninetails. Jiangbai looked at Ninetails. Hello. Ninetails grinned, revealing her bloodstained teeth. Hello. Jiangbai fell silent, feeling a chill inside. Ninetails then set her sights on Bai Linger and grinned. Long time no see. Bai Linger turned her head away and ignored her. Ao Qing smiled and said, Long time no see, Ninetails. I'm Ao Qing now, and third sister is Bai Ling. Ninetails lowered her head and softly repeated Bai Linger's name, then broke into a silly grin. The big sister leader was speechless. Bai Linger warned her. You crazy freak, say my name again and see if I don't beat you up. Ninetails just chuckled. Everyone else was speechless. Seeing how filthy Ninetails was, the big sister leader called for a beast girl to take her to bathe. The beast girl was terrified and begged off. The big sister leader said Ninetails wouldn't randomly lash out, and if she didn't go, she wouldn't get any food. After some hesitation, the beast girl agreed, but asked to eat more at night. The big sister leader consented. The beast girl carefully led Ninetails off to bathe, while Ninetails kept chuckling. Jiangbai quietly asked the big sister leader, Have you considered finding a beast master for Ninetails? As soon as he said that, Ao Qing looked thoughtful, Bai Linger was shocked, and the big sister leader asked excitedly, Why you? Are you willing to contract me? Little sister? Jiangbai nodded, a bit embarrassed. My cultivation isn't enough yet, so I still can't contract her. We'll have to wait a little longer. The big sister leader suddenly told Jiangbai to wait a moment, then ran off after finishing her question, looking puzzled. Jiangbai felt a little regretful, wondering if he had spoken too soon. Motivating myself. For every 50 small gifts, I'll add an extra chapter, so everyone remember to tap the short video to support it. Let's try to hit 50 soon, Not counted in the main text. The first 2 chapters underwent major revisions, changing 10 tails to 9 tails. The 10 tails material was something I looked up online, and later a reader pointed it out to me that only 9 tails exists. 10 tails is an anime setting, while the Heavenly Fox comes from East Asian legends. Sorry about that. I'll definitely check my sources properly next time. Main text. After seeing the eldest sister leave, Bai Linger immediately asked Jiangbai, Brother Jiangbai, are you really planning to contract that lunatic Ninetails? Jiangbai didn't hide it and nodded. Bai Linger puffed out her cheeks in confusion. Why contract her? Ao Qing interjected. Ninetails is also a mythic beast girl, right? Jiangbai nodded. That's right. I'm planning to make her my level 80 beast girl. Bai Linger was surprised. She's mythic too? No wonder she's as strong as I am. What about my second sister and fourth sister? Does Brother Jiangbai know their bloodlines? Ao Qing looked at Jiangbai with anticipation. Jiangbai smiled. They're mythic too. That's great. Then second sister and fourth sister can be with us too. Bai Linger said happily, jumping once, and Ao Qing also smiled. Bai Linger said quietly, It's a pity Brother Jiangbai's level still isn't high enough to contract them. At that moment, Jiangbai directly revealed his level, 54 cultivation, and Bai Linger froze. You're already over level 50? Jiangbai smiled. That's right, level 54. It won't be long before I can contract your second sister and fourth sister. He had absorbed the power of the 9-in immortal art and leveled up twice. Bai Linger asked curiously, You're leveling up so fast. How did you do it? Jiangbai was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered and said, When I went to the Void Realm to save your second sister, I ran into some opportunities. Bai Linger looked downcast. I'm only level 31. I'm way behind. Jiangbai rubbed her head. When we go back, I'll buy you some spiritual treasures to raise your level. Bai Linger pouted. It's not like leveling up only depends on spiritual treasures. Other ways work too. She still remembered that Jiangbai knew the yin-yang immortal art. Jiangbai hurriedly coughed twice and sneaked a glance at Ao Qing, only to find that her expression was off. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt that Ao Qing might have guessed his secret to leveling up. The 3 of them fell silent, the atmosphere a little awkward. Bai Linger was stroking the fur on her tail. Ao Qing had her head down, who knew what she was thinking, and Jiangbai was just about to speak to ease the tension when Big Sis walked in, followed by an exquisite beast girl. The beast girl wore a red dress, with long pink wavy hair hanging down her back. Her fluffy beast ears drooped on top of her head, her face full of fatigue, and her fox eyes still looked half asleep. A red ribbon was tied around her slender waist. Her figure was exaggerated, even a little hard for Ao Qing to match, and her aura was very strong. She naturally carried an enchanting charm, not something she was deliberately putting on. Jiangbai was stunned, and it was only when the immortal power within him began circulating on its own that he came back to his senses. He understood that this allure was instinctive, with no energy fluctuations at all. When Big Sis saw Jiangbai freeze up, a flash of joy appeared in her eyes as she called out, "Nine Tails, come in." Only then did Jiangbai notice the 9 fluffy tails behind the woman, completely different from that filthy beast girl from before. Nine Tails stepped in and sat opposite Jiangbai, smiling at Beilinger. Beilinger was stunned, having never expected Nine Tails to be so beautiful, and shot her a glare before muttering softly, "So weird." Nine Tails nodded at Ao Qing, then turned her gaze to Jiangbai. "You want me to be your beastmaster?" Her voice was enchanting, and Jiangbai felt very comfortable hearing it, so he nodded in agreement. Nine Tails toyed with her nails and said softly, "But I'm not really willing." Jiangbai was taken aback. Big Sis frowned and rebuked her. "Nine Tails, speak properly." Nine Tails tilted her head and looked at her. "I'm telling the truth." Big Sis's expression darkened. "You want to stay here for the rest of your life? In the past, no one contracted you, and now that someone willing has finally come, you're refusing?" Nine Tails said flatly, "There's nothing bad about this place." Big Sis said coldly, "What exactly is good about this place?" Nine Tails remained calm and turned back to Jiangbai. "It's possible, but I want to talk to him alone." Big Sis refused outright. "No," Nine Tails shrugged. "Then there's nothing to talk about." The atmosphere stiffened, and no one dared to persuade her anymore. Jiangbai spoke up, "Sister Ao Qing, Linger, Big Sis, you all go out first. Since she wants to talk, then let's talk." Big Sis anxiously said, "No." Ao Qing had already stood up and pulled Big Sis along. "Let's go out first. Trust Jiangbai." Big Sis hesitated for a long time before reluctantly following them out. The 3 left the stone house, and Big Sis couldn't help but look back, her face full of worry. Ao Qing comforted her. "Don't worry, Jiangbai will definitely persuade Nine Tails." Beilinger also nodded. "That's right, Big Brother Jiang is the best." Big Sis sighed and sat down on a stone, her eyes carrying a hint of nostalgia. "Actually, Nine Tails wasn't like this before." Beilinger asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Nine Tails wasn't originally from our clan. She used to be a slave of the Golden Tribe." Beilinger was shocked. "A slave?" "The first time I saw her, she was still wearing shackles, digging spirit crystals in the void pit. Back then, she was thin and adorable." As she said this, Big Sis smiled. Beilinger became curious. "So Nine Tails used to dig spirit crystals too?" Ao Qing beside her was also puzzled. "But aside from the tails, she looks a lot like you. I thought you were from the same clan." Big Sis sighed. "I was curious at the time too." Big Sis said, "I brought Nine Tails back to the clan from the Golden Tribe." The smile on her face disappeared instantly. Beilinger tilted her head and asked, "What happened after that?" Big Sis sighed. "I wanted to see whether she was a lost member of our clan, but the moment the clansmen saw her, they opposed it and said she was a freak, an ill omen." She lowered her head, her eyes full of regret, and said in a low voice, "I really regret bringing her back now. If it weren't for me, her personality wouldn't have become like this." The beast girls in the clan all disliked her and often bullied her, and I was on the battlefield year-round, so I simply couldn't take care of her. Once, when I went back, I found she wasn't there. When I went looking for her, I only then learned that she had been captured by several beast girls and had almost been forced to eat void beast excrement. The leader's eyes turned cold. Beilinger looked at the leader's stone house in shock, her voice trembling. "She ate it." "No," the leader shook her head. Beilinger let out a breath of relief. "Thank goodness you got there in time. In fact, it wasn't because of me." At that time, Nine Tails' eyes were full of red veins, and there was blood all over her hands. The beast girl being bullied was almost dead. Nine Tails' energy was terrifying. If it had been any later, those beast girls would all have died. The leader even sounded somewhat relieved. Ao Qing said, "Good thing you went back. Otherwise, if Nine Tails had killed a clan member on the sacred mountain, the consequences would have been even worse." The leader choked up. "But I was the one who brought her back." Ao Qing shook his head. "It's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself." Beilinger nodded in comfort. "Exactly. Nine Tails still listens to you, which means she never blamed you. We don't need to blame ourselves for evil people." The leader sniffled and continued. "Later, word about Nine Tails spread, and the clan became even more repelled by her. They wouldn't even let the beast masters who wanted to contract with her see her. Nine Tails could only sneak off to the White Jade Spirit platform. But she didn't know that the clan had already issued orders banning humans from contracting with her. Ao Qing understood that beast girls with complete records were rare. By cooperating with humans, humans would exchange supplies for contract slots. The human nations also guarded against one another and wouldn't make enemies of an entire beast girl clan just for one beast girl. I went to the battlefield again to complete my mission, and the beast girls in the clan still bullied her in groups. They even called over high-ranking beast girls. Ninetales couldn't take it and had no choice but to flee the clan. When I went back, she had already been missing for half a month. When I found her, she was on the brink of death, covered in injuries, and the beast girls from the clan had been chasing and bullying her the whole time. I had no choice but to secretly bring her into the battlefield. Linger asked in confusion, "Why didn't you just bring her in directly before?" The leader sighed. "I didn't dare. All the beast girls in the clan were targeting her. If I brought her in, something could have gone wrong. The sacred mountain was at least a little safer." After that, Ninetales changed. She started fighting void beasts with reckless desperation. But the news quickly got back to the clan, and the beast girls there entered the battlefield to kill her. Back then we were fighting void beasts, and I didn't even know they had come in. By the time I found out, it was already the next day. I was terrified and searched everywhere for her. When I found her, she was covered in blood, and all the beast girls from the clan had had their hearts torn out by her. After that, Ninetales' personality became more and more twisted. Anyone who had ever bullied her would die horribly for no apparent reason once they entered the battlefield, and even those who hadn't bullied her would still get brutally beaten by her. The clan found out and wanted to restrain her, but by then it was already too late. They could only put pressure on me, threatening that if Ninetales still wouldn't stop, just get someone else to kill me. The boss lady sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Everyone thinks I imprisoned Ninetales, but in fact she imprisoned herself. What ability do I have to do that?" Ao Ching and Linger both sighed after hearing this. On the sacred mountain, without backing, you just got bullied. That was also why they had established their gathering place. Inside the stone house, Jiangbai looked at Ninetales and asked, "Everyone's gone. What do you want to say?" Ninetales stared at Jiangbai. "I've been to the White Jade Spirit platform. The boss lady just said that. You know how those people look at me?" "How?" Ninetales gave a cold laugh. "Like they want to swallow me whole, but they still don't dare form a contract with me. Funny, isn't it?" Jiangbai glanced at Ninetales' figure and replied casually, "Pretty funny." Ninetales curled her lips. "Then I'm pretty good looking among humans, right?" Jiangbai nodded. That fact was beyond dispute. Suddenly, Ninetales stood up and waved her hand, sealing the stone house door shut. Then her red dress slipped down, and Ninetales appeared naked before Jiangbai, her skin fair and her figure exquisite. Ninetales moved closer, sat on Jiangbai's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered, "Let's make a deal. As long as you say you're unwilling to form a contract with me, I'll be yours to do with as you please." Her 9 tails also coiled around them, and the atmosphere turned alluring. Yet Jiangbai remained calm. What he wanted was Ninetales' bloodline, not her body. He directly slapped Ninetales on the butt and leaned close to her ear. "Not a bad proposal, but I disagree." After saying that, he gave it a hard smack. Ninetales froze, quickly put her clothes back on, and her expression turned icy. "You're playing me?" Jiangbai shrugged. "You took them off yourself. What does that have to do with me?" Killing intent flashed in Ninetales' eyes, and Jiangbai smiled. "Want to kill me? Try it." In an instant, Ninetales was suppressed by an overwhelming pressure and couldn't move. Jiangbai stood up and lifted Ninetales' chin. "If I really want your body, it won't matter where you run." After the pressure vanished, Ninetales stared coldly at Jiangbai, then suddenly calmed down. "If I'd rather die than agree to a contract, what can you do?" Jiangbai fell silent. There really was nothing he could do. After a moment, Jiangbai said, "Ninetales, you don't want to disappoint Big Sis, do you?" Just as she had calmed down, Ninetales' expression tensed again. She asked coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Jiangbai smiled. Literally. He had noticed that Ninetales always paid close attention to Big Sis during battle, and understood that Big Sis must be very important to her. Ninetales stared at Jiangbai fixedly, even her breathing becoming unstable. Jiangbai sighed. "You don't need to be so hostile toward me. I'm contracting you not because I have my eye on your body, but because of your bloodline. Big Sis has paid a great price to get you out of here, but now that the chance is here, if you don't cherish it, what will she think?" Ninetales lowered her head, pink hair covering her face so her expression couldn't be seen. Jiangbai continued, "Big Sis doesn't want you trapped in this low-level battlefield forever. She dressed you up because she didn't want me to see your original appearance and lose the chance to leave the Holy Mountain. Are you really willing to waste all her good intentions? Are you willing to disappoint her?" Having said that, Jiangbai sat back down on the cold stone stool and said no more. After a while, Ninetales said quietly, "Even so, I still can't leave." Jiangbai asked why. Ninetales said in a low voice, "If I leave, Big Sis will be in danger. Her clan won't let her off." After thinking it over, Jiangbai said, "I can help you. If I succeed, you'll agree to be my beast girl. Don't worry, I won't let you leave right now. I'm not strong enough yet. I still need to cultivate." I'll come find you again when it's time to contract. At the same time, I'll also help Big Sis grow stronger and become the strongest bloodline. With my word here, I won't deceive you. Ninetails finally looked up and asked suspiciously, You can really do that? Jiangbai nodded. If I can't, then there's no need for a contract. You can explain everything to Big Sis. Ninetails remained silent, then shook her head and refused to tell Big Sis. I agree to your terms, but you must keep your promise. Otherwise, I will never contract with you. If you fulfill your promise in the future, I'll belong to you, including my body. Ninetails coldly threw out the words. Jiangbai smiled. Deal. Jiangbai and Ninetails walked out of the stone house, and Big Sis immediately came forward, asking nervously, How did it go? Ninetails smiled. I've agreed to contract with Jiangbai. Big Sis froze, then burst into tears, saying excitedly, Agreed is good, agreed is good. At that moment, another beast girl ran over and said urgently, Big Sis, the clan has sent word. The Saint Envoy wants to meet us personally and has ordered us to go to Holy Mountain to welcome them. Big Sis looked at Jiangbai in shock, inwardly relieved that Ninetails had agreed to the contract. Jiangbai was no ordinary person, and everyone could tell. But the beast girl suddenly hesitated and said, Big Sis, the people from Holy Mountain want all of you to go together. They said there's something important to discuss, and also, Big Sis frowned. And what? They also want Ninetails to go with you. They probably want to trick Ninetails into coming out. How could a Saint Envoy of such high status possibly come see us? After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Jiangbai, and her meaning was clear. The Saint Envoy would never come see someone bringing along 2 silver beast masters. Big Sis's expression changed, realizing the other party had a point, and she turned her gaze to Jiangbai. Jiangbai thought for a moment and said, Let's go. Let's see what they're really trying to do. Big Sis still wanted to say something, but Ninetails interrupted her. Go with him. Big Sis sighed. All right, we'll go together. Jiangbai called out to Bai Linger. Wait a moment, Linger. Carry your second sister. Inside the stone house, Purple Butterfly lay with her eyes closed, her face deathly pale and her brows tightly furrowed in agony. Jiangbai sighed, smoothed Purple Butterfly's hair, and poured Void Realm energy into her body, hoping to ease her pain. But the energy immediately dissipated. Jiangbai was startled. After checking, he found that Purple Butterfly's body was like a funnel, and the energy that had been injected just flowed right out. He took a deep breath and tried the Azure Wood Immortal art, wrapping Purple Butterfly in a layer of blue energy. But it was still ineffective. The energy continued to seep away. Jiangbai forced himself to calm down and recalled what had happened before. In the central area, Purple Butterfly had once used a token to open a Void Realm passage and save him, and as a result her body had been severely overdrawn. He also remembered what Mingxin had said. Purple Butterfly's origin had been forcibly extracted by the Heavenly Lord for the sake of transplanting a mysterious source. Silver Butterfly had originally been the one to carry it out, but she failed, so Purple Butterfly was replaced, and there was likely something wrong with her origin. Purple Butterfly had her origin removed early, and she had also gone to seek Candle Lord's origin. In the transplant plan, the origin of the Void Erosion Great Lord might still be the missing final piece. Thinking of this, Jiangbai took out the Dark Lord's origin. As soon as the origin appeared, the concentration of Void Realm energy surged sharply, and even the people outside could feel it. Big Sis looked around in astonishment. Why did the energy suddenly become so strong? Could a void beast have descended? Ao Qing glanced at the stone house, lost in thought. It probably isn't a void beast. It's fine. Big Sis also looked toward the stone house. Could it be Jiangbai? Jiangbai is special. He'll be fine. Ao Qing reassured her. Jiangbai had actually originally wanted to use this origin to level up, but Purple Butterfly's condition was far too poor now. If her energy ran dry within 2 days, she would die, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. The Dark Lord's origin began to emit a purple glow and slowly floated up, flying toward Purple Butterfly. Jiangbai could only do as he had thought, and try first. Jiangbai slowly infused the Dark Lord's origin into Purple Butterfly's body. Sweat poured down his face as he controlled the origin while using the Azure Wood Immortal art to heal Purple Butterfly. Only when the origin had completely entered her body did Jiangbai finally breathe a sigh of relief and carefully observe whether Purple Butterfly showed any signs of rejection. After waiting a while and seeing that Purple Butterfly was fine, he finally relaxed. Purple Butterfly's brows gradually smoothed out, and a flush appeared on her face. Jiangbai sent in another cluster of Void Realm energy, confirmed that her energy was no longer leaking away, and understood that she was safe. Suddenly, Purple Butterfly's eyelashes trembled, as if she were about to wake. Jiangbai immediately condensed energy and gave her a knife hand strike to keep her asleep. He let out a breath of relief. thinking that if Purple Butterfly found out he was human, it would definitely be troublesome. Jiangbai stood up, picked Purple Butterfly up in a princess carry, and said to Bai Linger, "Linger, bring your second sister. We're going to the sacred mountain." Bai Linger nodded, but in her heart, she was puzzled about Jiangbai and Purple Butterfly's relationship. Outside, when Ao Qing saw Jiangbai come out, she gently wiped the sweat from his face and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiangbai shook his head. "It's resolved." Ao Qing felt relieved. Ninetails looked full of anticipation as she asked Purple Butterfly, "Is this the contract gift you're giving me?" Jiangbai was speechless and replied, "No, we'll talk about that when we make the contract." Bai Linger muttered inwardly that when she and Jiangbai contracted, she didn't get a gift either. Big Sis urged, "Let's go quickly." She even glared at Ninetails, meaning, it's already good enough that someone's willing to contract with you. Ninetails pretended not to see it, and Big Sis was helpless. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Sacred Mountain battlefield, which was a huge light gate suspended in midair. Below it was a two-story area of buildings made of concrete, larger than a human town, and Jiangbai even saw several villas. Compared with that, Big Sis's territory was simply primitive. Jiangbai looked puzzled. Why is it like this here? The eldest sister explained that the light gate was the entrance to the Sacred Mountain battlefield and concerned safety. Many beast girls had gathered here to build these structures, most of the supplies having been obtained through cooperation with humans. A canine beast girl wearing armor and holding an M4A1 shouted from the ground, "No-fly zone at Gate 8. Come down now." Jiang Bai and the others landed, and the eldest sister stepped forward to negotiate with her. It went smoothly, and she led everyone into the light gate. The environment changed instantly. The low-level battlefield was desolate, with a blood-tinged smell everywhere. But just after entering and exiting, Jiang Bai smelled a burst of fresh air and felt. Jiang Bai and the others came to a platform deep in the jungle. It was a valley surrounded by cliffs on all sides, with the light gate standing in the center. The eldest sister briefly introduced it. These valleys were built by Beast Girl seniors to defend the light gate. If anything happened on the other side of the light gate, they would retreat here and fight using the terrain. A group of Fox Beast Girls came to receive them, coldly telling them to follow. The eldest sister hesitated a little, and only after seeing Jiang Bai nod in confirmation did she follow along. The road was quiet. The two foxes leading the way stopped and respectfully shouted toward the front, "Kai Nyong, they're here." The eldest sister was confused about who Kai Nyong was. Before she could figure it out, dozens of Fox Beast Girls suddenly emerged from the surroundings, pointing hot weapons at them. Someone in the jungle laughed mockingly. The eldest sister looked over and recognized her as the Fox Beast Girl who had once forced Jiawei to eat excrement and was later severely injured by Jiawei, Kai Nyong. She now had the golden bloodline, wore a dress, and carried a powerful aura. Kai Nyong walked over, and with every step a golden barrier appeared beneath her feet. The Fox Beast Girls watching all looked at her enviously. Jiang Bai and the others remained calm. Jiawei didn't even lift her head. The eldest sister had been shocked at first, but quickly calmed down. Kai Nyong was displeased and wanted to shock everyone, but she didn't get the reaction she wanted. She sarcastically asked the eldest sister if she was surprised. The eldest sister replied indifferently, "Not really surprised." Kai Nyong's expression turned ugly. The eldest sister directly asked, "When is the envoy coming?" Kai Nyong laughed in anger and mocked them for not even being qualified to meet the envoy, asking what right these few people had. After saying that, she even pointed at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai was speechless. "If you're going to speak, just speak. Why resort to personal attacks?" Suddenly, with a smack, Ao Qing's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Kai Nyong. She slapped her, flying away, smashing into a large tree and breaking it. Kai Nyong coughed up blood, her face full of shock, unable to understand how she, a level 41 golden bloodline beast girl, had been instantly defeated by a silver-level beast girl. Before she could even react, Ao Qing grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the ground. A cold voice rang in her ear, "Apologize." Ao Qing stood before her, eyes icy, his grip tightening more and more. Bai Linger quickly reminded her in a low voice, "Big sis, she can't speak, can she?" Everyone fell silent. Even the leader was stunned. She hadn't expected Ao Qing's strength to improve so quickly. The beast girls around them saw Kai Nyong taken out in a single move and immediately lowered their guns. Firearms were useless against anyone above level 20. Ao Qing's expression froze for a moment. He threw Kai Nyong to the ground and said coldly, "Apologize." Kai Nyong drew in a sharp breath. She knew clearly that the other party would really dare to kill her, but since things had escalated to Saint Mountain, she also didn't dare resist and could only lower her head and admit fault. "I'm sorry." Unexpectedly, she was slapped again, and Kai Nyong was completely dumbfounded. She still got hit after apologizing? She couldn't help but shout loudly. I'm so. RRY. Smack, another slap. Kai Nyang looked at Ao Ching in despair. Didn't I already apologize? Ao Ching said indifferently. I didn't tell you to apologize to me. Only then did Kai Nyang understand that he wanted her to apologize to Jiang Bai. She immediately lowered her head and said to Jiang Bai, I'm sorry. Jiang Bai ignored her and only asked, Did you report that I wanted to meet the holy envoy? Kai Nyang panicked. And no, we didn't. Jiang Bai was puzzled. Then why did you lie to us? Kai Nyang glared fiercely at Nine Tails. Wasn't it all because of her? The leader explained the grudge between Kai Nyang and Nine Tails. After Jiang Bai heard everything, he fell silent for a moment, then said to Nine Tails, she's yours. Do whatever you want with her. Nine Tails sneered and walked up to Kai Nyang. Kai Nyang wanted to resist, but found that she couldn't move at all. She looked at Jiang Bai in terror. What did you do to me? Nine Tails understood that Jiang Bai was the one who had acted. She stepped forward and lifted Kai Nyang's chin with a finger. If you're leaving, then don't come back. What's the point of turning around? Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked Sanyang in the belly, sending her flying. Sanyang stared at Nine Tails with vicious hatred. She had endured being beaten by Ao Ching, but being hit by Nine Tails only made her feel humiliated. She shouted mockingly, If you've got the guts, then kill me. Nine Tails walked over and tore off Sanyang's white gloves, revealing a hand with only 2 fingers left. Only then did everyone notice that Sanyang's palm was incomplete. Panic flashed across Sanyang's face as she screamed frantically, Give me back my gloves. Give my gloves back to me. At that moment, she only felt that everyone was looking at her like a joke. Everyone's gaze toward Sanyang had changed. There was more pity in their eyes, but what she wanted was admiration and respect. Nine Tails smiled and said, Back then, biting off your 3 fingers was just to let you taste what it's like to be a monster. You still haven't learned your lesson, and you actually dared to come back. After saying that, Nine Tails grabbed the 2 remaining fingers on Sanyang's hand. With 2 crisp snaps, the fingers were brutally torn off, and blood splattered onto Nine Tails' face, making her look even more eerie and seductive. Sanyang screamed in pain. Nine Tails licked the blood off her hand and smiled. The taste is much better than before, as expected of a gold rank. Sanyang hysterically cursed her as a madwoman. Nine Tails looked at her coldly. Isn't that exactly what you said to me back then? Little monster, hurry up and eat this vicious beast excrement, or I'll have vicious beasts do things to you. Do you want to try it yourself? Sanyang broke down and shouted, Mad woman, kill me. Nine Tails said coldly, You think I wouldn't dare? You, and everyone who was with you back then, all have to die. Sanyang kept screaming frantically, You can't do this. Don't make me mate with a vicious beast. Kill me instead. She had completely collapsed. Seeing this, Nine Tails turned her gaze to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai replied calmly, Do whatever you want. Whether you want to find a vicious beast or kill her, I support you. The leader hesitated a little. This is Sacred Mountain. The consequences of killing a beast girl are very serious. Bai Linger walked to Ao Ching's side. Big sis, help me carry second sis on your back. Ao Ching took over Zhuke, still not fully reacting. Bai Linger put on a stern face and walked up to the leader. What you don't dare to do, I'll do. What Nine Tails doesn't dare to kill, I'll kill. After saying that, she even shot Jiang Bai a provocative glance. Come on, call me Sister Bai. Jiang Bai wanted to pat Bai Linger's head, but his hands were full. In the end, Bai Linger proudly rubbed her head against Jiang Bai's chin. At that moment, the atmosphere around them suddenly turned cold, and a gloomy voice rang out. Where did this little white-haired brat come from? Acting all big. Do you think you're a Saint Envoy? A wrinkled old woman with a head full of white hair landed on the ground, the diamond rank bloodline insignia on her head gleaming in the sunlight. She coldly swept her gaze across the crowd. The leader's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly bowed. Grandma Lingyu. Colorful Feather saw Granny Lingyu and hurriedly called for help. Jiang Bai and Ao Ching both tensed up, recognizing that this was a powerful diamond rank beast name. Bai Linger muttered softly, I'm telling the truth. Granny Lingyu had sharp ears and heard Bai Linger's words, immediately frowning as she scolded. You little sharp-tongued brat. Do you know the consequences of killing Beast Nyang on Sacred Mountain? Bai Linger refused to back down. Of course I know. It's not like I haven't killed before. Jiang Bai didn't stop her. After all, this was Sacred Mountain, and the other side wouldn't dare to kill for real. With the 3 great immortal arts plus Bai Linger and Ao Ching, he had confidence. The other party was alone, without a beast master. Granny Lingyu sneered. You've killed Beast Nang on Sacred Mountain? Then how are you still standing here alive? Bai Linger lifted her chin. Don't believe me? Granny Lingyu laughed coldly. You think I would? Bai Linger looked at Nine Tails. Nine Tails, do you believe me? If you do, then make your move now. Big Sis grew anxious and urged Ninetails not to be reckless, then looked at Jiangbai for help. She knew all too well how terrifying Granny Lingyu was. If Colorful Feather died, everyone would suffer. Granny Lingyu shouted in fury. She dares. In all these years, no one had ever dared to talk back to her. Jiangbai said indifferently, Ninetails, if you believe us, then do it. Big Sis was almost in tears. Don't, Ninetails. Everyone's eyes were on Ninetails. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Ninetails hesitated for a moment and looked at Jiangbai. Sorry, if it were without Big Sis, she could fight desperately, but with Big Sis here, she couldn't act recklessly. Big Sis let out a breath of relief. Granny Lingyu snorted coldly. As expected, you don't have the guts. Bai Linger curled her lip. Coward. Ninetails ignored them. Granny Lingyu was somewhat displeased. Bai Linger always went against her. If you've got the ability, then go kill her yourself. Don't try to drive a wedge between our clan members. Bai Linger sneered. Ninetails was never one of your clan members. What right do you have to talk about relations? Then Bai Linger erupted with golden light on the spot and charged toward Colorful Feather on the ground, her aura surging. Only then did Granny Lingyu realize Bai Linger really dared to strike on Sacred Mountain, and she roared, how bold, also erupting with golden light as she rushed over. The next second, a figure swung a fist at the top of Granny Lingyu's head, forcing her to raise a hand to block in terror. Boom! Jiangbai's fist collided with hers, and both were forced back several steps. At the same time, splash! Bai Linger pierced Colorful Feather's chest with one hand, then withdrew her hand and looked at Granny Lingyu calmly and provocatively. So what if I killed her? Granny Lingyu flew into a rage, golden light converging as she instantly lunged toward Bai Linger, wanting to cripple her. Bai Linger panicked. Jiangbai Gij, hurry and help me beat her to death. Jiangbai reacted swiftly, tossing Purple Butterfly to Bai Linger, while he himself activated the Yinyang Immortal Art and instantly charged at Granny Lingyu. He kicked at Granny Lingyu midair, forcing her to abandon her attack on Bai Linger and turn back to take Jiangbai head-on. Bang! Another evenly matched punch. After the two separated, they collided again. Golden light exploded, fists clashed, and energy shockwaves spread outward. The surrounding Beastnang were nearly unable to stand from the impact, and the lower-ranked Beastnao were even sent flying, coughing up blood. Big Sis and Ninetails were fine only because Ao Qing protected them. After the storm passed, Jiangbai and Granny Lingyu stood in confrontation, with a vacuum-like zone all around them. Granny Lingyu's hand was trembling from the pain, shocked by Jiangbai's strength, which actually far exceeded that of someone at the same rank. She was level 68, yet she couldn't defeat Jiangbai's body, which was only in the 50s. Jiangbai had black and white hair and eyes, his aura sinister and enchanting. He smiled and said, You're not that impressive either. Though injured, he instantly recovered using the Azure Wood Immortal Art. Big Sis and Ninetails were both shocked that Jiangbai could fight Granny Lingyu to a draw, and Ninetails thought to herself, He's this strong, his blood must be very fragrant. Grandma Lingyu was enraged and, at the same time, wary of Jiangbai. Unable to match him in physical combat, she could only rely on spell techniques, still hoping that the Holy Envoy's arrival would allow her to avenge Kainyang. Her form shifted, transforming into a huge white fox, and she said coldly, The farce is over. The white fox opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of destructive light. The beam blasted toward Jiangbai, but he dodged it, and it smashed apart a small hill. Jiangbai's pupils flashed as he activated his Yinyang twin eyes, creating two black and white energy vortices that swept the white fox in, staining its white fur with blood. The white fox gritted its teeth and used metal element energy to protect itself. Finally finding a chance to leap out of the vortex, it was already filled with fear. Jiangbai suddenly appeared above the white fox, gathered all his strength, and punched down. The white fox crashed from the sky to the ground, smashing a huge pit into the earth. Struggling to its feet, it said, If my beast master were still here, how would you dare bully me like this? Jiangbai replied calmly, Even if he were alive, I could kill him within a year. The white fox roared in anger. Bai Linger jumped out and mocked. Jiangbai was only level 9 a month ago, and now he can beat you. Why don't you believe it? The white fox didn't believe it. From level 9 to level 50 in 1 month? Are you kidding? Bai Linger said, Believe it or not, Jiangbai Ji is just that amazing. Jiangbai rebuked her. Linger, stop talking nonsense. It hasn't even been a month since I reached level 50. It's only a few days short. The white fox sneered. You've made up a pretty good story. With the envoy's arrival, everyone finally felt a little relieved. Jiangbai said coldly, The reason I have what I do now is that I cultivated it through hard work. I don't need you to believe it. Grandma Lingyu changed back into her beast girl form. Though in a sorry state, she wore a smile at the corners of her mouth. No matter how long you cultivate, your people killed Sanyang here and openly provoked the rules of the sacred mountain. The Saint Envoy will not let you get away with this. Ao Qing interjected coldly. How the Saint Envoy handles it is none of your concern. You should be thinking about how to stay alive. She never took Lingyu seriously at all. The resource treasures of the Lingyu clan were far more valuable than killing Lingyu herself. Only after hearing the voice did Lingyu look at Ao Qing. She felt it was familiar, and when she recognized her, she said in surprise, "So it's you? You used to steal our resources on the battlefield, and I could never catch you. So you signed a contract with a human." Ao Qing replied calmly, "Who I am doesn't matter. Think about what price you'll have to pay." Jiang Bai hadn't said a word the whole time, trusting Ao Qing. Grandma Lingyu suddenly burst into laughter and said coldly, "How naive. You killed a beast girl and still think you can walk away unscathed." Suddenly, she dropped to her knees and shouted, "Welcome, Saint Envoy, to your descent." A rainbow glow gathered in the sky, and a tiny seven-colored figure appeared, quickly walking up to the crowd. Aside from Jiang Bai and the others, all the beast girls knelt down with awestruck expressions. Jiawei, seeing that Jiang Bai did not kneel, also stood still. The Saint Envoy was actually having a very hard time. At first she had been excited that Ao Qing and the others had arrived at the sacred mountain, but then she immediately discovered that Bai Linger had killed another beast girl. She had no choice but to leak her aura so Lingyu would notice that she had come. She had originally planned to wait until Jiang Bai killed off the other beast girls before appearing, but then Ao Qing was still thinking about the Lingyu clan's resources. Lingyu seized the chance to summon her immediately, leaving her in a difficult position. Feeling everyone's gaze, the Saint Envoy could only speak. "Who called for me?" Her voice was cold and imposing. Lingyu lowered her head and replied, "It was me." "What is it?" Lingyu said loudly. "They killed our beast girl and violated the sacred mountain's rules. Please punish them, Saint Envoy." The Saint Envoy remained silent. Lingyu urged again, "Please punish them, Saint Envoy." The Saint Envoy said helplessly, "Is what Lingyu said true?" All the members of her clan finally relaxed and knelt as they said in unison, "It's true." The Holy Envoy turned to Bai Ling. "What do you have to say?" Lingyu felt something was off. She sensed that today's Holy Envoy was different. In the past, the Holy Envoy handled matters decisively and cleanly, without so much nonsense. Bai Linger said calmly, "What they said is all true. I killed her." The Holy Envoy was speechless, thinking to himself, "If you had said you were being framed, I could still help you. Now that you've admitted it outright, you're making things difficult for me." Lingyu shouted excitedly, "Holy Envoy, the wicked has already confessed. Please punish her." The Holy Envoy froze again. Lingyu called out in confusion, "Holy Envoy. I'm here, cough cough." The Holy Envoy came back to his senses and pretended to be calm. "Since you've confessed, you must be punished." After saying that, he fell into a daze again. Lingyu felt something was wrong, thinking why was the Holy Envoy only talking and not acting? Just as she was about to speak, the big sister spoke first. "Please, Holy Envoy, see clearly. It was Kai Nyang who led us here and attacked us. We were only acting in self-defense and accidentally killed Kai Nyang." Lingyu glared at her fiercely. "What do you mean, accidentally? Knowing the rules and still striking to kill, and even bragging that you've killed beast girls before. This is outright contempt for the Holy Mountain's rules." After saying that, she knelt and begged the Holy Envoy to punish the big sister. "If this person isn't killed, it will be hard to convince the others. Please, Holy Envoy, make your move." The other beast girls also begged the Holy Envoy to punish her. The Holy Envoy was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't reveal Ao Qing and the others' identities, yet he also had to abide by the Holy Mountain's rules. His head ached. The big sister immediately defended herself again. "We were only defending ourselves. We didn't challenge the Holy Mountain's rules." The Holy Envoy was secretly delighted. Seeing that Lingyu still wanted to rebut, he hurriedly said, "Since there is a dispute, I will investigate it clearly before handling it. Lingyu, do you have any objections?" The Holy Envoy's tone was resolute. Lingyu had no choice but to back down. "I have no objection, but please, Holy Envoy, investigate carefully. There was absolutely no falsehood in what I said." Seeing how difficult Lingyu was being, the Holy Envoy felt displeased. He turned to Ao Qing and the others. "Do you have any objections?" Bai Linger suddenly said, "I do." The Holy Envoy nearly broke down. "What objection do you have?" Bai Linger said earnestly, "Today we were walking and singing on the Holy Mountain, but then we were ambushed by beast girls, and it scared me. I demand they compensate me 1,000 spirit crystals." Lingyu exploded. "You killed my people first, then injured me, and now you want me to compensate you? Since when does the world work like that?" Bai Linger was unconvinced. "You ambushed us first. The Holy Envoy will surely handle this fairly, right, Holy Envoy?" The holy envoy had such a headache he felt like crying. He could only barely ask the beast girls on Ling Yu's side. You made the first move? The beast girl's face turned pale with fright, and she admitted in a small voice, we did launch the ambush first, but we never meant to take their lives. Saint Envoy, since you admit it, then compensate 1,000 spirit crystals. Big sis. Ling Yu turned to stare at the Saint Envoy, her mind screaming that something was wrong. How could this possibly be the Saint Envoy's verdict? She angrily demanded, you're not the Saint Envoy. Who are you? How dare you impersonate the Saint Envoy? The Saint Envoy asked coldly. Are you questioning me? The terrifying pressure instantly wilted Ling Yu, and she knelt down to admit her mistake. After a moment of silence, the Saint Envoy said, since this is your first offense, I won't punish you heavily. Fine you 1,000 spirit crystals, and then go serve in the diamond battlefield for 1 year. You are not allowed to leave. Any objections? Ling Yu's heart was bleeding, but she still held it in. Ling Yu has no objections. She took out her storage space and respectfully held it up. The Saint Envoy nodded, waved her hand, and the storage space flew into her hands. You may withdraw for now. Ling Yu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and led her beast girl kin away. As soon as Ling Yu left, Big Sis and Nine Tails fainted at the same time. The Saint Envoy descended from the sky, and as the light faded, she changed back into a cute little girl. Looking conflicted, she came before everyone and said in a babyish voice, sorry, there were too many people just now, so I spoke too loudly. After saying that, she handed the storage space to Bai Linger. These spirit crystals are compensation. Bai Linger returned Zi Dai to Jiang Bai, took the storage space, and even pinched the Saint Envoy's cheek. I wanted to pinch it last time. Finally got the chance today. The scene fell into speechless silence, but the Saint Envoy was smiling. It's fine, you can pinch me anytime in the future, but could you not do it in public? I still need to save face. Bai Linger smiled. After all, even our Saint Envoy needs face, right? The Saint Envoy lowered her head and said softly, In her heart, she was secretly delighted too. She had just managed to squeeze out an extra 1,000 spirit crystals. Bai Linger